But that is only one side of the matter. The other side is that the industrial and technical intelligentsia of the working class will be recruited not only from among those who have passed through the institutions of higher learning, but also from among practical workers in our factories, from the skilled workers, from among the working class cultural forces in the mills, factories, and mines. The initiators of socialist emulation, the leaders of shock brigades, those who inspire in practice labor enthusiasm, the organizers of work in the various sections of our construction, such is the new stratum of the working class that, together with the comrades who have passed through the institutions of higher learning, must form the core of the intelligentsia of the working class, the core of the administrative staffs of our industry. It is our duty not to discourage these rank and file comrades who show initiative, but boldly to promote them to responsible positions, to give them the opportunity to display their organizing abilities and the opportunity to supplement their knowledge, to create suitable conditions for their work, not stinting money for this purpose. Stalin on the sanctity of Leninism. In 1931, reacting to an article which cast doubt on Lenin's infallibility, Stalin made it clear that the pursuit of truth-rotten liberalism would henceforth be subordinated to considerations of the glory and discipline of the party. Dear comrades, I emphatically protest against the publication in Proletarskaya Revolutsiya of Slutskay's anti-party and semi-Trotskyite article, The Bolsheviks on German Social Democracy in the Period of its Pre-War Crisis, as a discussion article. Slutsky asserts that Lenin underestimated the danger of centrism in German social democracy and in pre-war social democracy in general, that is, he underestimated the danger of camouflaged opportunism, the danger of conciliation with opportunism. In other words, according to Slutsky, Lenin did not wage a relentless struggle against opportunism, for, in essence, underestimation of centrism is tantamount to the renunciation of a forceful struggle against opportunism. Thus, it is suggested that in the period before the war Lenin was not yet a real Bolshevik, that it was only in the period of the imperialist war, or even at the close of that war, that Lenin became a real Bolshevik. This is the tale Slutsky tells in his article. And you, instead of branding this newfound historian as a slanderer and falsifier, enter into discussion with him, provide him with a forum. I cannot refrain from protesting against the publication of Slutsky's article in your journal as a discussion article, for the question of Lenin's Bolshevism, the question as to whether Lenin did or did not wage a relentless principled struggle against centrism as a certain form of opportunism, the question as to whether Lenin was or was not a real Bolshevik, cannot be made the subject of discussion. Everyone knows that Leninism was born, grew up and became strong in its ruthless struggle against opportunism of every brand, including centrism in the West and centrism in our country. This cannot be denied even by the outspoken enemies of Bolshevism. It is an axiom. But you are trying to drag us back by turning an axiom into a problem requiring further analysis. Why? On what grounds? Perhaps through ignorance of the history of Bolshevism. Perhaps for the sake of a rotten liberalism, so that the Slutskys and other disciples of Trotsky may not be able to say that they are being gagged. A rather strange sort of liberalism, this, exercised at the expense of the vital interests of Bolshevism. The more reliable method of testing the Bolsheviks by their deeds would have upset Slutsky's whole position in a flash. Because a test of the Bolsheviks by their deeds would have shown that the Bolsheviks are the only revolutionary organization in the world which has completely smashed the opportunists and centrists and driven them out of the party. Because the real deeds and the real history of the Bolsheviks would have shown that Slutsky's teachers, the Trotskyites, were the principal and basic group which fostered centrism in Russia, and for this purpose created a special organization August Bloc *, which was a hotbed of centrism. Because a test of the Bolsheviks by their deeds would have exposed Slutsky once and for all as a falsifier of the history of our party, who is trying to cover up the centrism of pre-war Trotskyism by slanderously accusing Lenin and the Bolsheviks of underestimating the danger of centrism. That, comrade editors, is how matters stand with Slutsky and his article. As you see, the editorial board made a mistake in permitting a discussion with a falsifier of the history of our party. What induced the editorial board to take this wrong road? I think that they were induced to take that road by the rotten liberalism which has spread to some extent among a section of the Bolsheviks. Some Bolsheviks think that Trotskyism is a faction of communism which makes mistakes, it is true, which does many foolish things, is sometimes even anti-Soviet, but which, nevertheless, is a faction of communism. Hence, there is a somewhat liberal attitude towards the Trotskyists and Trotskyite-minded people. It need hardly be proved that such a view of Trotskyism is profoundly wrong and pernicious. As a matter of fact, Trotskyism has long ceased to be a faction of communism. As a matter of fact, Trotskyism is the vanguard of the counter-revolutionary bourgeoisie which is fighting communism, fighting the Soviet regime, fighting the building of socialism in the USSR. Page 187. The new educational policy. The impact of the industrialization drive was quickly felt in various areas of social policy, where revolutionary notions about conditioning the ideal man gave way to the practical necessity for imparting knowledge and evoking effort. In a series of decrees beginning in 1931, the experiment in progressive education was repudiated in favor of academic education of the traditional disciplinarian type. The polytechnical approach stressed at this time was abandoned between the late 30s and Stalin's death. Khrushchev failed in his effort to revive it in the 1950s. The Soviet school, taking as its task the preparation of the all-around developed member of communist society, gives the children an incomparably broader social political outlook and more general development than the pre-revolutionary and bourgeois school. In the last few years the level of general education of the children in the Soviet school has risen. Especially significant successes have been achieved by the school since the historic decision of the 16th Party Congress July, on the introduction of universal primary education. Just in the last year the number of students in the primary and secondary school has risen from 13.5 million to 20 million. In addition to this the factory plant schools and technicums have 1,400,000 students. Together with decisive steps toward the realization of compulsory instruction for children of school age, the school has moved significantly forward on the path of combining school instruction with productive labor and social work, thanks to which the fundamental reconstruction of the school on the basis of polytechnicism has been started. However, in spite of all these achievements, the Central Committee states that the Soviet school is still far from meeting the tremendous demands which are placed upon it in the present stage of socialist construction. The Central Committee considers that a radical inadequacy of the school at the present moment lies in the fact that instruction in the school does not give sufficient breadth of general educational knowledge, and does not satisfactorily meet the task of preparing literate people who have mastered the basic sciences, for the technicums and higher schools. As a result of this, the polytechnicization of the school in many cases acquires a formal character and does not prepare children as all-around developed builders of socialism who have tied theory and practice together and have mastered technique. While applying in the Soviet school various new methods of instruction which can facilitate the education of energetic and initiative-possessing participants in the building of socialism, it is essential to unleash a decisive struggle against light-minded methodological projectism, the dissemination on a mass scale of methods not verified in preliminary practice, which has recently been revealed with special clarity in the application of the so-called project method. Attempts, stemming from the anti-Leninist theory of the withering away of the school, to put all. Page 188. Schoolwork on the basis of the so-called project method have actually led to the ruin of the school. In the period of socialism, when the proletariat is accomplishing the final destruction of classes under conditions of sharpened class struggle, sustained communist education in the Soviet school and intensification of the struggle against attempts to inoculate children in the Soviet school with elements of anti-proletariat ideology assume exceptionally weighty significance. In connection with this, the Central Committee proposes that the party organizations strengthen their guidance of the school and take under their immediate supervision the setting up of the teaching of social political discipline in the 7-year schools, pedagogical technicums and higher pedagogical institutes. Confirming the necessity of the timely fulfillment of the decision of the Central Committee of July 25, 1930, On universal compulsory primary instruction, the Central Committee proposes, toward the goal of the quickest realization of the demands of the party program on general and polytechnical education for all children and youth up to 17 years of age, that the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR work out a plan of universal compulsory 7-year instruction. The Central Committee underscores the growing significance and role of the school in the building of socialism. The Central Committee proposes that all organizations systematically and undeviatingly conduct a struggle against opportunist anti-Leninist perversions of the policy of the party in the area of school work. The success of the struggle with the chief danger on the path of setting up the polytechnical school the right opportunist claimants of party policy, who would lead it to reject the polytechnicization of the school, to attempt to preserve the old, verbalistic school, to divorce theoretical instruction and practice requires the intensification of the struggle against left opportunist perversions, against theories of the withering away of the school and reduction of the role of the teacher. The Central Committee directs the attention of all party organizations to the necessity of decisively heightening attention on the mass school, the work of the teacher, and the strengthening of day-to-day concrete guidance of the school. The famine of 193,233. Collectivization and seizure of food supplies inflicted a catastrophic famine in the Ukraine and other southern regions of the USSR in the winter and spring of 193,233. At the time the existence of the famine was officially denied, but documents released in 1991 confirmed the many unofficial reports that had come out in the meantime. A. Grain collections. The fifth five-day period in the four main provinces resulted in a decrease of 574,000 poods*. In the other provinces the level of grain procurement still has not ensured fulfillment of the Page 189. Procurement plan set for the period. A reduction has been allowed to happen in a number of key districts and in these provinces. Such a steep decline cannot be explained by any objective factors such as rain, etc. The Central Committee finds the primary cause to be poor organization of procurement in the provinces as well as in the districts and villages. After making a degree of progress during the fourth five-day period, these successes were not reinforced. Instead, they rested on their laurels, assuming that an accelerated pace of grain procurement had been accomplished. The result of this complacency was a reduction in procurement for this five-day period, while a level that would have ensured fulfillment of the plan had not yet been achieved. The reduction in procurement during this period indicates that the measures called for in the CC's decree of November 18 have not yet been taken. On the contrary, that resistance and sabotage organized by Kulak counter-revolutionary elements and their degenerate party member supporters have not yet been broken, and that repressive measures against them have been insufficiently and indecisively applied. In this connection the CC orders 1. Regarding causes that have most persistently sabotaged procurement, allowing concealment and theft of grain while not significantly contributing to procurement, the Kulak and anti-Soviet elements organizing sabotage must be exposed and isolated, speedily brought to trial, and the sentence of the court together with notice of its execution must be published in the local district press. 2. First to be held to judicial account must be the degenerate supporters of Kulaks, party members in responsible positions in the kolkhozis, accountants, storekeepers, and the like. Their arrest and trial must immediately be publicized. Communists who have abetted deception of the state and organized sabotage of procurement must be especially severely dealt with by the courts, and the verdicts and notices of execution of sentences published in the district press. B. Famine relief. On the elimination of food shortages in the collective farms, areas of acute malnutrition, and cases of famine. I approve the measures taken by the Secretariat and the party group of the Regional Executive Committee. To require all district party committees to proceed with the rapid liquidation of centers of extreme exhaustion among collective and individual farmers, resulting from severe malnutrition. By March 5, all cases of swelling must be eliminated and all who have become completely disabled because of emaciation must be put back on their feet. For this purpose, 1 in 48 hours, take all both children and adults who are swollen or unable to walk because of malnutrition, to facilities specially designated and adapted for this purpose. Make food available to them for as long as it is necessary to rid them of their unhealthy condition. Under no circumstances are they to be allowed to stay at home in such a state. Page 190. 2. In the villages affected, make the serving of hot breakfasts mandatory in schools, bringing in all the emaciated children of preschool age as well, and set up special food service stations for them. 3. Because of the many cases of acute malnutrition among collective farmers who have earned many mandates the result of abuses in the distribution of collective farm products, or because of large family size, consider it necessary to use collective farm funds to help such families. The eligibility of these people is determined case by case, by the administration of the collective farm. 8. As to the existing cases of squandering collective farm resources, especially in the form of continued public food service in the collective farms, and placing these resources in the hands of so-called permanent collective farm staff, the Regional Committee warns that expropriation of any collective farm resources not provided for by existing directives and not reported to the Regional Committee by the District Party Committee will be interpreted as actions directed against socialist property, and will be punished most severely according to the law. 10. In view of the continued attempts by our enemies to use these facts against the construction of collective farms, district party committees are to conduct systematic clarification work bringing to light the real causes of the existing famine. Stalin's social ideal. At the 17th Party Congress in 1934, Stalin set forth his revised conception of the positive virtues of socialism: class struggle instead of the withering away of the state, inequality instead of equality, and the decisiveness of individual effort instead of the sway of economic circumstances. By this time Stalin's reinterpretation of doctrine under cover of a pretended orthodoxy had cut the communist movement entirely off from any guiding influence of Marxist principle. It goes without saying that a classless society cannot come of itself, spontaneously, as it were. It has to be achieved and built by the efforts of all the working people, by strengthening the organs of the dictatorship of the proletariat, by intensifying the class struggle, by abolishing classes, by eliminating the remnants of the capitalist classes, and in battles with enemies both internal and external. The point is clear, one would think. And yet, who does not know that the promulgation of this clear and elementary thesis of Leninism has given rise to not a little confusion and to unhealthy sentiments among a section of party members? The thesis that we are advancing towards a classless society, which was put forward as a slogan, was interpreted by them to mean a spontaneous process. And they began to reason in this way: if it is a classless society, then we can relax the class struggle, we can relax the dictatorship of the proletariat, and get rid of the state altogether, since it is fated to wither away soon in any case. They dropped into a state of mooncalf ecstasy, in the expectation that soon there will be no classes, and therefore no class struggle, and therefore no cares and worries, and therefore we can lay down our arms and retire to sleep and to wait for the advent of a classless society. It goes without saying that if this confusion of mind and these non-Bolshevik sentiments obtained a hold over the majority of our party, the party would find itself demobilized and disarmed. Now take the question of the agricultural artel and the agricultural commune. Everybody admits now that under present conditions the artel is the only proper form of the collective farm movement. Unlike the artel, where only the means of production are socialized, the communes, until recently, socialized not only the means of production, but also the appurtenances of life of every member of the commune, that is to say, the members of a commune, unlike the members of an artel, did not individually own poultry, small livestock, a cow, grain, or household land. This means that in the commune the individual, everyday interests of the members have not so much been taken into account and combined with the public interests as they have been eclipsed by the latter in the pursuit of petty bourgeois equalization. There are those who think that in declaring the artel to be the fundamental form of the collective farm movement the party has drifted away from socialism, has retreated from the commune, from the higher form of the collective farm movement, to a lower form. The question arises why? Because, it is suggested, there is no equality in the artel, since differences in the requirements and in the individual lives of the members of the artel are preserved, whereas in the commune there is equality, because the requirements and the individual life of all its members have been made equal. But in the first place, there are no longer any communes which practice leveling, equalization in requirements and in individual life. Practice has shown that the communes would certainly have been doomed had they not abandoned equalization and had they not actually assumed the status of artels. Hence, it is useless talking about what no longer exists. Secondly, every Leninist knows that equalization in the sphere of requirements and individual life is a piece of reactionary petty bourgeois absurdity worthy of a primitive sect of ascetics, but not of a socialist society organized on Marxian lines, for we cannot expect all people to have the same requirements and tastes, and all people to live their individual lives on the same model. And, finally, are not differences in requirements and in individual life still preserved among the workers? Does that mean that the workers are more remote from socialism than the members of the agricultural communes? These people evidently think that socialism calls for equalization, for leveling the requirements and the individual lives of the members of society. Needless to say, such an assumption has nothing in common with Marxism, with Leninism. By equality Marxism means, not equalization of individual requirements and individual life, but the abolition of classes, i.e., a. the equal emancipation of all working people from exploitation after the capitalists have been overthrown and expropriated, b. the equal abolition for all of private property in the means of production after they have been converted into the property of the whole of society, c. the equal duty of all to work according to their ability, and the equal right of all working people to receive remuneration according to the amount of work performed, d. the equal duty of all to work according to their ability, and the page 192. Equal right of all working people to receive remuneration according to their needs. Furthermore, Marxism proceeds from the assumption that people's tastes and requirements are not, and cannot be, identical, equal, in regard to quality or quantity, either in the period of socialism or in the period of communism. That is the Marxian conception of equality. Victory never comes of itself, it usually has to be attained. Good resolutions and declarations in favor of the general line of the party are only a beginning, they merely express the desire for victory, but not the victory itself. After the correct line has been laid down, after a correct solution of the problem has been found, success depends on how the work is organized, on the organization of the struggle for the application of the party line, on the proper selection of personnel, on the way a check is kept on the fulfillment of the decisions of the leading bodies. Otherwise the correct line of the party and the correct solutions are in danger of being seriously prejudiced. Furthermore, after the correct political line has been laid down, organizational work decides everything, including the fate of the political line itself, its success or failure. As a matter of fact, victory was achieved and won by a stern and systematic struggle against all sorts of difficulties that stood in the way of carrying out the party line, by overcoming the difficulties, by mobilizing the party and the working class for the purpose of overcoming the difficulties, by organizing the struggle to overcome the difficulties, by removing inefficient executives and choosing better ones, capable of waging the struggle against difficulties. What are these difficulties, and wherein are they lodged? They are difficulties attending our organizational work, difficulties attending our organizational leadership. They are lodged in ourselves, in our leading people, in our organizations, in the apparatus of our party, state, economic, trade union, Young Communist League, and all other organizations. We must realize that the strength and prestige of our party, state, economic, and all other organizations, and of their leaders, have grown to an unprecedented degree, and precisely because their strength and prestige have grown to an unprecedented degree, it is their work that now determines everything, or nearly everything. There can be no justification for references to so-called objective conditions. Now that the correctness of the party's political line has been confirmed by the experience of a number of years, and that there is no longer any doubt as to the readiness of the workers and peasants to support this line, The part played by so-called objective conditions has been reduced to a minimum, whereas the part played by our organizations and their leaders has become decisive, exceptional. What does this mean? It means that from now on 9/10 of the responsibility for the failures and defects in our work rest, not on objective conditions, but on ourselves, and on ourselves alone. Bureaucracy and red tape in the administrative apparatus, idle chatter about leadership in general instead of real and concrete leadership, the functional structure of our organizations and lack of individual responsibility, lack of personal responsibility in work, and wage equalization, the absence of a systematic check upon the fulfillment of decisions, fear of self-criticism. These are the sources of our difficulties. This is where our difficulties are now lodged. Page 193. The New History. In keeping with Stalin's stress on individual responsibility, the old ultra-Marxist line of economic determinism in history and social science was sharply criticized in 1934. A much more conventional presentation of history, with emphasis on individuals and nations, was enjoined upon Soviet schools and historians. This was followed by the repudiation of anti-nationalist attacks on the past of Tsarist Russia. The Council of People's Commissars of the USSR and the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party find that the teaching of history in schools of the USSR is not conducted satisfactorily. The textbooks and the instruction have an abstract, schematic character. Instead of the teaching of civic history in a lively, engaging form with an exposition of the most important events and facts in their chronological sequence, with characterizations of historical personages, the pupils are presented with abstract definitions of socio-economic formations, which thus replace the connected exposition of civic history with abstract sociological schemes. The decisive condition of a firm mastery of the history course by the pupils is the observance of historical and chronological sequence in the exposition of historical events, with mandatory consolidation in the pupils' memory of important historical events, historical personages, and chronological dates. Only such a history course can ensure to the pupils the necessary understanding, clarity, and concreteness of historical material, on which basis alone is it possible to have the correct analysis and correct generalizations about historical events that will lead pupils to a Marxist understanding of history. The New Nationalism. After an accumulation of hints about the paramountcy of national interest, the Soviet government proclaimed the supreme virtue of national tradition and patriotism, which, incidentally, served as the justification for intensifying the penalties for treason. The country of the October Revolution is endlessly dear to the workers, the kolkhozniks, and the Soviet intelligentsia. The working people are bound to their factories, sovkhozes, and kolkhozes, to their soil and to their culture by the indissoluble links of blood, heroism, and love. For proletarians and kolkhozniks, for honest Soviet specialists, there is nothing more beautiful and more clear than their own country liberated from the yoke of landowners and capitalists. The best traditions of the Civil War and of the struggle with the interventionists, when the workers and peasants were armed to defend their right to a new life, are now being multiplied in the progress of techniques and socialistic culture. That is why the Soviet Union has become an impregnable fortress and is capable of crushing all those who would dare to attempt to violate the sanctity of its boundaries. For our fatherland. This call fans the flame of heroism, the flame of creative initiative in pursuits and all fields of our rich life. For our fatherland. This call arouses millions of workers and alerts them in the defense of their great country. The defense of the fatherland is the supreme law of life. And he who raises his hand against his country, he who betrays his country should be destroyed. Today we publish the decree of the Central Executive Committee of the USSR regarding the supplementing of the statutes of the State Criminal Code with articles on treason. The Soviet country is very dear to the workers and kolkhozniks. They have paid for it dearly in blood and suffering in their struggle with exploiters and interventionists, and they will not allow anyone to betray their country and will not allow anyone to bargain with her interests. For high treason, for acts detrimental to the country's military might, or state independence, or inviolability of her territories, for espionage, for divulging military or state secrets, for deserting to the enemy, or escaping across the border, the Soviet court will punish the guilty by shooting or by confiscating all his property. In the case of a civilian, some leniency will be shown according to circumstances, and for the death penalty will be substituted the confiscation of his property or imprisonment for 10 years. For a person in military service, however, for treason there will be only one measure of punishment: execution by shooting with confiscation of all his property. Individual members of his family are also responsible for the acts of traitors. In the case of the escape or flight across the border of a person in military service, all mature members of his family, if they are implicated in aiding the criminal, or knew of his intentions and did not report them to the authorities, are punished by imprisonment for 5 to 10 years with confiscation of all their property. The other members of the family of the traitor and all his dependents at the time he committed treason are subject to disfranchisement and exile to some remote region in Siberia for 5 years. Traitors should be punished unmercifully. On the other hand, if a person in military service was aware of a plot to betray the government or of an act of betrayal and did not report this to the authorities, he is subject to imprisonment for 10 years. One cannot be a neutral observer where the interests of the country or the workers and peasants are concerned. This is a terrible crime, this is complicity in the crime. This decree of the Central Executive Committee gives the workers of the Great Soviet Union a new weapon in their hands in the struggle against the enemies of the proletarian dictatorship. The 170 million working people who regard the Soviet land as their own mother, who has nursed them to a happy and joyous life, will deal with the traitors of their fatherland with all their force. For the fatherland, for its honor and glory, might and well-being. Page 195. Socialist Realism. Artistic activity, like other fields of intellectual endeavor in the USSR, was subjected to stringent party control from 1929 on. After a dismal experiment in proletarian art, the party line shifted to conservative 19th century fashions which were applied to the task of propagandizing an official optimism. The famous revolutionary writer Maxim Gorky was restored to favor as the leading exponent of the new literature, which he extolled at a writers' congress in 1935 as socialist realism. With some attenuation after Khrushchev's thaw, this was the communist line in the arts until the 1980s. Modernistic experiments were systematically condemned as bourgeois formalism. The Communist Leninist Party, the Workers' and Peasants' Government of the Union of Socialist Soviets, which have destroyed capitalism throughout the length and breadth of Tsarist Russia, which have handed over political power to the workers and the peasants, and which are organizing a free classless society, have made it the object of their daring, sage, and indefatigable activity to free the working masses from the age-old yoke of an old and outworn history, of the capitalist development of culture, which today has glaringly exposed all its vices and its creative decrepitude. And it is from the height of this great aim that we honest writers of the Union of Soviets must examine, appraise, and organize our work. We must grasp and fully realize the fact that in our country the socially organized labor of semi-literate workers and a primitive peasantry has in the short space of 10 years created stupendous values and armed itself superbly for defense against an enemy's attack. Proper appreciation of this fact will reveal to us the cultural and revolutionary power of a doctrine which unites the whole proletariat of the world. All of you's writers, factory workers, collective farmers still work badly and cannot even fully master everything that has been made by us and for us. Our working masses do not yet quite grasp the fact that they are working only for themselves. This feeling is smoldering everywhere, but it has not yet blazed up into a mighty and joyous flame. But nothing can kindle until it has reached a certain temperature, and nobody ever was so splendidly capable of raising the temperature of labor energy as is the party organized by the genius of Vladimir Lenin, and the present-day leader of this party. As the principal hero of our books we should choose labor, i.e., a person, organized by the processes of labor, who in our country is armed with the full might of modern technique, a person who, in his turn, so organizes labor that it becomes easier and more productive, raising it to the level of an art. The party leadership of literature must be thoroughly purged of all Philistine influences. Party members active in literature must not only be the teachers of ideas which will muster the energy of the proletariat in all countries for the last battle for its freedom, the party leadership must, in all its conduct, show a morally authoritative force. This force must imbue literary workers first and foremost with a consciousness of their collective responsibility for all that happens in their midst. Soviet literature, with all its diversity of talents, and the steadily growing number of new and gifted writers, should be organized as an integral collective body, as a potent instrument of socialist culture. The Writers' Union is not being created merely for the purpose of bodily uniting all artists of the pen, but so that professional unification may enable them to comprehend their corporate strength, to define with all possible clarity their varied tendencies, creative activity, guiding principles, and harmoniously to merge all aims in that unity which is guiding all the creative working energies of the country. The idea, of course, is not to restrict individual creation, but to furnish it with the widest means of continued powerful development. It should be realized that critical realism originated as the individual creation of superfluous people, who, being incapable of the struggle for existence, not finding a place in life, and more or less clearly realizing the aimlessness of personal being, understood this aimlessness merely as the senselessness of all phenomena in social life and in the whole historical process. Without in any way denying the broad, immense work of critical realism, and while highly appreciating its formal achievements in the art of word painting, we should understand that this realism is necessary to us only for throwing light on the survivals of the past, for fighting them, and extirpating them. But this form of realism did not and cannot serve to educate socialist individuality, for in criticizing everything, it asserted nothing, or else, at the worst, reverted to an assertion of what it had itself repudiated. Socialist individuality, as exemplified by our heroes of labor, who represent the flower of the working class, can develop only under conditions of collective labor, which has set itself the supreme and wise aim of liberating the workers of the whole world from the man-deforming power of capitalism. Life, as asserted by socialist realism, is deeds, creativeness, the aim of which is the uninterrupted development of the priceless individual faculties of man, with a view to his victory over the forces of nature, for the sake of his health and longevity, for the supreme joy of living on an earth which, in conformity with the steady growth of his requirements, he wishes to mold throughout into a beautiful dwelling place for mankind, united into a single family. The high standard demanded of literature, which is being rapidly remolded by life itself and by the cultural revolutionary work of Lenin's party, is due to the high estimation in which the part holds the importance of the literary art. There has never been a state in the world where science and literature enjoyed such comradely help, such care for the raising of professional proficiency among the workers of art and science. The proletarian state must educate thousands of first-class craftsmen of culture, engineers of the soul. This is necessary in order to restore to the whole mass of the working people the right to develop their intelligence, talents, and faculties, a right of which they have been deprived everywhere else in the world. This aim, which is a fully practicable one, imposes on us writers the need of strict responsibility for our work and our social behavior. This places us not only in the position, traditional to realist literature, of judges of the world and men critics of life, but gives us the right to participate directly in the construction of a new life, in the process of changing the world. The possession of this right should, page 197, impress every writer with a sense of his duty and responsibility for all literature, for all the aspects in it which should not be there. The new family ideal, together with the rejection of most other early revolutionary social norms in the mid-1930s, the Soviet government discarded the ideal of sexual freedom in favor of the stable family and parental responsibility. The published draft of the law prohibiting abortion and providing material assistance to mothers has provoked a lively reaction throughout the country. It is being heatedly discussed by tens of millions of people, and there is no doubt that it will serve as a further strengthening of the Soviet family. Parents' responsibility for the education of their children will be increased, and a blow will be dealt at the light-hearted, negligent attitude toward marriage. When we speak of strengthening the Soviet family, we are speaking precisely of the struggle against the survivals of a bourgeois attitude toward marriage, women, and children. So-called free love and all disorderly sex life are bourgeois through and through, and have nothing to do with either socialist principles or the ethics and standards of conduct of the Soviet citizen. Socialist doctrine shows this, and it is proved by life itself. The elite of our country, the best of the Soviet youth, are as a rule also excellent family men who dearly love their children. And vice versa, the man who does not take marriage seriously, and abandons his children to the whims of fate, is usually also a bad worker and a poor member of society. Fatherhood and motherhood have long been virtues in this country. This can be seen at the first glance, without searching inquiry. Go through the parks and streets of Moscow or of any other town in the Soviet Union on a holiday, and you will see not a few young men walking with pink-cheeked, well-fed babies in their arms. The rise in the standard of living has brought the joy of parenthood within the reach of all adults. The Soviet land cannot complain of too low a birth rate. The birth rate is rising steadily, and the mortality rate is as steadily going down. More than once the enemies of the people suggested to us the foul and poisonous ideal of liquidating the family and disrupting marriage. The bourgeoisie has tried to use it as a weapon in the struggle against socialist progress. It is enough to recall with what persistence they spread the slander about the nationalization of women. And during the great move to collectivize the villages, the kulaks again broadcast this favorite bourgeois allegation. The kulaks used it to scare the peasants. In the collective farms you will all sleep under the same 30-yard wide blanket. The bourgeois who establishes his family order with the aid of a knout, the bourgeois for whom his own family is but a thin veneer covering prostitution and sexual debauchery, naturally thought that everyone would fall for his lie about free love in the country where the exploitation of man by man has been abolished and women have been liberated. But he failed. This weapon, too, was shattered by the stubborn facts of Soviet reality. There is no point in denying that in towns and villages there are still men and women whose attitude towards family and children is superficial and devil-may-care. Marriage and divorce are, of course, private affairs, but the state cannot allow anyone to mock at women or to abandon his children to the mercy of fate. The irresponsible profligate who gets married 5 times a year cannot enjoy the respect of Soviet youth. Nor can a girl who flutters from one marriage into the next with the swiftness of a butterfly enjoy respect. Men and women of this sort merely deserve social contempt. Marriage is a serious, responsible business and one that must not be approached lightheartedly. Social education is being widely developed in this country. The state is coming to the aid of the family. But the state in no wise relieves the mother or the father of their care of the children. Under Soviet conditions the father is the social educator. He has to prepare good Soviet citizens, that is his duty, that is also his pride, and the Soviet land has heard many proud declarations by fathers and mothers about the sons and daughters they gave to the Soviet fatherland, about gallant pilots and parachutists, engineers, doctors, teachers. A man who cowardly and basely abandons his children, shuns his responsibility, hides in corners and puts all the paternal duties on the mother's shoulders, shames the name of a Soviet citizen. Evading the payment of alimony is not a weakness, though it is treated with such leniency by some of our institutions. It is a crime, and not only the man who befouls the name of Soviet citizen, but all those who protect him are guilty of this crime. A Soviet child has a right to a real father, an educator, and friend. A father who abandons his children is guilty both before them and before the socialist state which has entrusted the children to his care. An irresponsible attitude towards marriage and family is a bad recommendation as a citizen. Socialism provides every toiler with a happy, beautiful life. For the first time in history it creates for the workers a possibility of fatherhood and motherhood in the fullest sense of the word. It therefore makes serious demands on mother and father. A bourgeois attitude towards the family cannot be tolerated. The published law project and its widespread discussion are signs of a new socialist morality, imbued with force, confidence, and vitality. It lies in the flowering and enrichment of human personality, in love for man. In the light of this morality, the mother wears a new face, and so does the father. Paternal pride. These words sound real only in the Soviet land, because a father who has raised new builders of socialism can feel a worthy citizen of his country. The Kirov Affair. By 1933 the rigors of the five-year plan, collectivization and famine had produced a new wave of opposition to Stalin among the party officialdom, crystallizing around the Leningrad party chief Sergei M. Kirov. Stalin allowed a brief period of political and economic relaxation, rudely interrupted by the assassination of Kirov in December 1934. Though Stalin later became suspected of complicity in the murder, he took it as the pretext to launch his purge of the old Bolsheviks. A behind-the-scenes version of this episode was published anonymously in 1936 by the Menshevik émigré Boris I. Nikolovsky on the basis of conversations he had with Bukharin in Paris. Kirov played an important part in the Politburo. He was a 100% supporter of the General Line, and distinguished himself during its operation by great energy and inflexibility. This caused Stalin to value him highly. But there was always a certain independence in Kirov's attitude which annoyed Stalin. The story is that Stalin had prevented Kirov from attending the meetings of the Politburo in Moscow for several months under the pretext that his presence in Leningrad was indispensable. However, Stalin could never make up his mind to take strong measures against Kirov. It would have been folly to add to the already large number of the dissatisfied and important party leaders such as Kirov, especially since Kirov had succeeded in surrounding himself in Leningrad with reliable and devoted aides. A new conflict with the Leningrad party might have been more fatal now than in Zinoviev's day. In the winter of 1933-1934, Kirov had so strengthened his position that he could afford to follow his own line. He aimed not only at a Western orientation in foreign policy, but also at the conclusions which would follow logically from this new orientation as far as home policy was concerned. The task, therefore, was not only that of creating a mighty army in preparation for the impending military conflict, a conflict which appeared inevitable, but also, politically speaking, of creating the proper psychologic frame of mind on the home front. There were two alternatives: to pursue the former policy of crushing all dissenters, with the administrative pressure ruthlessly tightened and the terror intensified, or to try reconciliation with the people, to gain their voluntary cooperation in the political preparation of the country for the coming war. The most convinced and most prominent advocates of the second alternative were Kirov and Gorky. It would be worthwhile to describe in greater detail Gorky's influence in the life of the party, particularly as it is now possible to speak more openly since his death. But that is another matter, and would take us too far afield. Gorky had exercised a great and beneficent influence upon Stalin. But, despite all his influence, Gorky was not a member of the Politburo, and had no direct part in the making of its decisions. Kirov's part became, therefore, all the more important. Kirov stood for the idea of abolition of the terror, both in general and inside the party. We do not desire to exaggerate the importance of his proposals. It must not be forgotten that when the first five-year plan was being put into effect, Kirov was one of the heads of the party, that he was among those who inspired and carried through the notoriously ruthless measures against the peasants and the wiping out of the kulaks. The Kem and Murmansk coasts, with their prison camps, and so forth, were under his jurisdiction. Furthermore, he was in charge of the construction of the Baltic White Sea Canal. This is enough to make it clear that Kirov could not be reproached with any undue tenderness in the manner in which he disposed of human lives. But this very fact added to his strength in the official circles in which he had to defend his point of view. That he had so large a share of responsibility in the horrors of the first five-year plan made it possible for him to come forward as a leader and protagonist of the policy of moderating the terror during the second five-year plan. Kirov's line of thought ran as follows: the period of page 200. Destruction, which was necessary to extirpate the small proprietor elements in the villages, was now at an end. The economic position of the collectives was consolidated and made secure for the future. This constituted a firm basis for future development, and as the economic situation continued to improve, the broad masses of the population would become more and more reconciled to the government, the number of internal foes would diminish. It was now the task of the party to rally those forces which would support it in the new phase of economic development, and thus to broaden the foundation upon which Soviet power was based. Kirov, therefore, strongly advocated reconciliation with those party elements who, during the period of the first five-year plan, had gone over to the opposition, but who might be induced to cooperate on the new basis, now that the destructive phase was over. Early in the summer of 1933, when it became certain that the harvest would be good, Kamenev, Zinoviev, and a number of other former members of the opposition were once again readmitted as members of the party. They were even permitted to choose their spheres of work, and some of them actually received invitations to the party congress. At that congress Kirov appeared in triumph. Previously, his election in Leningrad had been celebrated as was no other. At district conferences in various parts of the city, all of which he toured on the same day, he had been received with wild cheers. Long live our Moronic! Asterisk. The delegates shouted. It had been an exceedingly impressive demonstration and it showed that the entire Leningrad proletariat was behind Kirov. At the party congress, too, Kirov received an extraordinarily enthusiastic reception. He was cheered, the entire assembly rising to its feet on hearing his report. During the recesses there was discussion as to who had had the more tumultuous reception, Kirov or Stalin. This very comparison shows how strong Kirov's influence had already become. Not only was Kirov re-elected to the Politburo, but he was also chosen a secretary of the Central Committee, making it necessary for him to move to Moscow within a short time to take over direction of a whole group of departments which had heretofore been under Postyshev and Kaganovich. This was to ensure putting into effect the new line which Kirov had inspired. His removal to Moscow was delayed, however. The official reason given was that his presence in Leningrad was indispensable, a substitute was supposedly being sought in Leningrad, but until someone could be found fit to take his place, his transfer to Moscow had to be postponed. In spite of this, he took part in the work of the Politburo, and his influence there continued to grow. The trend was in quite the opposite direction, not toward reconciliation inside the party, but toward intensification of the terror inside the party to its logical conclusion, to the stage of physical extermination of all those whose party past might make them opponents of Stalin or aspirants to his power. Today, I have not the slightest doubt that it was at that very period, between the murder of Kirov and the second Kamenev trial, that Stalin made his decision and mapped out his plan of reforms, an essential component part of which was the trial of the 16 and other trials yet to come. If, before the murder of Kirov, Stalin still had some hesitation as to which road to choose, he had now made up his mind. Page 201. The determining reason for Stalin's decision was his realization, arrived at on the basis of reports and information reaching him, that the mood of the majority of the old party workers was really one of bitterness and hostility toward him. The trials and investigations which followed the Kirov affair had demonstrated unmistakably that the party had not reconciled itself to Stalin's personal dictatorship, that, in spite of all their solemn declarations, the old Bolsheviks rejected Stalin in the depths of their hearts, that this attitude of hostility, instead of diminishing, was growing, and that the majority of those who cringed before him, protesting devotion, would betray him at the first change of the political atmosphere. This was the basic fact that emerged for Stalin from the documents compiled in the course of the investigation of Nikolaev's act. It must be conceded that Stalin was able to provide a reasonable basis for this deduction, and from it he fearlessly drew his ultimate conclusions. As Stalin perceived it, the reasons for the hostility toward him lay in the basic psychology of the old Bolsheviks. Having grown up under the conditions of revolutionary struggle against the old regime, we had all been trained in the psychology of oppositionists, of irreconcilable nonconformists. Involuntarily, our minds work in a direction critical of the existing order, we seek everywhere its weak sides. In short, we are all critics, destructionists not builders. This was all to the good in the past, but now, when we must occupy ourselves with constructive building, it is all hopelessly bad. It is impossible to build anything enduring with such human materials, composed of skeptics and critics. What must be considered now, first and foremost, is the necessity of enduring Soviet construction, particularly because Soviet Russia is facing tremendous perturbations, such as will arise inevitably with the coming of war. It was thus that Stalin reasoned. The conclusion that he drew from all this was certainly daring. If the old Bolsheviks, the group constituting today the ruling caste in the country, are unfit to perform this function, it is necessary to remove them from their posts, to create a new ruling caste. Kirov's plans presupposed reconciliation with the non-party intelligentsia and enlistment of non-party workers and peasants in the tasks of social and political life, as a means of widening the social basis of the Soviet regime and promoting its cooperation with the democratic elements of the population. Under Stalin's plan, these very same proposals acquired quite a different significance. They were to facilitate a complete revision of the personnel of the ruling caste by expelling from its midst all those infected with the spirit of criticism, and the substitution of a new ruling caste, governed by a new psychology aiming at positive construction. Trotsky on the New Soviet Society. In 1937, Trotsky published a general critique of Stalin's regime, The Revolution Betrayed. He elaborated Rakovsky's argument, with the thesis that the bureaucracy dominated the Soviet state and had raised Stalin to power as a Bonaparte to protect its group interests. While Trotsky explained this phenomenon as the inevitable result of Russian backwardness, he nonetheless defended the socialist character of the Soviet economy and expressed hope that a new proletarian movement would restore the ideals of the revolution. Marx expected that the Frenchman would begin the social revolution, the German continue it, the Englishman finish it, and as to the Russian, Marx left him far in the rear. But this conceptual order was upset by the facts. Whoever tries now mechanically to apply the universal historic conception of Marx to the particular case of the Soviet Union at the given stage of its development, will be entangled at once in hopeless contradictions. Russia was not the strongest, but the weakest link in the chain of capitalism. The present Soviet Union does not stand above the world level of economy, but is only trying to catch up to the capitalist countries. If Marx called that society which was to be formed upon the basis of a socialization of the productive forces of the most advanced capitalism of its epoch, the lowest stage of communism, then this designation obviously does not apply to the Soviet Union, which is still today considerably poorer in technique, culture, and the good things of life than the capitalist countries. It would be truer, therefore, to name the present Soviet regime in all its contradictoriness, not a socialist regime, but a preparatory regime transitional from capitalism to socialism. However you may interpret the nature of the present Soviet state, one thing is indubitable: at the end of its second decade of existence, it has not only not died away, but not begun to die away. Worse than that, it has grown into a hitherto unheard of apparatus of compulsion. The bureaucracy not only has not disappeared, yielding its place to the masses, but has turned into an uncontrolled force dominating the masses. The army not only has not been replaced by an armed people, but has given birth to a privileged officers' caste, crowned with marshals, while the people, the armed bearers of the dictatorship, are now forbidden in the Soviet Union to carry even non-explosive weapons. With the utmost stretch of fancy, it would be difficult to imagine a contrast more striking than that which exists between the schema of the workers' state according to Marx, Engels, and Lenin, and the actual state now headed by Stalin. While continuing to publish the works of Lenin, the present leaders of the Soviet Union and their ideological representatives do not even raise the question of the causes of such a crying divergence between program and reality. We will try to do this for them. The proletarian character of the October Revolution was determined by the world's situation and by a special correlation of internal forces. But the classes themselves were formed in the barbarous circumstances of Tsarism and backward capitalism, and were anything but made to order for the demands of a socialist revolution. The exact opposite is true. It is for the very reason that a proletariat still backward in many respects achieved in the space of a few months the unprecedented leap from a semi-feudal monarchy to a socialist dictatorship, that the reaction in its ranks was inevitable. Before he felt out his own course, the bureaucracy felt out Stalin himself. He brought it all the necessary guarantees, the prestige of an old Bolshevik, a strong character, narrow vision, and close bonds with the political machine as the sole source of his influence. The success which fell upon him was a surprise at first too. Page 203. Stalin himself. It was the friendly welcome of the new ruling group, trying to free itself from the old principles and from the control of the masses, and having need of a reliable arbiter in its inner affairs. A secondary figure before the masses and in the events of the revolution, Stalin revealed himself as the indubitable leader of the Thermidorian bureaucracy, as first in its midst. The present Soviet society cannot get along without a state, nor even within limits without a bureaucracy. But the cause of this is by no means the pitiful remnants of the past, but the mighty forces and tendencies of the present. The justification for the existence of a Soviet state as an apparatus of compulsion lies in the fact that the present transitional structure is still full of social contradictions, which in the sphere of consumption most close and sensitively felt by all are extremely tense, and forever threaten to break over into the sphere of production. The triumph of socialism cannot be called either final or irrevocable. The basis of bureaucratic rule is the poverty of society in objects of consumption, with the resulting struggle of each against all. When there is enough goods in a store, the purchasers can come whenever they want to. When there is little goods, the purchasers are compelled to stand in line. When the lines are very long, it is necessary to appoint a policeman to keep order. Such is the starting point of the power of the Soviet bureaucracy. It knows who is to get something and who has to wait. A raising of the material and cultural level ought, at first glance, to lessen the necessity of privileges, narrow the sphere of application of bourgeois law, and thereby undermine the standing ground of its defenders, the bureaucracy. In reality the opposite thing has happened. The growth of the productive forces has been so far accompanied by an extreme development of all forms of inequality, privilege and advantage, and therewith of bureaucratism. That too is not accidental. In its first period, the Soviet regime was undoubtedly far more equalitarian and less bureaucratic than now. But that was an equality of general poverty. The resources of the country were so scant that there was no opportunity to separate out from the masses of the population any broad privileged strata. At the same time the equalizing character of wages, destroying personal interestedness, became a brake upon the development of the productive forces. Soviet economy had to lift itself from its poverty to a somewhat higher level before fat deposits of privilege became possible. The present state of production is still far from guaranteeing all necessities to everybody. But it is already adequate to give significant privileges to a minority, and convert inequality into a whip for the spurring on of the majority. That is the first reason why the growth of production has so far strengthened not the socialist, but the bourgeois features of the state. But that is not the sole reason. Alongside the economic factor dictating capitalistic methods of payment at the present stage, there operates a parallel political factor in the person of the bureaucracy itself. In its very essence it is the planter and protector of inequality. It arose in the beginning as the bourgeois organ of a workers' state. In establishing and defending the advantages of a minority, it of course draws off the cream for its own use. Nobody who has wealth to distribute ever omits himself. Thus out of a social necessity there has developed an organ which has far outgrown its socially necessary function, and become an independent factor and therewith the source of great danger for the whole social organism. The social meaning of the Soviet thermometer now begins to take form before us. The poverty and cultural backwardness of the masses has again become incarnate in page 204. The malignant figure of the ruler with a great club in his hand. The deposed and abused bureaucracy, from being a servant of society, has again become its lord. On this road it has attained such a degree of social and moral alienation from the popular masses, that it cannot now permit any control over either its activities or its income. The Soviet Union is a contradictory society halfway between capitalism and socialism, in which, the productive forces are still far from adequate to give the state property a socialist character. The tendency toward primitive accumulation created by want breaks out through innumerable pores of the planned economy. Norms of distribution preserving a bourgeois character lie at the basis of a new differentiation of society, the economic growth, while slowly bettering the situation of the toilets, promotes a swift formation of privileged strata, exploiting the social antagonisms. A bureaucracy has converted itself into an uncontrolled caste alien to socialism. The social revolution, betrayed by the ruling party, still exists in property relations and in the consciousness of the toiling masses. A further development of the accumulating contradictions can as well lead to socialism as back to capitalism. On the road to capitalism, the counter-revolution would have to break the resistance of the workers. On the road to socialism, the workers would have to overthrow the bureaucracy. In the last analysis, the question will be decided by a struggle of living social forces, both on the national and the world arena. The increasingly insistent deification of Stalin is, with all its elements of caricature, a necessary element of the regime. The bureaucracy has need of an inviolable superarbiter, a first consul if not an emperor, and it raises upon its shoulders him who best responds to its claim for lordship. That strength of character of the leader which so enraptures the literary dilettantes of the West, is in reality the sum total of the collective pressure of a caste which will stop at nothing in defense of its position. Each one of them at his post is thinking, "Elataci est moi." In Stalin each one easily finds himself. But Stalin also finds in each one a small part of his own spirit. Stalin is the personification of the bureaucracy. That is the substance of his political personality. Caesarism, or its bourgeois form, Bonapartism, enters the scene in those moments of history when the sharp struggle of two camps raises the state power, so to speak, above the nation, and guarantees it, in appearance, a complete independence of classes, in reality, only the freedom necessary for a defense of the privileged. The Stalin regime, rising above a politically atomized society, resting upon a police and officers' corps, and allowing of no control whatever, is obviously a variation of Bonapartism, a Bonapartism of a new type not before seen in history. Caesarism arose upon the basis of a slave society shaken by inward strife. Bonapartism is one of the political weapons of the capitalist regime in its critical period. Stalinism is a variety of the same system, but upon the basis of a workers' state torn by the antagonism between an organized and armed Soviet aristocracy and the unarmed toiling masses. As history testifies, Bonapartism gets along admirably with a universal, and even a secret, ballot. The democratic ritual of Bonapartism is the plebiscite. From time to time, the question is presented to the citizens, for or against the leader. And the voter feels the barrel of a revolver between his shoulders. Since the time of Napoleon III, who now seems a provincial dilettante, this technique has received an X. Page 205. Extraordinary development. The new Soviet constitution, which establishes Bonapartism on a plebiscite basis, is the veritable crown of the system. In the last analysis, Soviet Bonapartism owes its birth to the belatedness of the world revolution. But in the capitalist countries the same cause gave rise to fascism. We thus arrive at the conclusion, unexpected at first glance, but in reality inevitable, that the crushing of Soviet democracy by an all-powerful bureaucracy and the extermination of bourgeois democracy by fascism were produced by one and the same cause, the dilatoriness of the world proletariat in solving the problem set for it by history. This is the first time in history that a state resulting from a workers' revolution has existed. The stages through which it must go are nowhere written down. It is true that the theoreticians and creators of the Soviet Union hoped that the completely transparent and flexible Soviet system would permit the state peacefully to transform itself, dissolve, and die away, in correspondence with the stages of the economic and cultural evolution of society. Here again, however, life proved more complicated than theory anticipated. The proletariat of a backward country was fated to accomplish the first socialist revolution. For this historic privilege, it must, according to all evidences, pay with a second supplementary revolution against bureaucratic absolutism. It is not a question of substituting one ruling clique for another, but of changing the very methods of administering the economy and guiding the culture of the country. Bureaucratic autocracy must give place to Soviet democracy. A restoration of the right of criticism, and a genuine freedom of elections, are necessary conditions for the further development of the country. This assumes a revival of freedom of Soviet parties, beginning with the party of Bolsheviks, and a resurrection of the trade unions. The bringing of democracy into industry means a radical revision of plans in the interests of the toilers. Free discussion of economic problems will decrease the overhead expense of bureaucratic mistakes and zigzags. Expensive playthings palaces of the Soviets, new theaters, show-off subways will be crowded out in favor of workers' dwellings. Bourgeois norms of distribution will be confined within the limits of strict necessity, and, in step with the growth of social wealth, will give way to socialist equality. Ranks will be immediately abolished. The tinsel of decorations will go into the melting pot. The youth will receive the opportunity to breathe freely, criticize, make mistakes, and grow up. Science and art will be freed of their chains. And, finally, foreign policy will return to the traditions of revolutionary internationalism. The Great Purge. The era of the purges commencing after the assassination of Kirov was distinguished by the elaborately staged Moscow trials of 1936, 1937, and 1938, in which most of the old opposition leaders were sentenced to death after confessing to a fantastic series of imaginary crimes. By 1937 the purge began to spread from the ranks of old opposition sympathizers to the government, the army, and the party itself, as more and more people were implicated in the false confessions of plots which the police, now in the form of comrades. From the reports and the discussions of them heard at this plenum it is obvious that we have to deal here with the following three basic facts. In the first place, the wrecking and diversionary spying work of agents of foreign states, among whom a rather active role has been played by the Trotskyists, has touched to one degree or another all or almost all of our organizations, administrative and party as well as economic. In the second place, agents of foreign states, including Trotskyists, have penetrated not only into the lower organizations but even into certain responsible posts. In the third place, certain of our leading comrades, at the center as well as in the provinces, have not only been unable to see the real face of these wreckers, diversionists, spies, and murderers, but have proved to be careless, indifferent, and naive about it, and not uncommonly have cooperated in promoting agents of foreign states to some responsible post or other. Our party comrades have forgotten that the Soviet power has won only in 1/6 of the earth, that 5/6 of the earth constitute the realm of the capitalist states. They forget that the Soviet Union finds itself in the circumstances of a capitalistic encirclement. Capitalistic encirclement means that there is one country, the Soviet Union, which has established the socialist order, and that apart from this there are many countries, bourgeois countries, which continue to lead the capitalistic way of life and which surround the Soviet Union, awaiting the chance to attack it and destroy it, or in any case to undermine its might and weaken it. Is it not clear that as long as the capitalist encirclement exists we will have wreckers, spies, diversionists, and murderers sent into our interior by agents of foreign states? Our party comrades have forgotten about all this, and having forgotten this, have been caught completely off guard. This is why the spying and diversionary work of the Trotskyist agents of the Japanese-German police force has proved to be a complete surprise for some of our comrades. Further, while struggling with Trotskyist agents, our party comrades did not notice, they overlooked the fact that present-day Trotskyism is no longer what it was, say, 7 or 8 years ago, that during this time Trotskyism and the Trotskyists have undergone an important evolution which has radically changed the face of Trotskyism, that in view of this the struggle with Trotskyism and the methods of struggle with it must be radically changed. Our party comrades have not noticed that Trotskyism has ceased to be a political tendency in the working class. and has turned into a frantic and unprincipled band of wreckers, diversionists, spies, and murderers working under the orders of the intelligence organs of foreign states. At the 1937 trial, Pyatakov, Radek, and Sokhonikov Star admitted that they had a definite political platform, an anti-popular and anti-proletarian platform, the restoration of capitalism, the liquidation of the collective farms and state farms, the restoration of the system of exploitation, alliance with the fascist forces of Germany and Japan to bring war to the Soviet Union, the struggle for war and against the policy of peace, the territorial dismemberment of the Soviet Union with the cession of the Ukraine to the Germans and of the Maritime Province to Japan, preparations for the military defeat of the Soviet Union in the event of an attack on it by hostile powers, and as the means of fulfilling these tasks wrecking, diversion, individual terror against the leaders of the Soviet government, espionage in the service of the Japanese-German fascist forces. Such is the political platform of present-day Trotskyism set forth by Pyatakov, Radek, and Sokhonikov. Now that we have technically well-trained Bolshevik cadres, the role of wrecker is played not by openly alien people, but by people who possess party cards and enjoy all the rights of party members. Now the weakness of our people consists not in technical backwardness but in political carelessness, in blind trust of people who have accidentally acquired party cards, in the absence of checkups on people not just on the basis of their political declarations but according to the results of their work. Now the key question for us is not the liquidation of the technical backwardness of our cadres, for this has basically already been liquidated, but the liquidation of political carelessness and political trustingness toward wreckers who have accidentally acquired party cards. We must smash and throw out the rotten theory that with each forward movement we make the class struggle will die down more and more, that in proportion to our successes the class enemy will become more and more domesticated. This is not only a rotten theory but a dangerous theory, for it lulls our people to sleep, leads them into a trap, and makes it possible for the class enemy to rally for the struggle against the Soviet power. On the contrary, the more we move forward, the more success we have, then the more wrathful become the remnants of the beaten exploiter classes, the more quickly they turn to sharper forms of struggle, the more mischief they do the Soviet state, the more they grasp at the most desperate means of struggle, as the last resort of the doomed. We must smash and throw out a second rotten theory which says that he who does not always wreck things and sometimes may be successful in his work cannot be a wrecker. This strange theory reveals the naivete of its authors. No wrecker wrecks things all the time if he doesn't want to be exposed very quickly. On the contrary, the real wrecker must from time to time be successful in his work, for this is the only way for the wrecker to get people's confidence and continue his wrecking work. We must smash and throw out a third rotten theory which says that the systematic fulfillment of the economic plans reduces wrecking and the results of wrecking to nothing. Such a theory can serve only one end: to tickle the bureaucratic conceit of our functionaries, soothe them and weaken their struggle against wrecking. We must smash and throw out rotten theory which says that the Trotskyist wreckers do not have large reserves, that they are assembling their last cadres, as it were. This is untrue, comrades. Only naive people could think up such a theory. Page 208. Trotskyist wreckers have their reserves. They consist above all of the remnants of the beaten exploiter classes in the USSR. They consist of a whole series of groups and organizations outside the borders of the USSR which are hostile to the Soviet Union. Take, for example, the Trotskyist Counter-Revolutionary Fourth International, which is two-thirds made up of spies and diversionists. Isn't this a reserve? Is it not clear that this international of spies will spawn cadres for the spying and wrecking work of the Trotskyists? The Gulag. The most infamous feature of Stalinism was its vast expansion of the system of forced labor camps to accommodate the millions of victims of the collectivization drive and the purges. During World War II and after the death of Stalin, when many surviving inmates were amnestied, reports of the camp regime finally found their way to the West. One of these documents, first published in the Socialist Messenger in 1961, was an eyewitness account of the Trotskyists who were incarcerated at the far northern coal mining center of Vorkuta. During the middle and at the end of the 1930s, the Trotskyists formed a quite disparate group at Vorkuta. One part of them kept its old name of Bolshevik-Leninists. There were almost 500 at the mine, close to 1,000 at the camp of Uktapekara, and certainly several thousands altogether around the Pekara district. The Orthodox Trotskyists were determined to remain faithful to the end to their platform and their leaders. In 1927, following the resolutions of the 15th Congress of the party, they were excluded from the Communist Party and, at the same time, arrested. From then on, even though they were in prison, they continued to consider themselves communists. As for Stalin and his supporters, the apparatus men, they were characterized as renegades from communism. Among these Trotskyists were also found people who had never formally belonged to the CP and did not join the left opposition, but who tied their own fate with it to the very end of when the struggle of the opposition was most acute. In addition to these genuine Trotskyists, there were in the camps of Vorkuta and elsewhere more than 100,000 prisoners who, members of the party and the youth, had adhered to the Trotskyist opposition and then at different times and for diverse reasons were forced to recant their errors and withdraw from the opposition. In the autumn of 1936, soon after the frame-up trials against the leaders of the opposition, Zinoviev, Kamina and the others, the entire group of Orthodox Trotskyists at the mine got together to confer with one another. Opening the meeting, Gavorkyan addressed those present, "Comrades. Before beginning our meeting, I ask you to honor the memory of our comrades, guides. From M.B. Trotskyists at Vorkuta, an eyewitness report. Page 209. And leaders who have died as martyrs at the hands of the Stalinist traitors to the revolution." The entire assembly stood up. Then, in a brief and very trenchant speech, Gavorkyan explained that it was necessary to examine and resolve the key problem: what should be done and how should they conduct themselves from now on. It is now evident that the group of Stalinist adventurers have completed their counter-revolutionary coup d'état in our country. All the progressive conquests of our revolution are in mortal danger. Not twilight shadows, but those of deep black night envelop our country. No Kavanak spilled as much working-class blood as has Stalin. Physically annihilating all the opposition groups within the party, he aims at total personal dictatorship. The party and the whole people are subjected to surveillance and to summary justice by the police apparatus. The predictions and the direct fears of our opposition are fully confirmed. The nation slides irresistibly into the Thermidorian swamp. This is the triumph of the centrist petty bourgeois forces, of which Stalin is the interpreter, the spokesman, and the apostle. No compromise is possible with the Stalinist traitors and hangmen of the revolution. Remaining proletarian revolutionaries to the very end, we should not entertain any illusion about the fate awaiting us. But before destroying us, Stalin will try to humiliate us as much as he can. By throwing political prisoners in with common criminals, he strives to scatter us among the criminals and to incite them against us. We are left with only one means of struggle in this unequal battle, the hunger strike. With a group of comrades, we have already drawn up a list of our demands of which many of you are already informed. Therefore, I now propose to you that we discuss them together and make a decision. The meeting lasted only a short time. The question of the hunger strike and of concrete demands had already been debated for some months by the Trotskyists. Some Trotskyist groups in other camps had also been discussing the matter and had sent their agreement to support the demands and to participate in the hunger strike. These demands were ratified unanimously by those present. They stipulated: 1. Abrogation of the illegal decision of the NKVD, concerning the transfer of all Trotskyists from administrative camps to concentration camps. Affairs relating to political opposition to the regime must not be judged by special NKVD tribunals, but in public juridical assemblies. 2. The work day in the camp must not exceed 8 hours. 3. The food quota of the prisoners should not depend on their norm of output. A cash bonus, not the food ration, should be used as a production incentive. 4. Separation, at work as well as in the barracks, of political prisoners and common criminals. 5. The old, the ill, and women political prisoners should be moved from the polar camps to camps where the climatic conditions were more favorable. It was recommended, at the time of the meeting, that the sick, the invalids, and the old should not participate in the hunger strike. However, all those in question energetically rejected this proposal. The meeting did not decide the day on which the hunger strike should begin. A 5-member directorate, headed by Gevorkyan, was delegated to inform the other Trotskyist groups spread over the immense territory containing the camps of Uktapekara. Page 210. 3 weeks later, October 27, 1936, the massive hunger strike of the political prisoners began, a strike without precedent and a model under Soviet camp conditions. In the morning, at Reveille, in almost every barrack, prisoners announced themselves on strike. The barracks occupied by the Trotskyists participated 100% in the movement. Even the orderlies struck. Close to 1,000 prisoners, of whom half worked in the mine, participated in this tragedy, which lasted more than 4 months. Having begun the end of October 1936, the hunger strike lasted 132 days, ending in March 1937. It culminated with the complete victory of the strikers, who received a radiogram from the headquarters of the NKVD, drawn up in these words: "Inform the hunger strikers held in the Vorkuta mines that all their demands will be satisfied." The Trotskyists were then taken back to the mine, received food reserved for the sick, and, after a period of time, they went back to work, but only above ground. Certain of them worked in the office of the director of the mine, in the capacity of paid workers, bookkeepers, economists, etc. Their workday did not exceed 8 hours, their food ration was not based on their production norm. But little by little the other prisoners' interest in the strikers began to diminish. Everyone's interest was now focused on the new trial at Moscow, which was being broadcast by radio. Besides, new prisoners began arriving at the end of June. Their stories described mass arrests, outrages, executions without trial behind the walls of the NKVD, and this all over the country. At the beginning, no one wanted to believe this, particularly since the new arrivals spoke unwillingly and rather enigmatically. But little by little, the bonds between them became tighter and the conversations franker. Without let-up, new prisoners arrived from Russia, old friends and acquaintances discovered each other. It no longer was possible not to believe the stories. In spite of these obvious facts, a certain number of prisoners waited with impatience for the autumn of 1937 and the 20th anniversary of the October Revolution. They hoped, on this occasion as in 1927, that the government would declare a large-scale amnesty, particularly since a little while earlier the very promising Stalinist constitution had been adopted. But the autumn brought bitter disillusions. The harsh regime of the camps grew abruptly worse. The sergeants and their assistants in maintaining order, common criminal shaving, received new orders from the camp director, armed themselves with clubs and pitilessly beat the prisoners. The guards, the watchmen close to the barracks, tormented the prisoners. To amuse themselves during the night they fired on those who went to the toilets. Or else, giving the order "on your bellies," they forced the prisoners to stretch out, naked, for hours on the snow. Soon there were massive arrests. Almost every night, GPU agents appeared in the barracks, called out certain names and led away those called. Certain Trotskyists, including Vladimir Ivanov, Kassier, and Trotsky's son, Sergei Sidov, a modest and likable youth, who had imprudently refused to follow his parents into exile in 1928, were taken in a special convoy to Moscow. We can only believe that Stalin was not satisfied simply to hurl them into the tundra. His sadistic nature thirsted not only for blood, he wished first to immeasurably humiliate them and torture them, coercing them into false self-accusations. Ivanov and Kassier dis. Page 211. Appeared without trace behind the walls of the Lubyanka prison. As for Sergei Sidov, after a treatment at the Lubyanka he was tried at Sverdlovsk, where he had worked as an engineer at the electric station. According to the newspaper stories, he recalled having devoted himself to acts of sabotage and other crimes, for which he was condemned to be shot. The whole winter of 193,738 some prisoners, encamped in barracks at the brickyard, starved and waited for a decision regarding their fate. Finally, in March, 3 NKVD officers, with Koshkinin at their head, arrived by plane at Vorkuta, coming from Moscow. They came to the brickyard to interrogate the prisoners. 30 to 40 were called each day, superficially questioned 5 to 10 minutes each, rudely insulted, forced to listen to vile name-calling and obscenities. Some were greeted with punches in the face. Lt. Koshkinin himself several times beat up one of them, the old Bolshevik Virap Virapov, a former member of the Central Committee of Armenia. At the end of March, a list of 25 was announced, among them Gaforkian, Virapov, Slavin, etc. To each was delivered a kilo of bread and orders to prepare himself for a new convoy. After fond farewells to their friends, they left the barracks, and the convoy departed. 15 or 20 minutes later, not far away, about half a kilometer, on the steep bank of the little river Verkhnaya Vorkuta, an abrupt volley resounded, followed by isolated and disorderly shots, then all grew quiet again. Soon, the convoy's escort passed back near the barracks. And it was clear to all in what sort of convoy the prisoners had been sent. 2 days later, there was a new call, this time of 40 names. Once more there was a ration of bread. Some, out of exhaustion, could no longer move, they were promised a ride in a cart. Holding their breath, the prisoners remaining in the barracks heard the grating of the snow under the feet of the departing convoy. For a long time there was no sound, but all, on the watch, still listened. Nearly an hour passed in this way. Then, again, shots resounded in the tundra. This time, they came from much further away, in the direction of the narrow railway which passed 3 kilometers from the brickyard. The second convoy definitely convinced those remaining behind that they had been irremediably condemned. The executions in the tundra lasted the whole month of April and part of May. Usually 1 day out of 2, or 1 day out of 3, 30 to 40 prisoners were called. It is characteristic to note that each time, some common criminals, repeaters, were included. In order to terrorize the prisoners, the GPU, from time to time, made publicly known by means of local radio, the list of those shot. Usually broadcasts began as follows: for counter-revolutionary agitation, sabotage, brigandage in the camps, refusal to work, attempts to escape, the following have been shot. Followed by a list of names of some political prisoners mixed with a group of common criminals. One time, a group of nearly 100, composed mainly of Trotskyists, was led away to be shot. As they marched away, the condemned sang the Internationale, joined by the voices of hundreds of prisoners remaining in camp. At the beginning of May, a group of women were shot. Among them were the Ukrainian communist, Chumskaya, the wife of I.N. Smirnov, a Bolshevik since 1898 and ex-People's Commissar, the wives of Kossier, of Melnaeus, etc. One of these women had to walk on. Page 212. Crutches. At the time of execution of a male prisoner, his imprisoned wife was automatically liable to capital punishment, and when it was a question of well-known members of the Opposition, this applied equally to any of his children over the age of 12. In May, when hardly 100 prisoners remained, the executions were interrupted. 2 weeks passed quietly, then all the prisoners were led in a convoy to the mine. There it was learned that Yezhov had been dismissed, and that his place had been taken by Beria. The Moscow trials. Following the trials of Zinoviev and Kamina in 1936 and Radek, Pyatakov, ETAL in 1937, Bukharin and Rykov were brought to trial in 1938 together with the Trotskyists Rakovsky and Krestinsky and the former secret police chief Yagoda. Andrei Vyshinksa was prosecutor in this as in the earlier trials, and reached new heights of fantasy in his charges, ranging from a conspiracy to kill Lenin in 1918 to a recent plot with Germany and Japan to partition the USSR and restore capitalism. All the defendants except Krestinsky confessed readily, probably as the result of promises, threats, torture, and ideological arguments in combination. Bukharin's last plea is interesting evidence of the latter factor. As in the previous trials, most of the defendants were shot, and those who received prison terms were never heard from again. The indictment. The investigation instituted by the organs of the People's Commissariat of Internal Affairs has established that on the instructions of the intelligence services of foreign states hostile to the USSR, the accused in the present case organized a conspiratorial group named the Bloc of Rights and Trotskyists, the object of which was to overthrow the socialist social and state system existing in the USSR, to restore capitalism and the power of the bourgeoisie in the USSR, to dismember the USSR and to sever from it for the benefit of the aforementioned states the Ukraine, Belarusia, the Central Asiatic Republics, Georgia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan and the Maritime region. Lacking all support within the USSR, the members of the Bloc of Rights and Trotskyists in their struggle against the socialist social and state system existing in the USSR and for seizing power placed all their hopes exclusively upon the armed assistance of foreign aggressors, who promised the conspirators this assistance on the condition that the USSR was to be dismembered and that the Ukraine, the Maritime region, Belarusia, the Central Asiatic Republics, Georgia, Armenia and Azerbaijan were to be severed from the USSR. This agreement between the Bloc of Rights and Trotskyists and the representatives of the aforementioned foreign states was facilitated by the fact that many of the leading participants of this conspiracy had long been agents of foreign intelligence services and had for many years carried on espionage activities on behalf of these intelligence services. This applies first of all to one of the inspirers of the conspiracy, enemy of the people Trotsky. His connection with the Gestapo was exhaustively proved at the trials of the Trotskyist Zinoviev Terrorist Center in August 1936, and of the anti-Soviet Trotskyist Center in January 1937. However, the materials in the possession of the investigating authorities in the present case establish that the connections between the enemy of the people Trotsky and the German political police and the intelligence services of other countries were established at a much earlier date. The investigation has definitely established that Trotsky has been connected with the German intelligence service since 1921, and with the British intelligence service since 1926. The pleas. The President, accused Bukharin, do you plead guilty to the charges brought against you? Bukharin, yes, I plead guilty to the charges brought against me. The President, accused Rykov, do you plead guilty to the charges brought against you? Rykov, yes, I do. The President, accused Yagoda, do you plead guilty to the charges brought against you? Yagoda, yes, I do. The President, accused Krestinsky, do you plead guilty to the charges brought against you? Krestinsky, I plead not guilty. I am not a Trotskyist. I was never a member of the Bloc of Rights and Trotskyists, of whose existence I was not aware. Nor have I committed any of the crimes with which I personally am charged. In particular, I plead not guilty to the charge of having had connections with the German intelligence service. The President, do you corroborate the confession you made at the preliminary investigation? Krestinsky, yes, at the preliminary investigation I confessed, but I have never been a Trotskyist. The President, I repeat the question, do you plead guilty? Krestinsky, before my arrest I was a member of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and I remain one now. The President, do you plead guilty to the charge of participating in espionage activities and of participating in terrorist activities? Krestinsky, I have never been a Trotskyist, I have never belonged to the Bloc of Rights and Trotskyists and have not committed a single crime. The President, accused Rakovsky, do you plead guilty to the charges brought against you? Rakovsky, yes, I do. Vyshinsky summation. The Trotskyists and Bukharinites, that is to say, the Bloc of Rights and Trotskyists, the leading lights of which are now in the prisoner's dock, is not a political party, a political tendency, but a band of felonious criminals, and not simply felonious criminals, but of criminals who have sold themselves to enemy in. Page 214. Intelligence services, criminals whom even ordinary felons treat as the basest, the lowest, the most contemptible, the most depraved of the depraved. The investigation established, and I deem it necessary to remind you of this here in its full scope, comrades judges, that in 1918, immediately following the October Revolution, in the period of the conclusion of the Brest-Litovsk peace, Bukharin and his group of so-called left communists, and Trotsky with his group, together with the left socialist revolutionaries, organized a conspiracy against Lenin as the head of the Soviet government. Bukharin and the other conspirators, as can be seen from the materials of the investigation, aimed at frustrating the Brest-Litovsk peace, overthrowing the Soviet government, arresting and killing Lenin, Stalin, and Sverdlov * and forming a new government made up of Bukharinites, who then for purposes of camouflage called themselves left communists, and of Trotskyites and left socialist revolutionaries. All the accused stand convicted of having, according to the indictment, in 193,233 organized, on the instructions of intelligence services of foreign states, a conspiratorial group called the Bloc of Rights and Trotskyites, which set itself the aim of committing the crimes which have been fully proved here. It has been proved that this bloc consisted of agents of the intelligence services of several foreign states. It has been proved that the Bloc of Rights and Trotskyites maintained regular illegitimate relations with certain foreign states with the object of obtaining their help for putting into effect its criminal designs, for the overthrow of the Soviet government and for establishing the power of the landlords and capitalists in the USSR. It has been proved that the Bloc of Rights and Trotskyites regularly engaged in espionage on behalf of these states and supplied their intelligence services with most important state secret material. It has been proved that in pursuance of the same aims the Bloc of Rights and Trotskyites systematically perpetrated wrecking and diversionist acts in various branches of our national economy in the sphere of industry, agriculture, finance, municipal economy, railways, etc. It has been proved that the Bloc of Rights and Trotskyites organized a number of terrorist acts against leaders of the Communist Party, of the Soviet Union and of the Soviet government, that this Bloc of Rights and Trotskyites perpetrated terrorist acts against S.M. Kirov, V.R. Menzinsky, V.V. Gorbachev, A.M. Gorky, and also brought about the death of M.A. Peshkov. It has been proved that the Bloc had organized, but fortunately for us had not succeeded in effecting, a number of terrorist acts against the leaders of our party and government. Such are the circumstances of the present case. Such is the part taken in this case by each of the accused who are now awaiting your verdict, comrades judges. There exist no words with which one could depict the monstrousness of the *Ya Sverdlov, secretary of the party from 1917 until his death in 1919 ed. Page 215. Crimes committed by the accused. But, I ask, do we need any more words for that? No, comrades judges, these words are not needed. All the words have already been spoken. Everything has been analyzed to the minutest details. The entire people now sees what these monsters are. Our people and all honest people throughout the world are waiting for your just verdict. May this verdict of yours resound through the whole of our great country like a bell calling to new feats of heroism and to new victories. May your verdict resound as the refreshing and purifying thunderstorm of just Soviet punishment. Our whole country, from young to old, is awaiting and demanding one thing: the traitors and spies who were selling our country to the enemy must be shot like dirty dogs. Our people are demanding one thing: crush the accursed reptile. Time will pass. The graves of the hateful traitors will grow over with weeds and thistle, they will be covered with eternal contempt of honest Soviet citizens, of the entire Soviet people. But over us, over our happy country, our sun will shine with its luminous rays as bright and as joyous as before. Over the road cleared of the last scum and filth of the past, we, our people, with our beloved leader and teacher, the great Stalin, at our head, will march as before onwards and onwards, towards communism. Bukharin's last plea. Citizen President and citizens judges, I fully agree with Citizen the Procurator regarding the significance of the trial, at which were exposed our dastardly crimes, the crimes committed by the bloc of rights and Trotskyists, one of whose leaders I was, and for all the activities of which I bear responsibility. This trial, which is the concluding one of a series of trials, has exposed all the crimes and the treasonable activities. It has exposed the historical significance and the roots of our struggle against the party and the Soviet government. I have been in prison for over a year, and I therefore do not know what is going on in the world. But, judging from those fragments of real life that sometimes reached me by chance, I see, feel and understand that the interests which we so criminally betrayed are entering a new phase of gigantic development, are now appearing in the international arena as a great and mighty factor of the international proletarian phase. We, the accused, are sitting on the other side of the barrier, and this barrier separates us from you, citizens judges. We found ourselves in the accursed ranks of the counter-revolution, became traitors to the socialist fatherland. At such moments, citizens judges, everything personal, all the personal incrustation, all the rancor, pride, and a number of other things, fall away, disappear. And, in addition, when the reverberations of the broad international struggle reach your ear, all this in its entirety does its work, and the result is the complete internal moral victory of the USSR over its kneeling opponents. I happened by chance to get Feuchtwanger's book * from the prison library. There he refers to the trials of the Trotskyists. It produced a profound impression on me, but I must say, page 216, that Feuchtwanger did not get at the core of the matter. He stopped halfway. Not everything was clear to him, when, as a matter of fact, everything is clear. World history is a world court of judgment. A number of groups of Trotskyite leaders went bankrupt and have been cast into the pit. That is true. But you cannot do what Feuchtwanger does in relation to Trotsky in particular, when he places him on the same plane as Stalin. Here his arguments are absolutely false. For in reality the whole country stands behind Stalin. He is the hope of the world, he is a creator. Napoleon once said that fate is politics. The fate of Trotsky is counter-revolutionary politics. I am about to finish. I am perhaps speaking for the last time in my life. I am explaining how I came to realize the necessity of capitulating to the investigating authorities and to you, citizens judges. We came out against the joy of the new life with the most criminal methods of struggle. I refute the accusation of having plotted against the life of Vladimir Ilyich, but my counter-revolutionary confederates, and I at their head, endeavored to murder Lenin's cause, which is being carried on with such tremendous success by Stalin. The logic of this struggle led us step by step into the blackest quagmire. And it has once more been proved that departure from the position of Bolshevism means siding with political counter-revolutionary banditry. Counter-revolutionary banditry has now been smashed, we have been smashed, and we repent our frightful crimes. I am kneeling before the country, before the party, before the whole people. The monstrousness of my crimes is immeasurable, especially in the new stage of the struggle of the USSR. May this trial be the last severe lesson, and may the great might of the USSR become clear to all. Let it be clear to all that the counter-revolutionary thesis of the national limitedness of the USSR has remained suspended in the air like a wretched rag. Everybody perceives the wise leadership of the country that is ensured by Stalin. It is in the consciousness of this that I await the verdict. What matters is not the personal feelings of a repentant enemy, but the flourishing progress of the USSR and its international importance. The purges and torture. In 1939 Stalin issued in the name of the Central Committee his retroactive approval of the methods of torture which the NKVD used to obtain confessions. The Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party explains that the application of methods of physical pressure in NKVD practice is permissible from 1937 on in accordance with permission of the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party. It is known that all bourgeois intelligence services use methods of physical influence against the representatives of the socialist proletariat, and that they use them in their most scandalous form. From Stalin, telegram to regional and republic secretaries of Communist Party committees, to the People's Commissars of Internal Affairs, and to the heads of NKVD organizations, January 20, 1939. Page 217. Question arises as to why the Socialist Intelligence Service should be more humanitarian against the mad agents of the bourgeoisie, against the deadly enemies of the working class and the kolkhoz workers. The Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party considers that physical pressure should still be used obligatorily, as an exception applicable to known and obstinate enemies of the people, as a method both justifiable and appropriate. Stalin as a philosopher. A New History of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, written under Stalin's direction, was published in 1938 to bring the past into line with the purge charges. Stalin personally contributed a chapter on the philosophy of Marxism, in which he put special stress on the historical role of the proper ideas and theories. The strength and vitality of Marxism-Leninism lies in the fact that it does base its practical activity on the needs of the development of the material life of society and never divorces itself from the real life of society. It does not follow from Marx's words, however, that social ideas, theories, political views, and political institutions are of no significance in the life of society, that they do not reciprocally affect social being, the development of the material conditions of the life of society. We have been speaking so far of the origin of social ideas, theories, views, and political institutions, of the way they arise, of the fact that the spiritual life of society is a reflection of the conditions of its material life. As regards the significance of social ideas, theories, views, and political institutions, as regards their role in history, historical materialism, far from denying them, stresses the important role and significance of these factors in the life of society, in its history. There are different kinds of social ideas and theories. There are old ideas and theories which have outlived their day and which serve the interests of the moribund forces of society. Their significance lies in the fact that they hamper the development, the progress of society. Then there are new and advanced ideas and theories which serve the interests of the advanced forces of society. Their significance lies in the fact that they facilitate the development, the progress of society, and their significance is the greater the more accurately they reflect the needs of development of the material life of society. New social ideas and theories arise only after the development of the material life of society has set new tasks before society. But once they have arisen, they become a most potent force which facilitates the carrying out of the new tasks set by the development of the material life of society, a force which facilitates the progress of society. It is precisely here that the tremendous organizing, mobilizing, and transforming value of new ideas, new theories, new political views and new political institutions manifests itself. New social ideas and theories arise precisely because they are necessary to society, because it is impossible to carry out the urgent tasks of development of the material life of society without their organizing, mobilizing, and transforming action. Arising out of the new tasks set by the development of the material life of society, the new social ideas and theories force their way. Page 218. Become the possession of the masses, mobilize and organize them against the moribund forces of society, and thus facilitate the overthrow of these forces, which hamper the development of the material life of society. Thus social ideas, theories, and political institutions, having arisen on the basis of the urgent tasks of the development of the material life of society, the development of social being, themselves then react upon social being, upon the material life of society, creating the conditions necessary for completely carrying out the urgent tasks of the material life of society, and for rendering its further development possible. In this connection, Marx says, theory becomes a material force as soon as it has gripped the masses. Hence, in order to be able to influence the conditions of material life of society and to accelerate their development and their improvement, the party of the proletariat must rely upon such a social theory, Such a social idea as correctly reflects the needs of development of the material life of society, and which is therefore capable of setting into motion broad masses of the people and of mobilizing them and organizing them into a great army of the proletarian party, prepared to smash the reactionary forces and to clear the way for the advanced forces of society. The fall of the economists and Mensheviks was due, among other things, to the fact that they did not recognize the mobilizing, organizing, and transforming role of advanced theory, of advanced ideas and, sinking to vulgar materialism, reduced the role of these factors almost to nothing, thus condemning the party to passivity and inanition. The strength and vitality of Marxism-Leninism is derived from the fact that it relies upon an advanced theory which correctly reflects the needs of development of the material life of society, that it elevates theory to a proper level, and that it deems it its duty to utilize every ounce of the mobilizing, organizing, and transforming power of this theory. That is the answer historical materialism gives to the question of the relation between social being and social consciousness, between the conditions of development of material life and the development of the spiritual life of society. Vyshinsky on the New Law. The final step in the enunciation of the new Stalinist social principles was the purge of Pashukanis and his theory of the diminishing role of law. In place of this, Vyshinsky hailed the Stalin Constitution of 1936 and asserted that law of the socialist type would remain firmly in effect until the distant date when the state withered away. The proletariat requires the state apparatus, a definite state order, socialist legal order, which signifies the stability of socialist social relationships and of socialist discipline, respect for the rules of socialist life in common, respect and preservation inviolate of socialist property bases of the entire Soviet order, the observance of all Soviet laws. Special forms of the class struggle correspond to the epoch of the proletarian dictatorship, and the state during this period is confronted with special problems related to those forms and responsive to the demands of this period. The dictatorship of the proletariat solves the problems of the proletarian revolution both with the aid of law and with the assistance of measures strictly defined by statute, through administrative and judicial organs. The dictatorship of the proletariat is authority unlimited by any statutes whatever. But the dictatorship of the proletariat, creating its own laws, makes use of them, demands that they be observed, and punishes breach of them. Dictatorship of the proletariat does not signify anarchy and disorder but, on the contrary, strict order and firm authority which operates upon strict principles, set out in the fundamental law of the proletarian state Soviet Constitution. The greatest expression of the development of proletarian democracy and at the same time of the organic synthesis of the principles thereof and of the proletarian dictatorship is the Stalin Constitution, which records in the form of law the brilliant and epoch-making triumphs of socialism. It is at the same time the greatest monument of Soviet socialist law, the greatest historical act, in which is expressed the will of the Soviet people, the will of the working classes. The Stalin Constitution signifies the ultimate strengthening of the Soviet order, of the proletarian dictatorship, which rests on a still more mighty socialist basis than had ever existed in the previous 20 years of the history of our socialist revolution. It reveals the ultimate essence of socialist democracy, which is the direct consequence of the triumph of the proletarian dictatorship and the integration of the development of the Soviet socialist state order. As a means of control on the part of society, a means of regulating social relationships, a method and means of preserving the interests of socialist society and the rights and interests of citizens, Soviet law carries out a social function of gigantic importance without which the socialist state could not get along until that time when it completely withers away. Law like the state will wither away only in the highest phase of communism, with the annihilation of the capitalist encirclement, when all will learn to get along without special rules defining the conduct of people under the threat of punishment and with the aid of constraint, when people are so accustomed to observe the fundamental rules of community life that they will fulfill them without constraint of any sort. Until then, however, there is necessity for general control, firm discipline in labor and in community life, and complete subordination of all the new society's work to a truly democratic state. Socialism does not deny individual interests, it amalgamates them with those of the group. Socialism cannot be isolated from individual interests. Only socialist society can most completely satisfy them. Moreover, socialist society represents the only firm guarantee that individual interests will be preserved. These teachings of Stalin define also the path of development of Soviet civil law and the problems before us in this field, problems of developing and reinforcing Soviet civil law. The extent of the perversions in the field of the Marxist-Leninist theory of law is particularly apparent in the liquidation of the discipline of Soviet civil law by Stukha* and his followers, who have now come actually to be wreckers and traitors. Page 220. The whole depth of these perversions is particularly conspicuous in our time, when the greatest of human constitutions, the Stalin Constitution, allots a particularly honored place to the civil rights of Soviet people, when civil legal relationships are raised, in conditions of socialist society, to the highest degree of their development. Unfortunately, the perversions of the Marxist theory of law went far deeper than would be inferred from the foregoing. A group of traitors, headed by Pashukanis and others, sat for a number of years in the former Institute of Soviet Construction and Law, and systematically practiced the distortion of the fundamental and most important principles of Marxist-Leninist methodology in the field of law. Each in his field wrought not a little to pervert the great doctrine of Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin, so as to disarm Soviet jurists and expose them to the putrid vapor of all kinds of anti-Marxist, anti-Leninist theories whereby our enemies sought to sully the pure source of great and truly scientific thought. Because of the work of these wreckers over a period of years, the extremely rich scientific inheritance of Marx, Engels, Lenin, and the equally rich works of Stalin, which guarantee the further development of Soviet legal science, remained unutilized and insufficiently elaborated. They denied the very possibility of the development of Soviet law as socialist law. They tried mechanically to transfer the legal institutions of one epoch into another, perverting the basic methodological settings of Marxism-Leninism, which teaches that law, or the legal superstructure, can and must be explained in the last analysis out of the economic structure of society, out of its relationships of production. Stalin on the State and the Intelligentsia. At the 18th Party Congress in March, 1939, Stalin undertook to explain theoretically the role of the Soviet state, both in developing the country and in protecting it against the capitalist encirclement. He added a defense of the Soviet intelligentsia, meaning all the middle and upper strata of white-collar, technical, and managerial employees of the government, which confirmed that political preference for proletarians had come to an end. The state arose because society split up into antagonistic classes. It arose in order to keep in check the exploited majority in the interests of the exploiting minority. The instruments of state power became concentrated mainly in the army, the penal organs, the intelligence service, the prisons. Two basic functions characterized the activity of the state: at home, to keep in check the exploited majority; abroad, to extend the territory of its class, the ruling class, at the expense of the territory of other states, or to defend the territory of its own state from attack by other states. Such was the case in slave society and under feudalism. Such is the case under capitalism. In order to overthrow capitalism, it was necessary not only to remove the bourgeoisie from power, not only to expropriate the capitalists, but also to smash entirely the bourgeois state machine, its old army, its bureaucratic officialdom and its police force, and to substitute for it a new, proletarian form of state, a new, socialist state. And that, as we know, is exactly what the Bolsheviks did. But it does not at all follow that the new, proletarian state may not retain certain functions of the old state, modified to suit the requirements of the proletarian state. Still less does it follow that the forms of our socialist state must remain unchanged, that all the original functions of our state must be fully retained in the future. As a matter of fact, the forms of our state are changing and will continue to change in line with the development of our country and with the changes in the international situation. Lenin was absolutely right when he said, "The forms of bourgeois states are extremely varied, but their essence is the same. All these states, whatever their form, in the final analysis are inevitably the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie." The transition from capitalism to communism certainly cannot but yield a great abundance and variety of political forms, but the essence will inevitably be the same, the dictatorship of the proletariat. Since the October Revolution, our socialist state has in its development passed through two main phases. The first phase was the period from the October Revolution to the elimination of the exploiting classes. The principal task in that period was to suppress the resistance of the overthrown classes, to organize the defense of the country against the attack of the interventionists, to restore industry and agriculture, and to prepare the conditions for the elimination of the capitalist elements. Accordingly, in this period our state performed two main functions. The first function was to suppress the overthrown classes within the country. In this respect our state bore a superficial resemblance to previous states, whose functions had also been to suppress recalcitrants, with the fundamental difference, however, that our state suppressed the exploiting minority in the interests of the laboring majority, while previous states had suppressed the exploited majority in the interests of the exploiting minority. The second function was to defend the country from foreign attack. In this respect it likewise bore a superficial resemblance to previous states, which also undertook the armed defense of their countries, with the fundamental difference, however, that our state defended from foreign attack the gains of the laboring majority, while previous states in such cases defended the wealth and privileges of the exploiting minority. Our state had yet a third function. This was economic and organizational work and cultural and educational work performed by our state bodies with the purpose of developing the young shoots of the new, socialist economic system and re-educating the people in the spirit of socialism. But this new function did not attain any considerable development in that period. The second phase was the period from the elimination of the capitalist elements in town and country to the complete victory of the socialist economic system and the adoption of the new constitution. The principal task in this period was to organize socialist economy throughout the country and to eliminate the last remnants of the capitalist elements, to organize a cultural revolution, and to organize a thoroughly modern army for the defense of the country. And the functions of our socialist state changed accordingly. The function of military suppression inside the country ceased, died away, for exploitation had been abolished, there were no more exploiters left, and so there was no one to suppress. In place of this function of suppression the state acquired the function of protecting socialist property from page 222. Thieves and pilferers of the property of the people. The function of armed defense of the country from foreign attack fully remained, consequently, the Red Army and the Navy also fully remained, as did the penal organs and the intelligence service, which are indispensable for the detection and punishment of the spies, assassins, and wreckers sent into our country by foreign intelligence services. The function of the state organs as regards economic and organizational work, and cultural and educational work, remained and was developed to the full. Now the main task of our state inside the country lies in peaceful economic and organizational work, and cultural and educational work. As for our army, penal organs, and intelligence service, their edge is no longer turned to the inside of the country but to the outside, against external enemies. As you see, we now have an entirely new, socialist state, one without precedent in history and differing considerably in form and functions from the socialist state of the first phase. But development cannot stop there. We are moving ahead, towards communism. Will our state remain in the period of communism also? Yes, it will, if the capitalist encirclement is not liquidated, and if the danger of foreign military attack is not eliminated, although naturally, the forms of our state will again change in conformity with the change in the situation at home and abroad. No, it will not remain and will wither away if the capitalist encirclement is liquidated and is replaced by a socialist encirclement. That is how the question stands with regard to the socialist state. In spite of the fact that the position of the party on the question of the Soviet intelligentsia is perfectly clear, there are still current in our party views hostile to the Soviet intelligentsia and incompatible with the party position. As you know, those who hold these false views practice a disdainful and contemptuous attitude toward the Soviet intelligentsia and regard it as a force alien and even hostile to the working class and the peasantry. True, during the period of Soviet development the intelligentsia has undergone a radical change both in composition and status. It has become closer to the people and is honestly collaborating with it, in which respect it differs fundamentally from the old, bourgeois intelligentsia. But this apparently means nothing to these comrades. They go on harping on the old tune and wrongly apply to the Soviet intelligentsia views and attitudes which were justified in the old days when the intelligentsia was in the service of the landlords and capitalists. But the position with regard to the intelligentsia has radically changed since the October Revolution, since the defeat of the foreign armed intervention, and especially since the victory of industrialization and collectivization, when the abolition of exploitation and the firm establishment of the socialist economic system made it effectively possible to give the country a new constitution and to put it into effect. Parallel with this painful process of differentiation and breakup of the old intelligentsia there was going on a rapid process of formation, mobilization, and mustering of forces of a new intelligentsia. Hundreds of thousands of young people from the ranks of the working class, the peasantry, and the working intelligentsia entered the universities and technical colleges, from which they emerged to reinforce the attenuated ranks of the intelligentsia. They infused fresh blood into it and animated it with a new, Soviet spirit. They radically changed the whole aspect. Page 223. Of the intelligentsia, molding it in their own form and image. The remnants of the old intelligentsia were dissolved in the new, Soviet intelligentsia, the intelligentsia of the people. There thus arose a new, Soviet intelligentsia, intimately bound up with the people and, for the most part, ready to serve them faithfully and loyally. As a result, we now have a numerous, new, popular, socialist intelligentsia, fundamentally different from the old, bourgeois intelligentsia both in composition and in social and political character. The old theory about the intelligentsia, which taught that it should be distrusted and combated, fully applied to the old pre-revolutionary intelligentsia, which served the landlords and capitalists. That theory is now out of date and does not fit our new, Soviet intelligentsia. A new theory is needed for our new intelligentsia, one teaching the necessity for a cordial attitude towards it, solicitude and respect for it, and cooperation with it in the interests of the working class and the peasantry. The Second World War. The German invasion of 1941 and the imperatives of total mobilization inflicted colossal material and human costs on the Soviet people. Yet, despite the government's initial panic, the Soviet political and economic system as fashioned by Stalin was reaffirmed as the optimum framework for the national struggle. This was the thesis of the appraisal of the war years published in 1947 by the state planning chief Nikolai A. Voznesensky. Shortly afterwards, Voznesensky perished in the purge of supporters of Stalin's Lieutenant Andrei Zhdanov following the death of the latter in 1948. A. Mobilization against the German invasion. The perfidious attack by Fascist Germany on the Soviet Union is continuing. The aim of this attack is the destruction of the Soviet system, the seizure of Soviet lands, the enslavement of the peoples of the Soviet Union, the pillaging of our country, the seizure of our grain and petroleum, the restoration of the power of landlords and capitalists. In spite of the serious threat that has arisen for our country, certain party, governmental, trade union, and Komsomol organizations and their leaders still do not understand the meaning of this threat, still do not realize the significance of this threat, live in an easygoing, peacetime state of mind, and do not understand that the war has drastically changed the situation, that our motherland is in the greatest danger and that we must quickly and resolutely put all our work on a war footing. The Council of People's Commissars of the USSR and the CC of the AUCP require all party, governmental, trade union, and Komsomol organizations to put an end to business as usual and to mobilize all our organizations and all the efforts of the people to crush the enemy and mercilessly punish the invading hordes of German fascism. The Council of People's Commissars of the USSR and the CC of the AUCP demand that you 1. In merciless struggle with the enemy, defend every inch of Soviet territory. Fight to the last drop of blood for our cities and villages, and demonstrate the boldness, initiative, and smarts that are in the nature of our people. 2. Organize across-the-board help for the fighting army, assure the organized conduct of the mobilization of reserves, assure the supply to the army of everything it needs, the rapid movement of transport of troops and military freight, full help to the wounded by making hospitals, schools, clubs, institutions available as military hospitals. 3. Strengthen the rear of the Red Army by subordinating all your activity to the interests of the front, assure the intensified work of all enterprises, explain to all the toilers their obligations in the situation that has arisen, organize the security of plants, electric power stations, bridges, telephone and telegraph hook UPS, organize a merciless struggle with every sort of disorganizers of the rear, deserters, panic-mongers, rumor spreaders, annihilate spies, diversionists, enemy parachutists, displaying in all this rapid cooperation with the extermination battalions. All communists must realize that the enemy is treacherous, sly, and skilled in deception and in spreading false rumors, and must take all this into account in their work and not succumb to provocations. 4. When units of the Red Army are forced to retreat, destroy railroad rolling stock and do not leave the enemy as much as one locomotive or one car, do not leave the enemy even 1 kilogram of grain or 1 liter of fuel. Collective farmers must drive away their livestock and turn over their grain to the care of state organs for its removal into rear areas. All valuable property that cannot be removed, including non-ferrous metals, grain, and fuel, must absolutely be destroyed. 5. Set up partisan units and diversionary groups in districts occupied by the enemy, struggle with units of the enemy army, ignite partisan warfare everywhere, blow up bridges and roads, cut telephone and telegraph lines, burn storehouses, etc. Create intolerable conditions for the enemy and all his accomplices in occupied districts, pursue and destroy them at every step, disrupt all their measures. For the direction of all this activity in a timely way, under the responsibility of first secretaries of provincial committees and district committees, set up reliable underground cells and safe houses with the best people in every city, district center, workers' settlement, railroad station, in state farms and collective farms. 6. Turn over immediately to the military tribunal all those who by their panic-mongering and cowardice interfere with the work of defense, regardless of who they are. The Council of People's Commissars of the USSR and the CC of the AUCP declare that in the war unleashed upon us by Fascist Germany the question is being decided of the life and death of the Soviet state, the question whether the peoples of the Soviet Union will be free or fall into slavery. Now everything depends on our ability quickly to organize ourselves and act without losing a minute of time, not missing any possibility in the struggle with the enemy. The task of Bolsheviks is to solidify the whole people around the party of Lenin and Stalin and around the Soviet government for selfless support of the Red Army and for victory. Chairman of the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR and Secretary of the CC of the AUCP, I. Stalin. Deputy Chairman of the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR, V. Molotov. June 29, 1941. B. The economic impact of the war. The Great Patriotic War of 194,145 has radically transformed the national economy of the USSR, converted the Soviet economy in the interests of a victorious war, and created peculiar laws of the war period. It is a special period of socialist economics, a period of war economics in the history of the USSR. A separate chapter in the political economy of socialism corresponds to its political economy of the Patriotic War. The unity of the national interests of the peoples of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics exhibited itself with all its force in the Great Patriotic War, socialism against fascism, the Soviet people against Germans infected with Nazism. The war against fascist Germany became the holy war of all the peoples inhabiting the Soviet Union for their national existence, for their homeland, for socialism. Following the directives of Comrade Stalin, the Soviet Army and the armed nation of the Soviet Union, led by the Party of Communists Bolsheviks, fought for every inch of Soviet soil, for our cities and villages, exhibiting the greatest valor and endurance. During the forced retreat of units of the Soviet Army in the initial period of the Patriotic War, Soviet railroad men drove back rolling stock, workers, engineers, and mechanics moved out equipment and went east, collective farmers drove back livestock and moved grain into rear areas. In the regions of the USSR occupied by the enemy during the Patriotic War, guerrilla forces and diversionist groups were organized to fight against units of the enemy army. Everywhere the flames of guerrilla warfare were spreading, creating unbearable conditions for the German occupiers and their collaborators. This feat of the Soviet people in the regions occupied by Hitlerite Germany will remain for many ages a monument to valor, heroism, and devotion to the homeland. During the Patriotic War, the front and the rear were welded into a single undefeatable camp in which the union of workers and peasants and the friendship of the peoples of the multinational Soviet Union were strengthened ever further. Comrade Stalin said that any other state suffering such losses as our homeland would not have stood the tests and would have collapsed. The Soviet system has proved its great durability based on the leadership of our battle-tested party of Lenin-Stalin, on the victory of socialism, on the union of workers and peasants, on the unity of the peoples of the Soviet Union. Bearing firmly and valiantly the wartime privations, the working class, kolkhoz peasantry, and the Soviet intelligentsia created with their heroic labor during the Patriotic War a solid war economy and assured our Soviet Army and our Navy of excellent war equipment, food, material supplies and fuel. The peoples of the Soviet Union furnished to their army continuous replacements from the ranks of their best sons and daughters, who multiplied the honor and glory of Soviet arms. The Soviet nation has demonstrated itself before the whole world to be an heroic nation, a warrior nation. During the most difficult period of the Patriotic War, Comrade Stalin was inspiring the peoples of the Soviet Union and its armed forces for a struggle and victory. Endurance in the struggle with German hordes and confidence in the victory. From Nikolai A. Voznesensky, The Economy of the USSR During World War II, pages 134, 1213, 2122, 32, 9798, reprinted by permission of the publisher. Page 226. Of our just cause emanated from the great Stalin throughout the whole land, welding together the nation and the army and transforming the USSR into an unassailable fortress. The Patriotic War demanded an immediate conversion of the Soviet economy to a wartime economic basis. Resolutions of the All-Union Communist Party and of the Soviet government, and the directives of Comrade Stalin during the very first days of the Great Patriotic War defined the program of conversion of peacetime socialist economics to wartime socialist economics. The creation of the State Defense Committee, which had merged Soviet executive and legislative authority and the party leadership in the country, assured the orderliness and unity of action in the mobilization of all resources of the economy for the needs of the Great Patriotic War. The wartime conversion of the economy of the USSR was carried out under the direction of the organizer of our victories, the great Stalin, in the course of the second half of 1941 and the first half of 1942. The nucleus of economic and political personnel, created and trained by the party of Lenin-Stalin during the period of peacetime construction, assured the wartime conversion of the economy without which our victory would have been impossible. The people of the Soviet Union who had given their heroic labor to the Soviet Army had organizers and leaders that were devoted to their people and to their party until the end. The wartime conversion of the economy of the USSR found its expression in the war economy plans. A week after the beginning of the Patriotic War, the Soviet government adopted the first wartime plan, the Mobilizational Economic Plan for the third quarter of 1941. This plan was one of the first attempts to convert the economy of the USSR and to transfer socialist economics to a wartime economic basis. It supplanted the plan for the development of the economy for the third quarter of 1941, which was intended for a relatively peaceful period and was adopted by the government before the beginning of the Patriotic War. In comparison with the plan adopted before the war, the schedule of output of war equipment in the Mobilizational Economic Plan for the third quarter of 1941 was increased by 26%. The volume of capital projects was decreased, and the reduction in capital projects was primarily connected with the redistribution of metals in favor of war production. A list of priority construction was confirmed, which included war enterprises, electric stations, enterprises of the fuel, metallurgical, and chemical industries, and the construction of railroads. The plan provided for the concentration of capital projects and material resources in the construction of defense enterprises in the regions of the Volga, the Urals, and western Siberia. Railroad car loading was retained at the pre-war volume only for coal, petroleum products, metals, and grain, as, owing to the increase in military hauls, it was impossible to guarantee the fulfillment of the plan with respect to the rest of commercial freight. The plan for retail trade was reduced by 12%, which was caused by the diversion of the retail stocks of commodities to the Soviet Army. Of 22,000 metal cutting machine tools manufactured domestically, the production of which was called for by the quarterly plan, about 14,000 machine tools were allocated to the enterprises of the ministries of ammunition, armaments, and aviation industry. The mobilization plan for the third quarter of 1941 converted the economy for service to the Great Patriotic War. However, experience, page 227, had shown that this change was insufficient. The war was penetrating the economy more decisively and more extensively all the time. On August 16, 1941, the Soviet government adopted the War Economic Plan for the fourth quarter of 1941 and for 1942 for the regions of the Volga, the Urals, Western Siberia, Kazakhstan, and Central Asia, which was prepared under assignment from Comrade Stalin. This plan was drawn up with the intention of relocating industry to the eastern regions of the USSR, and of intensifying war production, essential for the needs of the patriotic war, in those regions. While the process of wartime increasing socialist reproduction was taking place in the eastern regions of the USSR, a heroic process of reconstructing the socialist economy destroyed by Hitlerite Germany was taking place in the course of the patriotic war in the northwestern, western, central, southeastern, and southern economic regions of the USSR. This process of reconstruction was proceeding in the regions liberated from German occupation, in which the red banner of the Soviets was planted anew after the defeat of the enemy. Reconstruction of the economy was taking place in the frontal regions as well, where a part of the enterprises was either destroyed as a result of enemy bombing and artillery fire or evacuated to the eastern regions of the country and then reconstructed after the front had moved to the west. The reconstruction of the economy in the liberated and frontal regions in the course of the patriotic war represents a heroic feat by the peoples of the Soviet Union. In the general balance sheet of the war economy of the USSR, the reconstruction and growth in production in the frontal and liberated regions had a tremendous importance for the supplying of the needs of the front and especially for the raising of the political and the material levels of the population of the liberated regions. The material damage inflicted on the economy of the USSR by Hitlerite Germany and her accomplices can be expressed in terms of the loss of output and income by the population and the state as a result of the cessation of production in the occupied territory of the USSR. Production in state and cooperative enterprises had ceased on a considerable part of the territory of the USSR occupied by the Germans during the Patriotic War. After the liberation of the occupied regions by the Soviet Army, the volume of production still continued to be below the pre-war volume for a long time. As a result, a tremendous amount of goods failed to be produced in the USSR. The following failed to be produced, and consequently were lost to the economy, in the occupied regions and enterprises of the USSR during the period of the Patriotic War only: 307 million tons of hard coal, 72 billion kilowatt-hours of electric power, 38 million tons of steel, 136,000 tons of aluminum, 58,000 tractors, 90,000 metal cutting machine tools, 63 million quintals of sugar, 11 billion poods of grain, 1,922 million quintals of potatoes, 68 million quintals of meat, and 567 million quintals of milk. This colossal quantity of goods would have been produced in the occupied regions and enterprises of the USSR even if the production in these regions and enterprises had remained at the 1940 level. Not a single capitalist country in all its past history or in modern war has sustained such losses and barbaric destruction on the part of aggressors, as has our homeland. Page 228. Stalin and the Orthodox Church. In 1943, as a further step to mobilize traditionalist support for his regime, as well as to counteract collaborationist sentiment in the German-occupied part of the country, Stalin extended a measure of recognition to the Russian Orthodox Church and allowed restoration of the office of the Patriarch. Since then the Orthodox Church has functioned legally, despite restrictions until the 1980s on any expansion and on the religious education of children. Other faiths Catholic, Protestant, Jewish, Muslim continued to suffer harassment, especially where they were associated with international allegiance or minority separatism. Stalin receives Metropolitan Sergei. On September 4 the chairman of the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR, Comrade J. V. Stalin, held a reception, during which a conversation took place with the acting Patriarch Metropolitan Sergei, Metropolitan Alexei of Leningrad, and Metropolitan Nikolai of Kiev and Galicia, Exarch of the Ukraine. During the conversation Metropolitan Sergei made it known to the chairman of the Council of People's Commissars that in the governing circles of the Orthodox Church there is an intention in the near future to convene a council of bishops to elect a Patriarch of Moscow and all Russia and to form a Holy Synod under the Patriarch. Head of Government Comrade J. V. Stalin responded sympathetically to this proposal and stated that on the part of the government there will be no obstacles to this. Also present in the conversation was Deputy Chairman of the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR Comrade V. M. Molotov. The Council of Bishops of the Orthodox Church. On September 8 in Moscow there was held the Council of Bishops of the Orthodox Church, convened to elect a Patriarch of Moscow and all Russia and to form a Holy Synod under the Patriarch. The Council of Bishops unanimously elected Metropolitan Sergei as Patriarch of Moscow and all Russia. The Council furthermore adopted unanimously the statement addressed by Metropolitan Sergei to the government of the USSR expressing thanks for its attention to the needs of the Russian Orthodox Church. Archbishop Grigory of Saratov read a statement to the Christians of the whole world. This document, containing an appeal for the unification of all forces in the struggle against Hitlerism, was also adopted unanimously by the Council. Statement of the Council of the Most Reverend Hierarchy of the Russian Orthodox Church to the Soviet government. Deeply moved by the sympathetic attitude of our national leader and head of the Soviet government, J. V. Stalin, toward the needs of the Russian Orthodox Church and toward our modest works, we, his humble servants, express to the government our Council's sincere gratitude and joyful conviction that, encouraged by this sympathy, we will redouble our share of work in the nationwide struggle for the salvation of the motherland. Let the heavenly head of the Church bless the works of the government with the Creator's blessing and let him crown our struggle in a just cause with the victory we long for and the liberation of suffering humanity from the dark bondage of fascism. Condemnation of traitors to the faith and the fatherland. Alongside the gratifying manifestations of patriotic activity by the Orthodox clergy and laity, it is all the sadder to see manifestations of a contrary character. Among the clergy and laity there are those who, forgetting their fear of God, dare to take advantage of the common misfortune. They meet the Germans like invited guests, make themselves available for service, and sometimes commit outright treason, for example betraying to the enemy their fellows among the partisans and others who are sacrificing themselves for the motherland. An obliging conscience, of course, is always ready to suggest justification even for such conduct. But the treachery of Judas will never cease to be the treachery of Judas. Just as Judas destroyed his own soul and bodily bore an exceptional punishment even here on earth, so these traitors, preparing themselves to perish for eternity, do not avoid the fate of Cain on earth. The fascists will suffer just retribution for their plunder, murder, and other evil needs. Nor can mercy be expected by these stooges of the fascists who do well for themselves at the expense of their brothers and behind their backs. The Holy Orthodox Church, Russian and Eastern, has already pronounced its condemnation of traitors to the Christian cause and betrayers of the Church. And today, gathered in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, we affirm this condemnation and declare that anyone guilty of betraying the cause of the Church and going over to the side of fascism is an enemy of Christ the Lord and is excommunicated, and if a bishop or cleric is removed from office. Amen. Wartime defections, the Vlasov movement. In 1941 the German invaders were met with mass surrenders and widespread collaboration on the part of people who had been terrorized by Stalinism or demoralized by Red Army reverses. Among their prisoners the Nazis allowed a limited political and military organization to be formed under the leadership of Andrei Vlasov, a lieutenant general in the Red Army who had been captured in 1942 while attempting to break the siege of Leningrad. Formalized in 1944 as the Committee for the Liberation of the Peoples of Russia, the Vlasov movement proclaimed in the so-called Pragmani Festo a program for a democratic Russia harking back to the policies of the NEP. Ironically, the only major action in which Vlasov troops were involved was when they turned against the Germans to help in the liberation of Prague in May, 1945. Nevertheless, after they were rounded up by the Red Army or forcibly repatriated by the Americans and British, Vlasov and other leaders were executed for treason and the rank and file were sentenced to the labor camps. Countrymen, brothers, and sisters, in this hour of great trials we must decide the fate of our homeland, our peoples, and our own fate. Mankind is going through an era of the greatest upheavals. The present world war is a fight to the finish of opposing political systems. It is fought by the powers of imperialism, led by the plutocrats of England and the USA, whose power is based on the suppression and exploitation of other countries and peoples. It is fought by the powers of internationalism, led by the Stalin clique, dreaming of world revolution and the destruction of the national independence of other countries and peoples. It is fought by freedom-loving nations, who thirst to live their own way of life, determined by their historical and national development. For more than a quarter of a century the peoples of Russia have experienced the burden of Bolshevik tyranny. In the revolution of 1917 the peoples who inhabited the Russian Empire sought to realize their aspirations for justice, general welfare, and national freedom. They revolted against the spent regime of the Tsar, which did not and could not abolish the causes of social injustice, the remnants of serfdom, and the economic and cultural backwardness. But after the Tsarist Empire was overthrown by the peoples of Russia in February 1917, the parties and leaders were unable to decide on bold and consequent reforms. With their ambiguous policy, their compromises and their unwillingness to assume responsibility before the future, they failed to justify themselves before the people. The people spontaneously followed those who promised them immediate peace, land, freedom, and bread, those who advanced the most radical slogans. The Bolshevik Party promised the people a social order system, where the people could live happily and, for this, the people made incalculable sacrifices. It is not the fault of the people that this party, after seizing power, not only failed to realize the demands of the people but, strengthening their repressive organs more and more, robbed the people of the rights they had won, and forced the people into permanent misery, into lawlessness, and into the most unscrupulous exploitation. The Bolsheviks condemned the peoples of our homeland to permanent misery, hunger, and extinction, to spiritual and physical slavery, and, finally they forced them into a criminal war for causes foreign to them. All this is being camouflaged with the lie about the democratism of the Stalin Constitution and the building of a socialist society. No other country in the world has or ever had such a low standard of living, while the material wealth of the country is so enormous. No other country has had such trammeling of rights and humiliation of the individual personality as there has been and remains under the Bolshevik system. The peoples of Russia have lost forever their faith in Bolshevism, where the state, page 231, is an all-devouring machine and the people have become impoverished slaves without any rights. The Committee for the Liberation of the Peoples of Russia has as its aim the overthrow of Stalin's tyranny, the liberation of the peoples of Russia from the Bolshevik system, and the restitution of those rights to the peoples of Russia which they fought for and won in the People's Revolution of 1917. Discontinuation of the war and an honorable peace with Germany. Creation of a new free people's political system without Bolsheviks and exploiters. As the basis for the new political system of the peoples of Russia, the committee lays down the following main principles. Equality of all peoples of Russia and their real right for national development, self-determination, and state independence. Establishment of a national labor system where the interests of the state are subordinated to the task of raising the welfare and the development of the nation. Maintenance of peace, establishment of friendly relations with all countries, and international cooperation to the greatest possible extent. Extensive government measures to strengthen family and marriage, real equality of rights for women. Liquidation of forced labor and guarantee to all laboring people of the right to free labor as the basis for their material well-being, determination of wages for all types of labor that provide for a civilized standard of living. Liquidation of the kolkhozes, and gratuitous turnover of the land to the peasants as their private property, free choice of forms of land use, freedom to dispose of the products of one's own labor, abolition of forced deliveries, and annulment of debts to the Soviet government. Establishment of inviolable private property earned by work, re-establishment of trade, crafts, artisan enterprises, and furnishing to private initiative the right and opportunity to participate in the economic life of the country. Providing the intellectuals with the opportunity to create freely for the well-being of their people. The guarantee of social justice and protection for laboring people against any kind of exploitation, regardless of their origin and their former activity. Establishment for all, without exceptions, of a real right to free education, medical care, vacation, and old age security. Destruction of the system of terror and tyranny, liquidation of forced resettlement and mass deportation, establishment of genuine freedom of religion, conscience, speech, assembly, and press, guarantee of inviolability of persons, their property and homes, equality of all before the law, independence and public proceedings of the courts. Release of all political prisoners of Bolshevism, and the return home of those in the prisons and camps who suffered reprisals for their struggle against Bolshevism, no vengeance or persecution whatsoever of those who discontinue their fight for Stalin and Bolshevism, regardless of whether they fought from conviction or coercion. Rehabilitation of national property destroyed during the war, towns, villages, factories, and plants at the expense of the government. Support of war invalids and their families by the state. The destruction of Bolshevism is an urgent task of all progressive forces. The Committee for the Liberation of the Peoples of Russia is convinced that the united efforts of the peoples of Russia will receive support from all the freedom-loving nations of the world. Stalin on the Great Russians. One aspect of Stalin's later conservatism was his acknowledgement of the national pride of the great Russian majority of the Soviet population, together with considerable Russification of the cultures of the minorities. At the close of World War II, Stalin singled out the Great Russians to credit them with the victory. Comrades, permit me to propose another toast, the last one. I would like to propose that we drink to the health of the Soviet people, and primarily of the Russian people. I drink primarily to the health of the Russian people because it is the most outstanding of all the nations that constitute the Soviet Union. I drink to the health of the Russian people, because, during this war, it has earned universal recognition as the guiding force of the Soviet Union among all the peoples of our country. I drink to the health of the Russian people, not only because it is the leading people, but also because it is gifted with a clear mind, a staunch character, and patience. Our government committed no few mistakes. At times our position was desperate, as in 194,142, when our army was retreating, abandoning our native villages and towns in the Ukraine, Belarusia, Moldavia, the Leningrad region, the Baltic region, and the Kurilo-Finnish Republic, abandoning them because there was no other alternative. Another people might have said to the government, "You have not come up to our expectations. Get out. We shall appoint another government, which will conclude peace with Germany and ensure tranquility for us." But the Russian people did not do that, for they were confident that the policy their government was pursuing was correct, and they made sacrifices in order to ensure the defeat of Germany. And this confidence which the Russian people displayed in the Soviet government proved to be the decisive factor which ensured our historic victory over the enemy of mankind, over fascism. I thank the Russian people for this confidence. To the health of the Russian people. Stalin's analysis of victory. In February 1946, Stalin took the occasion of a campaign meeting preceding the usual single-slate election to claim that victory in World War II vindicated his policies of intensive industrialization, collectivization, and purging. Page 233. Our victory means, first of all, that our Soviet social order has triumphed, that the Soviet social order has successfully passed the ordeal in the fire of war and has proved its unquestionable vitality. The point now is that the Soviet social order has shown itself more stable and capable of enduring than a non-Soviet social order, that the Soviet social order is a form of organization, a society superior to any non-Soviet social order. Of course, victory cannot be achieved without gallantry. But gallantry alone is not enough to vanquish an enemy who has a large army, first-class armaments, well-trained officer cadres, and a fairly good organization of supplies. To meet the blow of such an enemy, to repulse him and then to inflict utter defeat upon him required, in addition to the matchless gallantry of our troops, fully up-to-date armaments and adequate quantities of them as well as well-organized supplies in sufficient quantities. But that, in turn, necessitated having and in adequate amounts such elementary things as metal for the manufacture of armaments, equipment and machinery for factories, fuel to keep the factories and transport going, cotton for the manufacture of uniforms, and grain for supplying the army. Can it be claimed that before entering the Second World War our country already commanded the necessary minimum material potentialities for satisfying all these requirements in the main? I think it can. In order to prepare for this tremendous job we had to carry out 3 5-year plans of national economic development. It was precisely these 3 5-year plans that helped us to create these material potentialities. At any rate, our country's position in this respect before the Second World War, in 1940, was several times better than it was before the First World War, in 1913. Such an unprecedented increase in production cannot be regarded as the simple and usual development of a country from backwardness to progress. It was a leap by which our motherland was transformed from a backward into an advanced country, from an agrarian into an industrial country. By what policy did the Communist Party succeed in providing these material potentialities in the country in such a short time? First of all, by the Soviet policy of industrializing the country. The Soviet method of industrializing the country differs radically from the capitalist method of industrialization. In capitalist countries industrialization usually begins with light industry. Naturally, the Communist Party could not take this course. The party knew that a war was looming, that the country could not be defended without heavy industry, that the development of heavy industry must be undertaken as soon as possible, that to be behind with this would mean to lose out. The party remembered Lenin's words to the effect that without heavy industry it would be impossible to uphold the country's independence, that without it the Soviet order might perish. Accordingly, the Communist Party of our country rejected the usual course of industrialization and began the work of industrializing the country by developing heavy industry. It was very difficult, but not impossible. A valuable aid in this work was the nationalization of industry and banking, which made possible the rapid accumulation and transfer of funds to heavy industry. There can be no doubt that without this it would have been impossible to secure our country's transformation into an industrial country in such a short time. Second, by a policy of collectivization of agriculture. Page 234. In order to do away with our backwardness in agriculture and to provide the country with greater quantities of marketable grain, cotton, and so forth, it was essential to pass from small-scale peasant farming to large-scale farming, for only large-scale farming can make use of new machinery, apply all the achievements of agronomical science and yield greater quantities of marketable produce. There are, however, Two kinds of large farms: capitalist and collective. The Communist Party could not adopt the capitalist path of development of agriculture, and not as a matter of principle alone but also because it implies too prolonged a development and involves preliminary ruination of the peasants and their transformation into farm hands. Therefore, the Communist Party took the path of the collectivization of agriculture, the path of creating large-scale farming by uniting peasant farms into collective farms. The method of collectivization proved a highly progressive method not only because it did not involve the ruination of the peasants but especially because it permitted, within a few years, the covering of the entire country with large collective farms which are able to use new machinery, take advantage of all the achievements of agronomic science and give the country greater quantities of marketable produce. There is no doubt that without a collectivization policy we could not in such a short time have done away with the age-old backwardness of our agriculture. It cannot be said that the party's policy encountered no resistance. Not only backward people, such as always decry everything new, but many prominent members of the party as well, systematically dragged the party backward and tried by hook or by crook to divert it to the usual capitalist path of development. All the anti-party machinations of the Trotskyists and the rightists, all their activities in sabotaging the measures of our government, pursued the single aim of frustrating the party's policy and obstructing the work of industrialization and collectivization. But the party did not yield either to the threats from one side or the wails from the other and advanced confidently regardless of everything. The Communist Party's plans of work for the immediate future are set forth in the new 5-year plan which is shortly to be endorsed. The principal aims of the new 5-year plan are to rehabilitate the ravaged areas of the country, to restore the pre-war level in industry and agriculture, and then to surpass this level in more or less substantial measure. To say nothing of the fact that the rationing system will shortly be abolished, special attention will be devoted to extending the production of consumer goods, to raising the living standard of the working people by steadily lowering the prices of all goods, and to the widespread construction of all manner of scientific research institutions that can give science the opportunity to develop its potentialities. I have no doubt that if we give our scientists proper assistance they will be able in the near future not only to overtake but to surpass the achievements of science beyond the boundaries of our country. As regards the plans for a longer period ahead, the party means to organize a new mighty upsurge in the national economy, which would allow us to increase our industrial production, for example, 3 times over as compared with the pre-war period. We must achieve a situation where our industry can produce annually up to 50 million tons of pig iron, up to 60 million tons. Page 235. Of steel, up to 500 million tons of coal, and up to 60 million tons of oil. Only under such conditions can we consider that our homeland will be guaranteed against all possible accidents. That will take 3 more 5-year plans, I should think, if not more. But it can be done and we must do it. Such is my brief report on the Communist Party's work in the recent past and its plans of work for the future. It is for you to judge how correctly the party has been working and whether it could not have worked better. The Communist Party is prepared to accept the electors' verdict. In the election struggle the Communist Party is not alone, it goes to the polls in a bloc with non-party people. In bygone days the Communists treated non-party people and non-party status with some mistrust. This was due to the fact that the non-party flag was not infrequently used as a camouflage by various bourgeois groups for whom it was not advantageous to face the electorate without a mask. That was the case in the past. But now we have different times. Our non-party people are now divided from the bourgeoisie by a barrier known as the Soviet social order. This same barrier unites non-party people with the communists in a single community of Soviet men and women. Living in this single community they struggled together to build up the might of our country, fought and shed their blood together on the battle fronts for the sake of our country, and in greatness worked together to forge a victory over the enemies of our country and did forge that victory. The only difference between them is that some belong to the party, others do not. But that is a formal difference. The important thing is that both are furthering the same common cause. Therefore the bloc of communists and non-party people is a natural and vital thing. In conclusion, allow me to thank you for the confidence you have shown me in nominating me to the Supreme Soviet. You need not doubt that I shall do my best to justify your trust. The Zhdanov movement. Stalin's heir apparent from the end of the war until his death in 1948 was Andrei Zhdanov, who figured particularly in the ideological sphere. In August 1946, Zhdanov launched an intensive campaign of ideological retightening, in a savage attack on certain writers and literary journals for allowing themselves to fall under bourgeois influences. Such criticism was then extended to virtually every other field of culture and learning, and until Stalin's death Soviet intellectual life was at its most regimented and barren. We demand that our comrades, both as leaders in literary affairs and as writers, be guided by the vital force of the Soviet Ordnungspolitik. Only thus can our youth be reared, not in a devil-may-care attitude and a spirit of ideological indifference, but in a strong and vigorous revolutionary spirit. It is known that Leninism incarnated all the best traditions of the Russian revolutionary democrats of the 19th century, and that our Soviet culture has risen, developed, and flowered on the basis of a critical working over of the cultural heritage of the past. In the sphere of literature, our party, through the words of Lenin and Stalin, has recognized more than once the tremendous significance of the great Russian revolutionary democratic writers and critics Belinsky, Dobrolyubov, Chernyshevsky, Saltykov-Shchedrin, and Plekhanov. Beginning with Belinsky, all of the best representatives of the revolutionary democratic Russian intelligentsia repudiated so-called pure art and art for art's sake. They were heralds of art for the people, of art of high ideological and social significance. Art cannot separate itself from the fate of the people. V.I. Lenin was the first to formulate with utmost precision the attitude of advanced social thought toward literature and art. I remind you of Lenin's well-known article, Party Organization and Party Literature, written at the end of 1900s, in which he showed with characteristic force that literature cannot be non-party, that it must be an important component part of the general proletarian cause. In this article Lenin lays the foundations on which the development of our Soviet literature is based. He wrote as follows: literature must become party. As a counterpoise to bourgeois morals, to the bourgeois commercial press, to bourgeois literary careerism and individualism, to monoreal anarchism and the pursuit of gain, the socialist proletariat must promote and develop the principle of party literature and bring this principle to life in the most complete and integral form possible. Leninism proceeds from the fact that our literature cannot be politically indifferent, cannot be art for art's sake. On the contrary, it is called upon to play an important leading role in social life. From this position issues the Leninist principle of partisanship in literature, important contribution of V.I. Lenin to the science of literature. Leninism recognizes the tremendous socially transforming significance of our literature. For our Soviet literature to permit a lowering of its vast educational role would mean a development backward, a return to the Stone Age. Comrade Stalin called our writers engineers of human souls. This definition has profound meaning. It speaks of the enormous responsibility of Soviet writers for the education of the people and for the education of Soviet youth. It says that wastage in literary work is intolerable. Recently large gaps and weaknesses have been exposed on the ideological front. It suffices to remind you of the backwardness of our cinema, of the littering of our theatrical dramatic repertoire with inferior productions, not to mention what happened in the journals Zvezda and Leningrad. The Central Committee was compelled to interfere and introduce decisive corrections. It had no right to soften. Page 237. Its blow against those who forget their obligations to the people and for the education of the young. If we want to turn the attention of our active members to questions of ideological work and bring order here, if we want to give clear direction in this work, we must be quick, as befits Soviet people and Bolsheviks, to criticize mistakes and weaknesses in ideological work. Only then will we be able to correct matters. Our successes within our country as well as in the international arena do not please the bourgeois world. As a result of the Second World War, the positions of socialism have been strengthened. The question of socialism has been placed on the order of the day in many countries of Europe. This is unpleasant to imperialists of all colors. They are afraid of socialism. They fear socialism and our socialist country, which is a model for all progressive mankind. Imperialists and their ideological servants, their writers and journalists, their politicians and diplomats, strive in every way to defame our country, to present it in a wrong light, to slander socialism. Under these conditions, the task of Soviet literature is not only to reply, blow for blow, to all this base calumny and to the assaults on our Soviet culture and on socialism, but also to lash out boldly and attack bourgeois culture, which is in a state of emaciation and depravity. However outwardly beautiful the form that clothes the creative work of the fashionable contemporary bourgeois West European and American writers, and also film and theatrical producers, still they can neither redeem nor lift up their bourgeois culture. That culture is putrid and baneful in its moral foundations. It has been put at the service of private capitalist property, at the service of the egotistic and selfish interests of the highest stratum of bourgeois society. The entire host of bourgeois writers, of film and theatrical producers, is striving to divert the attention of the advanced strata of society from acute questions of the political and social struggle and to shift attention into the channel of vulgar and ideologically empty literature and art, crowded with gangsters, chorus girls, praise of adultery, and the affairs of adventurers and rogues of every kind. Is the role of worshippers or pupils of bourgeois culture becoming to us, Soviet patriots and representatives of the most advanced Soviet culture? Certainly our literature, which reflects a social order higher than any bourgeois democratic order and a culture many times higher than bourgeois culture, has the right to teach others this new universal morality. Where will you find such people and such a country as ours? Where will you find the magnificent qualities which our people displayed in the great patriotic war and which they display in their daily work as they pass to the peaceful restoration and development of economy and culture? Every day our people rise higher and ever higher. Today we are not what we were yesterday, and tomorrow we shall not be as we are today. Already we are not the same Russians we were before 1917, our Russia is different, our character is not the same. We have changed and grown along with the great reforms which have profoundly changed the face of our country. To reveal these new high qualities of Soviet persons, not only to reveal our people in their today, but also to give a glimpse of them in their tomorrow, to help light the way ahead with a searchlight, such is the task of every conscientious Soviet writer. The writer cannot trudge along at the tail of events, he must march in the front ranks of the people, pointing out to them the road of their development. Guided by the method of socialist realism, studying conscientiously and attentively. Page 238. Our reality, striving to penetrate more deeply into the essence of the processes of our development, the writer must educate the people and arm them ideologically. While selecting the best sentiments and qualities of Soviet man and revealing his tomorrow, we must at the same time show our people what they must not be and scourge the vestiges of yesterday, vestiges which hamper the Soviet people in their forward march. Soviet writers must assist the people, the state, and the party in the education of our youth to be cheerful, confident of their own strength, and fearful of no difficulties. Party control of science genetics. Since the 1930s, the conventional study of genetics in the USSR had been challenged by a pseudoscientific quack, Trofim D. Lysenko, who claimed to speak in the name of Marxism. In 1948, Lysenko's Michurinist doctrine of the inheritance of acquired characteristics received party sanction, and biologists who refused to accept this were summarily purged on grounds of reactionary bourgeois idealism. The session of the V.I. Lenin All-Union Academy of Agricultural Sciences has placed a number of important problems before Soviet biological science, whose solution must contribute to the great work of socialistic construction. The session of the laws has revealed the reactionary, anti-national nature of the Weissman-Morgan-Mendel movement in biological science and has exposed its actual bearers. The destruction of the anti-Michurinist movement has opened new possibilities for the creative development of all branches of advanced biological science. The materials of the laws session have shown, with all transparency, that there has been in progress a struggle between two diametrically opposite, according to their ideological and theoretical concepts, movements in biological science, the struggle of a progressive, materialistic, Michurinist movement against a reactionary, idealistic, Weissmanist-Morganist movement. The Michurinist movement, having creatively enriched the theory of evolution and revealed the laws of development of living nature, has through its methods of controlled alteration of the nature of plants and animals made an outstanding contribution to the practice of socialistic agriculture. The Weissmanist-Morganist movement, maintaining the independence of hereditary changes of an organism from its characteristics of form and its conditions of life, has supported the idealistic and metaphysical views, torn apart from life, has disarmed practical workers in agriculture from their goal of improving existing and creating new varieties of plants and animal breeds, and has occupied itself with fruitless experiments. The Academy of Sciences not only failed to take part in the struggle against the reactionary bourgeois movement in biological science, but actually supported repra. From Resolution of the Presidium of the Academy of Sciences of the USSR, August 26, 1948, on the question of the status and problems of biological science in the institutes and institutions of the Academy of Sciences of the USSR. *LE, the Standard Conception of Inheritance Through the Genes ed. Page 239. Sensitives of Formal Genetic Pseudoscience in the Institute of Cytology, Histology, and Embryology, in the Institute of Morphological Evolution, in the Institute of Plant Physiology, in the main botanical gardens, and in other biological institutions of the Academy of Sciences. The Presidium of the Academy of Sciences, USSR, admits that its work in directing the Academy's biological institutes was unsatisfactory. The brilliant transformer of nature, IV Michurin, created by his efforts a new epoch in the development of Darwinism. The teaching of IV Michurin is founded on the great creative force of Marxist-Leninist philosophy. Michurinist teaching sets for itself the most important task of controlling organic nature, of creating new forms of plants and animals necessary for a socialistic society. Tsarist Russia was incapable of evaluating the significance and transforming force of IV Michurin's scientific creative genius. Michurin was discovered for our people and for advanced science through the genius of Lenin and Stalin. In an epoch of socialism, Michurin's teaching has proved to be a powerful lever in the matter of the transformation of nature. It has received wide opportunities for its development, and popular acclaim. If in its old form Darwinism set before itself only the problem of explanation of the evolutionary process, then Michurin's teaching, receiving further development through the works of T.D. Lysenko, has set and solves the problem of controlled alteration of hereditary characteristics of plants and animals, has set and solves the problem of controlling the process of evolution. T.D. Lysenko and his adherents and students have made an essential contribution to Michurinist biological science, to the goal of the development of socialistic agricultural economy, to the concern of the struggle for abundant yields of agricultural crops and productivity of animal husbandry. The Presidium of the Academy of Sciences, USSR, obliges the Division of Biological Sciences, biologists, and all naturalists working in the Academy of Sciences to reorganize their work radically, to assume the leadership in the struggle against idealistic and reactionary teachings in science, against toadyism and servility to foreign pseudoscience. The natural history scientific institutes of the Academy of Sciences must fight actively for a continual progress of native biological science and, in the first place, for the further development of the teachings established by IV Michurin, V.V. Dekoshayev, and V.R. Williams, continued and developed by T.D. Lysenko. The campaign against cosmopolitanism. A new wave of ideological tightening up swept the Soviet Union in 1949. Historians and literary critics in particular were attacked for the denationalized cosmopolitanism which failed to assert the superiority of Russian culture and facilitated contamination by imperialist influences. History was reduced to a device for national glorification of Russia. The campaign had a marked anti-Jewish aspect. Yiddish language culture in the USSR was virtually obliterated, while the other minorities were forced to acknowledge the past and present virtues of Great Russian domination. Historical science plays a great role in the cause of educating and uplifting the mass of the people, and it is the strongest instrument of class struggle on the ideological front. The exploiting classes have always tried and are trying to utilize historical science for the purpose of making their class domination eternal. In the interests of the ruling classes, bourgeois historians falsify history. Only in the Soviet Socialist Society has history been transformed into a genuine science, which, using the sole scientific method of historical materialism, studies the laws of the development of human society and in the first instance the history of its productive forces and productive relations, the history of the toiling mass of the people. Soviet historical science not only explains the past, but also gives the key to the correct understanding of contemporary political events and aids in understanding the perspectives of the development of society, nations, and states. The creators of Soviet historical science, the teachers and educators of the Soviet cadres of historians, are Lenin and Stalin. In the works of Lenin and Stalin the foundations of historical science are laid down, the classical evaluations of the most important questions of world history are given, the most important questions of modern and contemporary history and especially of the history of the peoples of the USSR are worked out. Lenin and Stalin are the foundation layers of the study of the Soviet period of the history of our country. A bunch of nationless cosmopolitans have been preaching a national nihilism hostile to our worldview. Defending the anti-scientific and reactionary idea of a single world stream of the development of culture, the cosmopolitans declared that such concepts as national culture, national traditions, national priority in scientific and technical discoveries, were antiquated and outlived. They denied and bemoaned the national forms of socialist culture, and refused to admit that the best traditions and cultural achievements of the peoples of the USSR, above all, the traditions and cultural achievements of the Russian people, provided the basis for Soviet socialist culture. The nationless cosmopolitans have slandered the great Russian people and have propagated a false assertion about its centuries-old backwardness, about the foreign origin of Russian culture and about the absence of national traditions among the Russian people. They have denied and discredited the best achievements of Soviet culture and have tried to deprecate it in favor of the corrupt culture of the bourgeois West. In this manner nationless cosmopolitanism is closely bound up with subservience toward things foreign. The preaching of cosmopolitan ideas is harmful and dangerous because they are aimed against Soviet patriotism. They undermine the cause of educating the Soviet people in a spirit of patriotic pride in our socialist motherland, in the great Soviet people. Therefore, it is a matter of special importance and immediacy to uproot all manifestations of cosmopolitanism from our literature, art, and science. Bourgeois cosmopolitanism, moreover, represents a special danger because at the present time it is an ideological weapon of the struggle of international reaction against socialism and democracy, an ideological cover for the efforts of the American imperialists to establish world domination. The events of the last few years show what a dangerous enemy cosmopolitanism, page 241, is of the freedom and independence of nations. Screening themselves with ideas about the world economy, a world state, and world government, and proclaiming the idea of getting rid of national sovereignty supposedly as antiquated, the cunning businessmen and politicians of Wall Street are operating in the countries of Europe and Asia to suppress the national independence of the nations and prepare war against the Soviet Union and the countries of people's democracy. Since it is a manifestation of bourgeois ideology, cosmopolitanism does not at all stand in contrast to its other forms, but finds in theme in bourgeois objectivism and bourgeois nationalism, in cadet liberalism and social reformism its allies, and a nutritious milieu and the basis for its development. The bourgeois objectivist castrates the historical process of its class content, extols the reactionary sides of the historical past, worships the old conservative principles, and hates the new revolutionary principles. The bourgeois cosmopolitan castrates the historical process not only of its class content, but also of its national form. To the clear Marxist-Leninist class analysis of the historical process, which teaches about national factors as well as social-economic ones, he counterposes flimsy idealistic schemes of cultural borrowing and the affiliation of ideas as the foundation of the historical process. This is why we must not weaken our struggle against other forms of the manifestation of bourgeois ideology. Individual manifestations of the conceptions of bourgeois cosmopolitanism take place even in Soviet historical science. In their time, cosmopolitan ideas were implanted by M. N. Pokrovsky and his anti-historical school. Replacing historical materialism with vulgar sociologism, the school of Pokrovsky falsified and distorted historical events, blackened the great past of the peoples of our country, and ridiculed the national traditions of the Russian people. The party destroyed the Pokrovsky movement, but some notions of this school have been current in historical science to the present time. The manifestation of cosmopolitan ideas has also been facilitated by the as yet not completely outlived influence of the traditions of the old, pre-revolutionary aristocratic and bourgeois historiography, which, as is known, cultivated all kinds of cosmopolitan theories. Finally, cosmopolitan conceptions penetrate our historical science from the bourgeois imperialist encirclement, for cosmopolitanism is one of the ideological instruments directed from Wall Street and its agencies and aimed at weakening Soviet patriotism, at weakening the will of the Soviet people to struggle for communism. Such are the roots of bourgeois cosmopolitanism manifested in the field of historical science by a bunch of nationless cosmopolitans who are divorced from the people and their strivings. The nationless cosmopolitans of our day distort the history of the heroic struggle of the Russian people against their oppressors and foreign usurpers. They deprecate the leading role of the Russian proletariat in the history of the revolutionary struggle of the whole world as well as of Russia. They shade over the socialist character and international significance of the Great October Socialist Revolution. They falsify and distort the world historical role of the Russian people in the construction of a socialist society and in the victory over the enemy of mankind, German fascism, in the Great Patriotic War. Page 242. Soviet historians must be impassioned, militant Bolshevik propagandists. They must pose the substantive problems of history and boldly work them out. The Soviet historical front must not resemble a quiet creek or a rear area bivouac. Soviet historians have all the foundations for fulfilling those present tasks which our party, the government, and Comrade Stalin personally have set before us. Soviet historians must march in the front ranks of the fighters against the bourgeois ideology of Anglo-American imperialism, to expose Anglo-American imperialism and its reactionary essence, to expose social reformism, which falsifies and adapts history in the interests of its bosses, the imperialists. With the active participation of the whole army of Soviet historians, the journal Problems of History must become a militant organ, directing the development of Soviet historical thought, generalizing its achievements, and organizing the Soviet historians, educated and led by the party of Lenin-Stalin, for the struggle to build a communist society. Stalin on language and society. In 1950 the party line on the subject of linguistics changed in a way paralleling other fields of thought, as extreme Marxist notions were replaced by traditional ideas bearing the Marxist label. Stalin intervened to dismiss the class theory of language promoted by the late N. Weimar. In so doing, Stalin further revised his conception of Marxism, by suggesting that the political and ideological superstructure of society enjoyed a measure of independence from the economic base, and that governments could bring about decisive changes without revolution. The base is the economic structure of society at a given stage of its development. The superstructure consists of the political, legal, religious, artistic, and philosophical views of society and the political, legal, and other institutions corresponding to them. Every base has its own superstructure corresponding to it. The base of the feudal system has its superstructure rights, political, legal, and other views and the corresponding institutions. The capitalist base has its own superstructure, and so has the socialist base. If the base changes or is eliminated, then following this its superstructure changes or is eliminated. If a new base arises, then following this a superstructure arises corresponding to it. In this respect language radically differs from superstructure. Take, for example, Russian society and the Russian language. During the past 30 years the old, capitalist base was eliminated in Russia and a new, socialist base was built. Correspondingly, the superstructure on the capitalist base was eliminated and a new superstructure created corresponding to the socialist base. The old political, legal, and other institutions were consequently supplanted by new, socialist institutions. But in spite of this, the Russian language has remained essentially what it was before the October Revolution. What has changed in the Russian language in this period? To a certain extent, the vocabulary of the Russian language has changed, in the sense that it has been supplemented by a large number of new words and expressions, which have arisen in connection with the rise of a new socialist production, of a new state, a new socialist culture, a new public spirit and ethics, and lastly, in connection with the development of technology and science, a number of words and expressions have changed their meaning, a number of obsolete words have fallen out of the vocabulary. As to the basic vocabulary and grammatical structure of the Russian language, which constitute the foundation of the language, they, after the elimination of the capitalist base, far from having been eliminated and supplanted by a new basic vocabulary and a new grammatical system of the language, have been preserved in their entirety and have not undergone any serious change. They've been preserved precisely as the foundation of modern Russian. Further, the superstructure is a product of the base, but this does not mean that it merely reflects the base, that it is passive, neutral, indifferent to the fate of its base, to the fate of the classes, to the character of the system. On the contrary, no sooner does it arise than it becomes an exceedingly active force, actively assisting its base to take shape and consolidate itself, and doing everything it can to help the new system finish off and eliminate the old base and the old classes. It cannot be otherwise. The base creates the superstructure precisely in order that it may serve it, that it may actively help it to take shape and consolidate itself, that it may actively strive for the elimination of the old, moribund base and its old superstructure. The superstructure has only to renounce its role of auxiliary, it has only to pass from a position of active defense of its base to one of indifference toward it, to adopt the same attitude to all classes, and it loses its virtue and ceases to be a superstructure. Marxism holds that the transition of a language from an old quality to a new does not take place by way of an explosion, by the destruction of an existing language and the creation of a new one, but by the gradual accumulation of the elements of the new quality, and, hence, by the gradual dying away of the elements of the old quality. It should be said in general for the benefit of comrades who have an infatuation for such explosions that the law of transition from an old quality to a new by means of an explosion is inapplicable not only to the history of the development of languages, it is not always applicable to some other social phenomena of a basal or superstructural character. It is compulsory for a society which has no hostile classes. In a period of 8 to 10 years we effected a transition in the agriculture of our country from the bourgeois individual peasant system to the socialist, collective farm system. This was a revolution which eliminated the old bourgeois economic system in the countryside and created a new, socialist system. But this revolution did not take place by means of an explosion, that is, by the overthrow of the existing power and the creation of a new power, but by a gradual transition from the old bourgeois system of the countryside to a new system. And we succeeded in doing this because it was a revolution from above, because the revolution was accomplished on the initiative of the existing power with the support of the overwhelming mass of the peasantry. Page 244. The limits of Stalinism. Malenkov on imperfections in the party. At the 19th Party Congress in October, 1952, Georgy Malenkov emerged as Stalin's successor designate by delivering the political report of the Central Committee. Together with the usual glorification of Soviet achievements, Malenkov made some sharp criticisms of inadequacies in the party's control work. This was followed by a typical example of the adulation of Stalin. The Soviet people's historic victory in the Great Patriotic War, the fulfillment of the fourth five-year plan ahead of schedule, the further development of the national economy, the improvement in the living and cultural standards of the Soviet people, the strengthening of the moral political unity of Soviet society and of the friendship of peoples of our country, and the rallying of all the forces of the camp of peace and democracy around the Soviet Union. These are the principal results, confirming the correctness of our party's policy. However, it would be a mistake not to see that the level of party political work still lags behind the demands of life, the tasks put forward by the party. It must be admitted that there are defects and errors in the work of the party organizations and that there are still many negative and at times even unhealthy phenomena in the life of our party organizations, which must be recognized, seen, and brought to light in order to overcome and eliminate them and secure further progress. The role of criticism and self-criticism in the life of the party and state is still underestimated in the party organizations. Persecution and victimization for criticism occur. One can still meet officials who never stop shouting about their devotion to the party but actually tolerate no criticism from below, stifle it and take revenge on those who criticize them. Among our cadres there are many officials who react in a formal manner to decisions of the party and government, who do not display activeness or persistence in the struggle to carry them out and who are not concerned that things are going badly in their work and that harm is being done to the interests of the country. A formal attitude toward decisions of the party and government and a passive attitude toward fulfilling them are vices which must be eradicated in the most merciless fashion. The party does not need hardened and indifferent bureaucrats who prefer their own peace of mind to the interests of work, but tireless and selfless fighters for fulfillment of the directives of the party and government who place the interests of the state above all else. One of the most dangerous and vicious violations of party and state discipline is the concealment by certain officials of the truth about the state of affairs in enterprises and institutions in their charge, the embellishment of results in the work. One of the most widespread and deep-rooted defects in the practical work of Soviet, economic, and party organizations is poor organization of the factual fulfillment of directives from the center and of their own decisions, and absence of proper check on their execution. Our organizations and institutions issue far more decisions, directives, and orders than required, but take little care to see whether or how they are being carried out. After all, the essence of the job is to carry them out correctly and not bureaucratically. An unconscientious, irresponsible attitude toward carrying out directives from the executive bodies is a most dangerous and vicious manifestation of bureaucracy. Experience shows that even good officials begin to grow spoiled and bureaucratic when left to themselves with no control or check on their activities. Ideological work is a paramount duty of the party and underestimation of it may do irreparable damage to the interests of the party and the state. We must always remember that any weakening of the influence of the socialist ideology signifies a strengthening of the influence of bourgeois ideology. In our Soviet society there is not and cannot be any class basis for acceptance of bourgeois ideology. The socialist ideology reigns in our country, its indestructible foundation is Marxism-Leninism. But remnants of the bourgeois ideology, survivals of private property mentality and morality are still with us. These survivals do not wither away by themselves. They are still very tenacious. They can grow, and a vigorous struggle must be waged against them. Nor are we guaranteed against the infiltration of alien views, ideas, and sentiments from outside, from the capitalist states, and from inside, from the remnants of groups hostile to the Soviet regime and not yet completely destroyed by the party. It must not be forgotten that enemies of the Soviet state are trying to spread, fan and inflame all sorts of unhealthy sentiments, are trying to corrupt unstable elements of our society ideologically. Comrade Stalin's writings are a vivid indication of the outstanding importance our party attaches to theory. Revolutionary theory was, is, and will remain the unfailing beacon which illumines the path of advance of our party and our people to the complete triumph of communism. Comrade Stalin is constantly advancing Marxist theory. Comrade Stalin's discoveries in the field of theory have world historic importance and arm all peoples with knowledge of the ways of revolutionary transformation of society and with our party's wealth of experience in the struggle for communism. The immense significance of Comrade Stalin's works of theory is that they warn us against skimming the surface, they penetrate the heart of phenomena, the very essence of the society's development, teach us to perceive in embryo the factors which will determine the course of events, which makes possible Marxist prognosis. Page 246. Chapter 5. The Interval of Reform, 1953-1964. Stalin's death broke the spell of monolithic repression in Soviet society and opened the way for a more lenient and more innovative style of politics, briefly under the leadership of Malenkov, and then for nearly a decade under the ebullient Nikita Khrushchev. Although the system of Communist Party rule was not fundamentally changed, Khrushchev's de-Stalinization campaign forever altered the relation of the Soviet regime to its own past as well as to the outside world and communism abroad. Though Khrushchev was ultimately repudiated by his own lieutenants, even the manner of his removal in 1964 showed that the Soviet Union had left the days of personal despotism behind. The death of Stalin and collective leadership. Immediately after Stalin's death on March 5, 1953, the communist leadership was reorganized to prevent Malenkov from inheriting Stalin's dictatorial power. Malenkov became chairman of the Council of Ministers, but the post of first secretary of the party was assumed by Nikita Khrushchev. The party presidium became for the time being a real collective leadership. Praise of Stalin quickly gave way to enunciation of the new principle. One of the fundamental principles of party leadership is collectivity in deciding all important problems of party work. It is impossible to provide genuine leadership if inter-party democracy is violated in the party organization, if genuine collective leadership and widely developed criticism and self-criticism are lacking. Collectiveness and the collegium principle represent a very great force in party leadership. The principle of collectivity in work means, above all, that decisions adopted by party committees on all cardinal questions are the fruit of collective discussion. No matter how experienced leaders may be, no matter what their knowledge and ability, they do not possess and they cannot replace the initiative and experience of a whole collective. In any collegium, in any directing collective, there are people who possess diverse experience, without relying upon which the leaders cannot make correct decisions and exercise qualified leadership. Individual decisions are always or almost always one-sided decisions. Hence, the very important requirement that decisions must rest on the experience of many. Must be the fruit of collective effort. If this is not so, if decisions are adopted individually, serious errors can occur in work. Insofar as each person is able to correct the errors of individual persons and insofar as party agencies in the course of practice reckon with these corrections, the decisions which result are more correct. Leaders cannot consider criticism of themselves as a personal affront. They must be able to accept criticism courageously and show readiness to bend their will to the will of the collective. Without such courage, without the ability to overcome one's own vanity and to bend one's own will to the will of the collective, there can be no collective leadership, no collective. For correct training of cadres it is important that they be placed under the supervision of the party masses, that officials display readiness not only to teach the masses but to learn from the masses as well. Collectivity in work is called upon to play an important role in this connection. Where the collective principle is violated, the necessary conditions for criticism and self-criticism are absent, the sense of responsibility is blunted and officials are infected by dangerous conceit and smugness. It is precisely in such a situation that some workers begin to behave as if they know everything, as if only they can say anything that makes sense, and as if the role of others is only to support their opinion. Such a situation prepares the ground for unprincipled, alien habits of kowtowing and flattery. There are cases in which the head of a party committee behaves incorrectly and the party committee members accept this and, in order not to mar relations with the committee head, tolerate unprincipled behavior, do not think it necessary or possible to voice objections and even orient themselves to his views and defer to him in everything. It is necessary in discussing and solving problems to know how to combine the collective principle with personal responsibility in carrying matters through. Just as collectivity is essential in discussing basic problems, so individual responsibility is essential in carrying matters through in order to prevent evasion of responsibility for implementing resolutions. The method of collective leadership is the basic principle of party leadership, violation of which in party work cannot be viewed otherwise than as a manifestation of bureaucratic habits, which frees the initiative and self-reliance of party organizations and party members. Strictest observance of this highest principle is the guarantee of correct leadership and a primary requisite for a further advance in party work for successful progress along the path of building communism in our country. The Purge of Beria. In June 1953, the Soviet Minister of Internal Affairs, Lavrentiy Beria, was removed and arrested on the not implausible charge that he planned to use the police to put himself in power and eliminate the collective leadership. In elaborating the case against Beria, the new Soviet leaders hinted at their displeasure with Stalin's personal despotism, but still displayed the habit of rewriting history in order to create an individual scapegoat. In December, Beria was put on trial and executed along with a number of accomplices. This was the last time the death penalty was imposed on a fallen Soviet leader. Page 248. A. The Central Committee's indictment. Having heard and considered the report of Comrade G. M. Malenkov on the criminal anti-party and anti-state activities of Beria, the plenum of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union determines 1. In connection with the death of IV Stalin, the whole bourgeois world has placed its bets on the weakening of the Soviet state, on schism and dissension in the leadership of our party and state, on the weakening of the tie of the party with the people. 3. We must recognize that we have serious inadequacies as regards observing the party norms, the Bolshevik principles of party leadership, that were worked out by the great Lenin. For many years we have had a significant abnormality accumulating in this area. It is in no way justifiable that only after 7 years had passed since the end of the war and after 13 years since the 18th Congress was the 19th Congress of the party convoked. For several years no plenums of the Central Committee of the party were held. For a long time the Politburo did not function normally. We must also recognize that it was abnormal that in our party propaganda in recent years there was a retreat from the Marxist-Leninist understanding of the question of the role of the individual in history. Party propaganda not infrequently slipped into the cult of personality, which leads to disparagement of the role of the party and its directing center, to reduction of the creative activity of the party masses and of the broad masses of the Soviet people. 6. The plenum of the CC considers it necessary to turn the attention of the party to the case of Beria, who has been exposed by the Presidium of the CC as an agent of international imperialism. As is now evident, Beria, cleverly disguising himself, wormed his way by various careerist machinations into the trust of IV Stalin. Beria's criminal anti-party and anti-state activity, deeply concealed and masked during the life of IV Stalin, began to be revealed step by step after his death, when the enemies of the Soviet state activated their subversive anti-Soviet activity. Becoming insolent and unrestrained, Beria began in the recent period to reveal his genuine face as an enemy of the party and the Soviet people. By treacherous intrigues Beria tried to cut off and split the Leninist-Stalinist leading core of our party, to discredit individually the leading figures in the party and government, in order to heighten his own authority and realize his criminal anti-Soviet designs. Attaining the post of Minister of Internal Affairs of the USSR, Beria tried to utilize the apparatus of the Ministry of Internal Affairs to launch his criminal machinations for the seizure of power. As has been established by the facts, even during IV Stalin's life but particularly after his death, under various fictitious pretexts, Beria impeded in every way the resolution of the most important pressing questions regarding the strengthening and development of agriculture. Now there is no doubt that this miserable enemy of the people made it his goal to disrupt the collective farms and create difficulties for the country's food supply. Beria strove through various treacherous tricks to undermine friendship among the peoples of the USSR, the basis of the multinational socialist state and the main condition of all the successes of the fraternal Soviet republics. Beria's hostile political face was most graphically manifested in the consideration of the German question at the end of May of this year. Beria's proposal on this question amounted to rejecting the course toward building socialism in the German Democratic Republic and taking a course toward transforming the GDR into a bourgeois state. In the most recent days Beria's criminal plots were discovered to set up through his agents a link with Tito and Rankovic in Yugoslavia. As has been revealed, as early as 1919, in the period of the English occupation of Baku, Beria served in Azerbaijan in the White Guard Musaves intelligence and concealed his treasonous activity from the party. The plenum of the Central Committee of the CPSU considers it established, that Beria lost the character of a communist and turned into a bourgeois degenerate, and in fact became an agent of international imperialism, that he hatched plans to seize the leadership of the party and the state for the actual purpose of destroying our Communist Party and replacing the policy worked out by the party over many years, with a capitulationist policy which would lead in the final analysis to the restoration of capitalism. The highest principle of party leadership in our party is collective leadership. Only collective political experience, the collective wisdom of the Central Committee, resting on the scientific basis of Marxist-Leninist theory, assures the correctness of the leadership of the party and the country, the unshakable unity and solidarity of the party's ranks, the successful building of communism in our country. The task is really, strictly to observe in all party organs the principles of collective leadership. B. The Supreme Court's verdict. From December 18 to 23, 1953, a special judicial panel of the Supreme Court of the USSR, in a closed judicial session, considered the criminal accusations against LP Beria and others. It has been established by the court that, betraying the motherland and acting in the interests of foreign capital, the defendant Beria put together a traitorous group of plotters hostile to the Soviet state. The plotters adopted the criminal goal of using the organs of the Ministry of Internal Affairs against the Communist Party and the government of the USSR, and of putting the Ministry of Internal Affairs over the party and the government in order to seize power, liquidate the Soviet worker-peasant system, restore capitalism, and revive the dominance of the bourgeoisie. The guilt of all the defendants of the charges brought against them was fully, page 250. Proven at the trial by authentic documents, material evidence, notes written by the defendants in their own hand, and the testimony of numerous witnesses. Exposed by the evidence, the defendants L.P. Beria, V.N. Merkulov, V.G. Dekhanizov, B.Z. Kobylov, S.A. Goglaj, P.Y. Meshik, and L.E.V. Vladimirsky * confirmed in the judicial inquiry the testimony they had given in the preliminary investigation and admitted their guilt in committing a series of grievous state crimes. The Special Judicial Panel of the Supreme Court of the USSR has found the defendant L.P. Beria guilty of betraying the motherland and organizing anti-Soviet groups of plotters with the aim of seizing power and restoring the dominance of the bourgeoisie, of committing terrorist acts against political figures devoted to the Communist Party and the peoples of the Soviet Union, of struggling actively against the revolutionary workers' movement in Baku in 1919, when Beria functioned as a secret agent in the intelligence service of the counter-revolutionary Musaves government in Azerbaijan and became mixed up there with foreign intelligence, and then maintained and broadened his secret criminal connections with foreign intelligence services up to the moment of his exposure and arrest. The Special Judicial Panel of the Supreme Court of the USSR has decided to condemn L.P. Beria to the supreme measure of criminal punishment, shooting, with confiscation of property belonging to them personally and with revocation of military orders and decorations. The sentence is final and not subject to appeal. The rise of Khrushchev, the Virgin Lands Program. During 1953 and 1954, Khrushchev used his control of the party organization and his experience in agriculture to upstage Malenkov and lay the groundwork for his own takeover of the leadership. His first major initiative was to address the chronic grain harvest problem by plowing up the semi-arid steppes, virgin lands that stretched from the Volga River into Central Asia. Initial successes were followed by a serious Dust Bowl problem and eventual stabilization of the program at a more modest level. Comrades, the Communist Party of the Soviet Union is devoting all its efforts to peaceful construction and further improvement in the material well-being of the Soviet people. From the first days of the Soviet regime, when the Communist Party became the ruling party, problems of economic development have been central in its domestic policy. The party will always remember the statement by our inspired leader and teacher Vladimir Ilyich Lenin on the tremendous international importance of economic development in the USSR. Page 251. As far back as in 1921, when our people had ended the struggle against the interventionists and made the transition to peaceful construction, Lenin stated that we would now exert our main influence on the course of international events through our economic policies. The struggle has been shifted to the sphere on a world scale, Vladimir Ilyich stated. If we solve this task, we will have won definitely and conclusively on an international scale. This is why problems of economic development are of quite extraordinary importance for us. Many years have passed since these words were spoken. The land of the Soviets has been turned into a powerful industrial and collective farming socialist state. Every step in our progress has a profound effect on the course of international events. The constant growth in the material welfare and cultural standards of the working people of the land of the Soviets helps honest men in all countries to appreciate still more the advantages of the socialist over the capitalist system. Comrades, the Party Central Committee's plenary session set a nationwide task of great urgency in the present situation, task of meeting the growing need of our country's population for food products and providing the light and food industries with abundant raw materials within the next 2 to 3 years, on the basis of socialist industry's mighty growth. Comrades, the September plenary session of the Party Central Committee pointed out that grain farming is basic to all farm production. The level of grain production is a deciding factor in the development of all other branches of agriculture. It was pointed out at the plenary session that on the whole our country is self-sufficient in grain. However, grain requirements are constantly growing. It cannot be overlooked that until recently some of our personnel did not wage a sufficient struggle to increase grain production. Although grain growing shows improvement, yields in many areas are still low and the gross grain crop is inadequate. There is a disparity between the existing level of grain farming and the country's increasing need for grain. The problem is to increase considerably the gross grain yield in 1954 and 1955 and to increase state procurements and purchases of grain at least 35% to 40% as compared with 1953. There are large amounts of undeveloped land in eastern areas. For example, there are up to 40 million hectares of overgrown, idle, and virgin lands, unirrigated hayfields and pastures in 14 provinces of the Russian Republic and 8 of the Kazakh Republic. The state farms of the USSR. Ministry of State Farms have great reserves of land suitable for development. Slightly more than 15 million hectares of a total of 59 million hectares of land, or 26% of all land on state farms of this ministry, are planted or in summer fallow, while the area covered by pastures and hayfields, a considerable part of which could be planted to grain and other crops, totals more than 33 million hectares, or more than 35% of all the land. These figures indicate the tremendous reserves at the disposal of many districts of the country for expanding the acreage under grain crops and increasing grain production. The most modest estimates show that in the northeastern provinces and certain page 252 other areas of the Kazakh Republic, in western Siberia and the Urals, as well as the Volga area and to some extent the North Caucasus, grain planting can be expanded by 13 million hectares in the next 2 years, 8,700,000 hectares on the collective farms and 4,300,000 on the state farms. The area under grain can be expanded by more than 2,300,000 hectares in 1954 alone. Production of grain on the new lands should be completely mechanized, making it possible to carry out field work during the best time periods and to do it well. The new lands will be developed for planting to grain both by existing MTS and state farms and through the organization of new state grain farms. Work has already begun to select lands suitable for organizing new state grain farms, as well as lands to be plowed up by existing state farms and MTS. Special attention should be devoted in the course of this work to the selection first of all of the more fertile and accessible lands near populated points. Plans have been made to form special MTS tractor detachments composed of 2 to 4 tractor brigades to develop idle and virgin lands on collective farms and sectors remote from populated points. Experienced engineers or agronomists should head the tractor detachments. More than 120,000 tractors, 10,000 combines and the necessary number of plows, cultivators, disc harrows, seeders and other machinery and equipment are being allocated to the MTS and state farms in the districts where new lands are to be developed in 1954. Much equipment is being provided. The problem will be to make correct use of it. Equipment, as is known, is dead without people, without cotters. Consequently, cotters are a deciding factor in successful development of the new lands. Preliminary estimates show that a workforce of about 70,000 persons, 30,000 of them tractor and combine operators, will be needed for the state farms alone. The complexity of the manpower problem lies in the fact that new lands will be developed in relatively underpopulated areas. Only a part of the cotters can be selected locally. The bulk of them will have to be recruited from other parts of the country. It is very important to select for the state farms and MTS developing the new lands qualified directors, chief engineers, and chief agronomists who have had much practical experience on state farms and MTS and have proved their ability to manage large operations, overcome difficulties and carry out responsible assignments of the party and government. We should not be seriously disturbed by the fact that in openly criticizing shortcomings we will for a time be supplying grist for the mill of the Soviet land's enemies, malicious persons of every type who, when we disclose our shortcomings, cry out about the weakness of the Soviet Union. But, as the saying goes, the dog barks, but the horse gallops. We must pay no attention to our enemies' malicious gossip. Criticism and self-criticism of our shortcomings is our tried and true weapon. Criticism of our shortcomings only strengthens us. Our socialist homeland is making a powerful, new advance. The Soviet Union's successes in peaceful construction are inspiring cheer and confidence in the hearts of our friends, and fierce anger and hatred in our enemies. The imperialists are starting to figure out what year the Soviet Union's economic level of development. Page 253. And per capita production in our country will surpass the highest indices of the most advanced capitalist countries. They no longer doubt that it will happen. And the prospect frightens them. The Communist Party is confidently leading the peoples of our country along the path of building communism. The fall of Malenkov. By the beginning of 1955 a serious division had developed within the Soviet collective leadership on the issue of heavy industry versus consumer goods. The rising party theorist Dmitry Shepilov attacked the emphasis on consumer goods in harsh terms, and in February 1955, Malenkov was forced to confess his errors and resign as prime minister. He was replaced by Nikolai Bulganin, who for a time appeared to share power with First Secretary Khrushchev as the collective leadership became a diarchy. To the chairman of the joint meeting of the Soviet of the Union and the Soviet of Nationalities. I ask you to bring to the notice of the Supreme Soviet of the USSK my request to be relieved from the post of chairman of the Council of Ministers of the USSK. My request is due to business considerations on the necessity of strengthening the leadership of the Council of Ministers and the need to have at the post of chairman of the Council of Ministers another comrade with greater experience in state work. I clearly see that the carrying out of the complicated and responsible duties of chairman of the Council of Ministers is being negatively affected by my insufficient experience in local work, and the fact that I did not have occasion, in a ministry or some economic organ, to effect direct guidance of individual branches of national economy. I also consider myself bound to say in the present statement that now, when the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and the workers of our country are concentrating special efforts for the most rapid development of agriculture, I see particularly clearly my guilt and responsibility for the unsatisfactory state of affairs which has arisen in agriculture, because for several years past I have been entrusted with the duty of controlling and guiding the work of central agricultural organs and the work of local party and administrative organizations in the sphere of agriculture. The Communist Party, on the initiative and under the guidance of the Central Committee of the CPSU, has already worked out and is implementing a series of large-scale measures for overcoming the lagging behind in agriculture. Among such important measures is, undoubtedly, the reform of agricultural taxation, regarding which I think it opportune to say it was carried out on the initiative of and in accordance with the proposals of the Central Committee of the CPSU. It is now evident what important role this reform played in the task of developing agriculture. Now, as is known, on the initiative and under the guidance of the Central Committee of the CPSU, a general program has been worked out for overcoming the lagging behind in agriculture and for its most rapid development. This program is based on the only correct foundation, the further development, by every means, of heavy industry, and only its implementation will create the necessary conditions for a real upsurge in the production of all essential commodities for popular consumption. It is to be expected that various bourgeois hysterical viragos will busy themselves with slanderous inventions in connection with my present statement, and the fact itself of my release from the post of chairman of the USSR Council of Ministers, but we, Communists and Soviet people, will ignore this lying and slander. The interest of the motherland, the people, and the Communist Party stand above everything for every one of us. Expressing the request of my release from the post of chairman of the USSR Council of Ministers, I wish to assure the USSR Supreme Soviet that, in the new sphere entrusted to me, I will, under the guidance of the Central Committee of the CPSU, monolithic in its unity and solidarity, and the Soviet government, perform in the most conscientious manner my duty and the functions which will be entrusted to me. De-Stalinization. In February, 1956, Khrushchev spoke at a closed session of the 20th Party Congress to attack some of the abuses of Stalin's rule, particularly the Great Purge of 193,738 and the personal glorification of the dictator. The speech was read to party meetings throughout the Soviet Union. Though not officially published until 1989, the text was obtained by the United States Department of State through an East European source. At the present we are concerned with a question which has immense importance for the party now and for the future, with how the cult of the person of Stalin has been gradually growing, the cult which became at a certain specific stage the source of a whole series of exceedingly serious and grave perversions of party principles, of party democracy, of revolutionary legality. When we analyze the practice of Stalin in regard to the direction of the party and of the country, when we pause to consider everything which Stalin perpetrated, we must be convinced that Lenin's fears were justified. The negative characteristics of Stalin, which, in Lenin's time, were only incipient, transformed themselves during the last years into a grave abuse of power by Stalin, which caused untold harm to our party. We have to consider seriously and analyze correctly this matter in order that we may preclude any possibility of a repetition in any form whatever of what took place during the life of Stalin, who absolutely did not tolerate collegiality in leadership and in work, and who practiced brutal violence, not only toward everything which opposed him, but also toward that which seemed to his capricious and despotic character, contrary to his concepts. From Khrushchev, Secret Speech on the Cult of the Individual, delivered at the 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, February 25, 1956, original published in Izvesty Yatask, No. 1, 1989. Page 255. Stalin acted not through persuasion, explanation, and patient cooperation with people, but by imposing his concepts and demanding absolute submission to his opinion. Whoever opposed this concept or tried to prove his viewpoint, and the correctness of his position, was doomed to removal from the leading collective and to subsequent moral and physical annihilation. This was especially true during the period following the XVIth Party Congress, when many prominent party leaders and rank-and-file party workers, honest and dedicated to the cause of communism, fell victim to Stalin's despotism. We must affirm that the party had fought a serious fight against the Trotskyists, rightists, and bourgeois nationalists, and that it disarmed ideologically all the enemies of Leninism. This ideological fight was carried on successfully, as a result of which the party became strengthened and tempered. Here Stalin played a positive role. Worth noting is the fact that even during the progress of the furious ideological fight against the Trotskyists, the Zinovievites, the Bukharinites, and others, extreme repressive measures were not used against them. The fight was on ideological grounds. But some years later, when socialism in our country was fundamentally constructed, when the exploiting classes were generally liquidated, when the Soviet social structure had radically changed, when the social basis for political movements and groups hostile to the party had violently contracted, when the ideological opponents of the party were long since defeated politically, then the repression directed against them began. It was precisely during this period that the practice of mass repression through the government apparatus was born, first against the enemies of Leninism, Trotskyites, Zinovievites, Bukharinites, long since politically defeated by the party, and subsequently also against many honest communists, against those party cadres who had borne the heavy load of the Civil War and the first and most difficult years of industrialization and collectivization, who actively fought against the Trotskyites and the rightists for the Leninist party line. Stalin originated the concept enemy of the people. This term automatically rendered it unnecessary that the ideological errors of a man or men engaged in a controversy be proven. This term made possible the usage of the most cruel repression, violating all norms of revolutionary legality, against anyone who in any way disagreed with Stalin, against those who were only suspected of hostile intent, against those who had bad reputations. This concept, enemy of the people, actually eliminated the possibility of any kind of ideological fight or the making of one's views known on this or that issue, even those of a practical character. In the main, and in actuality, the only proof of guilt used, against all norms of current legal science, was the confession of the accused himself, and, as subsequent probing proved, confessions were acquired through physical pressures against the accused. This led to glaring violations of revolutionary legality, and to the fact that many entirely innocent persons, who in the past had defended the party line, became victims. We must assert that in regard to those persons who in their time had opposed the party line, there were often no sufficiently serious reasons for their physical annihilation. The formula, enemy of the people, was specifically introduced for the purpose of physically annihilating such individuals. Many party, Soviet and economic activists who were branded in 1937-1938. Page 256. As enemies were actually never enemies, spies, wreckers, etc., but were always honest communists. They were only so stigmatized, and often, no longer able to bear barbaric tortures, they charged themselves with all kinds of grave and unlikely crimes. The Commission has presented to the Central Committee Presidium lengthy and documented materials pertaining to mass repressions against the delegates to the XVIth Party Congress and against members of the Central Committee elected at that Congress. These materials have been studied by the Presidium of the Central Committee. It was determined that of the 139 members and candidates of the party's Central Committee who were elected at the XVIth Congress, 98 persons, i.e., 70%, were arrested and shot. The same fate met not only the Central Committee members but also the majority of the delegates to the XVIth Party Congress. Of 1,966 delegates with either voting or advisory rights, 1,108 persons were arrested on charges of anti-revolutionary crimes, i.e., decidedly more than a majority. This very fact shows how absurd, wild, and contrary to common sense were the charges of counter-revolutionary crimes made out, as we now see, against a majority of participants at the XVIth Party Congress. We have examined the cases and have rehabilitated Kossier, Rudzutak, Postishev, Kozyrev, and others. For what causes were they arrested and sentenced? The review of evidence shows that there was no reason for this. They, like many others, were arrested without the prosecutor's knowledge. In such a situation there is no need for any sanction, for what sort of a sanction could there be when Stalin decided everything? He was the chief prosecutor in these cases. Stalin not only agreed to, but on his own initiative issued, arrest orders. We must say this so that the delegates to the Congress can clearly undertake and themselves assess this and draw the proper conclusions. Facts prove that many abuses were made on Stalin's orders without reckoning with any norms of party and Soviet legality. Stalin was a very distrustful man, sickly suspicious. We knew this from our work with him. He could look at a man and say, "Why are your eyes so shifty today? Or why are you turning so much today and avoiding to look me directly in the eyes? The sickly suspicion created in him a general distrust even toward eminent party workers whom he had known for years. Everywhere and in everything he saw enemies, two-facers and spies. Possessing unlimited power, he indulged in great willfulness and choked a person morally and physically. A situation was created where one could not express one's own will. When Stalin said that one or another should be arrested, it was necessary to accept on faith that he was an enemy of the people. Meanwhile, Beria's gang, which ran the organs of state security, outdid itself in proving the guilt of the arrested and the truth of materials which it falsified. And what proofs were offered? The confessions of the arrested, and the investigative judges accepted these confessions. And how is it possible that a person confesses to crimes which he has not committed? Only in one way, because of application of physical methods of pressuring him, tortures, bringing him to a state of unconsciousness, deprivation of his judgment, taking away of his human dignity. In this manner were confessions acquired. The willfulness of Stalin showed itself not only in decisions concerning the internal life of the country but also in the international relations of the Soviet Union. The July plenum of the Central Committee studied in detail the reasons for the development of conflict with Yugoslavia. It was a shameful role which Stalin played here. The Yugoslav affair contained no problems which could not have been solved through party discussions among comrades. There was no significant basis for the development of this affair. It was completely possible to have prevented the rupture of relations with that country. This does not mean, however, that the Yugoslav leaders did not make mistakes or did not have shortcomings. But these mistakes and shortcomings were magnified in a monstrous manner by Stalin, which resulted in a break of relations with a friendly country. I recall the first days when the conflict between the Soviet Union and Yugoslavia began artificially to be blown up. Once, when I came from Kiev to Moscow, I was invited to visit Stalin, who, pointing to the copy of a letter lately sent to Tito, asked me, "Have you read this?" Not waiting for my reply, he answered, "I will shake my little finger and there will be no more Tito. He will fall." But this did not happen to Tito. No matter how much or how little Stalin shook, not only his little finger but everything else that he could shake, Tito did not fall. Why? The reason was that, in this case of disagreement with the Yugoslav comrades, Tito had behind him a state and a people who had gone through a severe school of fighting for liberty and independence, a people which gave support to its leaders. You see to what Stalin's mania for greatness led. He had completely lost consciousness of reality. He demonstrated his suspicion and haughtiness not only in relation to individuals in the USSR, but in relation to whole parties and nations. Some comrades may ask us, where were the members of the political bureau of the Central Committee? Why did they not assert themselves against the cult of the individual in time? And why is this being done only now? First of all, we have to consider the fact that the members of the political bureau viewed these matters in a different way at different times. Initially, many of them backed Stalin actively because Stalin was one of the strongest Marxists and his logic, his strength, and his will greatly influenced the cadres and party work. Later, however, Stalin, abusing his power more and more, began to fight eminent party and government leaders and to use terroristic methods against honest Soviet people. As we have already shown, Stalin thus handled such eminent party and government leaders as Kossior, Rudzutak, Eek, Postashev and many others. Attempts to oppose groundless suspicions and charges resulted in the opponent falling victim of the repression. This characterized the fall of Comrade Postashev. In one of his speeches, Stalin expressed his dissatisfaction with Postashev and asked him, "What are you actually?" Postashev answered clearly, "I am a Bolshevik, Comrade Stalin, a Bolshevik." This assertion was at first considered to show a lack of respect for Stalin. Later it was considered a harmful act and consequently resulted in Postashev's annihilation and branding without any reason as a people's enemy. In the situation which then prevailed, I have talked often with Nikolai Alexin. Page 258. Drovik Bulganin, Once when we two were traveling in a car, he said it has happened sometimes that a man goes to Stalin on his invitation as a friend. And when he sits with Stalin, he does not know where he will be sent next, home or to jail. It is clear that such conditions put every member of the political bureau in a very difficult situation. And when we also consider the fact that in the last years the Central Committee plenary sessions were not convened and that the sessions of the Political Bureau occurred only occasionally, from time to time, then we will understand how difficult it was for any member of the Political Bureau to take a stand against one or another unjust or improper procedure, against serious errors and shortcomings in the practices of leadership. Comrades, we must abolish the cult of the individual decisively, once and for all. We must draw the proper conclusions concerning both ideological, theoretical and practical work. It is necessary for this purpose to return to and actually practice in all our ideological work the most important theses of Marxist-Leninist science about the people as the creator of history and as the creator of all material and spiritual good of humanity, about the decisive role of the Marxist Party in the revolutionary fight for the transformation of society, about the victory of communism. In this connection we will be forced to do much work in order to examine critically from the Marxist-Leninist viewpoint and to correct the widely spread erroneous views connected with the cult of the individual in the sphere of history, philosophy, economy, and of other sciences, as well as in literature and the fine arts. To restore completely the Leninist principles of Soviet socialist democracy, expressed in the Constitution of the Soviet Union, to fight willfulness of individuals abusing their power. The evil caused by acts violating revolutionary socialist legality, which have accumulated during a long time as a result of the negative influence of the cult of the individual, has to be completely corrected. Comrades, the XXTH Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union has manifested with a new strength the unshakable unity of our party, its cohesiveness around a central committee, its resolute will to accomplish the great task of building communism. And the fact that we present in all their ramifications the basic problems of overcoming the cult of the individual which is alien to Marxism-Leninism, as well as the problem of liquidating its burdensome consequences, is an evidence of the great moral and political strength of our party. We are absolutely certain that our party, armed with the historical resolutions of the XXTH Congress, will lead the Soviet people along the Leninist path to new successes, to new victories. Long live the victorious banner of our party Leninism. The thaw in cultural life. Stalin's death and Khrushchev's de-Stalinization campaign signaled a significant loosening of the political straitjacket imposed on Soviet writers and artists prior to 1953. The new spirit was articulated by the official theoretical journal Problems of Philosophy, citing the more liberal party line of the 1920s, although the writers in question were soon censured for excessive ideological laxity. Party controls and intellectual individualism then continued in an uneasy standoff until Khrushchev's successors threw their weight to the side of enforced orthodoxy and drove the nonconformists underground. It is well known that the problem of freedom of creative endeavor is one of great importance in the arts. Bourgeois aesthetics interprets this freedom anarchistically as complete freedom of the artist from society and even from any kind of reality at all. In his essay on party organization and party literature, V. I. Lenin convincingly demonstrated that there is not and cannot be any real freedom in bourgeois society because the freedom of any bourgeois writer, artist, or actress is only a disguised dependence on the money bags, on bribes, on being kept. The October Revolution freed artists from these invisible fetters, of which they were often unaware, and gave them real instead of imaginary freedom. In a talk with Clara Zetkin V. I. Lenin explained the essence of the question with the utmost clarity. Every artist, everyone who regards himself as an artist, has the right to create freely, according to his ideal, independently of everything. The principle of freedom of creative endeavor was regarded as the grounds for the existence of various trends and schools of thought in literature. In 1925 the Russian Communist Party Central Committee resolution on the party policy in the sphere of literature said, while faultlessly discerning the social and class content of literary trends, the party as a whole can by no means bind itself by adherence to any one trend in the sphere of literary form. The party therefore must express itself in favor of free competition of various groupings and trends in this sphere. Any other decision of the question would be a formal bureaucratic pseudo-decision. The same viewpoint was voiced in the resolution adopted by a 1927 theater conference held under auspices of the Agitation and Propaganda Department of the Party Central Committee. This resolution declared, as in the sphere of literature, the party and the Soviet government cannot bind themselves to any of the theater trends. There can be no place for attempts to obliterate the distinction among theater trends, for attempts to dissolve all trends into one, even a highly artistic one, or to support one trend at the expense of others. Only in the process of competition and interaction can all these forms win the maximum attention of the mass of spectators and enhance their own social artistic importance. Of course, the acknowledgement of complete freedom of creative endeavor did not mean that the formation of a new, socialist art proceeded spontaneously. In the talk with Clara Zetkin, immediately after the words quoted above about creative freedom, Lenin added, "But, of course, we are communists. By no means should we stand by with folded arms and let chaos develop. We must direct this process in fully planned fashion and shape its results." How, then, did the party direct this process? In respect to the proletarian cadres that had entered the arts, the method was the same as in the case of party and Soviet cadres, mastery of the ideology of Marxism-Leninism. Matters were more complicated as they concerned the cadres of pre-revolutionary intelligentsia in the arts. The above-mentioned Central Committee resolution on literature said that a tactful and conserving approach should be employed toward the old cadres in the arts, that is, an approach ensuring every condition for them to come over to the side of the communist ideology as fast as possible. While sifting out anti-proletarian and anti-revolutionary elements, the party must be tolerant of intermediate ideological forms, patiently helping to eliminate these inevitably numerous forms gradually in the process of ever closer friendly cooperation with the cultural forces of communism. Free competition is a manifestation of freedom of creative endeavor. Bossing and the rejection of free competition violate this freedom and make creative endeavor a matter of a kind of dependence. What kind of dependence, and dependence upon what? To answer this question, let us examine the article Confusion Instead of Music, published in Pravda, number 27, 1936, and the circumstances which caused the banning of D. Shostakovich's opera Lady Macbeth of Mtsensk district. Let us recall this article's characterization of the music. From the very first moment of the opera the listener is flabbergasted by a deliberately disjointed, confused torrent of sound. Fragments of melodies, snatches of musical phrases are drowned, reappear, and then again vanish in the general din, rattle and screeching. On the stage, screams substitute for singing. If the composer happens to slip onto the path of simple and comprehensible melody, he promptly dives back into the jungle of musical confusion, which at times turns into cacophony. Expressiveness is replaced by frenzied rhythm. Musical noise is supposed to express passion. This is music deliberately composed upside down so that nothing in it might suggest classical opera. This is some sort of leftist confusion instead of natural human music. The music croaks, squeals, puffs, and gasps in order to make the love scenes as naturalistic as possible. There you have the whole basic characterization given to the music. Is it not clear that this is not an example of businesslike and serious criticism, on the need for which Pravda insists in the same article, but an expression of the critic's personal attitude to the opera? D. Shostakovich's opera played at the K.S. Stanislavski v. I. Nemirovich Danchenko Music Theatre for about 2 years. In December, 1935, it was produced by the Bolshoi Theatre. After it was seen in January, 1936, by some leading personalities, it was removed from the repertoire. The same thing happened to the ballet Bright Stream at the same theatre and to the production of Bogatary at the Komerny Theatre. All the other plays were banned in approximately the same way. These were plays licensed by the Repertoire Committee and included in the repertoire of the theatres either by the committee itself or with its knowledge. Then someone saw the production and used his veto. Matters finally reached a stage at which the members of the Repertoire Committee were given the right to decide the fate of a production single-handed. Thus, beginning with the case of the Shostakovich opera in 1936, individual persons were given the right to elevate their personal aesthetic likes and dislikes to the rank of guiding ideas and to make the creative endeavors of artists, playwrights, and actors dependent on them. Consequently, views diametrically opposed to those of Lenin were established. Moreover, the right to claim these views to be those of the people as a whole and to speak about each individual work of art in the name of the people was established. Page 261. It is true that the masses of the people had definitely spoken in favor of realism. But realism is a general, broad concept which takes concrete form in individual works of art. And, while the masses of the people had shown that they favor realism as a whole, this did not at all mean that they had given up their right to judge of everything and to enjoy all the fruits of art and not merely those that someone else had deemed fit for consumption. Then why should all questions be settled for the people by the discretion of any administrative official? As we see, along with the encroachment on the personal initiative and personal inclinations of workers of the arts, a sharp violation of democratic principles of art guidance took place in 1936. Depriving the people of the right to judge of everything and turning the opinions of individuals into guiding ideas fundamentally contradicted Lenin's attitude toward the people and eliminated their opportunity to exert active influence on the shaping of Soviet theater art. At the same time, the establishment of rigid control over both works of art and the creative process itself signified loss of confidence in the intelligentsia working in the arts. The party had trusted this intelligentsia in the years when it consisted exclusively of pre-revolutionary intellectuals and when its ideals could not possibly have been called proletarian, and the intelligentsia had justified the confidence of the party. The intelligentsia ceased to be trusted at a time when a numerous new Soviet intelligentsia had emerged from the ranks of the working class, the peasantry and Soviet employees, an intelligentsia which is flesh of the flesh and blood of the Soviet people. The only Soviet intellectuals to be trusted at that time were those who occupied administrative posts, among whom there were many overcautious or simply insufficiently cultured individuals. A natural question arises: what phenomena in public life caused such a sharp departure from Lenin's attitude to art? The transformation of individuals' opinions into guiding ideas was one of the manifestations of the cult of the individual leader, which became widespread in the 30s. It was in the soil of this cult that the conviction arose and grew in the mid-30s that success in art could be achieved by orders, instructions, decrees and decisions. This conviction fundamentally contradicts the views held by V.I. Lenin. Speaking of the need of reforming literary work, V.I. Lenin said, "We are far from the idea of preaching any kind of uniform system or of solving the problem by issuing a set of decisions." In his speech at the Second Congress of Political Education Workers in 1921, V.I. Lenin spoke still more definitely and sharply, describing as communist swagger the assumption that all problems can be solved by communist decree passing. Until the mid-30s, the party, proceeding on Leninist principles, had fought tirelessly for a realistic art. The principal method in this struggle was leadership based on patient, comradely criticism aimed at implanting communist ideals in the intelligentsia working in the arts. From the mid-30s onward, the concept of leadership began to be identified more and more with the concept of command, bossing, and wide application of all kinds of repression became the principal method of influencing the arts. After the war, the influence of the cult of the individual leader increased even more. On the basis of an exaggerated idea of the role of the individual in history, some theoreticians even evolved a theory of the absence of objective laws of social development in the USSR and the possibility of, page 262, creating such laws at will. The result was that literature and the arts were guided by variable day-to-day instructions, and artificial schemes were passed off for life, instead of truthfully portraying reality and instead of following the objective laws of art. This, in turn, led to adapting art to the current political situation, to varnishing and distorting reality. It is hardly necessary to cite examples, so well known are they to everybody. Our party is now conducting a sharp and systematic struggle against the harmful consequences of the cult of the individual leader. The positive results of this struggle have already become manifest in many aspects of our life, but in the theater field these consequences still play a considerable role. Just as before, from time to time some leaders veto a work on the basis of their personal impressions, disregarding public opinion and proclaiming their viewpoint to be the only correct one and beyond appeal, and describing all who disagree as nitwits. For example, only exceptional persistence by the management of the Vaktango Theatre blocked the effort of the Central Theatre Administratlon to veto the play A Woman Alone. Confidence in the intelligentsia in the arts has not been fully restored to this day. Only the officials of government agencies, among whom there are still many overcautious people, enjoy full trust even now. There is hardly any need to demonstrate that in 1956 our intelligentsia of the arts has more right to this trust than it had in 1931. True, some improvement has been noticeable quite recently. The theaters have been given the right to select their own repertoire, and the repertoire has become more interesting, although, unfortunately, this change for the better has been achieved mainly by revivals of classics and not by plays about modern life. However, these steps are not enough to restore complete trust, such as the intelligentsia of the arts enjoyed when Leninist views on art were still strong in the party. A determined reorganization of the whole work of guidance of the arts is needed. The organizational aspect, of course, is extremely important in any matter. If we look at this aspect from the vantage point of historical perspective, it is not difficult to note some quite interesting circumstances. First, it is characteristic that the drama is in a less satisfactory state than any other art, not to mention science. Second, this lag in the theater began immediately after the formation of the Committee on Affairs of the Arts. In a brief note entitled On the Work of the People's Commissariat of Education, V.I. Lenin wrote, "A communist leader must prove his right to leadership and only by his ability to find many always more and more helpers among the practical teachers, by his ability to help them in their work, to promote them, to make the most of their experience and to take it into account." In this respect our motto should certainly be, less leadership, more practical work. Since 1936 this method has been abandoned and replaced by the demand for more leadership. As the end result, administrators and not the workers of the arts have come to determine the destinies of the theater. Public organizations have found themselves completely excluded from leadership of the theater. Our state is a state of a new type. It exists for the very purpose of advancing the welfare of the people with the help of the people themselves. Therefore there can be no situation in our country wherein the state would remove itself from the guidance and control of any sphere of public life. But the forms of state leadership or page 263. Control may be various. Leadership and control may be exercised directly by government enterprises and institutions, but they may also be effected through public organizations. In the theater direct government leadership has been established since 1936. In literature state control is exercised through a public organization, the Writers' Union. Life shows that in the field of literature and the arts, self-government methods best ensure application of Lenin's call for less leadership, more practical work. In the theater, too, the method of direct and constant leadership from above must be rejected, and the theater arts should be granted extensive self-government. What form this self-government should take is a matter for discussion. It seems most expedient to remove matters of the arts from the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Culture and to set up an Academy of Arts or even an Academy of Literature and the Arts. As demonstrated by the experience of the Academy of Sciences, this form of organization sensibly combines leadership and self-government. One thing is beyond doubt: granting self-government to the theater arts will make it easier to put Lenin's ideas into effect, and without this a new and mighty flowering of theater arts is impossible. The Anti-Party Group. In June 1957, the final stage in the succession to Stalin was reached when Khrushchev's colleagues in the party presidium, alarmed over his power and perhaps genuinely opposed to some of his economic policies, attempted to remove him from the Secretariat. Khrushchev successfully appealed to the Central Committee, which was made up largely of party secretaries loyal to him, and had his opponents denounced for the old familiar sin of factionalism. Malenkov, Molotov, Kaganovich, and Shepilov were removed from all their party and government offices, and were followed the next year by Bulganin. Khrushchev then took over as prime minister in addition to his post as first secretary of the party, and emerged as the unchallenged individual leader of the USSR. At its meetings of June 22 to June 29, 1957, the plenary session of the Party Central Committee considered the question of the anti-party group of Malenkov, Kaganovich, and Molotov which had formed within the Presidium of the Party Central Committee. At a time when the party, led by the Central Committee and supported by the people as a whole, is doing tremendous work to carry out the historic decisions of the 20th Congress intended to develop the national economy farther and steadily raise the living standard of the Soviet people, to re-establish Leninist norms of inter-party life, to eliminate violations of revolutionary legality, to expand the party's ties with the masses, to develop Soviet socialist democracy, to strengthen the friendship of the Soviet peoples, to pursue a correct nationality policy and, in the sphere of foreign policy, to relax international tension in order to secure a lasting peace, and when notable progress, well known to every Soviet citizen, has been made in all these fields, the anti-party group of Malenkov, Kaganovich, and Molotov came out against the party line. Seeking to change the party's political line, this group used anti-party, factional methods in an attempt to change the composition of the party's leading bodies, elected by the plenary session of the Party Central Committee. This group persistently opposed and sought to frustrate so vastly important a measure as the reorganization of industrial management and the setting up of economic councils in the economic regions, a measure approved by the entire party and the people. They refused to understand that at the present stage, when progress in socialist industry has assumed a tremendous scale and continues to grow rapidly, with the development of heavy industry receiving priority, it was essential to find new, more perfect forms of industrial management which would uncover great reserves and assure an even more powerful rise in Soviet industry. This group went so far as to continue its struggle against the reorganization of industrial management, even after the approval of these measures in the course of the nationwide discussion and the subsequent adoption of the law at a session of the USSR Supreme Soviet. With regard to agricultural questions, the members of this group failed to understand the new and vital tasks. They did not acknowledge the need to increase material incentives for the collective farm peasantry in increasing the output of agricultural products. They opposed abolition of the old bureaucratic system of planning on the collective farms and the introduction of the new system of planning which unleashes the initiative of the collective farms in managing their own affairs, a measure which has already yielded positive results. They have become so divorced from life that they cannot understand the real opportunity which makes it possible to abolish obligatory deliveries of farm products from collective farm households at the end of this year. Implementation of this measure, which is of vital importance for the millions of working people of the land of the Soviets, has been made possible by substantial progress of communal animal husbandry on the collective farms and by the development of the state farms. Instead of supporting this pressing measure, the members of the anti-party group opposed it. They waged an entirely unwarranted struggle against the party's appeal, actively supported by the collective farms, provinces, and republics to overtake the USA in per capita output of milk, butter and meat in the next few years. Thereby the members of the anti-party group demonstrated lordly indifference to the vital life interests of the broad masses of the people and lack of faith in the enormous potentialities inherent in the socialist economy, in the nationwide movement now going on for a faster increase in milk and meat production. It cannot be considered accidental that Comrade Molotov, a participant in the anti-party group, manifesting conservatism and a stagnant attitude, not only failed to realize the need for developing the virgin lands but even opposed the plowing up of 35 million hectares of virgin land, which has been of such tremendous importance in our country's economy. Comrades Malenkov, Kaganovich, and Molotov stubbornly opposed those measures which the Central Committee and our entire party carried out to eliminate the consequences of the cult of the individual leader, to eliminate the violations of revolutionary law which had occurred and to create conditions which would preclude their recurrence. Whereas the workers, collective farmers, our glorious youth, our engineers and technicians, scientists, writers, the entire intelligentsia, unanimously supported the measures promulgated by the party in accordance with the decisions of the 20th. Page 265. Party Congress. Whereas the entire Soviet people joined the active struggle to carry out these measures, and whereas our country is experiencing a mighty increase in the active part played by the people and a fresh surge of new creative forces, the participants in the anti-party group remained deaf to this creative movement of the masses. In the sphere of foreign policy, this group, in particular Comrade Molotov, showed stagnation and hampered in every way implementation of new and pressing measures intended to alleviate international tension and strengthen world peace. As Minister of Foreign Affairs, Comrade Molotov for a long time not only failed to take any measures through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to improve relations between the USSR and Yugoslavia but repeatedly came out against those measures which the Presidium of the Central Committee carried out to improve relations with Yugoslavia. Comrade Molotov's erroneous stand on the Yugoslav question was unanimously condemned by the July 1955 plenary session of the Party Central Committee as not corresponding to the interests of the Soviet state and the socialist camp and not conforming to the principles of Leninist policy. Seeing that their erroneous statements and actions were constantly rebuffed in the Presidium of the Central Committee, which has been consistently carrying out the line of the 20th Party Congress, Comrades Molotov, Kaganovich, and Malenkov embarked on a group struggle against the party leadership. Reaching agreement among themselves on an anti-party basis, they set out to change the policy of the party, to return the party to those erroneous methods of leadership which were condemned by the 20th Party Congress. They resorted to methods of intrigue and reached a secret agreement against the Central Committee. The facts revealed at the plenary session of the Central Committee show that Comrades Malenkov, Kaganovich, and Molotov, as well as Comrade Shepilov, who joined them, having embarked on the path of factional struggle, violated the party statutes and the on-party unity decision of the 10th Party Congress, drafted by Lenin. Guided by the interests of comprehensively strengthening the Leninist unity of the party, the plenary session of the Party Central Committee resolves 1. To condemn as incompatible with the Leninist principles of our party the factional activities of the anti-party group of Malenkov, Kaganovich, and Molotov, and of Shepilov, who joined them. 2. To exclude Comrades Malenkov, Kaganovich, and Molotov from membership in the Presidium of the Central Committee and from the Central Committee, to remove Comrade Shepilov from the post of Secretary of the Central Committee and to exclude him from the list of candidates for membership in the Presidium of the Central Committee and from membership in the Central Committee. The promise of a communist future. In 1961, for the first time since the Civil War year of 1919, the Communist Party officially adopted a new program. The document reflected Khrushchev's grandiose aspirations to overtake the USA economically and proclaim the transition to the communist. From Program of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, adopted by the 22nd Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, October 31, 1961. Page 266. Utopia within 2 decades. It proved to be the last great effort to square the Marxian ideal of stateless equalitarian with the realities of bureaucratic industrialism under the management of the party. Communism, the bright future of all mankind. The building of a communist society has become an immediate practical task for the Soviet people. The gradual development of socialism into communism is an objective law. It has been prepared by the development of Soviet socialist society throughout the preceding period. What is communism? Communism is a classless social system with one form, of public ownership of the means of production and full social equality of all members of society. Under it, the all-round development of people will be accompanied by the growth of the productive forces through continuous progress in science and technology. All sources of public wealth will gush forth abundantly, and the great principle from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs will be implemented. Communism is a highly organized society of free, socially conscious working people in which public self-government will be established, a society in which labor for the good of society will become the prime vital requirement of everyone, a necessity recognized by one and all, and the ability of each person will be employed to the greatest benefit of the people. A high degree of communist consciousness, industry, discipline, and devotion to the public interest are intrinsic qualities of the man of communist society. Communism ensures the continuous development of social production and rising labor productivity through rapid scientific and technological progress. It equips man with the best and most powerful machines, greatly increases his power over nature and enables him to control its elemental forces to an ever greater extent. The social economy reaches the highest stage of planned organization, and the most effective and rational use is made of the material wealth and labor reserves to meet the growing requirements of the members of society. Under communism there will be no classes, and the socio-economic and cultural distinctions, and differences in living conditions, between town and countryside will disappear. The countryside will rise to the level of the town in development of productive forces and nature of work, forms of production relations, living conditions, and well-being of the population. With the victory of communism, mental and physical labor will merge organically in the production activity of people. The intelligentsia will no longer be a distinct social stratum. Workers by hand will have risen in cultural and technological standards to the level of workers by brain. Thus, communism will put an end to the division of society into classes and social strata, whereas the whole history of mankind, with the exception of its primitive period, was one of class society. Division into opposing classes led to the exploitation of man by man, class struggle, and antagonisms between nations and states. Under communism all people will have equal status in society, will stand in the same relation to the means of production, will enjoy equal conditions of work and distribution, and will actively participate in the management of public affairs. Harmonious relations will be established between the individual and society on the basis of the unity of public and personal interests. For all their diversity, the Re. Page 267. Requirements of people will express the sound, reasonable requirements of the fully developed person. The purpose of communist production is to ensure uninterrupted progress of society and to provide all its members with material and cultural benefits according to their growing needs, their individual requirements and tastes. People's requirements will be satisfied from public sources. Articles of personal use will be in the full ownership of each member of society and will be at his disposal. Communist society, which is based on highly organized production and advanced technology, alters the character of work, but it does not release the members of society from work. It will by no means be a society of anarchy, idleness, and inactivity. Every able-bodied person will participate in social labor and thereby ensure the steady growth of the material and spiritual wealth of society. Thanks to the changed character of labor, its better technical equipment and the high degree of consciousness of all members of society, the latter will work willingly for the public benefit according to their own inclinations. Communist production demands high standards of organization, precision, and discipline, which are ensured, not by compulsion, but through an understanding of public duty, and are determined by the whole pattern of life in communist society. Labor and discipline will not be a burden to people. Labor will no longer be a mere source of livelihood, it will be a genuinely creative process and a source of joy. Communism represents the highest form or organization of public life. All production units and self-governing associations will be harmoniously united in a common planned economy and a uniform rhythm of social labor. Under communism the nations will draw closer and closer together in all spheres on the basis of a complete identity of economic, political, and spiritual interests, of fraternal friendship and cooperation. Communism is the system under which the abilities and talents of free man, his best moral qualities, blossom forth and reveal themselves in full. Family relations will be freed once and for all from material considerations and will be based solely on mutual love and friendship. In defining the basic tasks to be accomplished in building a communist society, the party is guided by Lenin's great formula: communism is Soviet power plus the electrification of the whole country. The CPSU, being a party of scientific communism, proposes and fulfills the tasks of communist construction in step with the preparation and maturing of the material and spiritual prerequisites, considering that it would be wrong to jump over necessary stages of development, and that it would be equally wrong to halt at an achieved level and thus check progress. The building of communism must be carried out by successive stages. In the current decade, the Soviet Union, in creating the material and technical basis of communism, will surpass the strongest and richest capitalist country, the USA, in production per head of population. The people's standard of living and their cultural and technical standards will improve substantially. Everyone will live in easy circumstances. All collective and state farms will become highly productive and profitable enterprises. The demand of Soviet people for well-appointed housing will, in the main, be satisfied. Hard physical work will disappear. The U.S.S.R will have the shortest working day. Page 268. The material and technical basis of communism will be built up by the end of the second decade, ensuring an abundance of material and cultural values for the whole population. Soviet society will come close to a stage where it can introduce the principle of distribution according to needs, and there will be a gradual transition to one form of ownership, national ownership. Thus, a communist society will in the main be built in the USSR. The construction of communist society will be fully completed in the subsequent period. The majestic edifice of communism is being erected by the persevering effort of the Soviet people, the working class, the peasantry, and the intelligentsia. The more successful their work, the closer the great goal, communist society. The tasks of the party in the spheres of state development and the further promotion of socialist democracy. The dictatorship of the proletariat, born of the socialist revolution, played an epoch-making role by ensuring the victory of socialism in the USSR. In the course of socialist construction, however, it underwent changes. After the exploiting classes had been abolished, the function of suppressing their resistance ceased to exist. The chief functions of the socialist state, organization of the economy, culture, and education, developed in full measure. The socialist state entered a new period of its development. The state began to grow over into a nationwide organization of the working people of socialist society. Proletarian democracy was growing more and more into a socialist democracy of the people as a whole. The working class is the only class in history that does not aim to perpetuate its power. Having brought about the complete and final victory of socialism, first phase of communism, and the transition of society to the full-scale construction of communism, the dictatorship of the proletariat has fulfilled its historic mission and has ceased to be indispensable in the USSK from the point of view of the tasks of internal development. The state, which arose as a state of the dictatorship of the proletariat, has, in the new, contemporary stage, become a state of the entire people, an organ expressing the interests and will of the people as a whole. Since the working class is the foremost and best organized force of Soviet society, it plays a leading role also in the period of the full-scale construction of communism. The working class will have completed its role of leader of society after communism is built and classes disappear. The party holds that the dictatorship of the working class will cease to be necessary before the state withers away. The state as an organization of the entire people will survive until the complete victory of communism. Expressing the will of the people, it must organize the building up of the material and technical basis of communism, and the transformation of socialist relations into communist relations, must exercise control over the measure of work and the measure of consumption, promote the people's welfare, protect the rights and freedoms of Soviet citizens, socialist law and order and socialist property, instill in the people conscious discipline and a communist attitude to labor, guarantee the defense and security of the country, promote fraternal cooperation with the socialist countries, uphold world peace, and maintain normal relations with all countries. All-round extension and perfection of socialist democracy, active participation of all citizens in the administration of the state, in the management of economic and cultural development, improvement of the government apparatus, and increased control over its activity. Page 269. by the people constitute the main direction in which socialist statehood develops in the building of communism. As socialist democracy develops, the organs of state power will gradually be transformed into organs of public self-government. The Leninist principle of democratic centralism, which ensures the proper combination of centralist leadership with the maximum encouragement of local initiative, the extension of the rights of the Union republics and greater creative activity of the masses, will be promoted. It is essential to strengthen discipline, constantly control the activities of all the sections of the administrative apparatus, check the execution of the decisions and laws of the Soviet state and heighten the responsibility of every official for the strict and timely implementation of these laws. The tasks of the party in the spheres of ideology, education, instruction, science, and culture. Soviet society has made great progress in the socialist education of the masses, in the molding of active builders of socialism. But even after the socialist system has triumphed, there persist in the minds and behavior of people survivals of capitalism, which hamper the progress of society. In the struggle for the victory of communism, ideological work becomes an increasingly powerful factor. The higher the social consciousness of the members of society, the more fully and broadly their creative activities come into play in the building of the material and technical basis of communism, in the development of communist forms of labor and new relations between people, and, consequently, the more rapidly and successfully the building of communism proceeds. The party considers that the paramount task in the ideological field in the present period is to educate all working people in a spirit of ideological integrity and devotion to communism, and cultivate in them a communist attitude to labor and the social economy, to eliminate completely the survivals of bourgeois views and morals, to ensure the all-round, harmonious development of the individual, to create a truly rich spiritual culture. Special importance is attached by the party to the molding of the rising generation. The molding of the new man is effected through his own active participation in communist construction and the development of communist principles in the economic and social spheres, under the influence of the educational work carried out by the party, the state, and various social organizations, work in which the press, radio, cinema, and television play an important part. As communist forms of social organization are created, communist ideas will become more firmly rooted in life and work and in human relations, and people will develop the ability to enjoy the benefits of communism in a rational way. Joint planned labor by the members of society, their daily participation in the management of state and public affairs, and the development of communist relations of comradely cooperation and mutual support, recast the minds of people in a spirit of collectivism, industry, and humanism. Increased communist consciousness of the people furthers the ideological and political unity of the workers, collective farmers, and intellectuals and promotes their gradual fusion in the single collective of the working people of communist society. The party sets the following tasks in the field of development of communist consciousness. The shaping of a scientific world outlook. Under socialism and at a time when. Page 270. A communist society is being built, when spontaneous economic development has given way to the conscious organization of production and social life as a whole, and when theory is daily translated into practice. It is of prime importance that a scientific world outlook be shaped in all working people of Soviet society on the basis of Marxism-Leninism, an integral and harmonious system of philosophical, economic, and socio-political views. The party calls for the education of the whole population in the spirit of scientific communism and strives to ensure that all working people fully understand the course and perspectives of world development. Labor education. The party sees the development of a communist attitude to labor in all members of society as its chief educational task. Labor for the benefit of society is the sacred duty of all. Any labor for society, whether physical or mental, is honorable and commands respect. Exemplary labor and management in the social economy should serve to educate all working people. The affirmation of communist morality. In the course of transition to communism, the moral principles of society become increasingly important. The sphere of action of the moral factor expands and the importance of the administrative control of human relations diminishes accordingly. The party will encourage all forms of conscious civic self-discipline leading to the assertion and promotion of the basic rules of the communist way of life. The communists reject the class morality of the exploiters, in contrast to the perverse, selfish views and morals of the old world. They promote communist morality, which is the noblest and most just morality, for it expresses the interests and ideals of the whole of working mankind. Communism makes the elementary standards of morality and justice, which were distorted or shamelessly flouted under the rule of the exploiters, inviolable rules for relations both between individuals and between peoples. Communist morality encompasses the fundamental norms of human morality which the masses of the people evolved in the course of millenniums as they fought against vice and social oppression. The revolutionary morality of the working class is of particular importance to the moral advancement of society. As socialist and communist construction progresses, communist morality is enriched with new principles, a new content. The party holds that the moral code of the builder of communism should comprise the following principles: devotion to the communist cause, love of the socialist motherland and of the other socialist countries. Conscientious labor for the good of society. He who does not work, neither shall he eat. Concern on the part of everyone for the preservation and growth of public wealth. A high sense of public duty, intolerance of actions harmful to the public interest. Collectivism and comradely mutual assistance, one for all and all for one. Humane relations and mutual respect between individuals. Man is to man a friend, comrade, and brother. Honesty and truthfulness, moral purity, modesty, and unpretentiousness in social and private life. Mutual respect in the family, and concern for the upbringing of children. An uncompromising attitude to injustice, parasitism, dishonesty, careerism and money grubbing. Page 271. Friendship and brotherhood among all peoples of the U.S.S.R. Intolerance of national and racial hatred. An uncompromising attitude to the enemies of communism, peace, and the freedom of nations. Fraternal solidarity with the working people of all countries, and with all peoples. The promotion of proletarian internationalism and socialist patriotism. The party will untiringly educate Soviet people in the spirit of proletarian internationalism and will vigorously promote the international solidarity of the working people. In fostering the Soviet people's love of their country, the party maintains that with the emergence of the world socialist system the patriotism of the members of socialist society is expressed in devotion and loyalty to their own country and to the entire community of socialist countries. Socialist patriotism and socialist internationalism necessarily imply proletarian solidarity with the working class and all working people of all countries. The party will continue perseveringly to combat the reactionary ideology of bourgeois nationalism, racism, and cosmopolitanism. All-round and harmonious development of the individual. In the period of transition to communism, there are greater opportunities of educating a new man, who will harmoniously combine spiritual wealth, moral purity, and a perfect physique. All-round development of the individual has been made possible by historic social gains: freedom from exploitation, unemployment, and poverty, from discrimination on account of sex, origin, nationality, or race. Every member of society is provided with equal opportunities for education and creative labor. Relations of dependence and inequality between people in public affairs and in family life disappear. The personal dignity of each citizen is protected by society. Each is guaranteed an equal and free choice of occupation and profession with due regard to the interests of society. As less and less time is spent on material production, the individual is afforded ever greater opportunities to develop his abilities, gifts, and talents in the fields of production, science, engineering, literature, and the arts. People will increasingly devote their leisure to public pursuits, cultural intercourse, intellectual and physical development, scientific, technical and artistic endeavor. Physical training and sports will become part and parcel of the everyday life of people. Elimination of the survivals of capitalism in the minds and behavior of people. The party considers it an integral part of its communist education work to combat manifestations of bourgeois ideology and morality, and the remnants of private owner psychology, superstitions, and prejudices. The general public, public opinion, and extensive criticism and self-criticism must play a big role in combating survivals of the past and manifestations of individualism and selfishness. Comradely censure of antisocial behavior will gradually become the principal means of doing away with manifestations of bourgeois views, customs, and habits. The power of example in public affairs and in private life, in the performance of one's public duty, acquires tremendous educational significance. The party uses ideological media to educate people in the spirit of a scientific materialist world conception, to overcome religious prejudices without insulting the sentiments of believers. It is necessary to conduct regularly broad atheistic propaganda on a scientific basis, to explain patiently the untenability of religious beliefs, which were engendered in the past when people were overawed by the page 272. Elemental forces and social oppression and did not know the real causes of natural and social phenomena. This can be done by making use of the achievements of modern science, which is steadily solving the mysteries of the universe and extending man's power over nature, leaving no room for religious inventions about supernatural forces. The exposure of bourgeois ideology. The peaceful coexistence of states with different social systems does not imply any easing of the ideological struggle. The Communist Party will go on exposing the anti-popular, reactionary nature of capitalism and all attempts to paint bright pictures of the capitalist system. The party will steadfastly propagate the great advantages of socialism and communism over the declining capitalist system. The party advances the scientific ideology of communism in contrast to reactionary bourgeois ideology. Communist ideology, which expresses the fundamental interests of the working class and all working people, teaches them to struggle, to live and work, for the happiness of all. It is the most humane ideology. Its ideals are to establish truly human relations between individuals and peoples, to deliver mankind from the threat of wars of extermination, and bring about universal peace and a free, happy life for all men on earth. The party in the period of full-scale communist construction. As a result of the victory of socialism in the USSR and the consolidation of the unity of Soviet society, the Communist Party of the working class has become the vanguard of the Soviet people, a party of the entire people, and extended its guiding influence to all spheres of social life. The party is the brain, the honor, and the conscience of our epoch, of the Soviet people, the people effecting great revolutionary transformations. It looks keenly into the future and shows the people scientifically motivated roads along which to advance, arouses titanic energy in the masses and leads them to the accomplishment of great tasks. The period of full-scale communist construction is characterized by a further enhancement of the role and importance of the Communist Party as the leading and guiding force of Soviet society. Unlike all the preceding socio-economic formations, communist society does not develop spontaneously, but as a result of the conscious and purposeful efforts of the masses led by the Marxist-Leninist Party. The Communist Party, which unites the foremost representatives of the working class, of all working people, and is closely connected with the masses, which enjoys unbounded prestige among the people and understands the laws of social development, provides proper leadership in communist construction as a whole, giving it an organized, planned, and scientifically based character. There must be a new, higher stage in the development of the party itself and of its political, ideological, and organizational work that is in conformity with the full-scale building of communism. The party will continuously improve the forms and methods of its work, so that its leadership of the masses, of the building of the material and technical basis of communism, of the development of society's spiritual life will keep pace with the growing requirements of the epoch of communist construction. The achievement of communism in the USSR will be the greatest victory mankind has ever won throughout its long history. Every new step made towards. Page 273. The bright peaks of communism inspires the working masses in all countries, renders immense moral support to the struggle for the liberation of all peoples from social and national oppression, and brings closer the triumph of Marxism-Leninism on a worldwide scale. When the Soviet people will enjoy the blessings of communism, new hundreds of millions of people on earth will say, "We are for communism." It is not through war with other countries, but by the example of a more perfect organization of society, by rapid progress in developing the productive forces, the creation of all conditions for the happiness and well-being of man, that the ideas of communism win the minds and hearts of the masses. The forces of social progress will inevitably grow in all countries, and this will assist the builders of communism in the Soviet Union. The party proceeds from the Marxist-Leninist proposition, history is made by the people, and communism is a creation of the people, of its energy and intelligence. The victory of communism depends on people, and communism is built for people. Every Soviet man brings the triumph of communism nearer by his labor. The successes of communist construction spell abundance and a happy life to all, and enhance the might, prestige and glory of the Soviet Union. The party is confident that the Soviet people will accept the new program of the CPSU as their own vital cause, as the greatest purpose of their life and as a banner of nationwide struggle for the building of communism. The party calls on all communists, on the entire Soviet people, working men and women, collective farmers and workers by brain, to apply their energies to the successful fulfillment of the historic tasks set forth in this program. Under the tried and tested leadership of the Communist Party, under the banner of Marxism-Leninism, the Soviet people have built socialism. Under the leadership of the party, under the banner of Marxism-Leninism, the Soviet people will build communist society. The party solemnly proclaims, the present generation of Soviet people shall live in communism. Harebrained schemes Khrushchev's division of the party apparatus. In his efforts to drive the Soviet economy forward and outmaneuver his neo-Stalinist opponents in the party hierarchy, Khrushchev undertook a number of rash initiatives in the domestic as well as the foreign policy realm. One of his most disruptive moves, immediately cancelled by his successors, was to divide the provincial organizations of the Communist Party into separate urban industrial and rural agricultural branches. The Send Party Congress set forth the further improvement of guidance of the national economy as one of the primary and most important of the party's tasks. It is now necessary also to bring party guidance of industry, construction, and agriculture into line with the demands of the time. In conditions of full-scale communist construction, when the party's role is growing immeasurably, the organizational restructuring of the guidance of the national economy has great political significance. In our time, what is required of the party is the ability not only to issue the proper slogan at the proper time but also to give knowledgeable day-by-day, concrete guidance to production, to the development of industry, agriculture, and all branches of the economy. The rate of the development of the country's national economy depends chiefly on the labor efforts of the millions and on an ability to organize the implementation of party policy and of plans for economic construction. However, the organizational forms for guidance of the national economy that took shape earlier, and that played in their time a positive role, now are preventing a more closely planned and concrete treatment of all branches of industry and agriculture, and the taking of timely, effective measures to remove existing shortcomings, are engendering the guidance of the economy by proclamation and in campaign style, and are preventing the proper placement of party cadres and the better employment of their knowledge and experience. To overcome the above-mentioned shortcomings and to improve the guidance of the national economy, it is necessary to shift to the production principle in the structure of the guiding party agencies from bottom to top. The organization of party agencies according to the production principle will present an opportunity to ensure more concrete and closely planned guidance of industry, construction, and agriculture, and to concentrate the principal attention on production questions. Such a reorganization will stimulate all aspects of the party's activity and will link organizational and ideological work still more closely to the tasks of creating the material and technical base for communism and of rearing the new man. The creation of the material and technical base for communism requires acceleration of the rate of technical progress. At present, the guidance of a large part of the research and design organizations is dispersed among economic councils, ministries, and departments, which hampers the pursuit of a unified technical policy in the branches of the national economy and slows down the introduction of new technology. The plenary session of the CPSU Central Committee deems it necessary to reorganize the guidance of research and design organizations, to eliminate parallelism and lack of coordination in their activity and to carry out measures for the centralization of the guidance of technical policy. The plenary session of the CPSU Central Committee calls the attention of party, Soviet, and economic agencies to the shortcomings that exist in the organization of industrial, housing and cultural and service construction. Certain economic councils, Union Republic state planning committees and local party agencies frequently undertake the construction of new projects without considering general state interests and without taking into account the possibilities for providing their projects with designs, materials, manpower, and equipment, and they scatter funds among a multitude of construction projects. The plenary session of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union resolves in the sphere of party guidance of the national economy. 1. To approve the measures for the reorganization of the party guidance of the national economy worked out by the Presidium of the CPSU Central Committee and set forth in Comrade N.S. Khrushchev's report at the present plenary session. 2. To recognize it as necessary to reorganize the leading party agencies from bottom to top on the basis of the production principle, and thereby to ensure more concrete guidance of industrial and agricultural production. To form within the limits of the existing territories and provinces, as a rule, 2 independent party organizations. A territory or province party organization uniting communists who work in industry, construction, and transport, in educational institutions and research institutes, and in design organizations and other institutions that serve industrial production and construction. A territory or province party organization uniting communists who work on collective and state farms, at experimental stations, in agricultural educational institutions and research institutes, at enterprises that process agricultural raw materials, and in procurement and other institutions and organizations connected with agricultural production. In the territory and province party organizations to have, correspondingly, a territory or province party committee for guiding industrial production. A territory or province party committee for guiding agricultural production. 3. For purposes of improving the guidance of the national economy, to recognize as expedient the formation in the CPSU Central Committee and the Central Committees of the Union Republic Communist Parties of Central Committee Bureaus for guiding industrial production and Central Committee Bureaus for guiding agricultural production. To elect a presidium of the Central Committee in the Central Committees of the Union Republic Communist Parties for deciding questions of republic-wide significance and for coordination of the activities of the bureaus. The fall of Khrushchev. After 4 years of political maneuvering commencing with the U-2 affair in 1960, the neo-Stalinists inspired by Mikhail Sislov accomplished the unprecedented feat of removing the established leader according to the party rules. The gist of Sislov's speech at the Central Committee meeting where this action took place was reported in the underground press. Khrushchev was consigned to political oblivion but lived on in quiet retirement until his death in 1971. A. Sislov's secret speech. Generalizing all the information concerning M. Sislov's report that has come in from various sources, it is possible to reduce the charges made in the report against Khrushchev to the following points. Khrushchev allowed serious mistakes in his work, made thoughtless and hasty decisions, and played organizational leapfrog. In recent years Khrushchev concentrated all the power in the country in his own hands and began to abuse it. He attributed all the achievements of the country to his own personal merits, completely ceased to consider the members of the Presidium, slighted them, insulted them, did not listen to their opinions, constantly lectured them and everyone else. In spite of repeated appeals to him by the members of the Presidium, he ignored all reproof. In the press more and more was written about his merits. During 1963 in the Central Press his picture appeared 10 times, and in the first half of 1964, 140 times. Whereas even pictures of Stalin would be printed only 10 times a year. Khrushchev surrounded himself with advisors from among his relatives and journalists whose voice he heeded more than the voice of the members of the Presidium. The members of the Presidium had to handle a series of important measures through these people, since he did not want to listen to members of the Presidium and did not accept their proposals. Khrushchev often referred to the opinions of his son Sergei and his daughter Rada. He dragged his family into politics. He was surrounded by toadies and flatterers, in the press and on the radio as well. To his son Sergei, who had recently finished the institute, they gave the title of laureate of the Lenin Prize and candidate of technical science. Suslov called Khrushchev's son-in-law Adzubay a toady, a lackey, and announced that the CC had removed him from the office of chief editor of Izvestia. In Khrushchev's entourage, Adzubay was sort of a minister of foreign affairs, who tried to decide everything on the level of heads of government and disoriented the ambassadors. Gromyko was pushed into the second rank. Suslov recounted how Adzubay, in West Germany, in a talk with members of the government and public figures of West Germany, referred to Ulbricht in an insulting tone. It took great effort to settle the conflict with the GDR that arose over this. The CC of the Socialist Unity Party sent a protest against Adzubay's gossip to West Germany, where he had come to sound out the basis for a possible trip there by Khrushchev. Adzubay declared to the West Germans, "Why do you jump on Ulbricht? You know he won't live long, he has tuberculosis of the throat." The creation at Khrushchev's initiative of two party organizations, industrial and rural, caused much confusion and represents the creation of two new parties, a workers' party and a peasants' party. In a new note to the members of the Presidium, Khrushchev proposed to liquidate the party organizations in rural food supply administrations and to establish political departments in place of them. Besides this, he proposed to specialize the work of the food supply administrations and create separate administrations: main administration for sheep, main administration for pigs, main administration for fowl, etc. The Presidium responded to this note by postponing the plenum of the CC. Khrushchev got the idea that he was a specialist in all areas in agriculture, diplomacy, science, art, and lectured about all of them. In West Germany he lectured about how agriculture should be carried on, and acted as if he were in some one of the provinces of our own country. Many materials on the CC and materials prepared by the apparatus of the CC. Page 277. He had printed under his own name. Circulating notes to the members of the Presidium, he demanded written comments from them and gave them 45 minutes for this. Naturally, when his notes were being considered at the CC, none of the members of the Presidium was able to come forth with written conclusions. The sessions of the Presidium of the CC under Khrushchev were turned into empty formality. Khrushchev so confused the administration of industry by creating committees, the Economic Council of the USSR, the Supreme Economic Council of the USSR, that it appears very difficult to untangle all this. Industry is now doing worse. Khrushchev carried on an incorrect policy in the area of price setting. The rise in prices for meat, dairy products, and certain industrial goods was a blow to the material situation of the workers. He also carried on an incorrect policy in the area of stock raising, as a result of which many cows were slaughtered and deliveries of meat were reduced and sales in the market were reduced. Khrushchev was careless in his speeches and conversations. Thus, for example, in a conversation with Japanese parliamentarians he declared that here in Kazakhstan live Kazakhs and in Xinjiang there are also Kazakhs, and if a referendum were taken among them as to whether they wanted to remain in China or join the USSR, and if they voted for the USSR, we would unite them with us. Suslov said that in the USSR these phrases were deleted when the type was being set, but they were printed in Japan, which evoked a protest on the part of China. Although our differences with China are not going away, and will be considered at the conference of 26 communist parties, and later on at a conference of all communist parties, nevertheless it is necessary to emphasize that in the exacerbation of the position of the Chinese the conduct of Khrushchev also had an influence, when he slighted individual leaders of the socialist states. He called Mao Zedong an old galosh. This became known to him and caused bitterness. Khrushchev also conducted himself tactlessly in relation to Albania. At a dinner after a session of Comecon *, he hurled a retort at Zhivkov, that the Bulgarians were always dependents. Out of tactfulness Zhivkov kept quiet and swallowed this pill. At the dinner there were leaders of the socialist states and parties. This was a manifestation by Khrushchev of great power chauvinism. Through an understanding with Poland, an aircraft factory was built there at which airplanes of the An-2 type were produced. According to the agreement we were supposed to buy 500 planes from them. Khrushchev decided not to buy these planes, under the pretext that we could make them more cheaply. By this we let the Poles down and provoked great dissatisfaction. At the plant there are 15,000 workers. We also provoked dissatisfaction in Romania, compelling her to pump her oil into the Friendship oil pipeline at a time when Romania was getting hard currency for her oil. Khrushchev's petty tyranny was shown in the following. Learning that at the Timur Yazef Agricultural Academy there were scholars who did not agree with his policy in the area of agriculture, he decided no matter what to move the academy out of Moscow and disperse its faculty completely in different places. On top of this he said, there's no use there plowing up asphalt. The academy, as is well known, has existed in Moscow for a century. Suslov said that the members of the Presidium were in disagreement with Khrushchev, and under various pretexts stalled off the relocation of the academy, created various committees, and in a word, sabotaged his directive. But when the day came that he returned from a trip and learned that the academy was still in Moscow, he ordered that it cease accepting students. So for a period of 2 years the academy lacked the first class and then the second. Many professors had to leave the academy. Without any explanation to the members of the Presidium he removed the Minister of Agriculture Comrade Pisin from his post. After seeing fallow fields on one Sovkhoz in Kazakhstan, Khrushchev disregarded the explanation of the director of the Sovkhoz that on this land fallow fields were absolutely necessary, and ordered the removal not only of the director but even of the secretary of the CC of Kazakhstan Comrade Kunev. Khrushchev did not refrain from reproaching Kosygin just because somehow in a conversation with Yusupov Kosygin asked how they were doing with the grain and said that they should get better grain yields. Khrushchev regarded this as interference by Kosygin in the direction of agriculture. Khrushchev defended Lysenko, without regard for the fact that many scholars had come out against Lysenko. Suslov related the following. At the insistence of Lysenko, Khrushchev proposed to the USSR Academy of Sciences to open up 2 vacancies for the election of Nuzdin and Remeslo as academicians. At the session of the Academy of Sciences, academician Sakharov challenged both of these candidacies. Lysenko spoke out in regard to the rejection of these candidacies with an abusive speech and later reported what had happened to Khrushchev. The latter declared that if the academy was getting into politics, then we would break up this kind of academy we don't need. These pronouncements of Khrushchev's became known to the members of the academy. We ordered some Finnish houses from Finland, in connection with which they built a special plant. Then at Khrushchev's insistence we refused these houses. Later on, when we ordered some ships from the Finns, they notified us that they would only build them in old plants. In 10 years Khrushchev did not once receive the Minister of Foreign Trade Patalichev. Khrushchev never even called him up. At Khrushchev's orders the private plots of the collective farmers were cut down. This caused irritation in the village, since the cut-off portions could in no way be sown and grew up in weeds. In regard to the decorating of Nasser, things happened thus. The members of the Presidium objected to awarding Nasser the title Hero of the Soviet Union. However, Khrushchev insisted personally, and took the Star and Order of Lenin to Cairo. When Nasser said that they also had to give the title of hero to his vice president Amir, Khrushchev without the agreement of the Presidium told Jorgads to bring a Star and Order on the grounds that he had promised Nasser to do this. When he returned from Cairo he told Ponomarev to check what kind of evidently Ismail Yusupov, whom Khrushchev substituted for Kunev in Kazakhstan in 1962, and was himself displaced again by Kunev after Khrushchev was ousted ed. Trofim D. Lysenko, the quack geneticist ed. M.P. Jorgadze, Secretary, to the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet ed. Boris N. Ponomarev, Head of the International Department of the Party Secretariat ed. Page 279. Communists there were in the United Arab Republic who Nasser said were preventing him from building socialism. In one province he proposed to liquidate the Kolkhozy and create Sovkhozy, justifying this because the Kolkhozy were unprofitable. In fact, the Kolkhozy were more profitable than the Sovkhozy. Khrushchev never allowed one member of the Presidium to go out to the provinces, declaring that it's useless for you to go there, they have to work. He sometimes came down on a member of the Presidium for measures that had been carried out, forgetting that he had proposed these same measures in speeches that had been written for him earlier. He was lavish and indiscriminate in his promises. Thus, for example, we are building 600 kilometers of railroad in Iraq, at the same time that here in the USSR our annual construction does not exceed 600 kilometers. In Indonesia, where incredible poverty rules, our builders erected a big stadium. The crowning blow was his trip to the Scandinavian countries with his whole family, with his children and grandchildren, in all 12 people. Satyakov * took his daughter with him. In the Western press they wrote that it was a family picnic. This can't be called anything but a procession with a retinue. And the entire cost was a state expense. Khrushchev insisted that the party program not make the reference under the direction of the Proletarian Party. It was necessary to deceive him by saying that this was a typographical error. He discovered that this phrase was left in even at the last stage. Khrushchev made his aide secretary of a province committee. We bought 10 million tons of grain, but even so because of losses we didn't complete the plan, although this was the biggest purchase of all time. At the sessions of the Presidium Khrushchev shouted, swore, insulted members of the Presidium, and used dirty language. Could we have called him to order sooner? The members of the Presidium did this, warned him, but except for coarse rebuffs and insults they heard nothing from him, although he did not employ repression in relation to the members of the Presidium. It is harder to struggle with a living cult than with a dead one. If Stalin destroyed people physically, Khrushchev destroyed them morally. The removal of Khrushchev from power is a sign not of the weakness but of the strength of the party, and this should be a lesson. B. Communiqué of the Central Committee. On the 14th of October of this year a plenary session of the Central Committee of the CPSU took place. The plenary session of the CC of the CPSU approved the request of Comrade N.S. Khrushchev to be released from the duties of First Secretary of the CC of the CPSU, member of the Presidium of the CC of the CPSU, and Chairman of the Council of Ministers of the USSR, in connection with his advanced age and worsening condition of health. The plenary session of the CC of the CPSU elected as First Secretary of the CC of the CPSU Comrade L.I. Brezhnev. Page 280. Chapter 6. The Era of Stagnation, 1964-1985. The years from 1964 to 1982 were for the Soviet Union the most stable period in its history, with rigid maintenance of institutions and ideology by an aging leadership unwilling to address creatively the country's fundamental problems. These were no longer problems of backwardness and revolution but of modernity and growth, for which the governing spirit in the Communist Party was increasingly anachronistic. This dilemma was the legacy bequeathed at the death of Brezhnev in 1982 to the new leadership of Yuri Andropov and then of Mikhail Gorbachev. The promise of the Brezhnev era. The Palace coup of 1964, installing Leonid I. Brezhnev as first secretary of the party and Alexei N. Kosygin as prime minister, initiated the longest period of stable leadership and policy that the Soviet Union experienced since the revolution. Avoiding grand programmatic statements, the new leadership rescinded most of Khrushchev's administrative experiments and concentrated on the material enhancement of the nation's power and productivity. In examining economic development we must see both the positive aspects of the results of our work and also the shortcomings. In recent years negative phenomena have appeared, such as a slowing down of the rates of growth of production and labor productivity and a reduction in the effectiveness of the utilization of production assets and capital investments. Unless we adopt a critical approach, we cannot give a correct appraisal, without which our advance will be less successful. After its October plenary session, the CPSU Central Committee analyzed the state of affairs in economics, exposed the reasons for the negative phenomena and outlined paths for overcoming them. The rates of economic growth were affected by shortcomings in administration and planning, by underestimation of the methods of economic accountability, and by failure to make full use of material and moral incentives. The forms and methods of the management, planning, and economic stimulation of production employed until recently did not conform to the new, higher level of productive forces in the country and had begun to hamper their development. The crop failures of 1963 and 1965 had a negative effect on the national economy, and especially on raising the material well-being of the working people. The complications in the international situation must also be taken into account. The aggressive actions of the U.S. imperialists forced us to channel substantial additional funds into strengthening the country's defense might in recent years. It must be admitted that, because of a subjectivist approach, certain miscalculations were made in working out the 7-year plan. Running ahead was permitted. The expansion of production established for some branches did not always conform to actual possibilities. The territorial system of industrial management led to the division of guidance of branches of industry among many economic regions. Uniform technical policy was violated, research organizations were cut off from production, and this hampered the development and introduction of technology. The 5-year plan for 1966-1970 is an important new stage in the Soviet people's struggle to create the material and technical base of communism. The CPSU Central Committee defined the chief task of the new 5-year plan. It is to ensure on the basis of the comprehensive utilization of the achievements of science and technology, the industrial development of all social production and a rise in its effectiveness and in the productivity of labor, further significant growth of industry and a high stable rate of agricultural development, and thereby to attain a substantial rise in the people's standard of living and the fuller satisfaction of the material and cultural needs of all Soviet people. New steps will be taken in the coming 5-year period to solve such problems as overcoming the substantial differences between town and countryside and between mental and physical labor. The solution of major economic and social tasks will still further strengthen the political foundation and the material base of the alliance of the working class and the peasantry. The fraternal alliance of the peoples living in our country will be further developed. Primary significance is attached to the development of agriculture. The task is set of raising this very important sphere of material production so that the country's requirements for agricultural products may be more fully satisfied. It is planned to raise labor productivity in agriculture on the basis of mechanization, chemicalization, and electrification, and to bring agriculture step by step up to the level of technical equipment and organization of production that prevails in industry. The substantial convergence of the rates of growth of the means of production and the production of consumer goods is an important feature of the coming 5-year period. This is one of the most important economic and political tasks, the fulfillment of which conforms to the interests of millions of people. And the party, which holds the people's welfare above all else, is giving it a great deal of attention in the new 5-year plan. There was a time when we had to restrict our requirements deliberately in order to achieve high rates of development of heavy industry. Now we have powerful productive forces. They make it possible to develop more quickly the branches of social production that directly satisfy the material, cultural and other needs of the working people. It is this policy of the party that has been given expression in the 5-year plan's provisions for the convergence of the rates of development of the production of means of production and the production of consumer goods, and of the rates of development of agriculture and industry. Page 282. The Communist Party of the Soviet Union has always manifested and will continue to manifest concern for the development of literature and the arts. The party has guided and will guide the activity of the creative organizations and institutions, rendering them all-round support and assistance. The party opposes administration by fiat and arbitrary decisions on questions of art and literature. At the same time, we are unfailingly guided by the principle of party spirit in art and a class approach to the evaluation of everything that is done in the sphere of culture. We shall always remember the words of Vladimir Ilyich Lenin that literary matters must become part of the cause of the entire proletariat. The party will always support art and literature that affirms a faith in our ideals and will wage an implacable struggle against all manifestations of an ideology alien to us. Socialist art is profoundly optimistic and life-affirming. It is able to look perceptively at what is new and progressive in our life and to show vividly and with talent the beauty of the world in which we live, the grandeur of the goals and ideals of the man of the new society. This does not mean, of course, that one must write only about the good things. As is known, there are quite a few difficulties and shortcomings in our country, and truthful criticism of them in works of art is useful and necessary and helps the Soviet people overcome these shortcomings. Unfortunately, one also encounters those tradesmen in the arts who, instead of helping the people, select as their specialty the denigration of our system and slander against our heroic people. Of course, we have only a handful of such people. In no degree do they express the feelings and thoughts of our creative intelligentsia, which is indissolubly bound to the people and the party. The renegades do not cherish what is most sacred for every Soviet man: the interests of the socialist homeland. It is perfectly obvious that the Soviet people cannot overlook the disgraceful activity of such individuals. They treat them as they deserve. Our Leninist Communist Party is the guiding and directing force of Soviet society. It unites in its ranks the most advanced representatives of the working class and of all working people and is guided by the militant revolutionary ideology of the working class of the entire world: Marxism-Leninism. It is confidently leading the Soviet people forward along the path of the construction of communism, is channeling and organizing the life of socialist society and is successfully fulfilling the role of teacher, organizer, and political leader of the entire Soviet people. The party's political and organizational work among the masses and the selfless labor of the Soviet people have ensured the further growth of the country's economy and a rise in the well-being of the Soviet people, have made it possible to strengthen our socialist state still more and to increase the international prestige of the Soviet Union. The October 1964 plenary session of the CPSU Central Committee, which expressed the party's unshakable will to develop and strictly observe Leninist norms of party life and principles of leadership, was an important stage in the life of the party and the country. On the basis of the decisions of the October plenary session, shortcomings in the sphere of economic and party construction and errors linked with the unjustified restructuring of party, Soviet, and economic bodies are being corrected. The October plenary session has exerted a positive influence on all aspects of page 283. The life and activity of the party, the socialist state and the whole of Soviet society. It was a vivid testimonial to the monolithism and unity of the party, its political maturity and ability to clear away boldly and decisively everything that impedes our advance. The Communist Party of the Soviet Union, armed with the great teaching of Marxism-Leninism, is confidently leading the Soviet people along the road to communism. The theoretical heritage of Marx, Engels, and Lenin is the greatest wealth of our party and of the entire world communist movement. It can be said with justice that the strongest and most remarkable feature of our party's entire activity throughout its history has been the creative development of the scientific theory of Marxism-Leninism and its organic combination with the revolutionary practice of the working class and of all the working masses. The struggle against bourgeois ideology, revisionism, dogmatism, and reformism is of great importance. We must always remember that our class enemy is imperialism. It conducts subversive activities against the socialist system, its principles, ideology, and morals. Imperialism's gigantic propaganda apparatus corrupts the individual and tries to divert the masses from politics. The struggle against bourgeois ideology must under all circumstances be uncompromising, for this is a class struggle, a struggle for man, for his dignity and freedom, for a consolidation of the positions of socialism and communism. It is a struggle in the interests of the international working class. The Soviet people are carrying out the greatest social task in the history of mankind, the building of communism. Tens of millions of people are taking part in the active creative process of construction. We must teach first the majority and then all working people to work as our glorious shock workers and masters of labor are working today. This task is perfectly feasible. Today's shock workers and innovators of production are ordinary people. But they stand out because they have fully mastered technology, because they serve society consciously, display high moral and ethical qualities, a spirit of collectivism, and are carrying out their duties to the people self-sacrificingly and to the fullest of their abilities. These are people of the future, as it were. They work as all people will work under communism. This is of tremendous significance for the success of ideological work. Here is an example, a model that should be followed and from which it is possible to learn. Party organizations are called upon to do all in their power so that every Soviet person may see in the assignments of the new 5-year plan a program for his own personal labor and may make a worthy contribution to its fulfillment. Our party has always attached primary significance to instilling conscious discipline in all members of society. The strengthening of labor discipline and the demand for the unconditional observance of all the laws and rules of socialist society not only do not contradict the democratic principles of the Soviet system, but on the contrary, constitute a condition for the development and expansion of Soviet socialist democratism. The socialist organization of the whole of society for the sake of each individual and the socialist discipline of each individual for the sake of the whole society, such is the substance of socialist democracy. It is the task of the party constantly to strengthen the high discipline and organization of all links of the party and the state. Page 284. The end of the THIRD-Daniel trial. The limited relaxation of party controls over cultural life in the Khrushchev era was abruptly ended by the Brezhnev regime. The return to ideological conformity was signaled by the arrest and trial of the writers Andrei Sinyavsky and Yuli Daniel in 1966. Critical writing was thereafter forced into the underground dissident movement. Sinyavsky, like numerous other dissidents, was ultimately expelled from the Soviet Union. The enemies of communism are not squeamish. With what gusto do they dish up any sensation gleaned from the garbage heap of anti-Sovietism? That was what happened some time ago. The bourgeois press and radio started coming out with reports of the groundless arrest in Moscow of 2 men of letters who had published anti-Soviet lampoons abroad. What a field day the unclean consciences and equally unclean imaginations of Western propagandists had. And here they are, already painting in sweeping strokes a mythical purge in Soviet literary circles, alleging that these circles are extremely alarmed at the threat of a new campaign against anti-communist-minded writers and against liberal intellectual circles in general. The question is, what really happened? What has so hardened the black host of anti-Sovieters? Why have individual foreign intellectuals, who look out of place in this company, fallen into its embrace? Why do certain gentlemen strike the pose of mentors, all but protectors, of our morals, and pretend they are defending the 2 renegades on behalf of the Soviet intelligentsia? There is only one answer: in the ideological battles between the 2 worlds, the enemies of the new society are not particularly scrupulous as to means. And when a couple of turncoats turn up in their trenches, they hasten to heroize them, for want of something better. For those impoverished in spirit, such turncoats are a windfall they have longed for. After all, with their aid one can try to confuse public opinion, sow the poisonous seeds of unprincipledness, nihilism and morbid interest in shady problems of life. In brief, the enemies of communism found what they were looking for: 2 renegades, for whom duplicity and shamelessness had become a credo. Hiding behind the pseudonyms of Abram Tertz and Nikolai Arzak, for several years they had been secretly sending foreign publishing houses dirty libels against their country, against the party and against the Soviet system, and having them published abroad. One of them, A. Sinyavsky, alias A. Tertz, published articles of literary criticism in Soviet magazines, wormed his way into the Writers' Union, and outwardly shared the aspirations of its statutes to serve the people, to show in lofty artistic form the greatness of the ideas of communism, and through all one's creative work and public activity to take an active part in the building of communism. The second, U. Daniel N. R. Jacques, did translations. But this was all just a false front for them. It concealed something else, hatred of our system and foul mockery of what is dearest to our motherland and people. They find nothing pleasing in our country, nothing in its multinational culture is sacred to them. They are ready to vilify and defame everything that is dear to Soviet man, whether it belongs to the present or the past. Just imagine what they wrote about Anton Pavlovich Chekhov, the outstanding Russian humanist, whose creative work stirs the good in man. Only the utmost shamelessness could move a pen that traces out such lines as, "Oh, to grab this Chekhov by his tubercular little beard and shove his nose into his consumptive phlegm." And the Russian classics, the pride of world literature, what do they say about them? The classics, those are what I hate most of all. These scribblers attempt to sling mud at and slander our Soviet army, whose immortal exploit saved the peoples of Europe from extermination by Hitlerism. For Soviet people, for the peoples of the earth, for all progressive mankind, no name is more sacred than the name of the leader of our revolution, Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. After all, Lenin is the age of socialist revolutions and national liberation movements. He is our era, which has changed the world. He is scientific communism, which is being embodied in man's glorious deeds. Even prominent captains of capitalism have bowed their heads before Lenin, on more than one occasion they have had to admit that the 20th century found in him the greatest transformer of life. To what a bottomless morass of abomination must a so-called man of letters sink to desecrate with his hooligans' pen this name that is sacred to us? It is impossible to repeat the relevant passages here, so malicious is this scribble, so outrageous and filthy. These blasphemous lines alone suffice for the diagnosis that the authors place themselves outside Soviet society. The lampoons by Sinyovsky, Tertz and Daniel R. Jacques can evoke only loathing and anger in us Soviet writers, profoundly devoted to the idea of the communist transformation of life and viewing the Leninist party as a firm bulwark and wise leader in the selfless struggle for peace and happiness in us, as in all Soviet people. It is in vain that the transatlantic patron of the turncoats, the white émigré poet B. Filipov, in prefaces to the vile books of Tertz and R. Jacques tries to pass off his protégés as well-known Soviet writers. There are none like that in Soviet literature. But let us leave the Western patrons of the two slanderers. If there is anything they can play upon, it is only ignorance of the foreign public regarding our Soviet life. But lies have short legs, one can't go far on them. I am sure that every sensible person in the West, comparing the facts he knows about the Soviet Union with the fabrications of the two renegades, will always draw a correct conclusion. He will consign the Sinyovsky, Tertz and Daniel R. Jacques lampoons to the rubbish heap. It cannot be otherwise. The slanderers, after all, not only raise their hand against our Soviet society, they spew venom on all progressive mankind, on its ideals, on its sacred struggle for social progress, democracy, and peace. Today even many bourgeois journalists among our ideological adversaries speak with respect of the mighty power of socialism, which has become a magnet of attraction for Africa, Asia, Latin America, and the entire world. Sinyovsky and Daniel grew up in the Soviet Union. They enjoyed all the blessings of socialism. Everything that had been won by our elder brothers and fathers in the flaming years of the Revolution and the Civil War and in the difficult period of the first 5-year plans was at their service. Sinyovsky and Daniel began in a small way. They replaced honesty with unprincipledness, literary activity as understood by Soviet people with double-dealing, sincerity in their attitude to life with nihilism and with carping criticism of their page 286. Fellow men behind their backs. Having started with these petty mean tricks, they did not stop. They went on sliding down an inclined plane. And eventually they rolled as far as crimes against the Soviet regime. Thereby they placed themselves outside our literature, outside the community of Soviet people. From petty meanness to major betrayal, such was the route down which they marched. But is that all there is to it? It is, after all, not simply a question of the moral and political degeneration of two hooligans. It is a question of renegades in the service of the most rabid, most unbridled enemies of communism. In the West, the story of Sinyavsky and Daniel is being spread because these two for their part have served as a tool for spreading psychological warfare against the Soviet Union. Gentlemen, you rejoice too soon. Your turncoats have themselves been turned on their backs. Their true visage has been recognized. These are not merely moral monsters but active henchmen of those who stoke the furnace of international tension, who wish to turn the Cold War into a hot one, who have not abandoned the mad dream of raising their hand against the Soviet Union. No mercy can be shown to such henchmen. Our people have paid too dearly for the achievements of October, for the victory over fascism, for the blood and sweat shed for the homeland to be indifferent to these two scum. As we have already seen, the writings of these two renegades, permeated through and through with malicious slander of our social system and our state, are specimens of anti-Soviet propaganda. Their entire content is aimed at inciting hostility between peoples and states, at aggravating the danger of war. Essentially, these are shots fired in the back of a people fighting for peace on earth and for universal happiness. Such actions cannot be regarded as other than hostile acts against the homeland. Time will pass, and no one will even remember them. The pages steeped in bile will rot in the dump. After all, history has time and again confirmed that slander, however thick and venomous it be, inevitably evaporates under the warm breath of truth. This will happen this time, too. The attempt at economic reform, Lieberman. Even in the Khrushchev years it was recognized by Soviet economists that Stalin-style methods of coercive centralism were beginning to outlive their usefulness for a sophisticated industrial economy. The economist Yevgeny Lieberman first proposed in 1962 a plan for enterprise autonomy, free market prices, and profit incentives. These ideas were endorsed by the Central Committee of the party in 1965, as Lieberman explained in his subsequent treatise. In practice, however, the system of central planning was not substantially altered. A. Lieberman's proposal. It is necessary to find a sufficiently simple and at the same time well-grounded solution to one of the most important problems set forth in the party program, the formation of a system for planning and assessing the work of enterprises so that they have a vital interest in higher plan assignments, in the introduction of new technology and in improving the quality of output, in a word, in achieving the greatest production efficiency. In our view, it is possible to accomplish this if the enterprises are given plans only for volume of output according to assortment of products and for delivery schedules. These must be drawn up with the maximum consideration for the direct ties between suppliers and consumers. All other indices should be given only to the economic councils, they should not be apportioned among the enterprises. On the basis of the volume and assortment assignments they receive, the enterprises themselves should draw up the final plan, covering labor productivity and number of workers, wages, production costs, accumulations, capital investments, and new technology. How is it possible to entrust the enterprises with the drafting of plans if all their calculations are, as a rule, far lower than their true potentials? It can be done if the enterprises have the greatest possible moral and material interest in making full use of reserves, not only in plan fulfillment but also in the very compilation of plans. To this end, planning norms of profitability must be worked out for each branch of industry and must be firmly established for an extended period. It would be most expedient to confirm these norms through a centralized procedure in the form of scales fixing the amounts of incentive payments to collectives of enterprises in accordance with the level of profitability achieved. One might naturally ask if the centralized basis of our planning would be retained and strengthened under this system. There is every reason to assert that the proposed system would relieve centralized planning from petty tutelage over enterprises and from costly efforts to influence production through administrative measures rather than economic ones. The enterprise alone knows and can discover its reserves best. But in order to do this, they should not have to fear that through their own good work they will put themselves in a difficult position in the following year. all the basic levers of centralized planning: prices, finances, budget, accounting, large capital investments, and finally all the value, labor, and major natural indices of rates and proportions in the sphere of production, distribution and consumption will be determined entirely at the center. At present, profitability is reduced if the enterprises are mastering many new products and a great deal of new technology. For this reason, we have worked out a scale of supplements to and reductions in incentive payments in accordance with the proportion of new products in the plan. The incentive payments will be somewhat reduced for the output of items long established in production and raised substantially for the introduction of new products. Besides this, the very process of price formulation must be flexible. Prices for new products that represent more efficiency in production or consumption should be set to begin with so that the manufacturer can cover his additional expenditures. The consumer would not suffer from this at all but, on the contrary, would reap benefits for himself and for the national economy. In this way, profitability incentives might become a flexible weapon in the struggle for rapid introduction of new. Page 288. Technology and for increased quality of products. The present incentive system for inducing enterprises to reduce production costs and to increase output above the plan or above the figure for the previous years is a direct impediment to increasing product quality or mastering new products. Far be it from us, of course, to think that the proposed method is some sort of panacea, that by itself it will remove the shortcomings. Clearly the organizing, educational and controlling job done by the party and economic apparatus will remain a decisive force. But this force will grow many times if it is supported from below by a firm stake in the success of the cause, and not for the sake of indices but in the name of true production efficiency. Then the apparatus of the administration will decrease sharply. Let us note that the proposed procedure forces the enterprises to put out only products that are capable of being sold and of paying their way. Further, the enterprises will calculate the efficiency of new technology with some care and will stop thoughtlessly ordering any and all kinds of new equipment at state expense. It is now common practice to assume that any evaluation of the enterprise's work and any incentive for them must proceed from plan fulfillment as the most trustworthy yardstick. Why is this so? Because the plan creates supposedly equal conditions for enterprises, takes into account different natural conditions, different degrees of mechanization and other individual circumstances. In actuality, the plans of enterprises are now set according to the so-called record basis, i.e., proceeding from the level attained. What this creates is completely unequal conditions, privileged for those who work poorly and strenuous for those enterprises that really uncover and use their reserves. Why strive for good work in these conditions? Is it not simpler to try to obtain a good plan? It is time to amend this system. Is it not clear that truly equal conditions can be created if there is the single standard of profitability for enterprises finding themselves in roughly the same natural and technical conditions? It is less dangerous to ignore a few differences in these objective conditions than to level off the quality of economic guidance. By such leveling, we are preserving backward methods of production. Let the enterprises themselves, having the production program from the center and the long-term standard of profitability to go by, show what they are capable of doing in competition for the best results. It is right that we have no rivalry, but this in no way means that we have no competition for the best methods of leadership. On the contrary, such competition must receive full scope here. B. The 1965 Reform. The September plenum of the Central Committee of the CPSU made a detailed examination of the state of affairs in USSR industry. It was noted that the organizational structure of management existing at that time and the methods of planning and of economic incentive in industry were not in keeping with present conditions and with the level of development of the productive forces. Improvements in the system of management were outlined in the following basic directions: raising the scientific level of planning, the optimization of from, yet. G. Lieberman, Economic Methods and the Effectiveness of Production, pages 1012, 14, 1718. Reprinted by permission of M. E. Sharp Incorporated. Page 289. Planning, and the intensification of the role of long-term plans and norms, eliminating excessive regulation of the economic activity of enterprises and allocating the necessary means to develop their production, strengthening and developing cost accounting and intensifying economic production incentives with the aid of prices, profits, bonuses, and credit, converting to the branch principle of industrial management. As we know, the economic reform was elaborated in a rather extensive, specific form. First, there was a substantial reduction in the range of obligatory plan indices communicated to enterprises on a centralized basis, a number of indices were replaced, and the new profitability index was introduced. Plan targets for the volume of output to be sold are being established for enterprises instead of the gross output index. This substitution is very substantial. It places production under the economic control of purchasers and creates prerequisites for the establishment of organic unity between planning and cost accounting. The basic product mix is also confirmed from above. In addition to other indices, profit and profitability calculated as the ratio of profit to fixed productive capital and to normed working capital have been established as indices for evaluating the effectiveness of the work of enterprises. Thus, yardsticks of effectiveness which, although they have existed in our country for a long time, have not played a large part in planning, to say nothing of the evaluation of the work of enterprises, have been brought into economic circulation. In our opinion, the plan should confront production with ultimate goals but should not directly regulate the means of their attainment within the enterprise, which would deprive the enterprise of the necessary maneuverability in finding optimal solutions for the fulfillment of plan targets. Although they retain their importance as accounting indices within the branch, such indices as the number of personnel, the average wage, labor productivity, and enterprise cost of production are not included in the number of obligatory indices that are confirmed for each enterprise. Naturally, the restriction of the number of plan indices confirmed by higher echelon organizations considerably expands the economic autonomy of enterprises. In no small measure, this autonomy is also promoted by the Statute on the Socialist State Production Enterprise, which extends and legislatively confirms many rights to enterprise heads. The September plenum of the Central Committee of the CPSU outlined such a structure of the incentive system in order to arouse the enterprise's interest in elaborating and fulfilling higher plan targets and in making fullest use of internal reserves and resources. This goal is realized through the unity of the system of planning and economic incentives for enterprise collectives, which serves to increase the country's national income. In this instance, the interests of society and of enterprises are combined more harmoniously. The system of economic incentives makes provision for the formation of a special source of incentive payments above and beyond centrally established wage rates. The profit created at an enterprise is this source. It has been recognized that the amount of deductions paid from profits into the incentive fund depends on the fulfillment of the plan for increased sales or profits and on the profitability level contemplated in the annual plan. In those instances when an increase in sales vol. Page 290. UME is not advisable, the size of the material incentive fund is determined as a function of increased profit. The September plenum of the Central Committee of the CPSU emphasized that the price formation system must be improved if the reform is to be successful. Price must more completely reflect socially necessary labor outlays and must assure the compensation of production costs and the accumulation of profit by every normally functioning enterprise. At the same time, prices must also stimulate an improvement in the quality of production and in the expedient service life and reliability of products. Therefore, prices must take into account additional outlays by the producer for the improvement of the quality of goods as well as the effect of such improvement on productive or personal consumption. It has been emphasized that, as a rule, retail prices on consumer goods may be revised only in a downward direction. The reform of wholesale prices was carried out in 1967. The new prices reflect socially necessary outlays much more closely and completely. Nonetheless, in the future as well it will be necessary to conduct work to improve prices. The reform of the system of planning and economic incentive in industry is inseparable from the simultaneous restructuring of industrial management. The national economic councils did a certain amount of useful work, especially in production cooperation locally, i.e., on a territorial level. But at the same time, administration based on the territorial principle has also carried negative effects. It has hindered the implementation of a single-branch technological policy, it has weakened intra-branch specialization and cooperation, which are no less important than territorial cooperation. It has led to a certain irresponsibility due to the lack of strict distribution of functions among national economic councils and branch committees, etc. After all the advantages and shortcomings of the branch and territorial systems of management were carefully weighed, a branch system of management was adopted and appropriate branch industrial ministries were created. The September plenum of the Central Committee of the CPSU emphasized the great importance of measures proposed to improve the organization of management and to intensify economic methods for industrial management. The importance of these measures is that they combine unified government planning with total cost accounting operation of enterprises, centralized branch management with broad republic and local economic initiative, and the principle of one-man control with the enlargement of the role of production collectives. Moreover, democratic principles of management are further expanded and economic prerequisites are created for broader mass participation in production management and for mass influence on the results of the economic work of enterprises. As stated in the decree of the September plenum of the Central Committee of the CPSU, such a system of economic management more closely conforms to modern requirements and permits the better use of the advantages of the socialist system. Currents of dissent. Following the advent of Brezhnev and Kosygin and the Sinyovsky-Daniel trial, the movements of quasi-legal political and cultural ferment that emerged under Khrushchev were forced underground. Numerous different political viewpoints were expressed in the typewritten literature of Samis. That was smuggled to page 291. The West for publication. Democratic Marxism was defended by the historian Roy Medvedev. Traditionalist conservatism was espoused by the novelist Alexander Solzhenitsyn, and the values of pro-Western liberalism were represented by the physicist Andrei Sakharov. By the later 1970s, the KGB under Yuri Andropov had suppressed virtually all dissent, for the time being. Solzhenitsyn was deported from the Soviet Union in 1974. Sakharov was consigned to internal exile, until Gorbachev released him in 1986. He served in the Congress of People's Deputies and the Supreme Soviet in the months just before his death in 1989. Medvedev continued to live and write in Moscow, also became a deputy in the Congress and the Supreme Soviet, and served as a member of the Central Committee of the Communist Party for its last year. A. Liberal dissent. Sakharov. The division of mankind threatens it with destruction. Civilization is imperiled by a universal thermonuclear war, catastrophic hunger for most of mankind, stupefaction from the narcotic of mass culture, and bureaucratized dogmatism, a spreading of mass myths that put entire peoples and continents under the power of cruel and treacherous demagogues, and destruction or degeneration from the unforeseeable consequences of swift changes in the conditions of life on our planet. In the face of these perils, any action increasing the division of mankind, any preaching of the incompatibility of world ideologies and nations is madness and a crime. Only universal cooperation under conditions of intellectual freedom and the lofty moral ideals of socialism and labor, accompanied by the elimination of dogmatism and pressures of the concealed interests of ruling classes, will preserve civilization. The reader will understand that ideological collaboration cannot apply to those fanatical, sectarian, and extremist ideologies that reject all possibility of rapprochement, discussion, and compromise, for example, the ideologies of fascist, racist, militaristic, and Maoist demagoguery. Millions of people throughout the world are striving to put an end to poverty. They despise oppression, dogmatism, and demagoguery. They believe in progress based on the use, under conditions of social justice and intellectual freedom, of all the positive experience accumulated by mankind. Intellectual freedom is essential to human society: freedom to obtain and distribute information, freedom for open-minded and unfearing debate, and freedom from pressure by officialdom and prejudices. Such a trinity of freedom of thought is the only guarantee against an infection of people by mass myths, which, in the hands of treacherous hypocrites and demagogues, can be transformed into bloody dictatorship. Freedom of thought is the only guarantee of the feasibility of a scientific democratic approach to politics, economy, and culture. But freedom of thought is under a triple threat in modern society: from the deliberate opium of mass culture, from cowardly, egotistic, and Philistine ideologies, and from the ossified dogmatism of a bureaucratic oligarchy and its favorite weapon, ideological censorship. Therefore, freedom of thought requires the defense of all thinking and honest people. This is a mission not only for the intelligentsia but for all strata of society, particularly its most active and organized stratum, the working class. The worldwide dangers of war, famine, cults of personality, and bureaucracy: these are perils for all of mankind. Recognition by the working class and the intelligentsia of their common interests has been a striking phenomenon of the present day. The most progressive, internationalist, and dedicated element of the intelligentsia is, in essence, part of the working class, and the most advanced, educated, internationalist, and broad-minded part of the working class is part of the intelligentsia. This position of the intelligentsia in society renders senseless any loud demands that the intelligentsia subordinate its strivings to the will and interests of the working class. What these demands really mean is subordination to the will of the party, or, even more specifically, to the party's central apparatus and its officials. Who will guarantee that these officials always express the genuine interests of the working class as a whole and the genuine interest of progress rather than their own caste interests? Fascism lasted 12 years in Germany. Stalinism lasted twice as long in the Soviet Union. There are many common features but also certain differences. Stalinism exhibited a much more subtle kind of hypocrisy and demagogy, with reliance not on an openly cannibalistic program like Hitler's but on a progressive, scientific, and popular socialist ideology. This served as a convenient screen for deceiving the working class, for weakening the vigilance of the intellectuals and other rivals in the struggle for power, with the treacherous and sudden use of the machinery of torture, execution, and informants, intimidating and making fools of millions of people, the majority of whom were neither cowards nor fools. As a consequence of this specific feature of Stalinism, it was the Soviet people, its most active, talented, and honest representatives, who suffered the most terrible blow. At least 10 to 15 million people perished in the torture chambers of the NKVD from torture and execution, in camps for exiled kulaks and so-called semi-kulaks and members of their families, and in camps without the right of correspondence. People perished in the mines of Norilsk and Vorkuta from freezing, starvation, and exhausting labor, at countless construction projects, in timber cutting, building of canals, or simply during transportation in prison trains, in the overcrowded holds of death ships in the Sea of Okhotsk, and during the resettlement of entire peoples, the Crimean Tatars, the Volga Germans, the Kalmyks, and other Caucasus peoples. In conclusion, I will sum up a number of the concrete proposals of varying degrees of importance that have been discussed in the text. These proposals, addressed to the leadership of the country, do not exhaust the content of the article. The strategy of peaceful coexistence and collaboration must be deepened in every way. Scientific methods and principles of international policy will have to be worked out, based on scientific prediction of the immediate and more distant consequences. The initiative must be seized in working out a broad program of struggle against hunger. Page 293. A law on press and information must be drafted, widely discussed, and adopted, with the aim not only of ending irresponsible and irrational censorship, but also of encouraging self-study in our society, fearless discussion, and the search for truth. The law must provide for the material resources of freedom of thought. All anti-constitutional laws and decrees violating human rights must be abrogated. Political prisoners must be amnestied and some of the recent political trials must be reviewed. The camp regime of political prisoners must be promptly relaxed. The exposure of Stalin must be carried through to the end, to the complete truth, and not just to the carefully weighed half-truth dictated by caste considerations. The influence of neo-Stalinists in our political life must be restricted in every way. The economic reform must be deepened in every way and the area of experimentation expanded, with conclusions based on the results. B. Conservative dissent. Solzhenitsyn. The murky whirlwind of progressive ideology swept in on us from the West at the end of the last century, and has tormented and ravaged our soul quite enough. A second danger is the multiple impasse in which Western civilization finds itself, but it is not so imminent. There are still 2 or 3 decades in reserve. We share this impasse with all the advanced countries, which are in an even worse and more perilous predicament than we are, although people keep hoping for new scientific loopholes and inventions to stave off the day of retribution. I would not mention this danger in this letter if the solutions to both problems were not identical in many respects, if one and the same turnabout, a single decision, would not deliver us from both dangers. Such a happy coincidence is rare. Let us value history's gift and not miss these opportunities. And all this has so suddenly come tumbling out at mankind's feet, and at Russia's. How fond our progressive publicists were, both before and after the revolution, of ridiculing those retrogrades, people who called upon us to cherish and have pity on our past, even on the most God-forsaken hamlet with a couple of hovels, even on the paths that run alongside the railway track, who called upon us to keep horses even after the advent of the motorcar, not to abandon small factories for enormous plants and combines, not to discard organic manure in favor of chemical fertilizers, not to mass by the million in cities, not to clamber on top of one another in multi-story apartment blocks. How they laughed, how they tormented those reactionary Slavophiles. They hounded the men who said that it was perfectly feasible for a colossus like Russia, with all its spiritual peculiarities and folk traditions, to find its own particular path, and that it could not be that the whole of mankind should follow a single, absolutely identical pattern of development. No, we had to be dragged along the whole of the Western bourgeois industrial and Marxist path in order to discover, toward the close of the 20th century, and again from progressive Western scholars, what any village graybeard in the Ukraine or Russia had understood from time immemorial and could have explained to the progressive commentators ages ago, had the commentators ever found the time in that dizzy fever of theirs to consult him, that a dozen worms can't go on and on gnawing the same apple forever, that if the earth is a finite object, then its expanses and resources are finite also, and the endless, infinite progress dinned into our heads by the dreamers of the Enlightenment cannot be accomplished on it. No, we had to shuffle on and on behind other people, without knowing what lay ahead of us, until suddenly we now hear the scouts calling to one another, "We blundered into a blind alley, we'll have to turn back." All that endless progress turned out to be an insane, ill-considered, furious dash into a blind alley. A civilization greedy for perpetual progress has now choked and is on its last legs. But what about us? Us, with our unwieldiness and our inertia, with our flinching and inability to change even a single letter, a single syllable, of what Marx said in 1848 about industrial development. Economically and physically we are perfectly capable of saving ourselves. But there is a roadblock on the path to our salvation soul progressive worldview. If we renounce industrial development, what about the working class, socialism, communism, unlimited increase in productivity and all the rest? Marx is not to be corrected, that's revisionism. But you are already being called revisionists anyway, whatever you may do in the future. So wouldn't it be better to do your duty soberly, responsibly, and firmly, and give up the dead letter for the sake of a living people who are utterly dependent on your power and your decisions? And you must do it without delay. Why dawdle if we shall have to snap out of it sometime anyway? Why repeat what others have done and loop the agonizing loop right to the end, when we are not too far into it to turn back? If the man at the head of the column cries, "I have lost my way," Do we absolutely have to plow right onto the spot where he realized his mistake and only there turn back? Why not turn and start on the right course from wherever we happen to be? As it is, we have followed Western technology too long and too faithfully. We are supposed to be the first socialist country in the world, one which sets an example to other peoples, in both the East and the West, and we are supposed to have been so original in following various monstrous doctrines in the peasantry, on small tradesmen. So why, then, have we been so dolefully unoriginal in technology, and why have we so unthinkingly, so blindly, copied Western civilization? One might have thought that, with the central planning of which we are so proud, we of all people had the chance not to spoil Russia's natural beauty, not to create anti-human, multimillion concentrations of people. But we've done everything the other way round. We have dirted and defiled the wide Russian spaces and, page 295, disfigured the heart of Russia, our beloved Moscow. The irreplaceable face of the city and all the ancient city plan have been obliterated, and imitations of the West are being flung up. Like the new Arbit, the city has been so squeezed, stretched, and pushed upward that life has become intolerable. So what do we do now? Reconstruct the former Moscow in a new place? That is probably impossible. Except, then, that we have lost it completely. We have squandered our resources foolishly without so much as a backward glance, sapped our soil, mutilated our vast expanses with idiotic inland seas and contaminated belts of wasteland around our industrial centers. But for the moment, at least, far more still remains untainted by us, which we haven't had time to touch. So let us come to our senses in time, let us change our course. This ideology that fell to us by inheritance is not only decrepit and hopelessly antiquated now, even during its best decades it was totally mistaken in its predictions and was never a science. A primitive, superficial economic theory, it declared that only the worker creates value and failed to take into account the contribution of either organizers, engineers, transportation, or marketing systems. It was mistaken when it forecast that the proletariat would be endlessly oppressed and would never achieve anything in a bourgeois democracy if only we could shower people with as much food, clothing, and leisure as they have gained under capitalism. It missed the point when it asserted that the prosperity of the European countries depended on their colonies. It was only after they had shaken the colonies off that they began to accomplish their economic miracles. It was mistaken through and through in its prediction that socialists could never come to power except through an armed uprising. It miscalculated in thinking that the first uprisings would take place in the advanced industrial countries, quite the reverse. And the picture of how the whole world would rapidly be overtaken by revolutions and how states would soon wither away was sheer delusion, sheer ignorance of human nature. And as for wars being characteristic of capitalism alone and coming to an end when capitalism died, we have already witnessed the longest war of the 20th century so far, and it was not capitalism that rejected negotiations and a truce for 15 to 20 years, and God forbid that we should witness the bloodiest and most brutal of all mankind's wars, a war between two communist superpowers. Then there was nationalism, which this theory also buried in 1848 as a survival, but find a stronger force in the world today. And it's the same with many other things too boring to list. Marxism is not only not accurate, is not only not a science, has not only failed to predict a single event in terms of figures, quantities, timescales, or locations, it absolutely astounds one by the economic and mechanistic crudity of its attempts to explain that most subtle of creatures, the human being, and that even more complex synthesis of millions of people, society. Only the cupidity of some, the blindness of others, and a craving for faith on the part of still others can serve to explain this grim jest of the 20th century. How can such a discredited and bankrupt doctrine still, page 296, have so many followers in the West? In our country are left the fewest of all. We who have had a taste of it are only pretending willy-nilly. Here in Russia, for sheer lack of practice, democracy survived for only 8 months from February to October, 1917. The émigré groups of constitutional Democrats and Social Democrats still pride themselves on it to this very day and say that outside forces brought about its collapse. But in reality that democracy was their disgrace, they invoked it and promised it so arrogantly, and then created merely a chaotic caricature of democracy, because first of all they turned out to be ill-prepared for it themselves, and then Russia was worse prepared still. Over the last half-century Russia's preparedness for democracy, for a multi-party parliamentary system, could only have diminished. I am inclined to think that its sudden reintroduction now would merely be a melancholy repetition of 1917. Should we record as our democratic tradition the land assemblies of Muscovite Russia, Novgorod, the early Cossacks, the village commune? Or should we console ourselves with the thought that for 1,000 years Russia lived with an authoritarian order and at the beginning of the 20th century both the physical and spiritual health of her people were still intact? However, in those days an important condition was fulfilled, that authoritarian order possessed a strong moral foundation, embryonic and rudimentary though it was not the ideology of universal violence, but Christian orthodoxy, the ancient, 7 centuries old orthodoxy of Sergei Radonezhsky and Nil Sorsky, before it was battered by Patriarch Nikon and bureaucratized by Peter the Great * from the end of the Moscow period and throughout the whole of the Petersburg period. Once this moral principle was perverted and weakened, the authoritarian order, despite the apparent external successes of the state, gradually went into a decline and eventually perished. But even the Russian intelligentsia, which for more than a century has invested all its strength in the struggle with an authoritarian regime, what has it achieved for itself or the common people by its enormous losses? The opposite of what it intended, of course. So should we not perhaps acknowledge that for Russia this path was either false or premature? That for the foreseeable future, perhaps, whether we like it or not, whether we intend it or not, Russia is nevertheless destined to have an authoritarian order? Perhaps this is all that she is ripe for today? Everything depends upon what sort of authoritarian order lies in store for us in the future. It is not authoritarianism itself that is intolerable, but the ideological lies that are daily foisted upon us. Not so much authoritarianism as arbitrariness and illegality, the sheer illegality of having a single overlord in each district, each province, and each sphere, often ignorant and brutal, whose will alone decides all things. An authoritarian order does not necessarily mean that laws are unnecessary or that they exist only on paper, or that they should not reflect the notions and will of the population. Nor does it mean that the legislative, executive, and judicial authorities are not independent, any of them, that they are in fact not authorities at all but utterly at the mercy of a telephone call from the only true, self-appointed authority. May I? Sergei Radonezhsky, 14th century Russian monastic leader and saint, Nil Sorsky, 15th century Russian mystic and saint, Patriarch Nikon, 17th century church reformer, opposed by traditionalist old believers. Page 297. Remind you that the Soviets, which gave their name to our system and existed until July 6, 1918, were in no way dependent upon ideology or no ideology, they always envisaged the widest possible consultation with all working people. Would it be still within the bounds of realism or a lapse into daydreams if we were to propose that at least some of the real power of the Soviets be restored? I do not know what can be said on the subject of our Constitution. From 1936 it has not been observed for a single day, and for that reason does not appear to be viable. But perhaps even the Constitution is not beyond all hope? So that the country and people do not suffocate, and so that they all have the chance to develop and enrich us with ideas, allow competition on an equal and honorable basis, not for power, but for truth between all ideological and moral currents, in particular between all religions, there will be nobody to persecute them if their tormentor, Marxism, is deprived of its state privileges. But allow competition honestly, not the way you do now, not by gagging people, allow it to religious youth organizations, grant them the right to instruct and educate children, and the right to free parish activity. Allow us a free art and literature, the free publication not just of political books, God preserve us, and exhortations and election leaflets, allow us philosophical, ethical, economic, and social studies, and you will see what a rich harvest it brings and how it bears fruit for the good of Russia. Such an abundant and free flowering of inspiration will rapidly absolve us of the need to keep on belatedly translating new ideas from Western languages, as has been the case for the whole of the last 50 years, as you know. What have you to fear? Is the idea really so terrible? Are you really so unsure of yourselves? You will still have absolute and impregnable power, a separate, strong and exclusive party, the army, the police force, industry, transportation, communications, mineral wealth, a monopoly of foreign trade, an artificial rate of exchange for the ruble. But let the people breathe, let them think and develop. If you belong to the people heart and soul, there can be nothing to hold you back. After all, does the human heart not still feel the need to atone for the past? See, Marxist dissent Medvedev. How can we act to bring about democratization in the USSR? In our conditions, the struggle for democratization must be a political one. It is unrealistic to suppose that neo-Stalinism, bureaucracy, and dogmatism can be overcome without a political fight. This is the only way that democracy can be achieved. However, we must make sure all our activities are strictly within the framework of the Constitution. In fact, the struggle has already begun at every level of society, taking different forms according to circumstances. And what is more, one can predict that with each extension of democratic rights, the political struggle will gain momentum, often reaching acute proportions. The transition from any authoritarian regime to a democratic one is always accompanied by an intensification of political passions and pressures. There is no doubt about the fact that democratization is an objective necessity for our society. Its inevitability is related to economic and technical progress, the scientific and technological revolution and changes that have taken place in the social structure. The country cannot be governed in the old way, and this is beginning to be felt not only by many young government officials but also by certain seemingly dyed-in-the-wool bureaucrats. Yet the fact remains that democratization will not come about automatically, nor will it be handed down from above. It will occur only as a response to objective demands and determined efforts. It is also unrealistic to suppose that a limited amount of democracy can be introduced which would apply to only one or two approved political trends or movements. Certainly all political groups, including all the conservative and reactionary ones, will try to use democratic freedoms to increase their own influence. The more circumstances seem to be turning against them, the harder they will struggle to maintain their political position. Therefore, the presence of political conflict contains an element of risk, but risk is inevitable if there is to be a transition to a new and higher stage. Only the experience of struggle can foster the political activism and initiative of the masses and encourage democratic habits throughout the social fabric. In democratic conditions, political struggle presupposes a comparatively free confrontation between different points of view, which obviously would provide a much better education in civic responsibility than does the present show of ostensible unity. We must only see to it that the political struggle is waged responsibly in forms that reasonable people can accept. Mutual destructiveness should be avoided, there must be a basic tolerance for those with whom one disagrees. Only this kind of open political contest can offer our people a proper political education, teaching them not only to express their own opinions but also to heed the views of others. This is the only way to establish a convention of ethical behavior in politics, to eliminate uncompromising sectarianism, intolerance, and elitist complacency. Only in conditions of overt political struggle will it be possible for genuine political figures to emerge, men who are capable of guiding the construction of a developed socialist and communist society in an efficient way. Thoughtful foreign observers who are sympathetic toward our country understand this very well. Soviet society, wrote G. Boffa, the Italian communist, stands in need of the establishment of democratic methods. The experience of the post-Stalin decades has shown that this cannot come about without political struggle, a struggle against those individuals and groups who openly or in secret have resisted and obstructed the policies initiated at the 20th Congress, a struggle against their theories and attitudes. But at all times there must be scrupulous regard for democratic principles. The words political struggle evoke uneasiness in the Soviet Union, an out-of-date reaction, as if there were some real threat to the unity of society. But surely periods of political struggle are the greatest source of progress in both thought and action. This is an entirely reasonable view. If socialist democracy is to be firmly established, it must be defended by the whole people, possibly only after all have passed through the school of political struggle by actually participating in the fight to extend and strengthen socialist democracy. I speak of struggle and pressure coming from the people and particularly from page 299. The intelligentsia, however, this does not exclude the possibility of initiative appearing at the top. If moves toward democratization were taken at the higher levels of party and state, it would be an important guarantee that subsequent controversy involving so many difficult political problems would take place in the least painful manner and would be kept within bounds. But for the time being we do not have such a leadership. Fine words about socialist democracy are not supported by actions. Yet the experience of Hungary, where over a period of years there has been a process of real democratization directed from above, does show that cooperation between those above and those below is a perfectly viable possibility. Something similar happened in Poland in 197,172, but only after a very bitter and dangerous political crisis, which could have been avoided by a more rational leadership. The Czechoslovak experience of 196,869, its achievements and failures, must also be carefully studied. Of course I know that democratization cannot come about automatically and have no illusions about the difficulty of the struggle. But all the same, it is wrong to exclude the possibility of an alliance between the best of the intelligentsia supported by the people and the most forward-looking individuals in the governing apparat. The realization of a serious program of democratic change must be a comparatively slow and gradual process. The actual time period will be determined by many factors, but it should take not less than 10 or 15 years. First of all, the democratic movement in our country is still too weak and would be unable to achieve rapid political changes. Secondly, we are still very much in the process of formulating political programs. Therefore, as the democratic movement evolves, there must also be a development of socialist political thought, the creation of new political doctrines on the basis of Marxism-Leninism which will analyze our changed political and economic circumstances. Without this kind of theoretical preparation, without a serious program, even if it is discussed only in a relatively narrow circle, kind of rapid political change would inevitably create overwhelming contradictions and disarray. Over-hasty reform can also cause problems within the socialist bloc. Improvisation in politics can easily result in anarchy. But although diametrically opposed to authoritarian abuse of power, anarchy offers little prospect for elementary human rights and freedoms. Reform must also be gradual because of the peculiar nature of bureaucracy. As Lenin often pointed out, there is no way to lance the bureaucratic boil, to wipe bureaucracy from the face of the earth. The only possibility is cure. Surgery in this case, wrote Lenin, is absurd, it cannot work. There can only be a slow healing process. Other alternatives are fraudulent or naive. This advice should not be forgotten. It is essential for us to work out a democratic platform. But at the same time we must make an effort to accumulate information, educate people, and win them over, step by step. And it all will take time. There is now a very widespread feeling that the way we live and work has become untenable, and this applies not just to the intelligentsia but also to much of the working class, white-collar workers, and perhaps some of the peasantry. But there is still no mass movement demanding change or democratic reform, and without this it is difficult to count on any rapid transformation of our political system or on a change of attitude at the top. Page 300. As for the ways and means of political struggle, they must be absolutely legal and constitutional. The use of unscrupulous means must be avoided at all cost, as a matter of principle and also because in practical terms it plays into the hands of the neo-Stalinists and reactionaries, making it easier for them to discredit absolutely valid demands in the eyes of public opinion. Of course, we do not yet possess many of the most important rights and freedoms obligatory in a genuine socialist state, which would make it easier to struggle for democracy. However, it is to some extent the case that we still have not learned to make the most of those rights and freedoms that really do exist already. Coming to the end of this book on socialist democracy, I would like to compare our society and ideology with a building that continues to grow taller despite its antiquated, decayed, even rotten foundation. There are still firm supports, but they are becoming less reliable. One hardly needs to stress the dangers of such basic social and ideological weakness. There are, however, a number of people in the leadership who prefer to ignore all the cracks in the foundation of our social structure and all the flaws in our ideology. They tend simply to evade all difficult problems, dreading change and refusing to countenance repairs to the foundation of the house in which we live. Others in the leadership try to salvage and restore to their previous position in the structure totally rotted supports in the shape of dogmas long since discredited. And there are some who see only minor defects in our social fabric and attempt to put them right, but far too late and far too slowly. This means that new cracks constantly appear in the edifice even faster than existing ones can be eliminated. There are, however, some bold spirits, well aware of all the faults of our society and ideology, who demand the immediate removal of all the flawed or weakened props that shore up our social system, even though they still have nothing with which to replace those dilapidated parts of the foundation that continue after a fashion, however badly, to support the enormous and still growing structure above. They can propose nothing better than to prop it up by makeshift, untried means, apparently untroubled by the possibility that the whole building might come tumbling down. Finally, there are people who have no desire whatsoever to live in this particular building and would prefer to move to another one. They are therefore not interested in strengthening the foundation of our society or reconstructing it at any level. Such people should be allowed to change their place of residence. But I cannot myself share any of these attitudes. Without being blind to the shortcomings and flaws in the very foundations of our social structure and ideology, we should fairly quickly, but also with the utmost caution, remove all the decayed elements at the base of the structure, replacing them with something much more durable. At the same time, attempts must be made to improve conditions on all levels higher up. The whole process must take place gradually, step by step. Something new can only be fashioned out of what has come before in previous stages of social development. This painstaking and difficult task must, in my opinion, be the main objective of the democratic movement, which has arisen in the healthiest section of the party and includes a constantly growing number of honest individuals. It is in no way a question of destroying the values of the October Revolution. Rather, we must restore and purify them, they must be reinforced and built upon. Page 301. Only if there is a systematic and consistent democratization of the whole of our political and social life on a socialist basis will our country be able to retain its role and influence among the progressive forces of the world. D. Suppression of dissent. Andropov on the Helsinki Implementation Group. In recent years, our adversaries' special services and propaganda bureaus have attempted to give the impression that a so-called internal opposition exists in the USSR, rendering support to those who inspire antisocial and anti-Soviet activities and promote the banding together of participants in a variety of anti-Soviet activities. Accordingly, in 1969, antisocial elements headed by Yakir and Krasin founded an initiative group in order to form an organization made up of participants of the so-called Movement for Democratization. In 1970, in order to activate the antisocial efforts of individuals with hostile leanings, Coolidge established the so-called Committee for the Protection of Human Rights, which, in addition to himself, includes among its members academician Sakharov and Shafarevich, a corresponding member of the Academy of Sciences of the USSR. In 1973, the so-called Russian section of Amnesty International, headed by Turchin and Tverdoklubov, assumed organizational responsibilities for individuals with anti-Soviet leanings. Members of these organizations made contacts with selected anti-Soviet centers abroad and engaged in the collection and dissemination of defamatory materials to discredit Soviet state and social structures. As a result of measures taken by the Committee for State Security, the Initiative Group and the Committee for the Protection of Human Rights have been completely compromised and have virtually ceased to exist. The activities of the Russian section have been curtailed. Nevertheless, despite the failure to create an internal opposition in the USSR, our adversary has not abandoned this idea. On May 12 of this year, on the initiative of Yuri Iv Orlov, born in 1924, unemployed, corresponding member of the Academy of Sciences of the Armenian SSR, the antisocial elements announced the formation of a group for implementation of the Helsinki Accords in the USSR. By the creation of this group, the individuals just named have made it their provocative goal to put in doubt the Soviet Union's sincere efforts to implement the principles of the final act of the Conference on Cooperation and Security in Europe, and thereby to exert pressure on the Soviet government with respect to implementation of the Helsinki Accords, especially as concerns the third basket. Members of the group are collecting materials on the alleged non-compliance of Soviet authorities with the final act, especially on the violation of the basic rights of Soviet citizens, persecution of dissenters, etc. The information collected on these topics is transmitted via various channels to governments that have signed the final act. It is the intention of the group to request that, in special cases, these countries form an international commission to investigate these matters. In addition, the group will rely on the pressure of Western public opinion on the Soviet government, and does note in the words of Orlov seek support among the people. Antisocial elements are calling on the heads of states participating in the Helsinki Conference to create in their countries unofficial monitoring groups, which could subsequently be unified into an international committee. The Committee for State Security is taking measures to compromise and put an end to the group's hostile activities. Soviet consumerism. While living standards for the Soviet population had been improving gradually since the privations of the 1930s and the Second World War, a major advance was promised with the adoption of the Ninth Five-Year Plan in 1971. In part, this was a response to sporadic protests among Soviet workers. In the new five-year period, our people's material well-being will increase first of all as a result of increases in the wages and salaries of workers and office employees and in the incomes of collective farmers in step with growing labor productivity and the improved skills of personnel. This will provide the bulk of the increment in the population's incomes. The program for raising the people's living standard envisages the implementation of a number of large-scale measures. The CPSU Central Committee and the USSR Council of Ministers, with the participation of the Central Council of Trade Unions, after weighing our possibilities, have determined the sequence and schedule for implementing the planned program. In accordance with this program, the minimum wage will be raised to 70 rubles a month in 1971, and at the same time the basic wage and salary rates of workers and office employees in the middle pay categories of railroad transport will be increased. The basic rates for machine operators in agriculture will be increased during the same year. As of July 1, 1971, it is planned to raise the minimum size of the pension for collective farmers and to extend to them the procedure for fixing pensions that has been established for workers and office employees. At the same time, i.e., as of July 1, 1971, the minimum size of the old age pension for workers and office employees will be increased. A high growth rate in the population's cash incomes is to be ensured by an increase in the production of consumer goods and by the growth of trade turnover. The draft directives envisage that with a growth of 40% in the population's cash incomes, sales of goods to the population will increase by 42% and the volume of paid services will increase by 47%. In the new five-year plan, market supplies of such products as meat, fish, vegetable oil, eggs and vegetables will increase by 40% to 60%. The sale of clothing will increase by 35%, that of knitwear by 56%, and that of cultural and everyday goods by 80%. The rate at which the population is supplied with refrigerators will increase from 32 per 100 families in 1970 to 64 in 1975. For television sets, the corresponding figures will be 51 and 72, and for washing machines they will be 52 and 72. By the end of the 5-year plan, the sale of automobiles to the population will have increased more than six-fold in comparison to 1970. Given the volume of the increased production and sale to the population of consumer goods, it is necessary constantly to expand and improve their assortment. The task is not only to cover customer demand in terms of quantity, the most important thing is the kind of goods the customer finds in the stores and how well they satisfy him in terms of their diversity and quality. This increases the demands on industry and trade, which must respond efficiently to all changes in demand. It is time to intensify the responsibility of trade organizations for the correct determination of the orders they file with industry and for making goods available to the consumer in good time. For its part, industry must influence the population's demand by producing new and improved goods. The turnover of public catering will increase by 50% during the 5-year period. We must continue expanding the network of dining rooms, restaurants, and cafes, especially on construction sites, at enterprises, and in educational institutions. The most important thing in the development of public catering is improving its quality and service standards. As the draft directives state, the stability of state retail prices will be ensured in the new 5-year plan. As commodity resources accumulate, prices will be lowered on certain types of goods. In the next few years, the production and sale of ready-to-cook products, pre-cooked items, concentrates and other items that make the home preparation of food easier should be developed on a broad scale. We must substantially increase the production of packaged goods and develop the practice of advance orders, mail trade, and other progressive trade forms. Provision has been made for at least doubling the volume of everyday services to the population. To this end, we shall have to expand the network of workshops, tailoring shops, dry cleaning plants, laundries, and other everyday service enterprises. In today's conditions, everyday services should be developed as a large-scale mechanized branch. In connection with the growth in incomes, the cultural needs of broad strata of the population are rising and new requirements are appearing. For example, tourism is becoming more and more important. We must expand and strengthen its material base and build more hotels, campsites, and other service facilities for tourists. The draft directives stipulate that housing with a total space of 565 million to 575 million square meters will be built in 1971-1975. Housing construction will to an increasing extent be carried out according to new designs that provide for more convenient layouts and better equipment and finishing in apartments. We should develop housing construction cooperatives and assist individual housing construction in cities and in rural areas. It is necessary to devote great attention to improving communal services and the page 304. Provision of communities with public services and amenities. The overwhelming majority of cities and large urban-type settlements will be provided with centralized water supply. The consumption of electric power for the population's everyday needs will increase. During the next 5 years, it is planned to provide 17 million to 18 million apartments with gas service. The level to which housing in cities is supplied with gas service will come to 65% to 75%, and in rural areas it will be 40% to 50%. In the years of the first 5-year plans, we put universal primary education into effect. In the new 5-year plan, we shall complete the introduction of universal secondary education. The accomplishment of this task is of enormous political and social importance. The implementation of universal secondary education will give everyone broad possibilities for choosing an occupation that suits him, to employ his capabilities to the best advantage for the welfare of all society. The scientific technical revolution. With much fanfare, the Brezhnev-Kosygin leadership endorsed a scientific technical revolution to improve the education of the populace and the performance of the economy as well as the readiness of the armed forces. In implementing the chief tasks of the 5-year plan, it is necessary To ensure an improvement in the proportions of social production and high growth rates in agriculture and in the branches producing consumer goods, and significantly to increase the efficiency of all branches of the national economy. During the 5-year period, to increase the country's national income by 34% to 40%, with 80% to 85% of the increment coming from increased labor productivity. To accelerate the rates of scientific and technical progress through the all-round development of research in the most promising fields of science and the shortening of time periods for the introduction of the results of scientific research in production, to carry out the replacement of manual labor by machines on a broad scale, and to ensure the improvement of the branch and intra-branch structure of the national economy. Consistently to raise the level of the education and skills of the working people, to complete the changeover to the universal secondary education of young people, to carry out the necessary measures for the training of highly skilled specialists and workers and the retraining of cadres in connection with the introduction of new machinery and improvements in the organization of production. To continue work on the improvement of management, planning, and economic incentives to production in accordance with the requirements of the present stage of communist construction, to apply the latest techniques in management. To enlist the working people in the management of the economy on a broader scale. To introduce the scientific organization of labor in every way, and to improve the forms and systems of pay and material and moral incentives to workers. Proceeding from the basic tasks of the new 5-year plan, page 305. 1. To carry out a broad program of social measures in the field of increasing the population's income. To increase real income per capita by approximately 30%, bearing in mind that pay must continue to be the main source for an increase in the population's income. To provide for a further increase in minimum earnings. 2. To accelerate the rates of scientific and technical progress and to ensure the implementation of a unified technical policy. To make broader use of the possibilities created by the scientific and technological revolution for accelerating the development of productive forces. To create and introduce fundamentally new implements of labor and material and technological processes that are superior in their technical and economic indices to the best domestic and world achievements. To improve in every way the quality of output in all branches of the national economy. More rapidly to raise the technical level of the inventory of technological equipment, and also to accelerate the replacement and modernization of obsolescent machinery and aggregates, providing for the necessary development of the requisite branches of machine building. To work out and gradually to introduce new and shorter time periods for the depreciation of production equipment, limiting the volume of ineffective capital repairs and increasing the share of depreciation allowances allocated for the replacement of worn-out obsolescent equipment. To ensure a reduction in the materials intensiveness of production through the perfection of the branch structure of industry, improvements in the design of machinery, apparatus, instruments, and other items, the application of progressive technology, a rise in the qualitative characteristics of the initial raw materials and other materials and their fuller and more integrated utilization, and also the development of finishing production lines in the branches of the processing industry. To provide for the broad introduction of the scientific organization of labor, production, and management, using up-to-date means of organizational and computer technology. To master the series production of highly productive means of computer technology, small computers, and information transmitting devices. To carry out the series production of electronic computers in complete sets with all the necessary devices for information input and output and sets of standard programs. To raise the scientific and technical level of standards and their role in improving output quality. To carry out the updating of existing standards and technical specifications, ensuring the replacement of obsolete indices and the timely reflection of the requirements of the national economy that guarantee the high technical level and quality of output. To improve scientific and technical information and to ensure the systematic transmittal to the interested branches and enterprises of data on scientific and technical achievements and advanced experience in the fields of machinery, technology, and the organization of production and management. Broadly to develop the creative initiative of the working people in the technical improvement of production and to facilitate in every way the improvement of rationalization and invention work. To enhance the role of engineers and technicians as organizers and champions of scientific and technical progress in production. 3. To develop in every way basic and applied research and more rapidly to introduce the results of research in the national economy. Page 306. To ensure in the new 5-year period the further elaboration of problems of theoretical and applied mathematics and cybernetics for the broader application in the national economy of mathematical methods and electronic computer technology, the automation of production processes and the improvement of management. The development of research in nuclear physics, solid-state physics, and the physics of semiconductors, quantum electronics, plasma physics and low-temperature physics for the purpose of creating new materials and efficient methods of processing them, the further improvement of energy transformation methods, the industrial assimilation of fast neutron reactors, the broader utilization of nuclear and radiation processes in science and practice, further progress in electronics, radio engineering, and computer technology, and the development of theoretical and applied mechanics. The conduct of scientific work in outer space for the purpose of the development of long-range telephone and telegraph communications, television, meteorological forecasting and the study of natural resources, geographical research, and the accomplishment of other national economic tasks with the aid of satellites and automatic and piloted apparatus, and also the continuation of basic research on the Moon and the planets of the solar system. The conduct of research in the fields of geology, geophysics, and geochemistry in order to ascertain the laws governing the geographical location of useful minerals, and an increase in the effectiveness of methods for finding, extracting and concentrating minerals. The development of scientific work in oceanography, atmospheric physics, and geography for the elaboration of problems of the broader and more rational utilization of natural resources, including the resources of the seas and oceans. The elaboration of scientific principles of the protection and transformation of nature for the purpose of improving the natural environment surrounding man and the better utilization of natural resources. The further development of chemistry, especially in the field of improving the scientific principles of the creation of new polymer and inorganic materials and of highly effective chemical engineering and electrochemical processes and economical methods for obtaining especially pure substances. The development of scientific research in the fields of biology and medicine, aimed primarily at the prevention and treatment of cardiovascular, oncological, and viral diseases, and the creation of new physiologically active preparations for medicine, agriculture, light industry, and the food industry, the elaboration of genetic methods of selection for the development of high-yield strains of plants and more productive breeds of animals, and the elaboration of the problems of the genetics of hereditary diseases. The further development of the social sciences and the conduct of integrated research on the present-day processes of the development of society for the scientific guidance of the socialist economy and the accomplishment of the tasks of communist construction. In the field of economics, to concentrate attention on the elaboration of the most effective forms and methods for the utilization of objective laws in the practice of the planned management of the national economy, on the improvement of long-range planning, on the problems of acceleration and technical progress and the intensification of and an all-round increase in the economic. Page 307. Efficiency of social production, and also on the most important questions in the development of the socialist economic integration of the USSR with the other CMEA member countries*. Resolutely to enhance the effectiveness of the work of scientific institutions, to ensure the concentration of scientific forces and material and financial resources primarily on the leading areas of science and the solution of the most important scientific and technical problems, the further strengthening of the experimental and experimental production base of research, and the application of economic accountability methods in the organization of scientific research. To improve the planning of research and experimental design work, providing in the plans for all stages of this work, up to and including the introduction of its results in production, and to intensify control over the fulfillment of plans. To strengthen the ties of science with production. To implement a system of organizational and economic measures for the assimilation and introduction of new machinery and the realization of inventions and discoveries in the shortest possible periods. to enhance the stimulative role of patent work and patent information. Soviet Jews and the emigration issue. Labeled as a separate nationality but harassed in the exercise of their religion, Soviet Jews since Stalin's time were pressured to assimilate while at the same time subjected to discrimination in education and employment. In the 1970s many sought to emigrate to Israel or the West, prompting government measures to curb the outflow, including attacks to collect from would-be émigrés the cost of their higher education. A. Samizdat on discrimination and assimilation. 1. Jews living in the USSR are a part of the Jewish people, who, as a whole, are divided into those living in their state in Israel and those living in other countries in the diaspora. To the extent that Jews living in the Soviet Union belong to that part of the Jewish people living in the diaspora, the Jewish question in the USSR can be viewed as part of the question of the Jewish diaspora. At the same time, the Soviet Jewish question is part of the problem of nationalities within the USSR. 2. The basic features of the Jewish question in the diaspora are: A. Discrimination. B. Assimilation. 3. The discrimination against Jews in the Soviet Union is a combination of all the basic forms of discrimination existing in the other countries of the diaspora, and includes official discrimination. A. There are percentage norms limiting acceptance to higher educational institutions and limiting employment opportunities. B. A circular has become known that declares those people not politically friendly to the USSR as undesirable for positions in the defense establishment, rocketry, nuclear work, and other secret undertakings. It is understood that this circular refers to Jews. C. There is definite knowledge of discrimination against Jews in advancement in civilian work as well as in the military. D. The road to diplomatic service, foreign trade, and the central party apparatus is practically closed to Jews. E. Exit, whether for a work assignment or for tourism, is extremely difficult for Jews. F. Wide international publicity has been given to the many cases in which Jews who have received invitations from relatives in Israel to come there and live have been denied the right to leave. By doing this, Soviet agencies violate point 5 of the Declaration of Human Rights, which was signed by the Soviet Union. They likewise violate the public promise of the chairman of the Council of Ministers of the USSR that those so desiring could join their relatives in Israel. 4. There are examples of unofficial discrimination in the USSR: ethnic, religious, confessional, ideological, and social. For example, anti-Semitism in the Ukraine is much sharper and has more of a mass movement character than in other republics of the Soviet Union. This is obviously explained by the combination of an anti-Semitic tradition predating the USSR and administrative exploitation of this tradition. Among these cases of intolerance, confessional in origin, we can also classify the swift growth of Judeophobic feelings among some of the youth of the USSR who come from Muslim backgrounds. Although most of these young people are not religious, Judeophobia in them stems from a feeling of Muslim solidarity. This is fanned by pan-Islamic propaganda, which closes ranks here with official pro-Arabic propaganda. Judeophobia is part of the ideology of certain Nazi-type underground groups existing in the Soviet Union and also of the almost legalized activities of the great Russian chauvinists, the men of the soil. In regard to common, everyday anti-Semitism, every layer of Soviet society is diseased. Any Jew living in the USSR could tell of humiliation suffered in the most varied of situations seen: the communal apartments, on the streets, in traveling, on store lines, in military barracks, or in city hospitals. Soviet laws calling for criminal punishment for such abuses are not applied. And the revitalization of anti-Semitic feelings is spurred in a large measure by the constant publication in the Soviet press of materials from Arabic sources concerning the brutalities of the Israeli occupiers. The national dignity of the Jew, a resident of the USSR, is no less mocked by an anti-Jew campaign that employs all the resources of mass propaganda. Like the one in Stalin's last years, this campaign is set up as a struggle against Zionism and not Judaism, and it even has the participation of some Jews. But this fact does not change the essence of the campaign. In all ages, Jewish apostates have participated in the persecution of Jews, using the weapons and the means of Judeophobia. The basic motivation for this campaign at the present is the sympathy of a significant, page 309, portion of the Jews in the USSR for Israel, which is an uncompromising contradiction to the unconditionally anti-Israel foreign policy of the Soviet government. That this campaign is organized and directed from the top is indisputable, if only for the simple reason that nothing happens in the Soviet Union without the sanction of government and party organs. Top-level direction is also apparent from the participation of highly placed government personnel. It is enough to recall the witticism, expressed in the best tradition of Russian anti-Semitism, delivered by Foreign Minister Andrei Gromyko in a speech to the United Nations in 1967, about the local bazaar. His deputy, V. Semyonov, has written a book entitled The Government of Israel. Yuri Ivanov, the leading specialist on Jewish affairs in the Central Committee apparatus of the CPSU, has also appeared as an author with Beware of Zionism and the Contemporary Protocols of the Elders of Zion. Discriminatory measures against the Jewish religion are well known: the closing of synagogues, the practical non-existence of religious education, the ban on bringing in or producing objects for the cult. Under these conditions, the Jewish people as a community exist only as an object of discrimination, as all their rights and needs as a national community are rejected. 5. Discrimination is not a goal in itself. It is only the instrument of the rulers in their policy of assimilation. 6. Assimilation as a general feature of the life of Jews in the diaspora has a number of forms. Physical assimilation is expressed in the descendants of mixed marriages, the majority of whom include themselves in the basic population. In this case, the physical assimilation of Jews in the Soviet Union is wholly comparable to the physical assimilation of Jews in other countries of the diaspora. There are only 3 items that might be mentioned wherein this aspect of assimilation differs in the USSR from other countries of the diaspora. A. According to Soviet law, at the age of 16, upon receiving their passports, children of mixed marriages must state their national affiliation. A growing, though still small, percentage of such children of Jewish descent are declaring themselves Jews as a gesture of protest against discrimination. B. Administrative organs clearly do not wish to register such persons as Jewish. They categorically refuse to register as Jews those descendants of mixed marriages who acknowledge themselves to be Jewish after receiving their initial passports. Such behavior by the administrative organs undoubtedly exposes their interests in bringing the descendants of mixed marriages into the national fold, i.e., in hastening the tempo of physical assimilation. C. Descendants of mixed marriages who do list themselves in one of the basic national groupings serve the interests of the administration, yet such people find acceptance into agencies and establishments, where the cadres are recruited according to special social and national purity and where the application has questions about the nationality of each parent, very difficult or even closed. 7. Linguistic assimilation is a general phenomenon in the countries of the diaspora. But an essential difference between the linguistic assimilation of Jews in the USSR and that of Jews in other countries has been its speed and the force used to accomplish it. The closing of Jewish educational institutions in the late 1930s, the reduction in the number of Jewish journals, newspapers, and theaters in those same years, the later liquidation of the remnants of Jewish cultural institutions, and the page 310. Physical destruction of the most famous cultural activities of the Jewish people at the end of the 1940s and the beginning of the 1950s. These are the phases of a forcible linguistic assimilation of the Jewish population in the USSR whose native language was Yiddish. This has led to a situation in which the overwhelming majority of Jews in the Soviet Union has ceased speaking in its native tongue. 8. Cultural assimilation has gone through the same stages as linguistic assimilation. An essential factor in the artificial acceleration of this assimilation was the deliberate identification of Jewish culture with the Yiddish language. As a result, culture in Hebrew was destroyed in the Soviet Union already in the 1920s. In the 1930s, the embryonic Jewish culture in the Georgian language was liquidated. At the end of the 30s, the literature of the Bokhara Jews was suppressed. At a time when Jews in most of the other countries of the diaspora have had the opportunity of developing their culture in the language of the country in which they live, Jews in the USSR since the 1920s have been deprived of the opportunity of continuing their culture in the Russian language, which has become their sole means of communication. Practically speaking, at the present time in the Soviet Union there is only one Jewish culture, a culture of mountain Jews in the Tatsky language, and it continues to exist only because the bearers of this culture are forbidden to consider themselves Jews. 9. The remnants of Jewish culture in Yiddish in the USSR have no chance for future survival, inasmuch as the sources nourishing this culture are drying up. The existence of one literary journal, the publication of a few books, and the work of a few traveling ensembles serve as a screen covering the real absence of Jewish culture in the USSR. 10. The religious community has always been a factor in determining who was a Jew. The idea of Jewishness coincided with the idea of Judaism. But the situation changed after the Russian Revolution. The general decline in religious life in the Soviet Union was expressed for the majority of the Jews either in a direct break with the synagogue or in indifference to it. In the post-war years, however, the situation changed again. Discrimination, together with the liquidation of all forms of national existence for Soviet Jews, led to a state in which national feelings turned to the sole legally preserved institution synagogue. Against its wishes, and even with open fear, the synagogue became the center of Jewish spiritual life. But it could not answer the people's questions or satisfy their needs, for the following basic reasons. A. The active enmity of the government to all religions led the synagogue into a servile humility, a constant fear of repression, and therefore to submissive acquiescence in all of the demands of the rulers, no matter how unjust they were. B. The deep assimilation put a wall of linguistic and cultural estrangement between the synagogue and the Jewish people in the USSR. The Jew, ignorant of his own language and history, raised in traditions of Russian culture, and, finally, with no chance for help and leadership from the Jewish religious community, had to move by groping in the dark, like a blind man. It is not surprising that an intellectual of Jewish descent looking for religion frequently turns to orthodoxy, which, in the final analysis, signifies yet another step in the assimilating process. On the other hand, there can be no doubt that the longing of Soviet Jews for page 311. The synagogue has not so much a religious as a national character. Thus, even complete religious freedom in itself, no matter how important and also how unlikely it is under the Soviet system, cannot solve the Jewish problem. 11. At the present time two extremes can be discerned in Soviet Jewry. A. Those Jews who have lost, or almost lost, all national consciousness and strive for complete assimilation into the basic population. B. Those Jews who have come to realize the complete impossibility of a national existence as Jews in the USSR and strive for repatriation to Israel. Between these two extremes are those who have not yet realized the inevitability of a choice between assimilation and repatriation. 12. The sole possible solution of the Jewish question in the conditions of the Soviet Union lies in this, that the first group be given the real possibility of assimilation into the basic population and that the second group be given the unconditional right to repatriate. The third group must make its own decision. B. The emigration tax. 1. USSR citizens who depart for permanent residence abroad shall reimburse state expenditures for education at USSR institutions of higher learning in the following amounts. In event of graduation from institutions of higher learning or study during the last year of the academic program, bursing state expenditures for receiving higher education, as provided in paragraph 1 of this directive, be liable as follows. Persons who have done graduate study, medical internship, or graduate study at a higher military school, but who have not successfully defended a dissertation 1.7 thousand rubles for each year of education. Persons who have been awarded the academic degree of Candidate of Science cess 5.4 thousand rubles. Persons who have been awarded the academic degree of Doctor of Sciences 7.2 thousand rubles. 3. The following USSR citizens who are departing for permanent residence abroad are exempted from reimbursement of state expenditures for education at an institution of higher learning, for graduate study, for medical internship, for graduate study at a higher military school and for receipt of the corresponding academic degree, as provided by paragraphs 1 and 2 of this directive, as follows. Invalids of Groups 1 and 2 in full. Group 3 invalids may be exempted from the above specified reimbursement in amounts up to 50%. Men who have reached age 60 and women who have reached age 55 in full. Men with length of service of no less than 25, 15, and 8 years, and women with length of service of no less than 20, 12, and 6 years in amounts of 75, 50, and 25% respectively. Persons who have studied at an institution of higher learning, have done graduate work or graduate work at a higher military school without interruption of employment in an amount of 50%. Persons who have married citizens of foreign states in amounts between 25 and 50% with account being taken of their material situation, while persons who were married prior to August 3, 1972 in full. Persons who have graduated from institutions of higher learning on the basis of examinations without regular attendance at lectures, as well as those who have been awarded the academic degree of Candidate of Sciences without graduate study, medical internship, or graduate study at a higher military school in an amount of 75%. USSR citizens who are departing for permanent residence in developing countries may be exempted from reimbursement of expenditures for education and receipt of an academic degree, in addition to the amounts of expenditure reimbursement reduction stipulated in this paragraph of the directive, in an amount of up to 70%, while persons who have married citizens of those countries in an amount of up to 80%, and in individual cases in full. A partial or full exemption from reimbursement of expenditures for education and receipt of an academic degree shall also be granted by the Ministry of Finance of the USSR, with the participation of the Ministry of Internal Affairs of the USSR, when there are other justifiable reasons. For the amounts specified in paragraphs 1 through 3 of the present directive shall be accepted by branches of the State Bank of the USSR and credited to income in the Union budget. 5. Processing and issuance of exit visas to persons departing for permanent residence abroad shall be performed by agencies of the Ministry of Internal Affairs of the USSR upon presentation by said persons of receipts, issued by branches of the State Bank of the USSR, showing payment of amounts as reimbursement of state expenditures for education. 6. The present directive does not pertain to USSR citizens who are departing for permanent residence in socialist countries. Brezhnev's Constitution. In 1977 Brezhnev introduced a general revision of the Stalin Constitution of 1936, without however altering basic structural features or the political monopoly of the Communist Party. Simultaneously Brezhnev removed Chief of State Nikolai Podgorny and took that title for himself in addition to his principal post as General Secretary of the party. Now for the main features of the content of the draft of the new constitution. First of all, one should mention that it gives a detailed description of the guiding and directing role of the Communist Party and clearly reflects our party's actual place in Soviet society and the Soviet state. Unlike the 1936 Constitution, this role is treated more broadly, in a special article. The draft of the new constitution also states that a developed socialist society has been created in the USSR and that the supreme goal of the Soviet state is the building of communism. It is emphasized that our state is a state of all the people and that it expresses the will and interests of the working class, the peasantry, and the intelligentsia, of all the countries, nations and nationalities. In this connection, it is proposed to call our Soviets Soviets of People's Deputies. The draft retains the fundamental provision to the effect that socialist ownership of the means of production is the basis of the USSR's economic system. At the same time, it is proposed that some clarifications, suggested by life itself, be made in the new constitution. Along with state and collective farm cooperative forms of ownership, ownership by trade union and other public organizations is now listed as well. In general, it can be said that the main guideline of the new elements contained in the draft is the broadening and deepening of socialist democracy. Above all, the democratic principles of the formation and activity of the Soviets have received further development. Provision has been made for increasing their role in the resolution of the most important questions in the life of society. Art. 106 states that the USSR Supreme Soviet is empowered to resolve all questions placed within the jurisdiction of the USSR. The local Soviets not only resolve all questions of local importance but also, within the limits of their powers, control and coordinate the activity of all organizations in their territories. Special emphasis is given to the systematic nature of control by the Soviets over executive and administrative agencies and over the activity of organizations and officials. The term of office of the Supreme Soviet has been increased to 5 years, and that of the local Soviets to 2.5 years. Courts will be elected for the same terms. The draft defines the main ways of strengthening the ties between the Soviets and their deputies and the masses. The former are obliged to regularly inform the population about their activity, to report to the voters, and to consider carefully every proposal made by the working people. The draft gives significantly fuller formulation to the political rights and liberties of USSR citizens. The right of every Soviet citizen to participate in the administration of state and public affairs is proclaimed, and the specific forms of such participation are indicated. Freedom of speech, of the press, of assembly, of mass meetings and of street processions and demonstrations, which are included in the Constitution now in effect, are restated in full. The right of citizens to submit proposals to state and public agencies, to criticize shortcomings in work and to protest the actions of officials to court, as well as the right to legal protection against attempts on one's life, health, property, personal freedom, honor and dignity, are a significant addition to the constitutional guarantees of the rights of the individual. Needless to say, comrades, the draft constitution proceeds from the premise that the rights and liberties of citizens cannot and must not be used against our social system or to the detriment of the Soviet people's interests. Therefore, the draft clearly states, for example, that the exercise by citizens of their rights and liberties must not injure the interests of society and the state or the rights of other citizens, and that political liberties are granted in accordance with the working people's interests and for the purpose of strengthening the socialist system. Every Soviet person should clearly realize that, in the final analysis, the chief guarantee of his rights is the might and prosperity of the homeland. To this end, every citizen should have a sense of his responsibility to society and should conscientiously fulfill his duty to the state and to the people. The theory of developed socialism. Soviet and East European ideologists put forth the notion in the 1970s that the communist states had completed a definite stage along the Marxist road to the future, and now enjoyed the system of developed socialism or real existing socialism that distinguished them from the capitalist world, even though the transition to ideal communism lay much further ahead. Brezhnev affirmed this theme in 1977. The main thing that life has given our people in the more than 40 years that have passed since the adoption of the previous Soviet Constitution is the building of a developed socialist society, the creation of the world's first state of the whole people. A developed socialist society is a natural stage in the socio-economic maturing of the new system in the framework of the first phase of the communist formation. This, to use Lenin's words, is the fully established socialism from which the gradual transition to communism begins. This is precisely the stage in the development of socialism that has been achieved in our country. Page 315. When the Marxist-Leninist classics, lifting the curtain of time, charted the contours of socialism and communism, they were extremely careful. Not a grain of utopia. No flights of fantasy. Only what could be scientifically proved, the basic trends of development, the main, fundamental characteristics. Theoretically, it was clear that the transition from capitalism to communism would embrace a long historical period, that the new society would rise from one stage of maturity to the next. But no one could tell in advance what concretely these stages would be. Engels wrote that the question of the stages of transition to communist society is the most difficult of any that exist. Asterisk. Lenin, the communists of Russia were the first who had to answer that question. It is understandable that Lenin's attention was focused mainly on the immediate tasks of that period, on creating the foundations of the new social system. But genius always anticipates its age. Already at the dawn of Soviet power, Lenin spoke of accomplished, full and developed socialism as the perspective, the goal of the socialist construction that had been launched. It was these ideas of Lenin's that formed the basis of the conception of developed socialist society evolved by the collective efforts of the CPSU and other fraternal parties. The experience of the USSR, of other countries of the socialist community, testifies to the fact that laying the foundations of socialism, that is, abolishing the exploiting classes and establishing public ownership of the means of production in all sectors of the national economy, does not yet make it possible to launch the direct transition to communism. Before this, certain stages in the development of socialism on its own basis must be traversed. Moreover, practice has shown that the development, the perfecting of socialism is a task no less complex, no less responsible than the laying of its foundations. It is self-evident that a mature socialist society must rest on highly developed productive forces, on a powerful, advanced industry, on a large-scale, highly mechanized agriculture built on collectivist principles. Such today is the Soviet economy, which, both in scale and technical capability, differs fundamentally from what we had 4 decades ago, when socialist production relations had already prevailed in town and country. In this period the gross social product increased 18-fold, the power-demand ratio in industry nearly 8-fold, and in agriculture more than 15-fold. Our economy today is inconceivable without nuclear power, electronics, computers, transistors, and many other industries that in 1936 we did not possess. The share of the industries determining technological progress and economic efficiency in the total volume of industrial output has more than tripled. In the initial stages of socialist construction, Soviet people had to concentrate their resources and efforts on the most urgent tasks, on things that the very existence of our state depended on. Today, in the conditions of developed socialism, on the basis of the constant growth of the whole national economy, the combination of the scientific and technological revolution with the advantages of the socialist organization of society, it has been possible to achieve a perceptible swing of the economy toward ever fuller satisfaction of the people's many and diverse material and cultural requirements. In other words, the supreme goal of socialist production today is becoming directly central to the party's practical policy. The historical advantages of socialism as a mode of production and way of life, its genuinely humane essence, are thus more fully and dramatically revealed. Thanks to the convergence of the diverse forms of socialist property, the gradual obliteration of any essential distinctions between town and country, between mental and physical labor, and adoption by all working people of the ideological and political positions of the working class, the interests and goals, the social ideals and psychology of all strata of the population have drawn closer together than ever before. On this basis, substantial changes have also occurred in the political system. Essentially, they consist in the growing of the state of the dictatorship of the proletariat into a socialist state of all the people. Such are the objective processes that led our party to the conclusion that developed socialism has now been built in the USSR, that is to say, a stage in the maturing of the new society has been reached when the repatterning of the totality of social relations on the collectivist principles intrinsically inherent in socialism is completed. Full scope for the functioning of the laws of socialism, for the manifestation of its advantages in all spheres of social life, the organic integrity and dynamism of the social system, its political stability and indestructible intrinsic unity, such are the major distinguishing features of the developed socialist society. It stands to reason that the principle of distribution according to labor still holds good even at this stage of the development of the new system, and will continue to do so for some time. We proceed from the fact that cognition and use of all the opportunities offered by developed socialism are, simultaneously, transition to the building of communism. In other words, the dialectics of development are such that as the mature socialist society perfects itself, it gradually grows into a communist society. It is impossible to divide these two processes, to draw a line between them. We are profoundly convinced that no matter what the specific conditions in the countries building socialism may be, the stage of its perfection on its own basis, the stage of mature, developed socialism is an essential part of the social transformations, of the relatively long period of development on the road from capitalism to communism. It stands to reason that this necessity, this regularity will be embodied in their own way in the conditions of the various socialist countries. Population and the birth rate. The 1979 Soviet census underscored falling birth rates and population growth in the European part of the country, and the non-Russian minorities collectively were on the verge of becoming a majority of the Soviet population. Official writers endeavored to address these trends together with the problems of an aging population and the failure to improve life expectancy. Consideration of the specific features of demographic processes is mandatory for long-range social and economic planning. And the longer the period for which planning is undertaken, the better substantiated demographic policy i.e., using a page 317. System of economic, social, and legal measures and other ways of purposefully influencing the population's attitudes and its cultural and psychological standards to manage demographic processes must be. In other words, the developed socialist society requires that planned influence be applied to demographic phenomena. The exacerbation of the demographic situation makes this requirement a necessity. 2. The principal unit, the source of all demographic events, and hence the chief object of demographic policy, is the family. The attitude of married couples toward the problem of the birth rate determines its level in the country as a whole, and the moral climate in the family and the number of children it has largely determine success in the upbringing of the rising generation. The attitude toward health as a highly important social value, the ability to intelligently combine work and leisure, and young people's attitude toward migration are also formed at home. Socialism's historic gains and the aforementioned trends in the social, economic, and cultural process have brought about a change in women's position in society. Their legal equality has gradually been supplemented by social equality, economic independence from their husbands and, to all intents and purposes, equality of educational and cultural level. The role of children in the family has also changed. They no longer become workers at an early age, as they once did, and they are increasingly coming to have only a social, moral, and psychological value for their parents. All this has brought about a mass shift of the Soviet family toward fewer children. At present, the small family is prevalent among approximately 80% of the country's population. This includes practically the entire populations of the Russian Republic, the Ukraine, Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania, Belarus, and Georgia. In some regions of these republics, and especially in the larger cities, the two-child or even one-child family predominates. But the shift toward population reproduction below replacement level may gradually lead to many negative consequences. These include a sharp increase in the rate of the population's aging, with all the complex social problems that this entails, future difficulties in developing new territories, and many others. The prevalence of the one-child family is also complicating the cultivation of a spirit of collectivism and comradeship in children and making marriages less stable. In short, the interests both of the family itself and of society are suffering. In this connection, the existing situation in a number of rural areas of the Russian Republic, especially in the non-Black Earth Zone * is cause for special concern. A low birth rate, in combination with a high rate of rural to urban migration among young people, has led to a deformation of the age group structure there. The older age groups predominate in precisely those areas where manpower in the active age groups is very much needed. One cannot fail to mention some of the negative phenomena that are encountered in other demographic processes. In particular, the population's life expectancy has changed very little in recent years. The gap between the life expectancy of men and that of women is not being lessened, which indicates that the work of *, i.e., the poor farming region of the North ed. Page 318. Public health agencies, the disease prevention system and the struggle against job-related injuries and household accidents have not been sufficiently effective. The exacerbation of the demographic situation is also manifest in the low rate of permanent settlement for new settlers in a number of regions of the country and in population migrations that are irrational from the standpoint of society's interests. The CPSU Central Committee's report to the 26th Party Congress noted that people still prefer to move from north to south and from east to west, although movement in the opposite directions is preferable from the standpoint of the development of productive forces. All these and certain other phenomena have increased the urgency of the scientific elaboration and implementation of an effective long-range demographic policy. Obviously, we should first of all praise women's social possibilities and obligations. Developing and implementing a set of measures for creating the optimal combination of these two functions in each family appears to be the main way for a developed socialist society to exercise a directed influence on demographic phenomena. We must put special emphasis on the role of enterprises and organizations in implementing measures for helping families and children and protecting mother and child. This should be a mandatory element of their social development plans. It's also necessary to set psychological mechanisms in motion. The press, movies, television, and radio should devote more attention to problems of the family and to its lasting value. The point that the roles of father and mother are no less important to society than a married couple's work in production must be presented more clearly. The limits of centralism. In the last years of Brezhnev, as the Soviet economy came up against limitations of resources, manpower, and productivity, the promises of rapid economic expansion and rising living standards faltered, though the country's military potential continued to be built up. Soviet spokesmen, addressing the need for better management, tended to make a panacea of technical progress, even though it was the inability to accommodate innovation that was calling the central planning of the economy into question. Let us attempt to analyze a number of data on the development of the national economy during the past 30 years, trying to assess the impact of various factors. Figures indicate that, beginning in 1950, the national income and labor productivity rose at rapid rates, but that after 1958 these rates began to decline. By 1980, they had fallen by 67%. What were the causes of this? Outlays associated with the improvement of working conditions, as well as with environmental protection, have also been cited. But, calculations show, this factor has no appreciable influence either. From 1958-1980, the change in the growth rate of assets available per worker was negligible. Consequently, this too could not have had a noticeable impact on the rate of increase in labor productivity during that period. Thus, we must look for other, more important factors. In my view, the principal reason lies in an underestimation of scientific and technical progress and in shortcomings in the management of the national economy. Let us recall that the switch in 1957 from the branch system to the territorial system of management entailed the severance of many economic ties and the fragmentation of production complexes. As a result, the indices for national income, return on assets, and rates of scientific and technical progress deteriorated sharply as early as 1958. The return to the branch system in 1965 led to a change for the better in 1966. However, the rates that had been obtained prior to 1958 could not be reached, owing to the difficulties of re-establishing severed economic ties and the need to train new cadres of economic managers and to have them gain experience. In the period when the economic councils were in existence, every region began to build many production facilities often without sufficient reason. Naturally, these construction projects had to be continued after that period had ended. This along with new construction projects scattered manpower and dragged out construction times. The non-fulfillment of plans for the construction of pilot industrial plants and experimental shops and the assignment to them of the production of series-produced goods became a regular thing. Less than 1% of all capital investments in basic production was allocated for the creation of these plants and shops. The non-fulfillment of plans for the creation of new equipment became commonplace. Isn't this evidence of inattention to the utilization of the achievements of scientific and technical progress? The consequences were not slow in coming. In particular, while assets available per worker increased, the return on assets declined. From 1958 to 1980, the latter fell from 0.48 to 0.31. The return on new assets was 0.52 in 1958 but only 0.16 in 1980. This meant that, whereas in 1958 an increase of 1 ruble in production assets yielded 52 kopecks in additional income, in 1980 such an increase yielded only 16 kopecks. These figures should put us on guard. Their import becomes quite plain when one considers the fact that in a number of branches machinery and equipment have been replaced with more progressive models at an insufficient rate, which means that equipment in use is obsolescent and worn out. In my opinion, in view of the importance of scientific and technical progress and its insufficient pace, all measures to improve the economic mechanism should be evaluated primarily in terms of the following criteria: will they accelerate or impede technical progress? Will they change the existing situation, in which it is advantageous for collectives to produce old goods and economically disadvantageous for them to put progressive goods into production? In this connection, I shall touch on a number of requirements of management theory. The first one is the proper selection of criteria in evaluating the efficacy of management. The notorious gross and tons indices have held sway in our country for decades. It is largely the circumstance that we can thank for the fact that our machinery and equipment are often heavier than analogous foreign models by dozens of percentage points. Page 320. The separate management of output quantity and output quality can serve as an example of the use of contradictory criteria. In both cases, the achievement of high indices requires additional outlays of labor and resources. What does an enterprise manager do when he runs into difficulties in fulfilling the plan? He chooses the alternative that will bring the enterprise the fewest problems. Most often, it will be the production of large quantities of goods, to the detriment of their quality. Speaking about output quality, the question of its more rigorous evaluation by the USSR State Standards Committee should be raised. We're too liberal in assigning to the highest quality category manufactured goods that aren't on a par with the world's best models. We must attach greater importance to exporting manufactured goods to the markets of technically advanced countries as a means of objectively verifying our products' merits, and we must provide better incentives for such exports. It's also time to evaluate the work of research institutes and design bureaus in comparison with the level reached by leading Soviet and foreign institutes and firms. On the whole, we must devote paramount attention to the scientific and technical progressiveness of enterprises and ministries and rank this criterion as high as plan fulfillment. Following this guideline is no simple matter, but there are ways to do it. Another requirement of management theory is effective feedback, that is, the influence of succeeding segments of the management system on preceding ones. In the national economy, this includes the consumer's influence on the producer, the influence of results on management, etc. In our economy, feedback is extremely weak and operates only with great delays. When there is a scarcity of a particular product, feedback virtually disappears and output quality declines, since the rule "if you won't buy shoddy goods, someone else will" becomes operative. A situation has come about in which the producer, in effect, bears no responsibility for the operational efficiency of his output. After officially turning over the product, the producer walks away, and the customer is forced to correct any defects on his own, in a makeshift fashion. Producer enterprises should set up adjustment service brigades that would eliminate defects at the producer's expense. This would stimulate higher output quality. In many countries, every reputable firm has service departments, but in our country they are still in a rudimentary stage. Their formation is one way of improving feedback in the customer-producer chain. Instead of active competition, frequently a directly opposite path is taken, one in which a given organization acquires a monopoly in its field. The saying "we'll mass our forces" at one point is offered as justification. However, a monopoly hinders technical progress and ultimately extinguishes scientific and technical initiative. Then the customer has nothing to choose from, is forced to take what's offered, and the organization that has the monopoly, gradually abandoning an active search for new solutions, lives by the rule if you don't like my product, make your own. A lazy brain syndrome is fostered, and technical progress is retarded. Consideration for the human factor, in particular the all-out unleashing of people's initiative and its encouragement, is of enormous importance. Large numbers of instructions, explanations, and restrictions of every kind have accumulated over the years. As a result, a manager who has been entrusted with an enterprise that produces hundreds of millions of rubles worth of output can't make flexible use of. Page 321. A sum amounting to a few hundred rubles, especially where wages are concerned. These restrictions lead to a decline in initiative, sometimes to indifference, and usually to a search for detours. In some countries of the socialist commonwealth, the director enjoys great confidence and is granted broad rights. Shouldn't we, as an experiment at individual enterprises where the director has won everyone's confidence, lift a number of financial restrictions and give him a field of activity for displaying initiative? Cases are known, primarily in agriculture, in which resourceful people, thanks to the optimal organization of work, have raised productivity by 400% to 900%, with incentives in the form of substantial pay increases. However, there's no follow-through on such undertakings, as a rule. Shortages of goods to cover rising incomes are frequently cited as justification. But after all, it's necessary to look for ways of increasing productivity without capital investments, by making all-out use of people's abilities. Given the shortage in the economic mechanism of factors that stimulate scientific and technical progress, it is maintained largely by people's enthusiasm and by forcible measures. But that, of course, is not enough. The impasse in agriculture. Throughout the Brezhnev years, agriculture remained the most sluggish sector of the Soviet economy despite the shift from exploiting the collective farm peasantry to subsidizing them with substantial investments. The last important party initiative before Brezhnev's death was a much-touted food program adopted by the Central Committee in May, 1982, which recognized severe managerial problems in the agricultural system. The party's present agrarian policy, as we know, originated with the Central Committee's March plenary session. By intently pursuing the course that it mapped out, the party has succeeded in providing for the solution of a considerable number of agrarian problems in a relatively short time. Agriculture's productive forces and total output have grown substantially, and energetic efforts have been made to resolve the problems of the countryside's social development. These accomplishments could have been even more impressive if the advantages of a planned economy had been utilized more fully, untapped production potential had been put to use more actively, and shortcomings had been combated more persistently. The chief cause of the difficulties that have arisen, we believe, was that the major reforms in productive forces have not been accompanied by corresponding changes in production relations. It has become obvious that extensive factors for growth in agro-industrial production have been virtually exhausted. During the 1970s, a number of qualitative indices declined even though assets grew, and advanced research capabilities and skilled personnel were available. Out page 322. Lays per unit of output produced rose, and the financial situation of many agricultural enterprises worsened. The functions of economic management of the complex became fragmented, managerial work became narrowly specialized, and the management function became isolated, making it impossible to manage food production as a single process. Organizational disarray developed, several specialized subdivisions performing the same type of work were set up in each district. Concentration of high-powered specialized machinery and equipment in these subdivisions was supposed to increase the efficiency of capital construction, equipment maintenance, and fertilizer procurement and application, and to gradually free the collective farms and state farms of these functions. However, even those farms that lacked the necessary buildings and equipment and were short of manpower continued to perform most of these operations themselves. Because the financial terms were too burdensome, farms often gave up the services of Selkostechnika, for example, and developed their own repair facilities. At the same time, a substantial proportion of the work the specialized organizations did was for other branches of the economy. The enterprises and organizations that serviced agriculture did not consider themselves responsible for the harvest. They fulfilled and overfulfilled their plans and received large profits even when the collective and state farms' harvests were dwindling and the production of meat, milk, and other output was falling. Narrow departmentalism has undermined the unified system for managing the food production process. For example, only 3 of the 17 state farms in Tula Province's Lenin district are subordinated to the District Farm Production Administration, the rest are under 8 different industrial associations. Confusion in the material and technical supply of collective farms and state farms has become appreciable. For example, tractors and combines have been arriving at specialized farms according to the allocation schedules of the trusts, while farm machinery attachments and the equipment and supplies needed to perform maintenance have been arriving according to the schedules of the District Farm Production Administration. Lack of coordination in the operations of these organizations has often resulted in certain farms receiving tractors while other farms receive the plows and trailers that go with them, or in a district's plans for the procurement of certain products being increased while the trusts allocate resources to their farms for the development of other types of farming. The fact that we are talking in the past tense about all the shortcomings listed above does not mean that they have already been surmounted, by any means. Major efforts are being made and must continue to be made toward this end, along with efforts to surmount narrow departmentalism and regionalism, antiquated working methods and inertia and sloth in economic thinking. The creative search for the effective methods for the planned guidance and management of the economy must also continue. The decisions, which are notable for their profound scientific grounding, contain a clear-cut system of carefully conceived measures aimed at an upswing in agro-industrial production and at the accomplishment of the USSR food program. Appropriate management bodies are being set up to coordinate the work of the ministries and departments of the agro-industrial complex and their local agencies. Page 323. Enterprises and organizations, to mobilize efforts to make fuller use of resources, and to ensure that the branches of the agro-industrial complex operate in a highly efficient fashion. District agro-industrial associations have functioned in a number of the country's republics for many years. Their example attests to the fact that this form of management is the most acceptable and effective one. It has therefore been deemed advisable that agro-industrial associations be created in all districts, territories, provinces, and autonomous republics and that agro-industrial commissions be formed in the Union republics and at the all-Union level. Bringing management closer to the production of the end product will enable the administrators of the relevant services to make day-to-day and long-term decisions more effectively and ensure that the appropriate resources are available for the specific steps they take. These conditions will provide realistic ways to increase the economic effectiveness of social production, make judicious use of production resources, decrease losses, and upgrade the quality of output. Setting the agro-industrial complex apart as an independently planned and managed entity makes possible a better and more effective combination of territorial planning, branch planning, and special program and specific purpose planning. The point of departure for the planning is the end result, which is to provide an uninterrupted supply of food to the country. Thus, the methodology for drawing up the food program contains fundamentally new approaches to planning. The planning reflects a systems approach and is geared to special programs and specific purposes, thereby making it possible to identify priorities for the utilization of capital investments and material resources. Absorption of the national minorities. After the 1979 census showed that population growth among the Soviet minorities would soon make them collectively more numerous than the Russians, signs increased of pressure on the minorities to learn the Russian language and assimilate to the urban Russian way of life. The doctrine of cultivating the cultural distinctiveness of each nationality was restated by Ariko Solapov, editor of the party's main theoretical journal, as a theory of centralized development and eventual merger of nationalities. The Soviet people constitute an unprecedented phenomenon in history. Internationalist in terms of its very essence, this new community of people has united in a single family over 100 nations and ethnic groups belonging to various races, but has not submerged them within itself. On the contrary, it has secured the flourishing of each one of them while at the same time evolving numerous common psychological and moral features conditioned by the unity of their political, economic, and ideological life. It is impossible not to single out the special role of the Russian people in the establishment and development of the Soviet people. The name of the first among equals of the fraternal peoples has been firmly and justly attributed to them. Not, of course, because the Russian people are numerically the strongest or possess some qualities which are inaccessible to others. They have won respect and authority for their revolutionary services, selflessness, and spiritual generosity. It is no exaggeration to say that the Russian people have become the backbone of our new internationalist community of people. The family of socialist nations and the people's uncrushable friendship and fraternal cooperation were formed on precisely this basis. The party relied primarily on the Russian people in implementing this nationalities policy. The Russian language became the means of communication between nationalities, which made a supreme contribution to the consolidation of the entire complex of internationalist ties. Under our country's specific conditions following the Republic's voluntary unification in the Soviet Union, it would have been a crime against the socialist revolution and the future of socialism and an irresponsible attitude to the people's destiny to have made centralized leadership of the Union state formalistic, telling the republics govern yourselves as you wish. This would have been a conscious deviation from the principles of proletarian internationalism to the benefit of national sovereignty interpreted in an egotistical, narrow, and formalistic manner. Under such conditions it would have been extremely difficult if not impossible for many of our peoples to have extricated themselves from poverty and backwardness. But today it is common knowledge what national flourishing they have achieved under the conditions of comprehensive fraternal mutual aid attentively and skillfully administered by the Central Union authorities. A unified policy also has to be pursued in all corners of the country in ideological work and the communist education of the Soviet people. A Marxist-Leninist world outlook, communist morality, and socialist social awareness are class, not national phenomena. And therefore to deviate from them in favor of certain local traditions contradicting them means willy-nilly to slip from the world outlook positions of the working class and communist ideology. There has never been a superclass ideology in any class society. Certain champions of national uniqueness for some reason forget this elementary truth when it comes to attitudes towards certain spiritual values which appear to be strictly national. National nihilism is bad and harmful, but national conceit and tender feelings for antiquity and everything which has been carried down to our day from it is no better. As we say, we are not people who refuse to acknowledge our roots. It is just that for us the blood link with the past lies in the field of the material culture and democratic spiritual culture created by the people's intellect and talent. An uncritical and unthinking attitude to historically obsolete traditions, customs, and morals leads as a rule to neglect of the new pan-Soviet spiritual values invested with the revolutionary, collectivist, communist content. And this manifestly does not promote the further consolidation of the Soviet people as a new historical community of people or, consequently, the spiritual health of each individual nation. The social structure of Soviet society is developing intensively in the direction of the intensification of its homogeneity. The working class, kolkhoz peasantry, and people's intelligentsia are drawing closer together in terms of their qualitative indicators, mutual relations between them are improving, and their alliance is strengthening. Under present-day conditions, the CPSU Central Committee resolution on the 60th anniversary of the founding of the USSR notes, the rapprochement of all the classes and social groups in Soviet society is continuing, leaning toward the establishment in its main and fundamental respects of a classless structure of society within the historical framework of mature socialism. This page 325. Scientifically substantiated tenet of creative Marxism-Leninism convinces us that new prospects are opening up for the Soviet people in the immediate future, particularly in the question natural question of the Soviet people if the future merging of nations. This is not the place to examine this question in all its complexity. Let us just note that nobody intends to artificially accelerate this indubitably progressive process, which has nothing in common with the assimilation of some nations by others but benefits all the country's peoples. Time will tell what this projected new fusion of peoples of different ethnic groups and races will be like, but it seems perfectly clear that it will be a human community of an unprecedentedly high level, since it will be effected on the threshold of the full implementation of the great humanist ideals of communism. The Andropov succession. Upon Brezhnev's death in November 1982, the Central Committee quickly endorsed the longtime secret police chief Yuri Vladimirovich Andropov as the new General Secretary of the party. A few months later he assumed the governmental title of Chief of State as well. Andropov immediately called for renewed discipline in addressing the country's economic problems, while reaffirming his ideological commitments in a programmatic article prepared for the 100th anniversary of Marx's death. Summing up what Marxism meant to the Soviet leadership, Andropov warned half a century after Stalin made the same point that the Soviet Union was not yet ready for the communist utopia. With his stress on incentives, efficiency, and productivity, Andropov, like his predecessors, demonstrated the use of Marxism as ideology to justify the rigors of totalitarian modernization. Andropov on the economy. Comrades, this plenary session of the Party Central Committee is taking place at an important stage of the struggle to implement the plans of the 11th five-year plan on the eve of its third year, its pivotal year, so to speak. We have done a good deal, but difficult and strenuous work lies ahead. I would like to forcefully draw your attention to the fact that, for a number of highly important indices, the plan assignments for the first 2 years of the five-year plan were unfulfilled. Naturally, this has an effect on the draft we are discussing today. The members of the Central Committee will remember Leonid Ilyich Brezhnev's last speeches and his memorandums to the Politburo of the Central Committee on questions of economic development. He put the question as follows: at party congresses and Central Committee plenary sessions, we have worked out a scientifically substantiated economic policy and embarked on a course aimed at improving the efficiency of production and its intensification. But the switching of our economy onto these tracks and the turn toward efficiency are still being carried out slowly. The main index of the economy's efficiency, labor productivity, is growing at rates that cannot satisfy us. The lack of coordination in the development of the raw materials and processing branches remains a problem. The materials intensiveness of output shows virtually no decrease. Plans continue to be fulfilled at the cost of large outlays and production expenses. There are still a good many economic managers who, while glibly quoting Leonid Ilyich's maxim that the economy should be economical, are in actuality doing little to accomplish this task. Apparently the force of inertia and old habits are still at work. And some people, perhaps, simply don't know how to tackle the job. We must think about what kind of help should be given these comrades. The main thing is to accelerate work to improve the entire sphere of economic management, administration, planning, and the economic mechanism. It's necessary to create conditions, economic and organizational, that will stimulate good quality, productive labor, initiative and enterprise. Conversely, poor work, sluggishness and irresponsibility should have an immediate and inescapable effect on the remuneration, job status, and moral prestige of personnel. It's necessary to enhance responsibility for observing the interests of the entire state and of all the people, and to resolutely eradicate departmentalism and parochialism. It should be made a rule that any new decision on an old question is adopted only after past decisions have been fulfilled or some new circumstances have come up. We must wage a more resolute struggle against all violations of party, state, and labor discipline. I'm certain that in this we will have the full support of party and trade union organizations and the support of all Soviet people. In general, comrades, there are many urgent tasks in the national economy. Needless to say, I have no ready-made recipes for accomplishing them. But all of us, the Party Central Committee, will have to find answers to them, by generalizing Soviet and world experience and collecting the knowledge of the best practical workers and scientists. In general, slogans alone won't get things moving. Large-scale organizational work by party organizations, economic managers, and engineering and technical personnel is needed if every one of these vast and important tasks is to be examined in the context not only of each branch but also of every plant, every shop and work sector and, if you will, every workplace. I would like to stress that these questions are of paramount, vital importance for the country. If we resolve them successfully, the economy will continue to grow and the people's well-being will increase. B. Andropov on Marx and the Laws of Socialism. 100 years have gone by since the day when a man named Karl Marx departed this life. A whole century. A century of dramatic upheavals, revolutionary storms, radical changes in the fate of mankind. A century that upset and shattered a multitude of philosophical concepts, social theories, political doctrines. And a century of victories of Marxism, one after another, and its growing impact on the development of society. From Yuri Andropov, The Doctrine of Karl Marx and Certain Questions of Socialist Construction in the USSR, Communist, No. 3, February, 1983, pages 913, 1520, 2223. Page 327. It fell to the lot of the proletariat of Russia to be the revolutionary trailblazer. Even in our time there are critics of the October Revolution who assert that somehow it came about contrary to all the wishes of Marx. They take the view that in his revolutionary forecasts Marx generally did not take Russia into account. But actually he showed a tremendous interest in Russian matters. In order to analyze them better, Marx studied the Russian language. An irreconcilable opponent of Tsarism, he prophetically appraised the prospects of the social movement growing in Russia and saw that a tremendous social revolution was brewing there that would have worldwide significance. The concrete historical paths of the establishment of socialism have not gone entirely as the founders of our revolutionary theory expected. It was initially victorious in one country alone, and that one not the most economically developed. The point here is that the October Revolution took place under new historical conditions which did not exist during the lifetime of Marx, in the epoch of imperialism that was given expression in the Leninist theory of socialist revolution which has been completely confirmed by experience. Bourgeois and reformist ideologists to this day build whole systems of conclusions in the effort to show that the new society created in the USSR and the other fraternal countries does not correspond to the model of socialism that Marx envisaged. They argue that the reality has supposedly diverged from the ideal. But consciously or in ignorance they overlook the fact that Marx himself in working out his doctrine was least of all guided by the demands of some sort of abstract ideal of pure, perfected socialism. He derived his view of the future system from an analysis of the objective contradictions of large-scale capitalist production. It was this uniquely scientific approach that allowed him to define accurately the basic features of the society which was still waiting to be born in the cleansing storms of social revolution in the 20th century. The cornerstone of the socio-economic structure that was to replace capitalism was, according to Marx, social ownership of the means of production. And in full correspondence with Marx's prediction, wherever proletarian revolutions have succeeded, social ownership of the means of production has been established in one form or another and has become the basic factor in the existence and maintenance of socialism and the main source of its progress. On the basis of socialist ownership we have created a mighty economy, developed by planning, which has allowed us to pose and resolve large-scale, complex economic and social tasks. Obviously these possibilities do not get realized for us by themselves. Problems and serious difficulties arise. Their origins are various, but they are never tied to the essence of social, collective ownership that has confirmed and demonstrated its advantages. On the contrary, a significant part of the shortcomings disrupting the course of normal work in one sector or another of our economy has its cause in deviations from those norms and requirements of economic life whose ultimate basis is socialist ownership of the means of production. Take for example the question of economizing, in the rational utilization of material, financial, and labor resources. Fulfillment of the tasks of the current 5-year plan and the long-term development of our economy depend in great measure on how this is answered. If you think about it, the point here is just this: to observe the essential norms of management which are prescribed by socialist owner. Page 328. Ship, the essence of which lies in a thrifty attitude toward the people's property and energy and initiative in augmenting it. Violations of this norm have to be paid for by society as a whole, and it is right in strictly calling to account those who out of negligence, incompetence, or considerations of self-interest squander its wealth. Our concerns are now focused on raising the efficiency of production and of the economy as a whole. The party and the Soviet people are deeply conscious of the importance of this problem. However, as regards its practical solution, things are not going as successfully as they should. What is interfering here? Why from vast capital investments do we now not get the return that we should? Why is production characterized by an unsatisfactory pace of scientific technological achievement? Many causes, of course, can be cited. Above all, one cannot fail to see that our work directed at the perfection and restructuring of our economic mechanism and its forms and methods of administration has lagged behind the demands posed by the level now achieved in the material, technical, social, and spiritual development of Soviet society. This is the main point. In addition, of course, one can cite the impact of such factors as, for example, the substantial shortfall in agricultural production over the last 4 years, and the need to direct ever-increasing financial and material resources into the extraction of fuel, energy, and raw material resources in the northern and eastern regions of the country. Only at the cost of much work and even mistakes was the full significance of Marx's views on distribution realized. He persistently pointed out that in the first phase of communism each laborer receives back from society after all deductions exactly as much as he gives it, in other words, in exact correspondence with the quantity and quality of his labor, which answers to the basic principle of socialism, from each according to his abilities, to each according to his work. An irreproachable democrat and humanist, Marx was a determined opponent of leveling, and categorically rejected the common and in his day demagogic or naive arguments about socialism as universal equality in distribution and consumption. Thus it has become absolutely clear that we cannot allow violation of the objective economic requirement of accelerated growth in the productivity of labor. Without a close link with this decisive factor, the raising of wages, though it produces at the beginning an outwardly favorable impression, in the last analysis will inevitably have a negative effect on the whole of economic life. In particular, it will generate demands which cannot be fully satisfied at the given level of production and will prevent the elimination of shortages, with all the distorted consequences of this that evoke justifiable agitation among the toilers. The correct solution of problems of distribution under socialism presumes, of course, the physical guarantee of the population's purchasing power by making available all kinds of items of consumption and services. Obviously, it is impossible to satisfy demands which exceed our possibilities. At the same time, our unalterable obligations have been and will be to work in 2 directions: first, the unswerving growth of social production and the lifting on this basis of the material and cultural level of life of the people; second, every sort of help to raise the material and spiritual demands of Soviet man. Complete social equality does not come about suddenly or in its final form. Society grows and works its way toward it for a rather long time, with difficulty, at page 329. The price of great effort. It must develop its productive forces to the level of the material technical base of communism. For every toiler it must promote high consciousness and culture, professionalism, the capacity to use the benefits of socialism rationally. Until we have these conditions, distributive relations and the strictest control in measuring labor and consumption must be at the center of the party's attention as it guides socialist society. And the CPSU is always concerned that the principle of socialist distribution discovered by Marx be carried out everywhere and unswervingly, or better, that it be more fully applied in practice. If it is violated, you have to deal with unearned income, with so-called drifters, strikers, loafers, and incompetents, who essentially become social parasites living at the expense of the mass of conscientious workers. This is an intolerable phenomenon, a sort of parasitism living off the humanism of our system. Work, only its real results, and not someone's subjective wish or goodwill, can determine the level of well-being of each citizen. Such an approach completely corresponds both to the spirit and the content of Marx's views on distribution under socialism. The economic law that Marx considered the first basic law of collective production, the law of economizing working time, does not operate among us in full force. The cause of this to a significant degree is the presence of a large number of physically burdensome, unattractive, routine jobs, and the slow pace of their mechanization, or rather their automation. Meanwhile, it is enough to consider the tense situation with labor resources and the demographic situation in the country, to make clear the economic necessity of further reducing by a significant proportion the amount of non-mechanized hand labor, which even in industry reaches 40%. This is why the all-around acceleration of the tempo of scientific technological progress and a more active utilization of its accomplishments are so relevant today, especially in those fields where labor costs are especially high. We do not idealize what has been done and is being done in our country in this area. Soviet democracy has, and one must expect, will have difficulties of growth conditioned by the material possibilities of society, by the level of mass consciousness and political culture, and even by the fact that our society is not developing under hothouse conditions, in isolation from a hostile world, but under the cold winds of the psychological war unleashed by imperialism. The perfection of our democracy demands the elimination of bureaucratic over-organization and formalism, of everything that stifles and undermines the initiative of the masses or fetters the creative thought and vigorous action of the toilers. With such phenomena we have struggled and will struggle with still more energy and persistence. Sometimes one happens to hear that the present aspect of socialist governance and democracy supposedly does not correspond to the prospects indicated by Marx for communist self-administration. However, the path which we have trod, the experience we have had, say the reverse. Obviously, that version of self-administration that tends toward anarcho-syndicalism, and toward the fractionation of society into competing corporate bodies that do not depend on each other, toward democracy without discipline, toward the idea of rights without responsibilities, is profoundly alien to us. Page 330. Tried and tested principle of organization of the whole life of socialist society is democratic centralism, which makes it possible to successfully combine the free creativity of the masses with the advantages of a unified system of scientific leadership, planning, and administration. In his own time, analyzing Marx's methodological approach to the exposition of the basic features of the new society, Lenin wrote, "Marx did not make the slightest attempt to create a utopia, to make empty guesses about things that it is impossible to know. In place of artificially contrived scholastic definitions and fruitless disputes over words, Marx gives an analysis of what might be called the stages of the economic maturation of communism. Precisely on the basis of such an analysis, as we know, Marx created his doctrine of the two phases of development of the single communist formation, which is part of the armament of the CPSU and the other fraternal parties. Precisely on this basis, generalizing from new historical experience, Lenin broadly developed the theory of the building of socialism and communism. From these propositions we still proceed today to solve one of the most difficult questions, according to Marx, Engels, and Lenin, the question of the concrete forms of the transition to communism. The most important features of contemporary Soviet society have found reflection in the concept of developed socialism. It convincingly shows the dialectical unity both of real successes in socialist construction, in the fulfillment of many economic, social, and cultural tasks of the first phase of communism, and of the growing seedlings of the communist future, and on the other hand of the problems left over from yesterday that we have still not solved. We Soviet communists are proud to belong to the most influential ideological current in the whole history of world civilization, Marxism-Leninism. Open to all the best and most progressive that exists in contemporary science and culture, it finds itself today at the center of the world's spiritual life, and commands the minds of millions and millions of people. It is the ideological credo of the rising class that is liberating all humanity. It is the philosophy of social optimism, the philosophy of the present and the future. At the present time a great distance has been traversed on the path of the social renewal of the world, on the path of the realization of the revolutionary goals and ideals of the working class. The political map of the globe has a new look. Great discoveries have been made by science, the achievements of technology take your breath away. At the same time mankind is confronted with many new and often very complex concerns. There is well-founded alarm connected with worsening problems of raw materials, energy, food, ecology, etc., on a global scale. And the most important thing that disturbs people today is the need to preserve peace and avoid a thermonuclear catastrophe. There is nothing more important than this on the international plane for our party, the Soviet state, and all peoples of the planet. To deal with all the complexities of the contemporary world, to organize and direct the revolutionary social historical creativity of the working class and all laboring people, this is the tremendous task that today is being resolved by the theory of Marxism-Leninism and the practice of struggle for the progress of mankind. That task, which Karl Marx posed for himself and for his ideological and political adherents and successors, is to explain and change the world. Page 331. The Gathering Crisis. In the summer of 1983 a confidential report by the sociologist Tatiana Zaslavskaya, of the Institute of the Economics and Organization of Industrial Production in Novosibirsk, was leaked to the Washington Post. Underscoring the stagnation and immobility of the centrally planned Soviet economic system, the report set the agenda for much of the reform effort undertaken after it appeared. Zaslavskaya went on to become a leading advisor in the Gorbachev administration. Over a number of decades, Soviet society's economic development has been characterized by high rates and great stability. This automatically suggested a notion about the organic nature of its features for the management of a planned socialist economy. However, in the past 1,215 years a tendency towards a noticeable decline in the rate of growth of the national income began to make itself felt in the development of the economy of the USSR. If in the eighth five-year plan the average annual increase was 7.5% and in the ninth it was 5.8%, then in the 10th it fell to 3.8%, and in the first years of the 11th it was about 2.5%. This does not provide for either the rate of growth in living standards that is required for the people, or for the intensive technical retooling of production. The basic features of the present system of state management of the economy of the USSR were formed roughly 5 decades ago. Since that time, this system has repeatedly been readjusted, renewed, and improved, but not once has it undergone a qualitative restructuring which would reflect fundamental changes in the state of the productive forces. The most important features of the system of state management of the Soviet economy, noted in the scientific literature, include a high level of centralization in economic decisions, the character of production planning being based on direct indicators, the weak development of market relations, the centralized regulation of all forms of material incentives for labor, the prevalence of the branch over the territorial principle of management, lack of departmental liaison in the management of the economy by branch and sub-branch, restrictions on economic rights, and consequently also on enterprises' economic responsibility for the results of their economic activity, restriction on all aspects of informal economic activity by the population in the areas of production, services, and exchange. All these features reflect the predominance of administrative over economic methods, of centralization over decentralization. The system of centralized economic management correspond for the most part to the level of development of the productive forces of Soviet society. Page 332. In the 1930s, the material and social base of large-scale socialist production at that time was only just beginning to take shape, and the level of real socialization of labor remained comparatively low. The links between the branches, enterprises, and regions were as yet easily overseen from the center and could be regulated from above. An overwhelming number of workers in industry had only recently left their villages and had a weakly developed sense of their rights, and no claims to participation in management. For the majority of them, material incentives predominated at work over social and spiritual ones. Being relatively undeveloped, they were a convenient object of management. However, decades have passed since then, in the course of which the political and economic situation of Soviet society has radically changed. The present state of its productive forces is different from the 1930s not only quantitatively, but qualitatively. The branch, departmental and territorial structure of the national economy has become much more complex, the number of its links has grown colossally, and even more its technological, economic, and social ties. The structure of the national economy long ago crossed the threshold of complexity when it was still possible to regulate it effectively from one single center. Regional, branch and economic disproportions in the national economy of the USSR, which emerged and can be observed in the past 5-year plans, are growing relentlessly, and, more than anything else, indicate the exhaustion of possibilities for centrally administered economic management, the necessity for more active use of automatic regulators in balancing production, linked to the development of market relations. The widespread application in many sectors of the economy of complete technological systems, the increase in the specific weight of labor given over to the functions of adjustment, control, and regulation, and improvement of technological concerns have noticeably increased the demand for qualifications, reliability, and responsibility in human labor, for workers' personal involvement in plan fulfillment, and so on. The overall results of all these advances are, on the one hand, an increase in the technological demands made on the labor behavior of the workers, and on the other, a decrease in the effectiveness of centralized production management, based on the administrative regulation of the activities of the lower-ranking links by the higher. Based on the expectation of a relatively low level of development in the workers, this system appears unable to regulate the behavior of more developed and economically free workers, unable to make sufficiently effective use of their labor potential and intellectual resources, unable to ensure a high level of labor, production, and plan discipline, high-quality work, effective use of technology, or to assure positive modes of conduct in the managers, accountants, and supply technicians. As we see it, all this testifies to the fact that the present system of production relations has substantially fallen behind the level of development of the productive forces. Instead of enabling their accelerated development, it is becoming more and more of a brake on their progressive advancement. One outcome of this is the inability of production relations to provide modes of conduct for workers in the socio-economic sphere that are needed by society. Any serious reorganization of economic management must be accompanied by a certain redistribution of rights and responsibilities among various groups of. Page 333. Workers. Thereby, the expansion of every group's rights is, as a rule, combined with an increase of responsibilities, and a decrease of responsibilities goes hand in hand with a reduction of rights. Because of this, the attitude of the majority of groups to possible transformations in production relations, and to the economic mechanism which is their reflections, is not unambiguous. Thus, a good number of workers in the central organs of management, whose prospective role ought to be increased, is afraid that its responsibilities will become substantially more complicated, as economic methods of management demand much more of highly qualified cadres than do administrative methods. The guarded response of this group of workers to the idea of a transition to and a consistent implementation of economic methods of management often manifests itself in unfounded assertions, as though such transition was going to undermine the centralized motive power in the development of the socialist economy, or to reduce the real importance of the plan. The reorganization of production relations promises a substantial narrowing and simplification in responsibilities for workers in departmental ministries and their organs. However, it is pregnant with just as significant a reduction in their rights, in their economic influence, and also in the number of their apparatuses, the liquidation of many departments, administrations, trusts, branches, etc., that have grown like mushrooms in recent decades. Naturally, such a prospect does not suit the workers who at present occupy numerous cozy niches with ill-defined responsibilities, but thoroughly agreeable salaries. We must admit that the social mechanism of economic development as it functions at present in the USSR does not ensure satisfactory results. The social type of worker formed by it fails to correspond not only to the strategic aims of a developed socialist society, but also to the technological requirements of contemporary production. The widespread characteristics of many workers, whose personal formation occurred during past 5-year plans, are low labor and production discipline, an indifferent attitude to the work performed and its low quality, social passivity, a low value attached to labor as a means of self-realization, an intense consumer orientation, and a rather low level of moral discipline. It is enough to mention the broad scale of activity of the so-called touts, the rampant spread of various shady deals made at public expense, the development of illegal output, of irregular registrations, of procuring wages which are not dependent on the results of labor. It is our conviction that both the expansion of these negative phenomena and the lowering of the rate of growth of production came about as a result of the degeneration of the social mechanism of economic development. At present, this mechanism is tuned not to stimulate, but to thwart the population's useful economic activity. Similarly, it punishes or simply cuts short initiatives by the chiefs of enterprises, in the sphere of production organization, aiming at the improvement of economic links. Nowadays, higher public value is placed not on the activities of the more talented, brave, and energetic leaders, but on the performances of the more obedient chiefs, even if they cannot boast production successes. An important source of social tension in the economic structure is not only the inharmoniousness, but also the clash of interests between vertically aligned groups, between workers and foremen and the chiefs of enterprises and administrators in the ministries. Page 334. Finally, the centralized system of rules and norms of economic activity, which was created over the course of decades, has now become tangled to an unbelievable degree and many of its elements have become outdated. The economic labyrinth, called upon to direct the workers' behavior in the channel needed by society, actually consists of a multitude of saps and manholes, which allows the achievement of the same income by a significantly easier route. This not only extensively promotes undesirable practices, but also the formation of a type of worker who is alien to genuinely socialist values. The Chernenko Interlude. When Andropov died in February, 1984, the Politburo chose as his successor an even older man, Konstantin Ustinovich Chernenko, who had been Brezhnev's heir apparent. With the youthful Mikhail Gorbachev as his second secretary, Chernenko's brief tenure was a time of compromise between the inertia of the status quo and recognition of the need for change. The ardent nationwide support of the CPSU's domestic and foreign policy is convincing evidence of its correctness and its correspondence to the demands and spirit of the times. The party is firmly marching along its chosen path of communist construction and peace. That is how it has been. That is how it always will be. But we all understand, comrades, that just the desire to advance along this path is not enough. We must be able not only to set correct goals but also to strive persistently for them, overcoming all difficulties. We must realistically evaluate what has been achieved, without exaggerating it but also without underestimating it. Only this approach will protect us against mistakes in policy, against the temptation to take one's wishes for reality, and makes it possible to see clearly, as Lenin said, just what we have finished doing and what we haven't finished. Comrades, Yuri Vladimirovich Andropov was destined to work as the head of our party and state for a painfully short time. We will all miss him. He left us at the very height of important and intensive work aimed at powerfully accelerating the development of the national economy and overcoming the difficulties that the country encountered in the late 1970s and early 1980s. But we all know how much the party was able to do in this short time, how much that is new and fruitful received citizenship rights and was confirmed in practice. Continuing and, by collective efforts, advancing the work begun under Yuri Vladimirovich's leadership is the best way of paying tribute to his memory and of ensuring continuity in policy. Continuity is not an abstract concept but a living, real cause. Its primary essence is to advance without stopping, to advance relying on everything that was achieved earlier, creatively enriching it and focusing the collective thought and energy of the communists, the working class and the entire people on unresolved tasks, on key problems of the present and the future. This imposes many obligations on all of us. I think that we should consider the question of channeling all the money and resources that will be obtained in this way, and the sum will be considerable, into improving the working and living conditions of Soviet people, medical service, and housing construction. This would be fully in keeping with the supreme goal of the party's policy, all-round concern for the welfare of man. In general, comrades, we should apparently give some thought to providing better material and moral incentives to the working people for their creative initiatives and innovation. Social justice is the very foundation of the Soviet system and constitutes its immense strength. That is why it is so important that it be unswervingly observed in daily affairs, whether the matter at hand is wages and bonuses, the allocation of apartments or health resort accommodations, or awards, in short, that everything be done fairly, in accordance with each person's labor contribution to our common cause. This is something for party, trade union, and YCL organizations and economic managers to work on. A great deal depends on the labor collectives themselves. They now have extensive rights, codified by legislation. Now these rights must be used more fully. Recently the party has enriched itself with new experience in guiding the socialist society. We have begun to make better use of the advantages and possibilities of our system. Among them, certainly, are the organization and awareness of the masses. Hence our attention to the strengthening of order and discipline. The question of organization and order is a key, fundamental question for us. There can be no two opinions on this score. Any disorderliness and irresponsibility is costly to society, and not only in a material sense. It does serious social and moral damage. We communists understand this well, and millions of Soviet people understand it. It is quite natural that the measures the party has adopted with a view to improving labor, production plan, and state discipline and strengthening socialist legality have received truly nationwide approval. We have already had some successes in this field. Everyone knows that this has had a salutary effect on production affairs, on our social life and, for that matter, on people's mood. But it would be wrong to think that everything has been done. No, comrades, life teaches us that there can be no slackening of effort here. As far as the basic guidelines for the development of our economy are concerned, they have been clearly defined by the party. Intensification, the accelerated introduction in production of the achievements of science and technology, the implementation of major comprehensive programs, all these things, in the final analysis, should raise the productive forces of our society to a qualitatively new level. The system of economic management and our whole economic mechanism are in need of serious restructuring. Work in this area has only just begun. It includes a broad-scale economic experiment in expanding the rights of enterprises and increasing their responsibility. Searches are underway for new forms and methods of economic management in the services sphere. They will undoubtedly come up with much that is useful and will help us to solve the strategically important problem of raising the efficiency of the entire national economy. However, let us ask ourselves, doesn't the anticipation of the results of experiments serve some economic managers as a cover for their passiveness and desire to? Page 336. Work in the old way. The updating of economic structures is an important matter, of course. Here it would be advisable to follow the wise old rule, look before you leap. But this by no means justifies those who have no wish whatsoever to reckon with changed conditions and life's new requirements. The manifestation of greater independence on all levels, bold explorations and, if necessary, the taking of justifiable risks in the name of increasing the efficiency of the economy and improving the people's well-being, that's what we expect from our economic codders. Page 337. Chapter 7. Perestroika and the End of Communism, 1985-1991. The events initiated by the elevation of Mikhail Gorbachev to the General Secretaryship in March 1985 were almost as startling and convoluted as the years of the Russian Revolution. Attempting at first only to modernize and tighten the communist system, Gorbachev discovered both the inner rot left by Brezhnev and the tenacity of officials who fought the loss of their power, and ended by seeing the entire system of communist rule and Russian Empire embodied in the USSR collapse around him. The failure of the August 1991 coup by communist hardliners and the assertion of independence by the 15 Soviet republics spelled the effective end of history as far as communism in Russia was concerned. Gorbachev and reform. Succeeding to the post of General Secretary of the CPSU upon the death of Chernenko in March 1985, Gorbachev launched an insistent campaign for restructuring perestroika of the Soviet economy, with emphasis on the decentralization of responsibility and the enhancement of work incentives. He soon found that he could not successfully implement this program against the inertia of the bureaucracy without freeing up the possibilities of public criticism, and so opened the campaign for glasnost openness or publicity with emphasis on the role of intellectuals and the press. Finally, he came to the conclusion that the crimes and blunders of the Stalinist past, covered up ever since the fall of Khrushchev, had to be exposed as fully as the legitimacy of the party's rule would permit. A. Restructuring. The country has achieved major successes in all fields of the life of society. Relying on the advantages of the new system, it has, in a historically brief time, ascended to the summits of economic and social progress. Today the Soviet Union possesses a mighty and comprehensively developed economy and skilled cadres of workers, specialists, and scientists. We firmly hold leading positions in the world in many areas of the development of production, science, and technology. Profound changes have taken place in social life. For the first time in history, the working man has become the master of the country, the creator of his own destiny. The guaranteed right to work and remuneration, society's concern for man from birth to old age, broad access to spiritual culture, respect for the dignity and rights of the individual, the steady expansion of the working people's participation in management, all these are permanent values and inalienable features of the socialist way of life. They are the most important source of political stability, social optimism, and confidence in the future. Soviet people are rightly proud of all this. But life and its dynamism dictate the need for further changes and transformations, for the achievement of a new qualitative state of society, in the broadest sense of the word. This means, above all, the scientific and technical updating of production and the attainment of the highest world level of labor productivity. It means the improvement of social relations, first of all economic relations. It means profound changes in the sphere of labor and people's material and spiritual living conditions. It means the invigoration of the entire system of political and public institutions, the deepening of socialist democracy, and self-government by the people. The development of Soviet society will be determined, to a decisive extent, by qualitative changes in the economy, by its switch onto the tracks of intensive growth, and by an all-out increase in efficiency. The situation in the national economy should be evaluated, and future tasks determined, from precisely these positions. It is known that, along with the successes that have been achieved in the economic development of the country, in the past few years unfavorable tendencies have intensified, and a good many difficulties have arisen. Thanks to the party's active work, beginning in 1983, we have been able to straighten out the work of many segments of the national economy, and the situation has improved somewhat. However, the difficulties have by no means been overcome, and we will have to exert a good deal of effort to create a reliable basis for rapid progress. What is the reason for the difficulties? The answer to this question, as you realize, is of fundamental importance for the party. Natural and a number of external factors have had an impact, of course. But the main thing, I think, is that the changes in the objective conditions of the development of production, the need for accelerating its intensification and for changes in the methods of economic management were not properly assessed in good time, and this is especially important. No perseverance was shown in working out and implementing major measures in the economic sphere. Comrades, we must become thoroughly aware of the existing situation and draw the most serious conclusions. The country's historical destiny and the positions of socialism in today's world depend in large part on how we handle matters from now on. By making broad use of the achievements of the scientific and technological revolution and bringing the forms of socialist economic management into line with present-day conditions and requirements, we must achieve a substantial acceleration of social and economic progress. There is simply no other way. The main question now is, how, and at what cost, will the country be able to achieve accelerated economic development? Examining this question in the Politburo, we have unanimously reached the conclusion that there are real possibilities for this. The task of accelerating growth rates, substantially accelerating them, is completely feasible, if the intensification of the economy and the acceleration of scientific and technical progress are placed at the center of all our work, if management, planning, and structural and investment policy are restructured, if organization and discipline are enhanced everywhere, and if the style of activity is fundamentally improved. Page 339. In most branches, scientific and technical progress is proceeding listlessly, essentially at evolutionary speed, primarily through the improvement of existing technologies and the partial modernization of machinery and equipment. These measures are bringing a certain return, of course, but it is too little. We need revolutionary changes, a shift to fundamentally new technological systems, to the latest generation equipment, which yields the highest efficiency. What this means, in essence, is the re-equipment of all branches of the national economy on the basis of the present-day achievements of science and technology. The concept of the restructuring of the economic mechanism has now become clearer to us. In continuing to develop the centralized principle in the accomplishment of strategic tasks, we must more boldly advance along the path of expanding the rights of enterprises and their independence, introduce economic accountability and, on this basis, increase the responsibility and stake of labor collectives in the final results of work. The results of the large-scale experiment that is being conducted along these lines seem to be rather good. But they cannot fully satisfy us. The point has been reached at which a transition should be made from the experiment to the creation of an integral system of economic management and administration. This means that we should begin the practical restructuring of work in the upper echelons of economic management as well, that they should be oriented primarily toward the accomplishment of long-range social, economic, scientific and technical tasks and toward searches for the most effective forms of uniting science and production. Comrades, the CPSU sees the highest meaning of the acceleration of the social and economic development of the country in steadily, step by step, enhancing the people's well-being, improving all aspects of the life of Soviet people, and creating favorable conditions for the harmonious development of the individual. In the process, it is necessary to consistently pursue a line aimed at strengthening social justice in the distribution of material and spiritual wealth, intensifying the influence of social factors on the development of the economy, and improving its efficiency. This line meets with full approval and support among Soviet people. The task now is to work out concrete, effective measures to rid the distributive mechanism of wage leveling, unearned income and everything that runs counter to the economic norms and moral ideals of our society, and to ensure that the financial position of every worker and every collective is directly dependent on the results of their labor. The party will continue to wage a very resolute struggle against all negative phenomena alien to the socialist way of life and to our communist morality. B. Glasnost. Every day produces facts each worse than the last of how difficult it is for those who assume responsibility and follow the line of the 27th Party Congress. These people are absolutely not considered part of the existing system and they evoke the resistance of those around them, resistance in every institution. Page 340. Between the people who want these changes, who dream about these changes, and the leadership, there is an administrative layer, the apparatus of the ministries, the party apparatus which does not want any alteration of things, which does not want to lose certain rights that are linked to its privileges. We have a great many people who make use of their positions. Nothing is exploited among us like an official position. What 2 points have been put at the basis of the work of the Politburo? The first is not to duck any brewing problems that have built up over the years. You know, Brezhnev once said that we have to have a plenum on scientific technical problems. I have been shown piles of documents prepared in this connection, all kinds of information, etc. And when they began to look into all this, they suddenly saw that they didn't know where to take it, what to do with it. So they threw it away. Sure, not all the decisions that we have been making today are the right ones. Sure, we sometimes make mistakes. But we want to take action and we don't want to sit with our arms folded so that the process would pass us by. Take our national tragedy, drunkenness. The drunken budget. People want a dry law. At the same time in the queues you hear all sorts of epithets, mineral secretary, all sorts of jokes about Gorbachev and so on. Point 1 like before, we'll drain the cup, Brezhnev, we'll just dig him up too. No, we can't go on this way. I know that even writers love to drop in at the Central House of Literature and have a drink. I know that threatening letters come from the queues, but we will not give in to these attitudes. We are going to save the people, especially the Slavic people, because even though this has spread to the Muslims and to the Caucasus, no one suffers from it like the Slavic part of the population, that is, Russians, Ukrainians, and Belarusians. These figures are terrible, we're going to fight. The second point is that everything begins with the party, there will be no dual morality in the party, any double standard. This is quite serious. Our whole society is moving, the economy is messed up, but we are only at the beginning, at the mere beginning of the road. Those who think that we will restructure things in a month or two are naive people. This has been building up for years and demands terrific effort and titanic work. If we don't involve the people, nothing will come of it. All our calculations depend on influencing the people. The Central Committee needs support. You can't even imagine how much we need support from an outfit like the writers. Don't think that all this will go easily. A lot of directors write us, we don't need rights and independence, just let everything stay like it was easier for us to work, easier to work. They don't want to change, they don't know how. It will take generations for us to really restructure. It will take generations. Restructuring is going on with great difficulty. We have no opposition. How then can we check up on ourselves? Only through criticism and self-criticism. Above all, through glasnost. No society can exist without glasnost. We're learning this. We are restructuring everything, from the general secretary to the rank and file communist. Democratism does not exist without glasnost. But at the same time democracy without a framework is anarchy. So it gets complicated. How to do? Page 341. Things when to some it seems an unrestrained flood of democracy, when a person is unsatisfied, indeed this is an elementary process. We don't want the process of democratization in the creative milieu just to become a settling of old scores. We have information from writers. Different views. We would like unity to develop on a basis of principle. I have spoken to you very candidly, without any double accounting. I have honestly told you about some very complicated problems. There must be just one criterion, let our native land be livable. 3. And in this connection we wanted to pose the old question, what side are you on, masters of culture? 4. On the side of the new things that are going on in our life, or aren't you ready to subscribe to these words? Go on, go on. If we began to get involved with the past, we would kill all our energy. We would collide with the people head on. And we need to go forward. We'll take care of the past. We'll put everything in its place. But right now we are directing all our energy forward. Our conversation is a summing up of positions. You have to understand that everything for us lies ahead. So far we still haven't done anything, we've only started on the road that seems like the right one, because we put the individual at the center. If we are able to lift up the individual, to activate him. I am not sure that everything we are doing right now is correct, maybe something will go back into the past, maybe something new will appear, but it will only come about by making it possible for everything that is contained in the individual to come out. For the first stage there is no other way. This is the main thing. Sharp turns we have to restructure. On the meetings of the Politburo, there are clashes, disputes. We have been putting things off for 2 or 3 years, now we want to act. Society is ready for a turnabout. If we retreat, society will not agree to a comeback. We have to make the process irreversible. If not us, then who? If not now, when? 5. Our enemy has figured us out. They are not afraid of our nuclear might. They are not going to start a war. They are only worried about one thing: if democracy develops on our side, if that works out, then we will win. Therefore they have begun a campaign against our leadership by any means, even including terror. They write about the apparatus that broke Khrushchev's neck, and about the apparatus that will now break the neck of our new leadership. C. Challenging the party. The April plenary session and the 27th Party Congress opened the way. 3. A line from Songs of Worried Youth, words by L. Oshin and note by Archiv Samiz Data. 4. Title of a verse by M. Gorky in answer to American correspondence, Pravda, March 22, 1932. Archiv Samiz Data. 5. Apparently a paraphrase of the old Jewish saying going back to the Rabbi Hillel ed. Page 342. For an objective critical analysis of the current situation in society and adopted decisions of historic importance for the country's future. We have irrevocably begun restructuring and have taken the first steps on this path. At the same time, we see that changes for the better are taking place slowly, that the task of restructuring has turned out to be more difficult than it had seemed to us earlier, and that the causes of the problems that have accumulated in society are more deep-rooted than we had thought. The more deeply we go into restructuring work, the clearer its scale and importance become. More and more new unsolved problems inherited from the past are coming to light. At a certain stage the country began to lose momentum, difficulties and unsolved problems began to pile up, and stagnation and other phenomena alien to socialism appeared. All of this had a serious effect on the economy and on the social and spiritual spheres. Of course, comrades, the country's development did not stop. Tens of millions of Soviet people worked honestly, and many party organizations and our cadres acted vigorously, in the interests of the people. All this restrained the growth of negative processes, but it could not prevent them. In the economy, and in other spheres as well, the objective need for changes became urgent, but it was not realized in the political and practical activities of the party and the state. What was the reason for this complex and contradictory situation? The principal cause, and the Politburo considers it necessary to say this with total frankness at the plenary session, was that the CPSU Central Committee and the country's leadership, primarily for subjective reasons, were unable to promptly or fully appreciate the need for changes and the danger of the mounting crisis phenomena in society, or to work out a clear-cut line aimed at overcoming them and making fuller use of the possibilities inherent in the socialist system. Conservative inclinations, inertia, a desire to brush aside everything that didn't fit into habitual patterns, and an unwillingness to tackle urgent social and economic questions prevailed in both policy-making and practical activity. Comrades, the executive bodies of the party and the state bear the responsibility for all this. Lenin's theses about socialism were interpreted in an oversimplified way, and frequently their theoretical profundity and significance were emasculated. This also applied to such key problems as public ownership, relations among classes and nationalities, the measure of labor and the measure of consumption, cooperatives, methods of economic management, people's rule and self-management, the struggle against bureaucratic aberrations, the revolutionary transformational essence of socialist ideology, the principles of instruction and upbringing, and guarantees of the healthy development of the party and society. Superficial notions about communism and various kinds of prophecies and abstractions gained a certain currency. This in turn lessened the historical significance of socialism and weakened the influence of socialist ideology. In point of fact, a whole system of weakening the economic instruments of power came into being, and a unique mechanism was formed for retarding social and economic development and holding back progressive transformations that make it possible to disclose and utilize the advantages of socialism. The roots of this retardation lay in serious shortcomings in the functioning of the institutions of page 343. Socialist democracy, in outmoded political and theoretical principles that sometimes did not correspond to reality, and in a conservative mechanism of management. Comrades, all this had a negative effect on the development of many spheres of the life of society. Take material production. Over the past 3 5-year plans, the growth rates of national income declined by more than 50%. For most indices, plans had not been fulfilled since the early 1970s. The economy as a whole became unreceptive to innovations and sluggish, the quality of a large part of output no longer met current demands, and disproportions in production became exacerbated. We have at the same time been unable to fully realize the possibilities of socialism in improving living conditions and the food supply, in organizing transportation, medical service, and education, and in solving a number of other urgent problems. Violations of the most important principle of socialism, distribution according to work, appeared. The struggle against unearned income was waged indecisively. The policy of providing material and moral incentives for highly productive labor was inconsistent. Large sums of money were paid out in unwarranted bonuses and in various kinds of additional incentives, and reports were padded for the sake of personal gain. A dependent mindset grew, and a wage-leveling mentality began taking root in people's minds. This hit at those toilers who were able and wanted to work better, while at the same time it made life easier for those whose idea of working involves little effort. Violation of the organic tie between the measure of labor and the measure of consumption not only deforms the attitude toward labor, impeding growth in labor productivity, it also leads to the distortion of the principle of social justice, and this is a matter of great political importance. The elements of social corrosion that emerged in recent years had a negative effect on society's spiritual temper and imperceptibly sapped the lofty moral values that have always been inherent to our people and in which we take pride: ideological conviction, labor enthusiasm, and Soviet patriotism. The inevitable consequence of this was a fall-off in interest in public affairs, manifestations of spiritual emptiness and skepticism, and a decline in the role of moral incentives to labor. The stratum of people, including young people, whose goal in life came down to material well-being and personal gain by any means, increased. Their cynical position took on increasingly militant forms, poisoned the minds of those around them, and gave rise to a wave of consumerism. The growth of drunkenness, the spread of drug addiction, and the increase in crime became indices of the fall-off in social mores. Instances of a scornful attitude toward laws, hoodwinking, bribe-taking, and the encouragement of servility and glorification had a pernicious effect on the moral atmosphere in society. Genuine concern for people, their living and working conditions, and their social well-being was frequently supplanted by political ingratiation, mass handing out of awards, titles, and bonuses. An atmosphere of all-forgivingness took shape, while exactingness, discipline, and responsibility declined. This was the situation, comrades, in which the question of accelerating the country's social and economic development and of restructuring was raised. In essence, what is involved here is a change of direction and measures of a revolution. Page 344. Airy nature. We are talking about restructuring and related processes of the thoroughgoing democratization of society, having in mind truly revolutionary and comprehensive transformations in society. This fundamental change of direction is necessary, since we simply have no other way. We must not retreat, and we have nowhere to retreat to. Today there is a need to state once again what we mean by restructuring. Restructuring means resolutely overcoming the processes of stagnation, scrapping the mechanism of retardation, and creating a reliable and effective mechanism of accelerating the social and economic development of Soviet society. The main idea of our strategy is to combine the achievements of the scientific and technological revolution with a planned economy and to set the entire potential of socialism in motion. Restructuring means reliance on the vital creativity of the masses, the all-round development of democracy and socialist self-government, the encouragement of initiative and independent activity, the strengthening of discipline and order, and the expansion of openness, criticism, and self-criticism in all spheres of the life of society. It means respect, raised on high, for the value and worth of the individual. Restructuring means steadily enhancing the role of intensive factors in the development of the Soviet economy, restoring and developing Leninist principles of democratic centralism in the management of the national economy, introducing economic methods of management everywhere, renouncing the peremptory issuing of orders and administrative fiat, ensuring the changeover of all elements of the economy to the principles of full economic accountability and to new forms of the organization of labor and production, and encouraging innovation and socialist enterprise in every way. Restructuring means a decisive turn toward science. Restructuring means the priority development of the social sphere and the ever fuller satisfaction of Soviet people's requirements for good working, living, recreational, educational and medical service conditions. Restructuring means the energetic elimination from society of distortions of socialist morality, and the consistent implementation of the principles of social justice. The ultimate aim of restructuring is clear, I think: a thoroughgoing renewal of all aspects of the country's life, the imparting to socialism of the most up-to-date forms of social organization, and the fullest possible disclosure of the humanistic nature of our system in all its decisive aspects: economic, social, political and moral. On the political level, the matter at hand is deepening democracy in the electoral system and achieving the more effective and more active participation of voters at all stages of pre-election and election campaigns. It is quite natural that questions of expanding inter-party democracy be examined within the overall context of the future democratization of Soviet society. There is also a need to give some thought to changing the procedure for the election of secretaries of district, region, city, province, and territory party committees and of Union Republic Communist Party central committees. Here comrades suggest that secretaries, including first secretaries, could be elected by secret ballot at plenary sessions of the appropriate party committees. In the process, the members of the party committee would have the right to enter any number of Page 345. Candidates on the ballot. This measure ought to significantly enhance the responsibility of secretaries to the party committees that elected them, give them more confidence in their work, and make it possible to more accurately determine the extent of their prestige. Needless to say, the party's statutory principle according to which the decisions of higher agencies are binding on all lower-level party committees, including decisions on personnel questions, should remain immutable. In the Politburo's opinion, further democratization should extend to the formation of the party's central leadership bodies as well. I think this is perfectly logical. Apparently it would be logical to democratize elections of leadership bodies in other public organizations as well. In improving the social atmosphere, it is also necessary to continue to develop openness. It is a powerful lever for improving work in all sectors of our construction and an effective form of control by all the people. Excellent confirmation of this is provided by the experience that has been accumulated since the April plenary session of the Central Committee. Obviously, the time has come to begin the drafting of legal documents guaranteeing openness. They should ensure maximum openness in the activities of state and public organizations and give working people a real opportunity to express their opinion on any question of the life of society. Here one cannot help saying regretfully that we continue to encounter not only hostility toward criticism but also instances of persecution for it and the outright suppression of critical statements. Frequently this assumes such dimensions and scope, and takes place in such forms, that the Central Committee has to intervene in order to restore truth and justice and to support honest people who back the interests of the cause. I have already had occasion to speak on this question, but matters are being corrected slowly. Take the articles in the Central Press for January alone, and you will see that persecution for criticism is anything but a rare phenomenon. In this connection, the efforts of the mass news media to develop criticism and self-criticism in our society must be supported. There should be clarity on yet another question. We say that Soviet society should have no zones closed to criticism. This is fully applicable to the mass news media, too. When we talk about the democratization of Soviet society, and this is a fundamental question for us, it is appropriate once again to emphasize the main, defining feature of socialist democracy. What I mean is an organic combination of democracy and discipline, independence and responsibility, and the rights and duties of officials and of every citizen. Socialist democracy has nothing in common with an everything-goes attitude, irresponsibility, or anarchy. Genuine democracy serves every person, protecting his political and social rights, and at the same time it serves every collective and society as a whole, upholding their interests. The open selection of people for promotion from among both communists and non-party people would be in keeping with the tasks of democratization and the enlistment of broad masses of the working people in management. In this respect, there is also the question of promoting women to leadership positions on a broader scale. At present, many women are working, and working. Page 346. Successfully, in party and state posts, in science, public health, education, and culture, in light industry, trade, and consumer services. Today the country needs to have them become even more actively involved in managing the economy and culture, on both the Union and the Republic level. We have the opportunities for this. All we have to do is give women trust and support. Needless to say, we cannot limit ourselves today to mere recognition of the mistakes that were made. In order to avoid similar errors in the future, we must draw lessons from the past. Just what are these lessons? The first one is the need to promptly resolve urgent personnel questions within the party Central Committee itself and its Politburo, above all from the viewpoint of ensuring continuity in the leadership and an influx of fresh forces. The violation of this natural process led at a certain stage to a weakening of the work capacity of the Politburo and the Secretariat, and, for that matter, of the CPSU Central Committee as a whole and its administrative apparatus, as well as of the government. In fact, comrades, after the April plenary session a large part of the Secretariat and a large number of the department heads of the CPSU Central Committee were replaced in a short time, and virtually the entire membership of the Presidium of the USSR Council of Ministers was changed. These replacements had to be made, because for a long time there had been no renewal of the membership of the Central Committee or the government and no constant replenishment of them with new personnel, as life demanded. Ultimately, all this had an effect on policy making and on the party's practical activity in guiding society. This cannot and must not be repeated. So that the process of renewal will not be interrupted and continuity not broken, the CPSU Central Committee, the Politburo and Secretariat of the Central Committee, the government and the top echelons of the party and state leadership should be open for an influx of fresh forces from various spheres of activity. This way of posing the question is fully in keeping with the Leninist understanding of personnel policy and the interests of the party and the people. Now I would like to single out the question of enhancing the role of all elective bodies. One must frankly admit that, if they had operated vigorously both in the party and in the state, in the trade unions and other public organizations, many serious deficiencies in personnel work could have been avoided. Let us look at life with our eyes open. As they say, excessive growth has taken place in the role of executive agencies, to the detriment of elected agencies. At first glance, everything seems to be proceeding normally. Plenary sessions, and meetings of other elected bodies are held regularly. But their work is often over-formalized, and questions of secondary importance or ones that have been decided beforehand are submitted for discussion. As a result, proper control is lacking over the activity of executive agencies and their leaders. It must be said that some comrades have begun to look on elected agencies as a kind of burden that brings only difficulties and obstacles. That's how far things have gone. The result is a reduced role for deputies to Soviets and members of party and other collective agencies in the formation of executive committees, in the selection of personnel and in monitoring their activity. Impaired discipline and lowered responsibility have put down too deep roots. Page 347. And are still making themselves felt in a painful way. It was criminal irresponsibility and slackness that were the main causes of such tragic events as the accident at the Chernobyl atomic power station, the sinking of the steamship Admiral Nakhimov, and a number of air and railway accidents that entailed loss of life. We must create everywhere an atmosphere that would rule out every possibility of a repetition of such things. Good organization, efficiency, and assiduity should become a law for everyone. Finally, a highly important demand is lofty morality on the part of our personnel, such human traits as honesty, incorruptibility, and modesty. We now know, not only from the past but also from current experience, that we will not be able to accomplish the tasks of restructuring without strengthening the moral health of society. It is not happenstance that today we have been having sharp collisions with negative phenomena in the moral sphere. I have in mind the struggle to eradicate drunkenness, embezzlement, bribe-taking, abuse of office and favoritism. I want once again to emphasize the idea that the line aimed at democratization and the creation of a new mechanism of administration and economic management opens up the possibility of achieving the correct combination of political leadership by the party with an active role for state agencies, trade unions, and other public organizations. We have already adopted basic decisions on improving the activity of the Soviets in present conditions. These decisions will allow the Soviets to prove their worth as genuine bodies of power in their territory. Changes are taking place in the activity of the Soviets, but they cannot satisfy us as yet. We all have a stake in getting the Soviets to begin working properly, in the spirit of the times, as quickly as possible. Party committees should firmly adopt a line aimed at enhancing the role of the Soviets and not be guilty of unwarranted interference in their affairs, let alone of usurping their functions. It is no less important that the Soviets' executives themselves and the Soviets' administrative apparatus begin to work at full strength and rid themselves of inertia and the habit of constantly looking over their shoulder and waiting for instructions. Democratic principles in the activity of the Soviets and their executive agencies must be strengthened. We want to transform our country into a model of a highly developed state, into a society of the most advanced economy, the broadest democracy and the most humane and lofty morality, where the working person will feel himself to be a full-fledged proprietor and can enjoy all the benefits of material and spiritual culture, where his children's future will be secure, and where he will possess everything he needs for a full, meaningful life. We want to force even the skeptics to say, yes, the Bolsheviks can do anything. Yes, the truth is on their side. Yes, socialism is a system that serves man, his social and economic interests and his spiritual elevation. D. Reopening the past. How complex and contradictory our affairs and fates have sometimes been. There has been everything heroic, the tragic, great victories and bitter fail. Yours. We reflect on 70 years of intense creative activity from the position of a people ready to mobilize all its strength and the entire enormous potential of socialism for the revolutionary transformation of life. The early 1920s were marked by a great upsurge in the people's initiative and creativity. These years were a genuine revolutionary laboratory of social innovation, of searching for optimal forms of the alliance between the working class and the working peasantry, of shaping a mechanism for realizing the entire spectrum of the working people's interests. The party shifted from the war communism methods of organizing production and consumption that it had been forced to adopt in conditions of war and destruction to more flexible, economically valid, regular instruments of influencing social reality. The measures of the new economic policy were aimed at building the material foundation of socialism. We are now turning with increasing frequency to Ilyich's last works, to Lenin's ideas of the new economic policy, seeking to take from that experience everything that is valuable and necessary for us today. About the 1920s and 1930s after Lenin. Despite the fact that the party and society had armed themselves with the Leninist concept of building socialism and with Vladimir Ilyich's works of the post-October period, the search for a path proceeded in a very complex way, in a sharp ideological struggle and in an atmosphere of political debates. At the center of these debates were fundamental problems of the development of society, first of all the question of the possibility of the construction of socialism in our country. In short, sorting things out and finding the only correct course in such a complex and stormy atmosphere was of the utmost difficulty. The nature of the ideological struggle was also complicated to a significant degree by personal rivalries in the party leadership. Old disagreements that had existed back in Lenin's lifetime made themselves felt in the new situation, and in a very acute form. As is known, Lenin warned about the possibility of this danger. In his letter to the Congress, he emphasized that this is not a trifle, or it is a trifle that may assume decisive significance. In large part, this is what happened. In the case of some authoritative figures, their petit bourgeois nature gained the upper hand. They behaved factiously. This threw party organizations into a feverish state, diverted them from vital business and impeded their work. They continued to provoke a split even when it became clear to the overwhelming majority in the party that their views ran counter to Lenin's ideas and plans and that their proposals were mistaken and could push the country off its correctly chosen course. This applies above all to L.D. Trotsky, who after Lenin's death displayed inordinate claims to leadership in the party, fully confirming Lenin's assessment of him as an excessively self-assured and always equivocating and dishonest politician. Trotsky and the Trotskyists denied the possibility of building socialism in conditions of capitalist encirclement. In foreign policy, they put their stakes on exporting the revolution, and in domestic policy on tightening the screws on the peasantry, on the exploitation of the countryside by the city and on the application of administrative military methods to the management of society. Trotskyism was a political trend whose ideologists, using leftist, pseudo-revolutionary phrases as a cover, in effect took a defeatist position. In point of fact, this was an attack on Leninism along the entire front. In practical terms, what was involved was the fate of socialism in our country, the fate of the revolution. Page 349. In these conditions, it was necessary to publicly debunk Trotskyism and to lay bare its anti-socialist essence. The party proposed a hitherto unknown path of industrialization without relying on external sources of financing and without waiting for many years of accumulations through the development of light industry, to move heavy industry forward at once. This was the only possible path in those conditions, even though it was inconceivably difficult for the country and the people. It was an innovative step, one in which the masses' revolutionary enthusiasm was considered to be a component of economic growth. Industrialization raised the country to a qualitatively new level in a single spurt. At the same time, the period we are talking about also brought losses. They had a certain connection with the very successes about which I have spoken. People at that time came to believe in the universal effectiveness of rigid centralization, in the proposition that command methods were the shortest and best way to accomplish any task. This had an effect on the attitude toward people and toward their living conditions. An administrative command system of party and state leadership of the country came into being, and bureaucratism, the dangers of which Lenin had once warned about, increased. A corresponding structure of management and corresponding methods of planning began to take shape. In industry, given its size at the time, when literally all the basic elements of the industrial edifice were in plain sight, these methods and this system of management yielded results, generally speaking. However, such a rigid system of centralization and command was impermissible in tackling the tasks of transforming the countryside. Today it is clear that, in an enormous undertaking that affected the fate of most of the country's population, there was a deviation from Leninist policy with respect to the peasantry. This highly important and very complex social process, in which a great deal depended on local conditions, was managed primarily by administrative methods. The conviction had arisen that all problems could be solved in a single stroke, in an extremely brief time. Whole provinces and regions of the country began competing to see who could achieve full collectivization the fastest. Arbitrary percentage schedules were issued from above. Flagrant violations of the principles of collectivization occurred everywhere. Nor were excesses avoided in conducting the struggle against the kulaks. The line aimed at combating the kulaks, correct in itself, was often interpreted so broadly that it encompassed a large part of the middle peasantry as well. That is historical reality. In order to understand the situation in those years, it must be borne in mind that the administrative command system, which began to take shape during industrialization and received a new impetus during the time of collectivization, had an effect on the country's entire public and political life. Once it had become established in the economy, it spread to the superstructure, limiting the development of the democratic potential of socialism and holding back the progress of socialist democracy. But what I have said does not disclose the full complexity of the period. What took place there? To all intents and purposes, the time of the most serious ideological political ordeals for the party was past. Millions of people had joined enthusiastically in work to carry out socialist transformations. The first successes had begun to appear. But at that time the methods dictated by the period of struggle against the hostile resistance of the exploiter classes were being mechanically, page 350, transferred to the period of peaceful socialist construction, when conditions had changed fundamentally. An atmosphere of intolerance, hostility, and suspiciousness was created in the country. Later on, this political practice expanded and was substantiated by the erroneous theory of an exacerbation of the class struggle in the process of the construction of socialism. All this had a pernicious effect on the country's social and political development and resulted in serious consequences. It is perfectly obvious that it was the absence of the proper level of democratization in Soviet society that made possible the personality cult, the violations of legality and the arbitrary rule and repressions of the 1930s. To put it bluntly, there were real crimes stemming from an abuse of power. Many thousands of party members and non-party people were subjected to mass repressions. That, comrades, is the bitter truth. Serious damage was done to the cause of socialism and to the prestige of the party. We must talk straightforwardly about this. This is necessary in order to establish Lenin's ideal of socialism definitively and irrevocably. There is a great deal of debate now about Stalin's role in our history. His was an extremely contradictory personality. Keeping to positions of historical truth, we must see both Stalin's indisputable contribution to the struggle for socialism and the defense of its gains and the flagrant political mistakes and arbitrary actions committed by him and his entourage, for which our people paid a great price and which had grave consequences for the life of our society. It is sometimes claimed that Stalin did not know about instances of lawlessness. The documents that we have at our disposal indicate that this is not so. The guilt of Stalin and his immediate entourage before the party and the people for the mass repressions and lawlessness they committed is enormous and unforgivable. This is a lesson for all generations. Of course, contrary to the assertions of our ideological adversaries, the personality cult was not inevitable. It was alien to the nature of socialism and represented a deviation from its basic principles, and therefore has no justification. At the 20th and 22nd Congresses, the party harshly condemned both the Stalin cult and its consequences. We now know that the political accusations and repressions against a number of party and state figures, against many communists, non-party people, economic managers, military men, scientists, and cultural figures were the result of deliberate falsification. Even now one still encounters attempts to turn away from painful questions in our history, to hush them up or to pretend that nothing special happened. We cannot agree with this. This would show disregard for the historical truth and disrespect for the memory of those who were the innocent victims of lawlessness and arbitrary rule. We also cannot agree with it because a truthful analysis should help us solve our current problems of democratization, legality, openness, and the overcoming of bureaucratism, in short, the vital problems of restructuring. For this reason, here, too, we must have complete clarity, accuracy, and consistency. An honest understanding both of our enormous achievements and of past misfortunes, a complete and accurate political assessment of them, will provide real moral guidelines for the future. The heroism of workaday life in the difficult post-war years, that is the source of our achievements, of economic, scientific and technical progress, of the master. Page 351. Of atomic energy, of the launching of the first spacecraft, and of growth in the people's material and cultural well-being. But during the same time of new exploits by the people in the name of socialism, contradiction between what our society had become and the previous methods of leadership was making itself felt in an increasingly tangible way. Abuse of power and violations of socialist legality continued. The Leningrad affair and the doctor's plot were fabricated. In short, there was a lack of genuine respect for the people. People were selflessly working, studying, longing for new knowledge and putting up with difficulties and shortages, but they sensed that both alarm and hope were building up in society. All this captured the public consciousness soon after Stalin's death. In the mid-1950s, especially after the 20th CPSU Congress, a wind of change swept the country, and the people took heart, gained new life, and became bolder and more confident. It took a good deal of courage for the party and its leadership, headed by N.S. Khrushchev, to criticize the personality cult and its consequences and restore socialist legality. The old stereotypes in domestic and foreign policy began to crumble. Attempts were made to break down the command bureaucratic methods of management that had been established in the 1930s and 1940s, to impart greater dynamism to socialism, to emphasize humanistic ideals and values, and to revive the creative spirit of Leninism in theory and practice. In the latter years of L. I. Brezhnev's life and activity, the search for paths of further progress had been greatly impeded by an adherence to habitual formulas and patterns that did not reflect the new realities. The gap between words and deeds had widened. Negative processes had gathered force in the economy, in effect creating a pre-crisis situation. Many anomalous phenomena had arisen in the social, spiritual, and moral sphere, phenomena that were distorting and deforming the principles of socialist justice, undermining the people's faith in it, and giving rise to various forms of social alienation and immorality. The growing discrepancy between the lofty principles of socialism and the everyday reality of life had become intolerable. The healthy forces in the party and in society as a whole were becoming more and more acutely aware of the urgent need to overcome negative phenomena, sharply change the course of events, ensure an acceleration of the country's social and economic development, and bring about a moral purification and renewal of socialism. In response to this very acute social need, the April plenary session of the Central Committee put forth the concept and strategy of accelerating the country's social and economic development and of pursuing a course aimed at the renewal of socialism, a concept and strategy that received theoretical and political development in the decisions of the 27th Congress and subsequent plenary sessions of the Central Committee and were given definitive shape in the general line of the revolutionary restructuring of all aspects of the life of socialist society. The idea of restructuring is grounded in our 70-year history and in the firm foundation of the fundamentally new social edifice that has been built in the Soviet Union. It combines continuity and innovation, the historical experience of Bolshevism and the contemporaneity of socialism. We must carry on and augment the cause of the trailblazers of the revolution and of socialism. And we will without fail achieve this through our labor, creatively utilizing the experience of the generations that paved the way of October before us and for us. Page 352. Conservative reaction, the Andreeva letter. In March 1988, a long letter, written by a Leningrad chemistry professor but inspired or endorsed by high party leaders, was published in the paper Sovetskaya Rossiya. The statement denounced the new reformist thinking as a betrayal of the Soviet Union's accomplishments ever since 1917, and evinced anti-Semitic overtones. A lapse of nearly a month before an official rebuttal appeared led many to fear that a hardline palace revolution was in the offing. In our days, after a period of social apathy and intellectual dependence, students are gradually beginning to be charged with the energy of revolutionary changes. Naturally, debates arise about the paths of restructuring and its economic and ideological aspects. Openness, candor, and the disappearance of zones closed to criticism, as well as emotional fervor in the mass consciousness, especially among young people, are frequently manifested in the posing of problems that, to one extent or another, have been prompted by Western radio voices or by those of our compatriots who are not firm in their notions about the essence of socialism. What a wide range of topics is being discussed. A multi-party system, freedom of religious propaganda, leaving the country to live abroad, the right to a broad discussion of sexual problems in the press, the need for the decentralization of the management of culture, the abolition of compulsory military service among students. A particularly large number of arguments are about the country's past. It comes as no surprise, for example, that in some students nihilistic views are intensifying, and ideological confusion, a dislocation of political reference points and even ideological omnivorousness are appearing. Sometimes one hears assertions that it is time to call to account the communists who supposedly dehumanized the country's life after 1917. Take the question of the place of J.V. Stalin in our country's history. It is with his name that the entire obsession with critical attacks is associated, an obsession that, in my opinion, has to do not so much with the historical personality itself as with the whole extremely complex transitional Iran era linked with the unparalleled exploit of an entire generation of Soviet people who today are gradually retiring from active labor, political and public activity. Industrialization, collectivization, and the Cultural Revolution, which brought our country into the ranks of the great world powers, are being forcibly squeezed into the personality cult formula. All these things are being questioned. Things have reached a point at which insistent demands for repentance are being made on Stalinists. From long and frank discussions with young people, we draw the conclusion that the attacks on the state of the dictatorship of the proletarist and on the leaders of our country at that time have not only political, ideological, and moral causes but also their own social substratum. There are quite a few people who have a stake in broadening the staging area of these attacks, and not just on the other side of our borders. Along with the professional anti-communists in the West, who long ago chose the supposedly democratic slogan of anti-Stalinism, there live and thrive the descendants of the classes overthrown by the October Revolution, by no means all of whom have been able to forget the material and social losses of their fore. From Nina Andreeva, I Cannot Forgo Principles, Sovetskaya Rossiya, March 13, 1988. Page 353. Bears. One must include here the spiritual heirs of Dan, Martov, and others in the category of Russian social democratism, the spiritual followers of Trotsky or Yagoda, and the descendants of the N-Ipman, the Basmachi, and the Kulaks, who bear a grudge against socialism. It is the champions of left liberal socialism who are shaping the tendency to falsify the history of socialism. They suggest to us that in the country's past only the mistakes and crimes are real, in doing so keeping quiet about the supreme achievements of the past and the present. Laying claim to complete historical truth, they substitute scholastic ethical categories for social and political criteria of the development of society. I would very much like to understand, who needs, and why, to have every prominent leader of the party Central Committee and the Soviet government compromised after he leaves office and discredited in connection with his actual or supposed mistakes and miscalculations, made while solving some very complex problems on roads uncharted by history. Where did we get this passion for squandering the prestige and dignity of the leaders of the world's first socialist country? Another special feature of the views of the left liberals is an obvious or camouflaged cosmopolitan tendency, a sort of nationality-less internationalism. I have read somewhere that when, after the revolution, a delegation of merchants and factory owners came to the Petrograd Soviet to see Trotsky as a Jew, complaining of oppression by Red Guards, he declared that he was not a Jew but an internationalist, which thoroughly bewildered the supplicants. For Trotsky, the concept of the national meant a kind of inferiority and narrowness in comparison to the international. That's why he emphasized the national tradition of October, wrote about the national element in Lenin, maintained that the Russian people had received no cultural legacy, etc. For some reason, we are ashamed to say that it was the Russian proletariat, which the Trotskyists slighted as backward and uncultured, that carried out, in Lenin's words, the three Russian revolutions, or that the Slavic peoples were in the vanguard of mankind's battle against fascism. I am also convinced that the pacifist erosion of defense and patriotic consciousness, as well as the desire to list the slightest manifestation of national pride by great Russians under the heading of great power chauvinism, stem from disparagement of the significance of historical consciousness. Here is something else that alarms me: militant cosmopolitanism is now linked with the practice of refusenikiism, of refusing socialism. Unfortunately, we suddenly think of this only when its neophytes plague us with their outrages in front of Smolny or under the Kremlin's walls. Moreover, we are somehow gradually being trained to see this phenomenon as an almost inoffensive change of place of residence, not as class and nationality betrayal by persons most of whom have been graduated from higher schools and graduate schools at public expense. In general, some people are inclined to look at refusenikiism as some kind of manifestation of democracy and human rights, feeling that the talents of those involved have been prevented from blossoming by stagnant socialism. Well, if over there, in the free world, their tireless enterprise and genius aren't appreciated and selling their conscience doesn't interest the special services, they can come back. Page 354. Whereas the neoliberals are oriented toward the West, the other alternative tower, the guardians and traditionalists, seeks to overcome socialism by moving backward, in other words, to return to the social forms of pre-socialist Russia. The spokesmen for this unique peasant socialism are fascinated with this image. In their opinion, a loss of the moral values that the peasant community had accumulated through the dim haze of centuries took place 100 years ago. The traditionalists have rendered undoubted services in exposing corruption, in fairly solving ecological problems, in combating alcoholism, in protecting historical monuments, and in countering the dominance of mass culture, which they rightly assess as a psychosis of consumerism. At the same time, the views of the ideologists of peasant socialism contain a misunderstanding of the historical significance of October for the fatherland's fate, a one-sided appraisal of collectivization as frightful arbitrary treatment of the peasantry, uncritical views on religious mystical Russian philosophy, old Tsarist concepts in scholarship relating to our country's history, and an unwillingness to see the post-revolutionary stratification of the peasantry and the revolutionary role of the working class. The difficulties in the upbringing of young people are deepened still more by the fact that unofficial organizations and associations are being created in the pattern of the ideas of the neoliberals and neo-Slavophiles. In some cases, extremist elements capable of provocations are gaining the upper hand in the leadership of these groups. Recently, the politicization of these grassroots organizations on the basis of a pluralism that is far from socialist has been noted. Frequently the leaders of these organizations talk about power sharing on the basis of a parliamentary regime, free trade unions, autonomous publishing houses, etc. In my opinion, all this makes it possible to draw the conclusion that the main and cardinal question in the debates now underway in the country is the question of recognizing or not recognizing the leading role of the party and the working class in socialist construction, and hence in restructuring, needless to say, with all the theoretical and practical conclusions for politics, the economy, and ideology that stem therefrom. Democratization, the September Revolution. Despite growing conservative opposition, Gorbachev was able to get the special 19th Party Conference of June 1988 to approve the democratization of the Soviet Constitution, but the conservatives then delayed implementation of these reforms. Gorbachev thereupon quietly prepared and executed what amounted to a palace coup, cutting down the conservatives in the party leadership, replacing the aging Andrei Gromyko with himself as titular chief of state, and setting in motion the first nearly democratic elections since 1917. The party. A plenary session of the CPSU Central Committee was held on September 30, 1988. In light of the decisions of the 19th All-Union Party Conference, the plenary session examined the Politburo's proposals related to the reorganization of the party apparatus, as well as some personnel questions. M.S. Gorbachev, General Secretary of the CPSU Central Committee, spoke at the plenary session. Comrade M.S. Gorbachev reported that A.A. Gromyko has made a request to the CPSU Central Committee that he be allowed to retire on pension. M.S. Gorbachev noted A.A. Gromyko's great services to the Communist Party and the Soviet state and wished him well. The plenary session satisfied A.A. Gromyko's request and relieved him of his duties as a member of the Politburo of the CPSU Central Committee. The plenary session adopted a decision on commissions of the CPSU Central Committee for the basic areas of domestic and foreign policy. The plenary session elected V.A. Medvedev, now as Secretary of the CPSU Central Committee, a member of the Politburo of the CPSU Central Committee. The plenary session elected V.M. Chebrikov, now a member of the Politburo of the CPSU Central Committee, a Secretary of the CPSU Central Committee. The plenary session elected A.V. Vlasov, a candidate member of the Politburo of the CPSU Central Committee. The plenary session elected A.P. Biryakova and A.I. Lukyanov, candidate members of the Politburo of the CPSU Central Committee, relieving them of their duties as secretaries of the CPSU Central Committee. The plenary session relieved M.S. Solomontsev of his duties as a member of the Politburo of the CPSU Central Committee and chairman of the CPSU Central Committee's Party Control Committee in connection with his retirement on pension. The plenary session relieved V.I. Dolgik of his duties as a candidate member of the Politburo and secretary of the CPSU Central Committee in connection with his retirement on pension. The plenary session relieved P.N. Demishev of his duties as a candidate member of the Politburo of the CPSU Central Committee in connection with his retirement on pension. The plenary session relieved A.F. Dobrynin of his duties as secretary of the CPSU Central Committee in connection with his retirement on pension. The plenary session confirmed B.K. Pujo as chairman of the CPSU Central Committee's Party Control Committee. This concluded the work of the plenary session of the CPSU Central Committee. B. The Supreme Soviet. We have a thoroughly worked out strategy and a well thought out program of restructuring, one gained through much suffering, I might say. It has been set forth in the decisions of the 27th CPSU Congress and of the subsequent plenary sessions of the Central Committee and, finally, in the decisions of the 19th Party Conference. Our goals and tasks have been set, and the basic guidelines for practical activity are clear. The time has come when we can expect nothing from further instructions from above, when we must actively implement the adopted decisions everywhere, in every collective, in every city and village. Here a very important role belongs to the Soviets, as genuine bodies of people's rule. How do I imagine this role in practical terms? How do I see it being implemented today? First of all, revive a Leninist spirit and style in the Soviets. Make them both people's bodies and bodies of power, in the full sense of these words. Assertive, energetic, business-like defenders of the interests of citizens. Powerful engines of the development of their villages, cities, districts, provinces, and republics. In accordance with the decisions of the 19th Party Conference, the working out of draft laws on changes in and additions to the Constitution and on the election of USSR People's Deputies is nearing completion. In the near future, these draft laws will be submitted for broad nationwide discussion, and then, in November, we intend to present them to the Supreme Soviet for its consideration. After these laws have been adopted, preparations will begin for elections to the country's supreme body of power. The newly elected Congress of People's Deputies will form a new structure of central state agencies. Then this work will be conducted in the republics and at the local level. Democratization, the Congress of People's Deputies. The new Congress of People's Deputies, elected in March 1989, convened in May to select the new Supreme Soviet out of its own membership, to confirm Gorbachev as Chief of State, and to discuss future reforms. Sparked by independents like Andrei Sakharov, this experiment in guided parliamentary government immediately got out of hand, despite Gorbachev's efforts to steer the proceedings, and the Soviet Union was treated to its first public spectacle of debate on the fundamentals since the October Revolution. Impatient reformers in the Congress announced the formation of an interregional group, in effect an opposition party, while Gorbachev defended gradual reform within the context of socialism. Presiding Officer. Comrades. In accordance with Art. 110 of the USSR Constitution, I declare the first meeting of the Congress of People's Deputies of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics open. On the rostrum is USSR People's Deputy V.F. Tolpasnikov, Manager of Consultation Office No. 1 of the N. Burdenko Riga City Emergency Medical Assistance Clinical Hospital. Before we begin our meeting, I ask that we honor the memory of those who died in Tbilisi. Thank you. I submit a deputy's inquiry, on instructions from my constituents. I demand that it be announced publicly and right now, at the Congress of USSR People's Deputies, who gave the order for the beating of peaceful demonstrators in the city of Tbilisi on April 9, 1989, and for the use of toxic substances against them, and I demand that the name of these toxic substances be announced. M.S. Gorbachev. Allow me, on behalf of the Presidium of the Congress, to thank you for the trust you have shown. We will try to work in complete contact. I am sure that all the members of the Presidium will support me in this with the Congress in order to successfully steer this ship to its projected goals. A.D. Sakharov. The voters, the people, elected us and sent us to this Congress so that we would assume responsibility for the fate of the country, for the problems that now face it and for the future of its development. Therefore, our Congress cannot begin with elections. That would turn it into a Congress of electors. Our Congress cannot give legislative power to only 1/5 of its members. The fact that rotation has been provided for doesn't change anything, especially since in a hurry, evidently, the rotation was arranged so that only 36%. I am basing this figure on the Constitution. Only 36% of the deputies have a chance to end up in the Supreme Soviet. The second fundamental question that faces us, this is the question of whether we can, or whether we have the right to, elect the head of state chairman of the USSR Supreme Soviet before discussion, before debate on a whole range of political questions that determine the fate of our country and that we must examine. There is always a sequence: first discussion, first the candidates' presentation of their platforms, and then elections. We will disgrace ourselves before all our people. This is my deep conviction if we act otherwise. We cannot do this. G. E. Berbulis *, Deputy Director of the USSR Ministry of Nonferrous Metallurgy's All-Union Institute for the Advanced Training of Specialists, Sverdlovsk. For a long time for decades we, the party, kept people outside of Polit-ICSI. We had a system of ways and means of doing so. 4 years have gone by. Our voters, our working people have become politicians. I support the proposal made here by my colleague Vitaly Biryakov, the deputy from Sarajevo, and I present my constituents' mandate to the Congress, to recommend Boris Nikolaevich Yeltsin for the post of chairman of the USSR Supreme Soviet. V. I. Voronikov. Are there any other candidates to be put on the ballot? No. Fine. V. A. Shapovalenko, laboratory head. It seems to us that we have not succeeded at the Congress in creating a mechanism for identifying different viewpoints, comparing them and bringing them closer together. Many key problems in the life of the country either have not been considered or have been discussed only fleetingly. Many valuable proposals have been ignored or rejected without sufficient reason. Desiring to establish close contacts and mutual understanding among deputies from various regions of the country and striving to create favorable conditions for a dialogue and compromise agreements, we announce the creation of an interregional group of people's deputies. The group's main goal is to begin preparations for the next Congress, in the autumn of 1989, and to begin working out proposals and draft documents. M.S. Gorbachev. Deputy Andrei Dmitrievich Sakharov is asking insistently that he be given the floor. Comrades, let's decide. Should we give him the floor? Just a minute. It seems to me that we should ask Andrei Dmitrievich to be brief and to say what he has to say in 5 minutes. Just a minute, comrades. A.D. Sakharov. I have not spoken about anything in conceptual terms. I should say that my position is still somewhat exceptional, I realize this, and I feel a sense of responsibility. Therefore, I will say what I intended to say. The Congress has not fulfilled its main task, establishing power, a system of power, that will ensure the accomplishment of other tasks, economic tasks, social tasks, the tasks of overcoming the ecological madness. The Congress elected the chairman of the USSR Supreme Soviet on the very first day, without a broad political debate and without even a symbolic alternative candidate. In my opinion, the Congress made a serious mistake, significantly lessening its opportunities to influence the formation of the country's policies and thereby doing a disservice to the elected chairman. According to the constitution now in effect, the chairman of the USSR Supreme Soviet possesses absolute personal power, which for all practical purposes is not restricted in any way. I have the greatest respect for Mikhail Sergeyevich Gorbachev, but this is not a personal question, it is a political question. Someday someone else will be holding this post. The same thing was repeated in the elections to the Supreme Soviet. In the majority of the delegations there were simply appointments, and then there was a pro forma confirmation by the Congress of people, many of whom are not prepared for legislative activity. Members of the Supreme Soviet are supposed to leave their former jobs, as a rule is deliberately vague wording under which more than 50% of the Supreme Soviet turns out to be window dressing. As one might fear, such a Supreme Soviet will be simply a screen for the real power of the chairman of the Supreme Soviet and the party state apparatus. In conditions of an impending economic catastrophe and the tragic exacerbation of relations between nationalities, some powerful, dangerous processes are taking place in the country, one of the manifestations of which is a general crisis of the people's confidence in the country's leadership. If we swim with the current, lulling ourselves with the hope of gradual changes for the better in the distant future, the growing tension could blow up our society, with very tragic consequences. M.S. Gorbachev, it's time to finish up, Andrei Dmitrievich. That's all, Comrade Sakharov. Comrade Sakharov, do you respect the Congress? Good. That's all. A.D. Sakharov. M.S. Gorbachev, that's all. A.D. Sakharov. M.S. Gorbachev, I'm asking you to stop, I'm asking you to finish. That's all. Take your speech, please. I ask you to sit down. Turn on the third microphone. I am convinced that this Congress is taking us to a new stage in the development of democracy and glasnost, and of restructuring itself. We are all living witnesses to and participants in the free comparison of opinions and viewpoints on processes taking place in society and on its past, present and future that is underway in the atmosphere of the Congress. It is in this atmosphere that the principle of the pluralism of opinions is being realized. This bespeaks the great potential of our political system and our social system. I considered it necessary to emphasize this, since some people are trying to palm off on us the idea of constructive opposition, of political pluralism. It seems to me that the Congress and all of its work provide a convincing argument that a very broad comparison of views, dissent, the working out of agreed upon decisions based on different viewpoints and the finding of compromises on all questions affecting the fate of the country and all of our peoples are possible within the framework of the Soviet political system, along lines of democratization and glasnost. We will not make progress and will not be able to achieve the goals that have been set if we do not carry out a fundamental restructuring of socialist property relations. We need a restructuring under which the individual and the labor collective will in fact be put in the position of master of production, with all the profound, serious consequences stemming therefrom. Without this, comrades, we will resolve nothing. I would support the views that deputies have expressed here concerning the revival of the truly public nature of state property, uniting it with the individual and the collective through socialist leasing, in the broadest sense of the term. In other words, the question is this: society, while remaining the owner of public property, transfers the bulk of that property through various leasing arrangements to the disposal of labor collectives and individual people, who accept full responsibility for its use, bear certain economic obligations to the state and conduct their economic operations independently, both at their own expense and with the help of credits. On the basis of the results of their economic activity, they form their income, acting as independent commodity producers on the socialist market. The inexhaustible wealth contained in the idea of socialism, wealth that can be brought to light only through a variety of practical solutions united by humanistic ideas of serving man. I believe in the unlimited possibilities of socialism. I think we must look for answers to the questions put before us by contemporary life within the framework of our own system, along the lines of democratization and glasnost and a wide-ranging discussion of all existing problems. In the very first days here, quite a few sharp, scathing words were addressed to the apparatus. I do not want to come to the defense of bureaucratism, inflated staffs, or negligent and incompetent personnel. Moreover, I think that we are not. Page 360. Showing the proper determination in combating bureaucratism and that we are too slow in resolving personnel questions dictated by restructuring itself. But I am convinced that the breakup of the command administrative system must not be equated with a struggle against the apparatus. Overcoming bureaucratism will bring us no success if we limit ourselves to a campaign directed against the apparatus in general. Without a skilled, competent, and smoothly operating administrative apparatus at the center and at the local level, we will not achieve anything worthwhile, comrades. Furthermore, even those who are criticizing the apparatus as a whole are themselves, generally speaking, preparing to enter the new apparatus. I don't think there is anything surprising about this. Let's go ahead and say that we need a new apparatus. I will agree with this. Comrades, I will touch on one more question that worries us alone, that worries me, too. As a communist, I categorically reject the hints that have been made here, albeit not very clearly, that I am supposedly trying to concentrate all power in my hands. This is alien to my views, to my philosophy and to my character. It was not for this that a decisive swing toward a new policy was executed at the April plenary session. It was not for this that the party and the people have begun the difficult work of democratization and glasnost, of the cleansing and renewal of our society and public life. As General Secretary and Chairman of the Supreme Soviet, I have no policy other than restructuring, democratization and glasnost, and once again I tell the Congress, the working people and the people at large that I am unshakably committed to this policy, since it is only on its basis that we will be able to consolidate society and move forward. I see this as the meaning of my life and my work. Comrades, as a communist, I categorically reject the attacks on the party. Yes, the party should restructure itself, just like society as a whole. As General Secretary of the Central Committee, I would like to tell the deputies that the Politburo intends to firmly implement the line of the 27th Congress and the 19th Party Conference aimed at restructuring in society. It is true that the party sometimes lags behind certain processes taking place in society. And if it wants to be the political vanguard of society, to continue to perform this mission, and society needs such a vanguard force, an exponent of programmatic goals, the party should restructure itself more quickly than society. Comrades, some disquieting themes have been voiced here with reference to the Central Committee and Politburo. I want to say that the Central Committee takes the same position that I spoke of in describing the Politburo's position. I assure you that there is no danger here of any coup or anything of that kind. I say this firmly. Yes, we are in a complicated situation, but we are not in gloom and darkness. I want to say this flatly. We are not in gloom, we are not in darkness, as it may seem to some people, even among those sitting in this hall. We have a clear policy. The party will be able to fulfill its historic mission of renewing socialism, working out its policy and presenting it to society. Together, all of us will have to master the school of Soviet people's rule. I am confident that we will master it. Page 361. Allow me to express confidence that, through the united efforts and deeds of every deputy, we will cope with the duties assigned to us by our people and by our common fatherland. Democratization, Democratic Platform. In January 1990, a meeting of reformist communist groups formed an opposition movement within the party and adopted an alternative program to speed up the transition to political pluralism. We, communists from 162 party clubs and party organizations in 102 cities and 13 union republics of the country who have united on a democratic platform, actively support the radical changes in all spheres of the life of society that have begun in our country at the initiative of progressive forces in the party. At the same time, we are seriously concerned about the fate of restructuring in connection with the crisis situation both in society as a whole and in the party itself. The old model of the party is no longer working. Moreover, as the experience of several years of restructuring in our country and in a number of other countries of Eastern Europe has shown, it cannot reform itself from above. Therefore, at the present stage what is needed is not an improvement of existing party structures and relations but a fundamental democratic reform of the party that presupposes a changeover from the totalitarian model of the party to an up-to-date democratic model of a parliamentary-type party within the framework of a multi-party system. We see two basic stages in the implementation of the party reform, stages filled with the following content. Stage 1. The transfer of power from the monopoly ruling party to the Soviets and the democratization of the party. The March Revolution Spring 1989 elections of USSR People's Deputies marked the beginning of this stage. Its content is a gradual restriction of the party's power functions. The party renounces direct interference in economic, social, and spiritual life, narrows the sphere of its personnel policy, and focuses its attention on ideological and political guidance. Supreme power shifts to the Congress of People's Deputies and, at the local level, to the Soviets. It is necessary. 1. To revise the USSR Constitution and adopt a law on public organizations that would guarantee freedom to create political parties and their equality and would define their political status. 2. To conduct an ideological reform, which should find concentrated expression in a new party program. We understand such a reform to include the following. Rejection of a dogmatic interpretation of Marxism. The use of that part of the Marxist legacy that has retained its importance in today's conditions. In the future, the party should make broad use of progressive achievements of human thought, rejecting approaches and patterns that impede the process of constant renewal and creative quest. Truthful acknowledgement of the enormous responsibility that the CPSU bears for the results and consequences of the totalitarian regime in our country. A complete and irrevocable condemnation of the model of state socialism that brought our country to the profound crisis is necessary. Scientific determination of the goal of the reforms that are underway, the final elimination of the totalitarian regime, and a changeover to democratic socialism based on the priority of universal human interests and values, the principles of democracy, humanism, pluralism, social justice, nonviolence, solidarity and tolerance for other worldviews and social systems. 3. To conduct a reform of organizational structures and inter-party relations on the basis of new and democratic CPSU statutes. The goal of the reform is the replacement of the principle of democratic centralism by basic democratic principles and the complete rejection of the nomenclatura system. To this end, we propose to return to freedom for factions, groupings, and ideological trends, repealing the resolution of the 10th Congress of the Russian Communist Party on party unity. Stage 2. The transformation of the CPSU into a parliamentary party that operates in a multi-party system and in a parliamentary state based on the rule of law. At this stage, a final organizational demarcation between the radicals and the conservatives in the party takes place. The various ideological trends, platforms, and factions that came into being during the previous stage can become the foundation for the emergence of several political parties offering various models of socialism and ways to achieve them. Democratization, the presidency and the end of the communist monopoly. Prodded by Gorbachev to accept the necessity of political pluralism and a state under the rule of law, The Central Committee of the Communist Party agreed in March 1990 to amend the Soviet Constitution and give up the leading role of the CPSU. The Congress of People's Deputies quickly ratified the change, at the same time that it strengthened Gorbachev's presidency, against bitter criticism. A. The 1990 amendments. With a view to ensuring the further development of the profound political and economic transformations that are being carried out in the country, strengthening the constitutional system and the rights, liberties, and security of citizens and improving interaction among the USSR's supreme bodies of state power and administration, the Congress of USSR People's Deputies resolves I. To institute the post of President of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. To establish that instituting the post of President of the USSR does not change the legal position of or entail any limitation on the jurisdiction of the Union and Autonomous Republics as codified in the Union and Autonomous Republic Constitutions and the USSR Constitution. 2. To make the following changes in and additions to the USSR Constitution. 1. To delete from the preamble the words "the leading role of the Communist Party vanguard of all the people has grown." 2. To set forth arts 6, 7. As follows. Art. 6. The Communist Party of the Soviet Union and other political parties, as well as trade union, young people's, and other public organizations and mass movements, through their representatives elected to Soviets of People's Deputies and in other forms, participate in the working out of the policy of the Soviet state and in the administration of state and public affairs. Art. 7. All political parties, public organizations, and mass movements, in performing the functions stipulated in their programs and statutes, operate within the framework of the Constitution and Soviet laws. The creation and activity of political parties, organizations, and movements having the goal of a forcible change in the Soviet constitutional system and in the integrity of the socialist state, undermining its security, or of the kindling of social, national, or religious discord, are not permitted. B. Debate at the Congress. U. N. Afanasiev, Rector of the Moscow State Historical Archives Institute. We are deciding the question of our society's political system. This is a very complex question in and of itself, but we are deciding it in an extremely difficult situation that is burdened, to our great regret, with a great many human victims. This alone makes all of us be truly thoughtful and responsible. But there is also the question this too, apparently, must also be talked about candidly of legitimating the extraordinary power of a certain person, at this time, Mikhail Sergeyevich Gorbachev. Is this power needed? Do all of us need this? Does restructuring need this, and do all the citizens of the Soviet Union? Does the initiator of restructuring himself need this? We believe that the law on establishing the post of President of the USSR can be put into effect only if and when it is built into the integral, uniform, organic text of a new and democratic constitution. Outside such an integral constitutional context, presidential power is a dangerous unknown that aggravates our difficulties, anxieties, and apprehensions many times over. Many people's deputies from the interregional group think and are convinced that the policy pursued by the country's leadership under the guidance of page 364. Mikhail Sergeyevich Gorbachev has been mistaken and dangerous recently. This is the reason for the tense situation in the country. That is to say, power is truly paralyzed, and there truly is a situation that cannot be tolerated any longer. But what is the reason? The reason is not the authorities' lack of strength but the lack of trust in them. Fear has vanished from society recently, but trust in the current leadership has vanished along with the fear. To this day, not one of us has the courage to look the truth in the eye. From my viewpoint, looking the truth in the eye means above all renouncing the communist idea, which has outlived its time. We must admit that the path we have traveled for 70 years has led to an impasse. And we must draw from this appropriate conclusions on rebuilding the foundations of our life structure. This is by no means an admission of the need or desirability of a return to capitalism. Nothing of the sort. And it also doesn't mean that we should paint a new image of a bright future and strive toward that future, We've already been through all that. V.A. Medvedev, Secretary of the CPSU Central Committee. The simultaneous discussion at our Congress of two questions introducing a presidency and changing arts. 6 and 7 of the Constitution is by no means a chance coincidence. There is a deep and very close tie between them. On the one hand, unless a strong and legally capable presidential power is created, the party's renunciation of its current functions may lead to anarchy and is fraught with unpredictable consequences, and this cannot be allowed. On the other hand, all decisions having to do with the president's power lose their point if the basic law retains the provision on the leading role of the CPSU. Our approach to political reform is based on the premise that in a state based on the rule of law the party cannot exist in its former form, as the core of the administrative structure. But one cannot agree with the assertion that soon there will be nothing at all for the party to do, that it should all but eliminate itself or restrict itself only to high-level parliamentary activity. Like any political party, the CPSU will offer the people a scientifically substantiated program of social development. Like any political party, the CPSU will seek the people's support through its strategic aims and goals. Like any political party, the CPSU will struggle to establish its role as the ruling party in a situation in which opinions and positions are compared, and it will seek to elect its supporters to state agencies. Like any political party, the CPSU will strive to ensure the implementation of its program. At present, a good many conjectures of various sorts are being circulated concerning certain maneuvers by the party aimed at preserving its former administrative command status. However, the transfer of power from the party to the state is not a tactical maneuver but the basic line of the CPSU leadership. Democratization, Yeltsin and the Russian Republic. Boris Yeltsin was a member of Gorbachev's reform team and a candidate member of the Politburo until his attack on the slowness of perestroika led to his disgrace and demotion in 1987. In 1989, however, he won a seat in the Congress of People's Deputies and in the Supreme Soviet, and in 1990, reiterating the criticisms of the Democratic Platform, he campaigned successfully for the chairmanship of the new, democratically elected Russian Supreme Soviet. Page 365. A. Yeltsin on pluralism. Comrades. Today the party is on the brink of a crisis to which it has been brought by, among others, the current membership of the Central Committee through its frequent adherence to dogmas, its sluggishness and indecisiveness in democratizing the party, and its reluctance to restructure itself. The party's long monopoly on power has turned it into a bureaucratic structure that has brought the country to an extreme state and the people, tens of millions of them, to poverty. It must answer for this. On the basis of my personal position, as well as the declaration of the All-Union Conference of Party Clubs and Party Organizations, which was held in January, I will voice a number of considerations. First, we must renounce the principle of democratic centralism and replace it with general democratic principles that ensure genuine pluralism in the party and guarantees of minority rights, of the freedom of party members and citizens of the country to hold opinions and defend their positions, and of the individual's political rights and liberties. Second, we must abandon the apparatus as an instrument of power and shift to democratic principles of self-government in the party by elective bodies and councils of secretaries of primary party organizations. Third, we must switch from being a party that upholds a one-party system to a party that permits multiple parties and is ready to act with others on the basis of a law on parties and public organizations. The supreme body is the Congress of People's Deputies, and the CPSU is legislatively accountable to it, as are the other parties. Fourth, we must renounce the principle of formal unanimity and acknowledge a diversity of positions, trends, and platforms and the independence of factions, which are to be represented at Congresses and in the party's elective bodies in proportion to their numbers. Fifth, it must be clearly stated that the CPSU Central Committee itself, by way of legislative initiative, renounces Art. 6 of the USSR Constitution. B. Izvestia on Yeltsin's victory. So, 2 days ago the Russian Supreme Soviet finally acquired a chairman. In the end, the fate of the highest state post in the Union's biggest republic was decided by the votes of only 4 deputies. This very result, I'm afraid, programs a difficult future for the Russian parliament and promises an acute struggle, which will inevitably unfold at its meetings when almost any important question is being discussed. This makes it all the more important, it seems to me, to understand what was shown and proved by the results of the election at the Congress, which brought victory to Boris Nikolaevich Yeltsin. Incidentally, the Democratic Russia bloc, page 366, which nominated Yeltsin as its candidate, is a clear minority at the Congress, accounting for barely 1/4 of the Corps of Deputies. Above all, the voting results clearly showed that the process of the democratization of society is steadily gathering momentum. Moreover, the Congress reflected the mood in society, which is shaken by crisis phenomena and is disappointed with the inconsistency of the reforms and, as a consequence of this inconsistency, a lack of any real results. The credit of trust invested in those who, at this Congress too, proposed waiting a little longer is running low. You tried and it didn't work, so let others try, maybe things will work out for them. These ideas are being voiced more and more insistently among the masses. Marxism rejected, Tsipko, the roots of Stalinism. Glasnost released a rush of independent critical argument about the fundamentals of the Soviet regime. One of the most probing critiques was a series of essays published in 198,889 by the political scientist Alexander Tsipko. Stalin didn't just create his kingdom and strengthen his own one-man rule. He transformed the social structure of society and people's everyday life. He built socialism in accordance with prescriptive theories and attempted, as best he could, to speed Russia's progress toward communism that was begun in October 1917. Why kid oneself? Why mythologize Stalin and his works? Both he and his works were the progeny of a revolutionary movement that began long before Stalin assumed power. In the beginning there was the word. Therefore, we are simply obliged to relate that word, i.e., scientific communism, to Stalin's own ideas of a collectivist society and then, finally, measure what he accomplished against the way that Marx, Engels, and Lenin conceived of socialism. Once we are truly convinced that socialism is above all our choice, once we choose to improve our society, and once we dream of a democratic, humane socialism, then, in analyzing the past, we must doubtless begin, nevertheless, at the beginning with the word, the blueprint, with our theoretical principles. For socialism is precisely that historically unique society that is consciously built, on the basis of a theoretical plan. And it is already clear that the defects in the structure are not just due to Stalin's departures from the original blueprint for socialism, but that they also represent departures of theoretical thinking from life, its inability to fully anticipate the future. For example, it is common practice today to criticize the deformed, barracks-style, socialism built in the 1930s. But that criticism diligently sidesteps the structural reasons for our barracks-style approach. And it avoids the central questions: can a non-barracks type, democratic socialism be built on a non-commodity, non-market foundation? That question is central not only for those who are thinking about the future but also for those seeking to understand the past. Why is it that in all cases without exception and in all countries, including Khomeini's present-day Iran, efforts to combat the market and commodity-money relations have always led to authoritarianism, to encroachments on the rights and dignity of the individual, and to an all-powerful administration and bureaucratic apparatus? Marx never saw that difficult question, since he lacked appropriate historical experience. Lenin sensed it at the end of his life. We have no right to go on sacrificing the interests of our state, people, and descendants to maintain the illusion that the working class, as El Khamenei asserted, cannot make a mistake. Today, we often say that history gives us precious little time to correct our mistakes, but why, in that situation, can't we find the courage to clarify the main mistakes and tell ourselves the main truth? I believe that this progress toward the main truth must begin with an admission of the by no means frightful, Already well-known truth that, on the whole, Stalin's thinking and his idea of socialism were typical for Marxists of that time. At the very least, we need to screw up our courage the way we did 30 years ago, after the 20th Party Congress, and begin seriously studying the philosophical and social ideas and thought patterns that the political and economic practices of the 1930s and late 1920s were based upon. Today it is somehow difficult even to speak of the fact that Stalin, as an individual, was formed in a Marxist milieu, that he assimilated the legacy of the classics as best he could, within the limitations of his abilities, and that, on the whole, he never overstepped the bounds of Marxism's basic truths in his articles and speeches. The conviction that one knows the truth better than others can be used to justify violence, particularly in extreme political circumstances. By exalting theoretical consciousness and the consciousness of the revolutionary vanguard, the Marxists of those times unwittingly exalted the power of the leaders and of those who spoke on behalf of the laws of history. In the context of an uncritical attitude toward everything that acts in the name of Marxism and of the laws of social development, there was a sharply increased danger of subjectivism and arbitrariness where there was a perceived discrepancy with the theoretical forecasts of the future, and a sharply increased danger of political tyranny. Stalin believed firmly in the existence of objective, insurmountable laws of the development of history, in the inevitable and imminent collapse of capitalism, and in the achievability of the communist future as predicted in the classical works. Stalin was a mortal enemy of all private property and a convinced atheist who held all of Christianity's moral values in absolute contempt. Incidentally, where religion, private property and the peasantry are concerned, there is a fundamental difference between traditional Russian conservatism and our present-day anti-restructuring conservatism that rejects radical economic reform and glasnost. Therefore, those who view Stalinism as a rebirth of the Russian patriarchal tradition can hardly be correct. We have a right more than that, we have an obligation to ask which things in Marxist theory have proven out, and what we intend to follow. What part of his teachings were true only for that era, the 19th century? And in what things were Marx and Engels mistaken? We must not fear all these questions, and we must not forget that a sound attitude of this sort towards scientific socialism is a legacy that the classical Marxists themselves left to us, its communist successors. They considered themselves science. Page 368. Tists, and nothing more. We are the ones who transformed them into prophets who could see centuries into the future. The theory of communist society created in the mid-19th century cannot remain absolutely unchanged at the end of the 20th. The former conviction that everything written by Marx is truth of the highest order is hardly useful today. Imagine what will become of our country if we undertake yet another attempt to build our economy on Marx's model, i.e., on the basis of direct exchange of products and absolute directive-type planning from above. Clinging to a faith when there is no firm ground and the earth is shifting under one's feet is a sign of infantility today, a sign of spiritual and intellectual immaturity. Naturally, it is simpler to believe, dream and hate than to think, doubt and analyze. And it is not as difficult to abandon the dogmatic illusion as it is to part with the style of thinking that has grown out of it. It is impossible to create a state ruled by law while maintaining the old conviction that there are classes and people who cannot understand their true interests by themselves, with their own minds, and who have to be taken by the ear and dragged to happiness. And in general, nothing sensible can be created while clinging to the old conviction that humanity achieves happiness only by destroying the old. The idea of a state ruled by law is also a legacy of bourgeois culture. Freedom of conscience was also born of that system. In the 8th decade of real socialism's history, we simply have no right to limit ourselves to condemning Stalinism as a set of practices, without examining Stalinism as a set of ideas. That would mean criticizing the 1930s from the ideological positions and narrow view of socialism that were typical of the party leaders engaged in the power struggle following Lenin's death, all of whom were guilty of vulgar sociologizing and equated progress with increasing uniformity and eliminating all spontaneity from the economy and from human life itself, and all of whom were guilty of underestimating the richness and complexity of human life. To this must be added Stalin's contempt for the past, and particularly his view of the need to jettison bourgeois culture. A lot has been written on this score, and I would simply add that the idea and policy of jettisoning bourgeois culture gave rise to a passion for forbidding things that has endured to this day, and helped to spawn the very persistent illusion that barring the impure and destroying the remnants of the old culture are creative acts as well, and are therefore a very useful and even great work. This negative attitude toward the past was an invariable accompaniment to Stalinism's conviction that pure socialism is possible, that history progresses toward an ideal, non-contradictory state, where nothing remains of the old life's vile aspects and man is pure in body and soul. But in fact, belief in the idea of a pure human being worked out badly for our people. I would risk asserting that in the late 1920s and early 1930s, Stalin was closer in spirit to the majority of the party active and the majority of the new Soviet intelligentsia than Lenin, who had called on people to study, engage in trade, and work at a profit. After all, at the end of his life, Vladimir Ilyich renounced naive belief in a pure socialism, which came as a great disappointment to most of the party's theoreticians. He condemned the desire for total newness without so much as a trace of the old. Page 369. Stalin, on the contrary, would hear of no compromises. He called for a fierce class struggle, a fight to the finish, a struggle according to the principle of who bests whom. Here in Russia, the attraction to what exists and the resistance to the romantic dream has never been as great as they are among peoples that have gone through the training in realism and sobriety that exists under capitalism. This lack of restraint against maximalism and extremism was part of what Lenin meant by the Asiatic character of Russia. He spoke of the country as being on the border between the countries of the civilized world and the countries of the Orient. That intermediate stage left us open to the West's most radical ideas, but without the conditions for assessing them objectively. For the classics of Marxism, the ideal was very firmly rooted in the earth, and the future tightly tied to the present. And communism for them was not an ideal and not a state of being, but a movement that destroys the intolerable situation of the proletariat. The building of socialism and a visible improvement in the material conditions of people's lives are indissolubly linked. Real humanism imposed limits and conditions on what we now call the class approach. Russia, as we have already said, lacks sufficient counterweights to leftist radicalism, to the desire to live in a fantasy world where human thought and human will know no limits, in a world where fable would become reality. What the Slavophiles considered to be our national virtue proved to be our misfortune. As a country, we were seriously misled by the anti-bourgeois and anti-positivist views of the Russian intelligentsia. As distinct from people doing mental work in other countries, the vast majority of them had no roots in popular life, had not assimilated the rudiments of economic thought, and had not achieved a real degree of professionalism, and therefore they were ill-prepared from the very start to create a more rational economy than that of capitalism. Of course, the romanticism, the flights of fantasy and the maximalism of the Russian revolutionary intelligentsia also found their use at crucial moments in our history. There would have been no October without such dreamers, as Lenin said. But our tragedy lay in the fact that the majority of these people, while mentally prepared to work the wonders of a revolution, lacked a sufficient understanding of its creative and economic goals, and lacked sufficient skill in creative thinking. They were not accustomed to thinking about the economic consequences of the transformations that they were carrying out and did not always consider the things that were of concern to common mortals. Lenin's effort to tie the dream of socialism more closely to the everyday concerns of the working people proved unenduring in the Russian social democratic milieu. I believe that had it not been for the Russian intelligentsia's traditional contempt for daily life and for what we to this day contemptuously call the ordinariness of everyday life, Stalin would not have succeeded in convincing the party of the need to close down the NEP and of the possibility of building socialism on an empty belly, without everyday comforts of any sort. Is there anything surprising in the fact that precisely our country was destined to show the greatest obstinacy in pursuing the ideals of pure socialism, and that the struggle for power was ultimately won not by Bukharin, who taught realism and compassion for the poor Russian peasant in the 1920s, but by Stalin, who urged people not to fear sacrifices. After all, everyone wanted the breakthrough to something never before experienced, and everyone was prepared to sacrifice every page 370 thing, including life itself, merely to attain the great miracle sooner, a pure socialist society and a pure human being. Stalin could not abide the thought of the least reduction in socialist purity or the least backtracking from the achieved progress toward classless uniformity in order to save starving people and promote the country's economic progress. Unfortunately, and this must be said in no uncertain terms, our Russian working class was unable to avoid the Christianization of Marxism. There were objective reasons for that, of course: the spiritual legacy of Nechayev and Bakunin's Revolutionaries' Catechism, the psychology of the underground struggle, and, finally, the low level of education and knowledge of the great majority of the people who chose the path of struggle. What form did the Christianization take? It found expression not only in the utopian interpretation of Marxism but also in its conversion to a symbol of faith. Marxism's creative search for the truth and its researchers' doubts these subtleties were of no concern to anyone. The interest was solely in the result, the final conclusions, in Marxism's precise formulas, cast in bronze. There is probably no need to prove that the workers and peasants, the participants first in the armed uprising and then in the civil war, perceived communism in a messianic and fatalistic way, similar to the way that Christians conceived of the coming paradise as the kingdom of God on earth. Isn't it abundantly clear that the notions of the mid-19th century concerning a society of abundance where all limitations on consumption are removed is the purest of utopias, given the approaching environmental, energy and food crises? Why are we afraid to tell the demagogues of the communist idea that they've done enough hoodwinking and kept enough people from thinking and working? They can't go on forever blackmailing the party and the people after all, that's a crime too. Why are we afraid to tell these people that they are simply parasitizing on the society's political illiteracy and on what remains of the fear that has lodged in people's hearts since Stalin's times, and that the ideal that they are trying to impose on society is basically not an ideal? The ideal of humanism, including the real humanism of Marx and Engels, was and is the dignity of the free human being, the autonomy and above all the spiritual autonomy of the individual, the right to one's own opinion, the right to err, to freely choose one's occupation and place of residence, to associate as one chooses, and to enjoy the culture of the past and the present, i.e., the right to everything that we are regaining in the context of restructuring. We need to learn to distinguish between revolutionary doctrine as a necessary and justified form of resistance to violence, cruelty, and exploitation, and ostentatious revolutionary doctrine that derives from human ambition, a passion for the new, or simply a desire to settle scores with a reality that has meant humiliation. Excessive revolutionary fervor and leftist dogmatism that make revolution a goal in and of itself actually increase violence and injustice. The policy of national self-destruction that resulted from Stalin's extreme leftist experiments, and the Pol Pot debacle that was born of students' radical leftist sentiment, led to nothing but destruction of the very basis of life. There was no constructive aspect to Stalin's domestic social policy. Page 371. Economic crisis, the 500 Days Plan. After 4 years of political reform and promises of economic liberalization, the performance of the Soviet economy began to deteriorate. As production declined and shortages spread, a series of economic reform proposals culminated in the 500 Days Plan of August-September 1990, presented to Gorbachev and Yeltsin by a group of economists led by academician Stanislav Shatalin. They proposed to rescue the economy through rapid decontrol, decentralization, and privatization. The plan lapsed when Gorbachev abandoned it a month later, but it served as the basis of Yeltsin's reforms in Russia after the collapse of the Union government in 1991. This program could appear only under the conditions of restructuring, and it lies entirely within the channel of the policy begun in 1985. Ms. Gorbachev and B.N. Yeltsin were the initiators of its preparation. It can be carried out only with their joint support. As a result of many years of domination by a totalitarian social and political system, our society has ended up in a state of deep crisis. The indecisiveness of the government and the miscalculations it has made in economic policy have brought the country to the brink of catastrophe. People's lives are becoming more and more difficult, and hopes for a better future are being lost. The situation can be overcome only by well thought out and energetic actions, supported by the people and grounded in their solidarity and patriotism. The program's main distinguishing feature is that it is grounded in a fundamentally new economic doctrine. Movement toward a market will be above all at the expense of the state, not at the expense of ordinary people. An essentially anti-popular policy was pursued for a long period, a rich state with a poor people. The state concentrated in its hands enormous resources, virtually the entire ownership of means of production. Resources were spent thoughtlessly on gigantic and inefficient projects, on building up military might and on foreign policy adventures with an ideological underpinning, although all this has long been beyond our means. The program sets the task of taking everything possible away from the state and giving it to people. There is serious reason to believe that the return to the people of a significant share of property and resources on various terms will ensure much more efficient and thrifty use of this property and these resources and will make it possible to avoid many negative phenomena in the process of changing over to a market. It is necessary to resolutely reduce all state spending, including spending on items concealed from society. No one is imposing a kind or type of activity on anyone. Everyone is free to choose for himself, gearing his choice to his desires and possibilities, whether to become an entrepreneur, a hired employee in state structures or a manager in a joint stock enterprise, engage in individual enterprise, or become a member of a cooperative. The reform grants citizens the right of economic self-determination, establishing rules the observance of which will prevent certain entities from securing their own interests by infringing on the economic rights of others. It is freedom of choice that is the basis of people's personal freedom, the foundation for disclosing the individual's creative potential. These are still not the rules of the future market economy. They will emerge in the course of the formation and development of this society. The economic content of the proposed program is the changeover to a market, the creation of the foundations of a society with a new economic system. The right to property is realized through destatization and privatization, through the transfer of state property to citizens. It is in the return of property to the people, first and foremost, that the social orientation of the economy is manifested. This is not an act of revenge but the restoration of social justice, a form of codifying a person's right to his share of the country's accumulated national wealth and of the wealth that will be created in the future. Privatization and special emphasis should be placed on this as a form of distributing responsibility for the condition and level of the development of society among all of its members who desire to take on this responsibility. Privatization should be absolutely voluntary and should not resemble collectivization in reverse. Property in the hands of everyone. This is a guarantee of the stability of society, an important condition for preventing social and national upheavals. A person who has his own home and plot of land, which he can always transfer or leave to his children, a person who owns stocks or other financial assets, has an objective stake in the stability of society, in social and national concord. On the other hand, our sad experience shows how dangerous for society, for its normal life and development, is a person who has nothing to lose. The program gives equal chances to everyone. However, this equality of chances should not be perceived as a mirror image of wage leveling. In order to prevent privatization from turning into a means for the legal and excessive enrichment of the few, the procedure itself should ensure participation in privatization by very broad strata of the population. Virtually everyone, even if he has no substantial initial capital, should be able, if he so desires, to obtain his share of the national wealth. Equality of opportunity will be ensured by a diversity of forms of privatization, which will make it possible to lease property, to buy it on credit, to acquire it on a joint stock basis, etc. The reform is aimed at normalizing the condition of the consumer market through liberalizing price formation. but during the transitional period this will be done by forming commodity reserves, including through import deliveries, taking into account the forthcoming stage-by-stage changeover to unrestricted prices for many types of goods. An unrestricted exchange rate for buying and selling foreign currency will be introduced, and a foreign currency market will be developed. A number of large banks will receive the right to trade in foreign currency at market prices, and Soviet citizens will be permitted to keep foreign currency freely in banks. Without structural reorganization, it will be impossible in principle to achieve any kind of significant growth in the standard of living. Of course, the shutdown and reconfiguration of many production facilities will require temporary layoffs and retraining for a large number of people. In this way, a new, more efficient employment structure will be formed, and arduous and hazardous production sectors and manual labor will be cut back. And the more highly skilled employees at new, high-efficiency production facilities will earn more money. Page 373. It is planned to reorganize job placement services and introduce the payment of benefits to those who for some reason are looking for new jobs. When people are looking for jobs, with the active participation of state services, they may take part in public works projects, in the building of roads or homes, first of all homes for themselves. Those who so wish will be able to obtain a plot of land and till it. There are plans to organize courses and programs for the retraining and refresher training of workers and office employees and to form a system of volunteer-manned public works projects. The critical nature of the employment problem will be eased considerably by the creation of additional job slots at new production facilities, in trade and in the service sphere, and by providing incentives for the development of entrepreneurship and small enterprises. The regulation of employment should ensure not the permanent assignment of a worker to a specific job but the creation of conditions for continuous growth in qualifications and occupational skills. It is the development of such a continuously operating mechanism and its improvement in accordance with emerging problems that will become the core of state employment policy. The economic freedom of enterprises consists in granting them the opportunity to operate in the interests of their employees, stockholder owners, and the state, and in accordance with market conditions, to independently determine the volume and structure of their production, the volume of sales and prices for their output, and to choose their partners. The main thesis in relations between the republics and the center is that no one is to direct or give orders to anyone else. The entire program is based on respect for the declarations of sovereignty adopted by the republics. It is impossible to conduct the economic reform on the basis of directives from the center, no matter how right they may be. The peoples will no longer put up with a situation in which fundamental questions of their lives are resolved at the center, without their participation. The program takes into account the rapid growth of national self-awareness, and therefore the principal role in implementing the transformations is assigned to the republic governments and local bodies of power. Power should be brought closer to people. In exercising their rights to economic sovereignty, the peoples will receive an opportunity to dispose of the national wealth of their republics on their own, to prevent the senseless wasting of resources, and to preserve the environment and mineral wealth for coming generations. The republic governments now bear responsibility for the development of the territories under their jurisdiction and, accordingly, they are taking on a large part of the powers related to managing the economy. Our society has the unconditional right to live better right now, not in the distant future, and the proposed program for the changeover to a market economy is aimed at the fullest possible realization of this right. Cracks in the Union. Democratization in the Soviet Union quickly released independence movements among the non-Russian minorities. In the elections of early 1990, separatists took control in several Soviet republics and issued declarations of sovereignty, in which they were encouraged by Yeltsin's government of the Russian Republic when it did the same. Page 374. Gorbachev tried to counter this centrifugal trend with a new liberalized Treaty of Union among the republics, which was about to be signed when the coup of August 1991 intervened. A. Declarations of Sovereignty. Lithuania. Act of the Supreme Soviet of the Republic of Lithuania, on restoring the independence of the Lithuanian state. Expressing the will of the people, the Supreme Soviet of the Republic of Lithuania resolves and solemnly proclaims that the sovereign rights of the Lithuanian state, which were violated by a foreign power in 1940, are restored and that henceforth Lithuania is again an independent state. The Lithuanian Council's February 16, 1918, Act on Independence and the Constituent Seimas's May 15, 1920, resolution on the restoration of the democratic Lithuanian state never lost legal force and are the constitutional foundation of the Lithuanian state. The territory of the Lithuanian state is integral and indivisible, and no other state's constitution is in effect therein. The Lithuanian state stresses its commitment to generally recognized principles of international law, recognizes the inviolability of borders as codified in the final act of the Helsinki Conference on Security and Cooperation in Europe, adopted in 1975, and guarantees the rights of the individual, the citizen and national communities. With this act, the Supreme Soviet of the Republic of Lithuania, as the exponent of sovereign will, begins the realization of full sovereignty for the state. V. Landsbergis, Chairman of the Supreme Soviet, Republic of Lithuania. L. Sabutis, Secretary of the Supreme Soviet, Vilnius, March 11, 1990. To His Excellency Mikhail Sergeyevich Gorbachev, Chairman of the Supreme Soviet of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. We, the deputies to the Supreme Soviet of the Republic of Lithuania, democratically elected by the freely expressed will of the people of Lithuania, who have been striving for decades for the restoration of our country's state independence, wish to inform you that on March 11, 1990, the Supreme Soviet of the Republic of Lithuania adopted a number of legislative acts and political decisions establishing the restoration of the independent Lithuanian state. The texts of the documents are attached. We express the hope that you personally and the leadership of the Soviet Union as a whole will take an attitude of understanding and goodwill toward the decisions we have adopted and that the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics will recognize the restored independence of the Republic of Lithuania. We ask you to consider this appeal an official proposal to the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics to begin talks on the settlement of all questions related to achieving the restoration of the independent Lithuanian state. We hope that you will pay especially close attention to the safety of Lithuanian young men now serving in the USSR armed forces. We wish to maintain permanent good political and economic relations with the USSR, and we hope that you will take the same position and show goodwill. With sincere respect. V. Landsbergis, Chairman of the Supreme Soviet, Republic of Lithuania. Vilnius, March 12, 1990. Russia. On Friday the deputies began discussing a draft declaration on the state sovereignty of the Russian Federation. Considering it to be a document of extraordinary importance, more than 400 people's deputies have taken part in discussion and polishing work during the days the Congress has been meeting, presenting about 200 proposals to the editorial commission. Moreover, 5 other alternative draft declarations have been considered. In view of the fact that the Commission has done a thorough study, the deputies voted to adopt the document it presented as a basis. Then the discussion began. The debate was rather sharp, since this is the first time the Republic Parliament has adopted such a declaration, and therefore it has great socio-political resonance. Although at one time the deputies had voted unanimously for the inclusion of this question on the Congress's agenda, during the debate it became clear that many of them had different understandings of the very word sovereignty. The most controversial point in the declaration proved to be the one on the supremacy of the Russian Republic Constitution and Republic legislation over their Union counterparts. Many deputies questioned this, since they feared a chain reaction of confrontation with Union bodies of power and administration. The thought was insistently voiced that the autonomous formations should possess the same guarantees of sovereignty as the Russian Republic as a whole. So many considerations were expressed businesslike, well-argued and constructive ones that the deputies decided to forward the document to the Commission for further work and to return to its adoption next Wednesday. B. The Union Treaty. The sovereign states that are parties to the treaty, expressing the will of their peoples for the renewal of the Union, recognizing the right of nations and peoples to self-determination, proceeding from the declarations of state sovereignty proclaimed by the republics. Taking into account the closeness of their historical fates, striving to live in friendship and concord, and ensuring equal cooperation. Wishing to create conditions for the all-around development of every individual and the provision of reliable guarantees of his or her rights and liberties. Showing concern for the material well-being and spiritual development of the peoples, the mutual enrichment of national cultures, and the ensuring of general security. Drawing lessons from the past and taking into consideration the changes in the life of the country and throughout the world. Have decided to construct their relations in the USSR on new principles. Basic principles. First, each republic that is a party to the treaty is a sovereign state. The USSR is a sovereign federal democratic state formed as a result of the voluntary association of equal republics and exercising state power within the bounds of the powers it is endowed with by the parties to the treaty. Second, the republics forming the Union retain the right to the independent resolution of all questions of their development, and they guarantee to all peoples living on their territories political rights and opportunities for social, economic, and cultural development. The republics will resolutely oppose racism, chauvinism, nationalism, and all attempts to limit the rights of peoples. The parties to the treaty will proceed from a combination of universal human and national values. Third, the republics recognize the priority of human rights, in accordance with generally recognized norms of international law, as a highly important principle. All citizens are guaranteed the possibility of the study and use of their native language, unhindered access to information, freedom of religion, and other political, social, economic, and personal rights and liberties. Fourth, the republics see the formation and development of a civil society as a highly important condition for freedom and well-being. They will strive to satisfy people's requirements on the basis of a free choice of the forms of ownership and the methods of economic management and implementation of the principles of social justice and safeguards. Fifth, the republics forming the Union possess full state power and will independently determine their national state and administrative territorial structure and system of bodies of power and administration. They recognize democracy based on popular representation and direct expression of the people's will as a common fundamental principle, and they are striving to create a state based on the rule of law that will serve as a guarantee against any tendencies toward authoritarianism and high-handedness. The republics are full-fledged members of the international community. They have a right to establish direct diplomatic, consular, trade and other ties with foreign states, to exchange authorized representatives with them, to conclude international treaties, and to participate directly in the activity of international organizations that does not infringe on the interests of the parties to this treaty or their common interests and does not violate the USSR's international commitments. 2. The structure of the Union. Art. 1. Membership in the USSR. The republic's membership in the USSR is voluntary. The republics that are parties to the treaty possess equal rights and have equal duties. The republics that are parties to the treaty have the right to freely secede from the Union in accordance with procedures established by the parties to the treaty. Art. 2. Citizenship. A citizen of a republic that is part of the USSR is at the same time a citizen of the USSR. Art. 9. The USSR Constitution. The Union Treaty is the foundation of the USSR Constitution. The USSR Constitution is adopted by a Congress of Representatives of the states that are parties to the treaty. The USSR Constitution must not be at variance with the Union Treaty. Art. 10. A republic has the right to protest a USSR law if it violates the Union Treaty or is at variance with the republic's constitution, or with republic laws adopted within the bounds of the republic's powers. The USSR has the right to protest republic laws if they violate the Union Treaty or are at variance with the USSR Constitution, or with USSR laws adopted within the bounds of the USSR's powers. In both cases, disputes are resolved through conciliatory procedures or turned over to the USSR Constitutional Court. 3. Union bodies. Art. 13. The President of the USSR. The President of the USSR is the head of the Union State and wields supreme administrative and executive power. The President of the USSR acts as the guarantor of observance of the Union Treaty and the Constitution and laws of the USSR. He is Commander-in-Chief of the USSR Armed Forces. He represents the Union in relations with foreign countries, and he monitors the fulfillment of the USSR's international commitments. The President is elected by the citizens of the USSR on the basis of universal, equal, and direct suffrage and by secret ballot for a term of 5 years, and may serve no more than 2 consecutive terms. A candidate who receives more than half of the votes of the voters taking part in the election, in the Union as a whole and in a majority of the republics, is considered elected. 4 Concluding provisions. Art. 20. The official language of the USSR. The parties to the treaty recognize Russian as the official language of the USSR. Art. 21. The capital of the USSR. The city of Moscow is the capital of the USSR. Art. 23. The entry into effect of the Union Treaty. For the republics that signed the Union Treaty, the 1922 Treaty on the Formation of the USSR is considered null and void as of the same date. Relations between the Union and republics that do not sign the Union Treaty are subject to regulation on the basis of existing USSR legislation and mutual commitments and agreements. The Communist Party of the Russian Republic. In June 1990, conservative communists took advantage of the progress of democracy. Page 378. Tization to proclaim a party organization for the Russian Republic, which in the past had never had one distinct from the central party organization of the Union. They warned against abandoning socialism and breaking up the Union. We, the delegates to the founding Congress of the Russian Federation's Communists, assess the situation in the country and the party as one of crisis that demands immediate practical actions to achieve civil accord and to consolidate and renew society. The reasons for the crisis are, the profound deformation of socialism during the period of totalitarianism and stagnation, the objective difficulties of the transitional period, and mistakes and miscalculations in conducting reforms once restructuring had begun. The country is going through an extremely crucial, difficult, and dangerous stage. A painful breaking of the old political and economic structures is underway, and the creation of new ones is not keeping pace with the process of dismantling the old ones. It is lagging behind the demands presented by life and is not always conducted in a well thought out manner. Many problems that built up over decades have not yet been solved. There is still danger of a return to the command bureaucratic system. The contradictions in society are becoming deeper, and economic, political, and social tension is rising. The state of affairs in the economy and the consumer market is getting worse, the positions and influence of the shadow economy are growing stronger, and the standard of living of most of the population is falling. The basics of morality are being eroded, discipline and law and order have been greatly weakened, and crime is rising. Splits along ethnic, territorial, and social lines are deepening in society. A real threat to the state's internal security and the integrity of the USSR has arisen. The people are tired of the instability in the country. The crisis of trust in the CPSU, the institutions of power and the country's political leadership is becoming more acute. Many party organizations and structures, which were supposed to be guarantors of society's stability and renewal, have in actual fact taken a passive position, have not worked out a clear-cut ideological line, and are not holding a proper dialogue with the masses and with new parties, public organizations, and movements. The party has lagged behind the dynamic processes of restructuring in society, which it itself initiated. Implementation of the decisions of the 19th Party Conference on restructuring in the CPSU has been dragged out unjustifiably. This is one of the reasons for the drop in the party's prestige. The situation is exacerbated by the fact that attempts are being made, under the banner of democratization or defense of the true principles of socialism and national renewal, to split the party from within. The CPSU bears political and moral responsibility for the present state of society. The party must completely carry through the process of cleansing itself of corrupt elements, favoritism and nepotism, and of eliminating privileges. It must determine the degree of personal responsibility that members of the Central Committee and the Politburo and other high communist officials bear for the mistakes that have been made. At the same time, the Congress resolutely rejects attempts to cast aspersions on those who have labored honestly and conscientiously and defended their fatherland, and those who have recognized the need for restructuring and have taken a decisive step toward renewal. We, the Communists of the Russian Republic, have no doubts about the COR. Page 379. Rectness of the socialist choice that the peoples of Russia made in October 1917. It would be a tragic mistake to turn aside from the path that was shaped, through much suffering, by the entire course of mankind's historical development. Justified criticism of the mistakes of the past must not be turned into slander against Soviet people's honest labor. The grave crisis in the country was caused not by the socialist idea but by policies based on a distorted notion of it and by the workers' alienation from property, the citizens' alienation from power and the individual's alienation from culture. The Congress believes that only energetic and selfless activity by the party in the name of the people's fundamental interests can ensure it a vanguard role and the firm and decisive support of the working people. The last party program. During 1990 and 1991 the Communist Party debated a new official program to bring it into line with perestroika. At the plenum of July 1991 Gorbachev prevailed on the Central Committee to endorse an apologetic document avoiding dogmatic Marxism-Leninism in favor of welfare state promises and democratic political competition. The draft was to be referred to the 29th Party Congress. Our country has entered the 1990s under the sign of deep changes. Perestroika has opened up the space for a long-ripening democratic reformation of all aspects of life. This process is developing in a contradictory and complex way. Establishment of the new is accompanied by social, political and nationality tension, economic crisis, and great shifts in social consciousness. The Communist Party as well is going through a critical phase of its development. Under these conditions we need an objective evaluation of the past and the present, a deep comprehension of the realities of our society and of the whole course of world civilization, a perspective of socialist development. We need a clear and realistic program of action, of steady advance toward a humane, just, democratic society. The purpose of the present program is to give an answer to the questions of our time, to serve as the basic ideas for communists and all supporters of the socialist choice to consolidate around. With this program the party presents itself to everyone for whom the fate of the fatherland, civil peace, and the welfare of the peoples of the Soviet Union are dear. Our principles. In its political activity the CPSU will be guided by the interests of comprehensive social progress, which is assured by way of reforms. The principles of humanism and universal values. The principles of democracy and freedom in all their various manifestations. The principles of social justice. The principles of patriotism and internationalism. The interests of integrating the country into the world community. 2. The lessons of history. The tragedy of our society was that the initial work of building socialism was distorted and burdened down to the extreme by mistakes, despotism, and crude perversions of the principles of socialism and popular rule. Lenin's new economic policy, which opened up the possibility of progress towards socialism through multiple forms, bringing together the interests of various social strata, mastering the achievements of the most developed countries, was overthrown and rejected by the Stalinist leadership. The place of multiple forms and market relations was taken by the monopoly of state property and the administrative allocational system. The principle of material stimulation was replaced by leveling and impersonality. The policy of civil peace and cooperation was replaced by reliance on the sharpening of the class struggle. Instead of the development of democratic institutions, methods of compulsion and repression were used more and more widely. The creative energy of the people was shackled by the political omnipotence of the party-state bureaucracy, intolerance of democracy and glasnost, ideological dictation, and vulgarized Marxism. Thus in fact the choice was made in favor of the totalitarian system and barracks socialism. A major event in the history of the country and the party was the 20th Congress of the CPSU. It gave birth to great hopes. The mass repressions were condemned, many elements of the totalitarian regime were rejected, and a search was begun for new forms of economic life to fulfill social needs. However, the reforms that were begun were not developed. The causes and character of the deformations in the social system were not understood, and this led to serious miscalculations in defining the prospects that were formulated in the third program of the CPSU. Authoritarian bureaucratic methods prevailed in the system of power and administration. The situation was further complicated because the Cold War and rivalry with the leading Western powers in the arms race exhausted our economy and did not allow us to develop the social sphere. This went on against the background of rapid progress by the industrially developed countries, who were able to enter the technological revolution sooner than us and assure a notable growth in the living standards of their populations. Our society lost the historic initiative and was burdened down in a protracted crisis. The process of reform has turned out to be much more difficult than was expected beforehand. 3 are immediate goals. The CPSU stands for the achievement of the following goals. In the political system, development of the Soviet multinational state as a genuine democratic federation of sovereign republics. Setting up a state under the rule of law, and development of democratic institutions, the system of Soviets as foundations of the state structure, as organs of popular rule and self-administration and of political representation of the interests of all strata of society, separation of powers legislative, executive, and judicial. Page 381. In the area of nationality relations. Equal rights for all people independently of their nationality and place of residence, equal rights and free development of all nationalities under the unconditional priority of the rights of man. In the economy. Structural rebuilding of the national economy, reorienting it toward the consumer. Modernization of industry, construction, transport, and communications on the basis of high technology, overcoming our lag behind the world's scientific technical level, and thinking through the conversion of military production. Transition to a mixed economy based on the variety and legal equality of different forms of property state, collective and private, joint stock and cooperative. Active cooperation in establishing the property of labor collectives and the priority development of this form of social property. Formation of a regulated market economy as a means to stimulate the growth of economic efficiency, the expansion of social wealth, and the raising of the living standards of the people. This assumes free price formation with state grants to needy groups of the population, the introduction of an active anti-monopoly policy, restoring the financial system to health, overcoming inflation, and achieving the convertibility of the ruble. Working out and introducing a modern agrarian policy, free development of state, collective, and private forms of farming, ruling out any violence in regard to the peasantry, allotment of land to all who are willing and able to work it effectively, state support of the agro-industrial sector, of the social development of the village, and of equivalency and price parity in the exchange of the products of industry and agriculture. Comprehensive integration of the country in the world economy, and broad participation in world economic relations in the interest of the economic and social progress of Soviet society. In the social sphere, carrying out a state policy that allows us to reduce to a minimum the unavoidable difficulties and expenses connected with overcoming the crisis in the economy and making the transition to the market. Averting the slide toward ecological catastrophe, solving the problems of Baikal, the Aral Sea, and other zones of ecological impoverishment, and continuing the liquidation of the consequences of the Chernobyl disaster. In education, science and culture, spiritual development of the people, improving the education and culture of each person, and strengthening morality, the sense of civic duty and responsibility, and patriotism. For whose interests the party expresses. In cooperation with the labor movement and the trade unions we will defend the interests of the workers, to secure, due representation of the working class in the organs of power at all levels, real rights of labor collectives to run enterprises and dispose of the results of their labor, a reliable system of social protection. We stand for freedom of conscience for all citizens. The party takes a respectful position toward the feelings of believers. We are against militant anti-communism as a form of political extremism and negation of democracy that is extremely dangerous for the fate of society. Page 382. V for a party of political action. Communists are clearly aware that only a radically renewed party of political action can successfully solve new tasks. The most important direction of renewal for the party is its profound democratization. This assumes the independence of the parties of the republics that belong to the CPSU, and space for the initiative of local and primary organizations. Guarantees must be worked out in the party so that its cadres never utilize their posts for mercenary interests, never speak contrary to conscience, and do not fear a hard struggle to achieve noble ends. The renewal of the party presupposes a new approach to the understanding of its place in society and its relations with the state, and in the choice of means for the achievement of its political goals. The party acts exclusively by legal political methods. It will fight for deputy seats in democratic elections, winning the support of voters for its electoral platform and its basic directions of policy and practical action. Taking part in the formation of the organs of state power and administration, it will conduct its policy through them. It is ready to enter into broad collaboration wherever this is dictated by circumstances, and to conclude alliances and coalitions with other parties and organizations in the interest of carrying out a program of democratic reforms. In those organs of power where the communist deputies are in the minority, they will assume the place of a constructive opposition, standing up against any attempt at infringing on the interests of the toilers and the rights and freedoms of citizens. Collaborating with other parliamentary groups, communist deputies will manifest cooperation toward positive undertakings that come from other parties and movements. The CPSU is built on the adherence of its members to the ideas of certain values. For us, the main one of these is the idea of humane, democratic socialism. Reviving and developing the initial humanitarian principles of Marx, Engels, and Lenin, we include in our arsenal of ideas the entire richness of national and world socialist and democratic thought. We consider communism as a historic perspective, a social ideal, based on universal human values, on the harmonious union of progress and justice, of the free self-realization of the individual. The changes now going on in the world allow us to take a new look at the historic fate of socialism. The socialist movement arose in the industrial era and basically took advantage of the confrontational political culture that reflected the sharp class antagonisms of the society of that time. The new civilization that is forming in the process of contemporary world development does not fit the usual pictures of industrial class society, of its harsh division into opposed classes, of the polar opposition of labor and capital and the confrontation of social systems. The entire experience of the 20th century testifies that socialist tendencies are not localized in selected countries, but represent a global process of the development of the world community, which rests on the highest achievements of the labor and culture of all peoples and reflects the striving of people for social justice, freedom, and democracy. Broader and broader flourishing of socialist practices in a worldwide process of the development of civilization such is already a clearly visible prospect. Page 383. Socialism, democracy, progress. Such are the goals of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. We are convinced that these goals answer to the interests of the people. The future lies with a society in which the free development of each is the condition for the free development of all. The August Putsch. On August 19, 1991, Gorbachev's hardline communist subordinates, led by Vice President Gennady Yanov, put him under house arrest at his vacation residence in the Crimea, and tried to impose dictatorial authority in Moscow in the name of restoring order, prosperity, and national unity. They were resisted by Yeltsin and the government of the Russian Republic, supported by thousands of citizens who helped guard the Russian government center in Moscow known as the White House. When troops and police units failed to move as ordered, the coup collapsed, Gorbachev was freed, and the coup leaders were put under arrest. Returning to Moscow, Gorbachev resigned as General Secretary of the Communist Party and persuaded the Central Committee of the party to disband. Shortly afterwards, Yeltsin and his counterparts in the other republics banned the Communist Party and seized its property. A. The Committee on the State of Emergency. Statement by the Soviet leadership. In connection with the inability of Mikhail Sergeyevich Gorbachev to perform the duties of President of the USSR due to the state of his health, and the transfer of the powers of President of the USSR to Gennady Ivanovich Yanayev, Vice President of the USSR, in accordance with Art. 127.7 of the USSR Constitution. With the aim of overcoming the profound and comprehensive crisis, the political and civil confrontation, the confrontation between nationalities, and the chaos and anarchy that are threatening the lives and security of the citizens of the Soviet Union and the sovereignty, territorial integrity, freedom, and independence of our fatherland. Proceeding from the results of the nationwide referendum on the preservation of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. Guided by the vitally important interests of the peoples of our homeland and of all Soviet people. We state 1. That, in accordance with Art. 127.3 of the USSR Constitution and Art. 2 of the USSR Law on the legal conditions applying in a state of emergency, and moving to accommodate the demands of broad strata of the population concerning the need to take very decisive measures to prevent society from sliding toward a nationwide catastrophe and to safeguard legality and order, a state of emergency is introduced in certain localities of the USSR for a period of 6 months, beginning at 4 a.m. Moscow time on August 19, 1991. 2. That it is established that the USSR Constitution and USSR laws have unconditional supremacy throughout the USSR. 3. That, to administer the country and provide effective implementation of the conditions applying in a state of emergency, a state committee for the state of emergency in the USSR is formed, with the following members: O.D. Baklanov, First Vice Chairman of the USSR Defense Council, V.A. Kryukov, Chairman of the USSR State Security Committee, V.S. Pavlov, Prime Minister of the USSR, B.K. Pujo, USSR Minister of Internal Affairs, V.A. Starodubtsev, Chairman of the USSR Peasants' Union, A.I. Tyzyakov, President of the Association of State Enterprises and Industrial Construction, Transportation, and Communications Facilities, D.T. Yazov, USSR Minister of Defense, and G.I. Yanayev, Acting President of the USSR. 4. That unswerving fulfillment of the decisions of the USSR State Committee for the State of Emergency is mandatory for all bodies of power and administration, officials, and citizens throughout the USSR. G. Yanayev, V. Pavlov and O. Baklanov. August 18, 1991. Resolution No. 1 of the State Committee for the State of Emergency in the USSR. For the purpose of protecting the vitally important interests of the peoples and citizens of the USSR and the independence and territorial integrity of the country, restoring legality and law and order, stabilizing the situation, overcoming the grave crisis and preventing chaos, anarchy, and a fratricidal civil war, the State Committee for the State of Emergency in the USSR resolves that 1. All bodies of power and administration of the USSR, the Union, and autonomous republics, territories, provinces, cities, districts, settlements and villages are to ensure unswerving observance of the conditions applying in a state of emergency, in accordance with the USSR law on the legal conditions applying in a state of emergency and the resolutions of the USSR State Committee for the State of Emergency. In cases of inability to ensure fulfillment of these conditions, the powers of the relevant bodies of power and administration are to be suspended, and the performance of their functions is to be assigned to individuals specially empowered by the USSR State Committee for the State of Emergency. 2. Structures of power and administration and paramilitary formations acting in defiance of the USSR Constitution and USSR laws are to be immediately disbanded. 3. Laws and decisions of bodies of power and administration that are at variance with the USSR Constitution and USSR laws are henceforth to be considered invalid. 4. Activity by political parties, public organizations, and mass movements that impedes the normalization of the situation is to be suspended. 7. The holding of rallies, street processions, and demonstrations, as well as strikes, is not permitted. When necessary, a curfew may be introduced, patrolling may be instituted, inspections may be conducted, and measures may be taken to reinforce border and customs regulations. The most important state and economic facilities, as well as systems providing vital services, are to be taken under control, and, when necessary, put under guard. The dissemination of inflammatory rumors, actions that provoke violations of law and order, and the stirring up of discord between nationalities, and failure to obey officials who are ensuring the observance of the conditions applying in the state of emergency are to be resolutely curbed. Page 385. 8. Control is to be established over the news media, with the implementation of this control assigned to a specially created agency under the USSR State Committee for the State of Emergency. Appeal to the Soviet people. Fellow countrymen, citizens of the Soviet Union. At this grave, critical hour for the fate of the fatherland and of our peoples, we appeal to you. A mortal danger threatens our great homeland. For a number of reasons, the policy of reforms begun at the initiative of M.S. Gorbachev and conceived of as a means of ensuring the dynamic development of the country and the democratization of the life of society has reached an impasse. The initial enthusiasm and hopes have given way to unbelief, apathy and despair. The authorities at all levels have lost the trust of the population. In the life of society, political intrigue has supplanted concern for the fate of the fatherland and the citizen. Malicious mocking of all state institutions is being propagated. In essence, the country has become ungovernable. Taking advantage of the liberties that have been granted and trampling the shoots of democracy, which have just emerged, extremist forces have come into being and embarked on a course aimed at the liquidation of the Soviet Union, the breakup of the state and the seizure of power at any cost. The crisis of power has had a catastrophic effect on the economy. The chaotic, ungoverned slide toward a market has caused an explosion of selfishness, regional, departmental, group and personal. The war of laws and the encouragement of centrifugal tendencies have brought the destruction of the unified national economic mechanism that took shape over decades. The result is a sharp fall-off of the standard of living for the overwhelming majority of Soviet people and the flourishing of speculation and the shadow economy. We intend to immediately restore legality and law and order, to put an end to bloodshed, to declare a merciless war against the criminal world, and to eradicate shameful phenomena that discredit our society and degrade Soviet citizens. We will clean the criminal elements from the streets of our cities and put an end to the high-handedness of the plunderers of public property. We favor truly democratic processes and a consistent policy of reforms leading to the renewal of our homeland and to its economic and social prosperity, which will enable it to take a worthy place in the world community of nations. The country's development should not be built on a fall-off in the population's living standard. In a healthy society, continual improvement in the well-being of all citizens will become the norm. Without relaxing concern for the strengthening and protection of the rights of the individual, we will focus attention on protecting the interests of the broadest strata of the population, of those who have been hit the hardest by inflation, the disorganization of production, corruption, and crime. In the process of developing a mixed national economy, we will support private enterprise, providing it with the necessary possibilities for developing production and the service sphere. Our top priority concern will be solving the food and housing problems. All available forces will be mobilized for the satisfaction of these very urgent requirements of the people. We call on workers, peasants, the working intelligentsia and all Soviet people to restore labor discipline and order in the shortest possible time and to raise the level. Page 386. Of production, so as then to move resolutely forward. Our life, the future of our children and grandchildren and the fate of the fatherland will depend on this. We are a peace-loving country and will unswervingly observe all the commitments we have made. We have no claims against anyone. We want to live in peace and friendship with everyone, but we firmly state that no one will ever be allowed to encroach on our sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity. Any attempt to talk to our country in the language of diktat, no matter where they come from, will be resolutely curbed. For centuries, our multinational people have been filled with pride in their homeland. We have not been ashamed of our patriotic feelings, and we consider it natural and legitimate to raise present and future generations of citizens of our great power in this spirit. To do nothing in this critical hour for the fate of the fatherland is to assume a grave responsibility for the tragic, truly unpredictable consequences. Everyone who cherishes our homeland, who wants to live and work in an atmosphere of tranquility and confidence, who does not accept a continuation of bloody conflicts between nationalities and who sees his fatherland as independent and prosperous in the future must make the only correct choice. We call on all true patriots and people of goodwill to put an end to this time of troubles. The State Committee for the State of Emergency in the USSR. August 18, 1991. B. Yeltsin's defiance. On the night of August 18, 1991, the legally elected president of the country was removed from power. Whatever reasons are used to justify this removal, what we are dealing with is a right-wing, reactionary, unconstitutional coup. Despite all the difficulties and very grave trials that the people are experiencing, the democratic process in the country is assuming ever deeper dimensions and is becoming irreversible. The peoples of Russia are becoming the masters of their fate. The uncontrolled rights of unconstitutional bodies, including party bodies, have been substantially restricted. The leadership of Russia has taken a resolute position on the Union Treaty, striving for the unity of the Soviet Union and the unity of Russia. Our position on this question made it possible to significantly accelerate the drafting of this treaty, clear it with all the republics, and set a date for signing it Aug. 20, 1991. This development of events aroused the animosity of reactionary forces and drove them into irresponsible, adventurous attempts to solve very complicated political and economic problems by methods of force. There were earlier attempts to stage a coup. We have believed and continue to believe that these methods of force are unacceptable. They discredit the USSR before the whole world, undermine our prestige in the world community, and return us to the era of the Cold War and the Soviet Union's isolation from the world community. All this compels us to declare the so-called committee that has come to power illegal. Accordingly, we declare all the decisions and orders of this committee illegal. We are confident that bodies of local power will unswervingly follow constitutional laws and the decrees of the President of the Russian SFSR. We call on the citizens of Russia to give the putschists the response they deserve and to demand that the country be returned to normal constitutional development. Certainly Gorbachev, the country's president, must be given an opportunity to speak to the people. We demand the immediate convening of an extraordinary Congress of USSR People's Deputies. We are absolutely certain that our fellow countrymen will not allow the high-handedness and lawlessness of the putschists, who have lost all shame and conscience, to become firmly established. We appeal to servicemen to display lofty civic spirit and not to take part in the reactionary coup. Until these demands are fulfilled, we call for a general strike of unlimited duration. We have no doubt that the world community will make an objective assessment of this cynical attempt at a right-wing coup. Yeltsin, President of Russia, Silayev, Chairman of the RSFSR Council of Ministers, and Kosbolatov, Acting Chairman of the RSFSR Supreme Soviet. August 19, 1991, 9 a.m. C. Gorbachev's return to power. Gorbachev's statement. The most important thing is that everything we have done since 1985 has borne real fruit. Society and our people have become different, and that was the main obstacle in the way of the adventure that a group of individuals undertook. Our society and the whole world must know what was ventured here, what they wanted to do with me, and what they failed to get from me. I also want to say that tomorrow, perhaps, or at the very latest the day after tomorrow, I will hold a wide-ranging press conference. I congratulate Soviet people, who have a sense of responsibility, a sense of dignity and concern, for the fact that they took a respectful attitude toward everyone to whom power had been entrusted. A pitiful handful of individuals, using attractive slogans and taking advantage of the difficulties that we all know about, that trouble all of us, and that we intend to resolve. There cannot be two opinions here, wanted to use these slogans to push people onto a path that would push our whole society toward catastrophe. It did not succeed. And that is a very great victory of perestroika. Decree of the President of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. On revoking the unconstitutional acts of the coup d'état organizers. On the night of August 1819, a group of conspirators seized power, intending to carry out a coup d'état. This crime was stopped thanks to the decisive actions of the Russian leadership, the principled positions of other republics, and the demonstrations by Muscovites, Leningraders, and the population of other regions in defense of democracy and constitutional order. The conspirators did not succeed in sending the army against the people. Page 388. The so-called State Committee for the State of Emergency issued a number of acts aimed at establishing a dictatorial regime and turning the country off the path of democratic transformations. The necessary steps are being taken to eliminate all the consequences of the conspiracy and to punish the culprits. I hereby decree that 1. All decisions issued by the SCSE or its individual members are revoked. 2. All members of the SCSE are removed from their posts. 3. Note is taken of the fact that the USSR Prosecutor General has instituted criminal proceedings against the individuals who participated in the conspiracy, and that the investigation is being conducted jointly by the relevant agencies of the USSR and the Russian SFSR. M. Gorbachev, President of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. The Kremlin, Moscow, August 22, 1991. D. Gorbachev's resignation as General Secretary. The Secretariat and Politburo of the CPSU Central Committee did not speak out against the coup d'état, and the Central Committee did not manage to take a decisive position of condemnation and opposition, nor did it stir communists to combat the flouting of constitutional legality. The conspirators turned out to include members of the party leadership, and a number of party committees and media outlets supported the actions of the state criminals. This put millions of communists in an awkward position. Many party members refused to cooperate with the conspirators, condemned the coup, and joined the struggle against it. No one has the moral right to make sweeping accusations against all communists, and one, as president, consider myself obliged to defend them, as citizens, against unfounded accusations. In this situation, the CPSU Central Committee must make the difficult but honorable decision to dissolve itself. The Republic Communist parties and local party organizations will determine their own fates. I do not consider it possible to continue performing the functions of General Secretary of the CPSU Central Committee, and I resign from that position. I believe that the democratically minded communists who remain true to constitutional legality and the course aimed at the renewal of society will call for the creation, on a new basis, of a party that will be capable of actively joining, together with all progressive forces, in the continuation of fundamental democratic transformations in the interests of the working people. M. Gorbachev. E. Suppression of the CPSU. Decree of the President of the Russian Soviet Federated Socialist Republic on the activity of the CPSU and the RSFSR Communist Party. The events of August 1921 made it glaringly obvious that the CPSU was never a party. It was a special mechanism for shaping and exercising political power by fusing with state structures or. From Izvestiya, August 26, 1991, Rossiyskaya Gazeta, November 9, 1991. Page 389. Making them directly subordinate to the CPSU. The CPSU's leadership structures exercised their own dictatorship and created, at state expense, the property basis for unlimited power. This was confirmed during the open hearings in the RSFSR Supreme Soviet on the role of the CPSU in the coup d'état of August 1921. It is the CPSU's leadership structures, which to all intents and purposes swallowed up the state and used it as their tool, that bear responsibility for the historical impasse into which the peoples of the Soviet Union have been driven and the state of disintegration we have reached. The activity of these structures was clearly anti-popular and unconstitutional in nature and was directly linked to the incitement of religious, social, and nationality-based strife among the country's peoples and to the infringement of basic human and civil rights and liberties that are recognized by the entire international community. The logical finale of its political activity was the unconstitutional coup of August 1991, which was supported by the CPSU's leadership. Despite the measures taken with respect to these structures, they have not ceased their unlawful activity aimed at an even greater exacerbation of the crisis and the creation of conditions for a new anti-popular coup. I decree 1. That the activity of the CPSU and the RSFSR Communist Party is to cease on the territory of the RSFSR and that their organizational structures are to be disbanded. 3. That the property of the CPSU and the RSFSR Communist Party on the territory of the RSFSR is to be transferred to the ownership of the state. The RSFSR Council of Ministers is to handle the transfer of CPSU and RSFSR Communist Party property on RSFSR territory and the process of placing it under the jurisdiction of bodies of state administration of the RSFSR and the republics that are part of the RSFSR. B. Yeltsin, President of the RSFSR. The Kremlin, Moscow, November 6, 1991. The end of the Soviet Union. The collapse of the August coup not only brought down the CPSU, it fatally undermined the authority of Gorbachev's Union government, as the individual Soviet republics asserted de facto independence and as Yeltsin's Russian government took over central powers and buildings in Moscow. In December 1991 came the final coup, when Yeltsin and the presidents of Ukraine and Belarus met in Minsk to proclaim the end of the USSR and the creation of the Commonwealth of Independent States. Gorbachev had no choice but to resign the presidency of the now non-existent Soviet Union. A. The Minsk Agreements. Statement by the heads of state of the Republic of Belarus, the Russian SFSR and Ukraine. We, the leaders of the Republic of Belarus, the RSFSR, and Ukraine. From Izvestiya, December 9, 1991, Rossiyskaya Gazeta, December 10, 1991. Page 390. Noting that the talks on the drafting of a new Union treaty have reached an impasse and that the objective process of the secession of republics from the USSR and the formation of independent states has become a real fact. Stating that the short-sighted policy of the center has led to a profound economic and political crisis, the collapse of production and a catastrophic decline in the living standard for virtually all strata of society. Taking into consideration the increase in social tension in many regions of the former USSR, which has led to conflicts between nationalities with numerous human casualties. Aware of our responsibility to our peoples and the world community and of the urgent need for the practical implementation of political and economic reforms, hereby declare the formation of a Commonwealth of Independent States, on which the parties signed an agreement on December 8, 1991. The Commonwealth of Independent States, consisting of the Republic of Belarus, the RSFSR, and Ukraine, is open for accession by all member states of the former USSR, as well as for other states that share the goals and principles of this agreement. The member states of the Commonwealth intend to pursue a course aimed at strengthening international peace and security. They guarantee the fulfillment of international obligations stemming from the treaties and agreements of the former USSR and ensure unified control over nuclear weapons and their non-proliferation. S. Shushkevich, Chairman of the Supreme Soviet of the Republic of Belarus. B. Yeltsin, President of the RSFSR. L. Kravchuk, President of Ukraine. Minsk, December 8, 1991. Agreement on the creation of a Commonwealth of Independent States. We, the Republic of Belarus, the Russian Federation, and Ukraine, as founder states of the USSR and signatories to the Union Treaty of 1922, hereinafter called the High Contracting Parties, state that the USSR as a subject of international law and geopolitical reality is terminating its existence. B. Gorbachev's resignation. Dear compatriots, fellow citizens, due to the situation that has taken shape as a result of the formation of the Commonwealth of Independent States, I am ceasing my activity in the post of President of the USSR. I am making this decision out of considerations of principle. I have firmly advocated the independence of peoples and the sovereignty of republics. But at the same time I have favored the preservation of the Union state and the integrity of the country. Events have taken a different path. A policy line aimed at dismembering the page 391 country and disuniting the state has prevailed, something that I cannot agree with. Speaking to you for the last time as President of the USSR, I consider it necessary to express my assessment of the path traversed since 1985. Especially since there are a good many contradictory, superficial and unobjective opinions on this score. Fate ordained that when I became head of state it was already clear that things were not going well in the country. We have a great deal of everything: land, petroleum, gas, and other natural resource, and God has endowed us with intelligence and talent, too, but we live much worse than people in the developed countries do, and we are lagging further and farther behind them. The reason was evident: society was suffocating in the grip of the command bureaucratic system. Doomed to serve ideology and to bear the terrible burden of the arms race, it had been pushed to the limit of what was possible. All attempts at partial reforms, and there were a good many of them, failed, one after the other. The country had lost direction. It was impossible to go on living that way. Everything had to be changed fundamentally. That is why I have never once regretted that I did not take advantage of the position of General Secretary just to reign for a few years. I would have considered that irresponsible and immoral. I realized that to begin reforms on such a scale and in such a society as ours was an extremely difficult and even risky endeavor. But even today I am convinced of the historical correctness of the democratic reforms that were begun in the spring of 1985. The totalitarian system, which for a long time deprived the country of the opportunity to become prosperous and flourishing, has been eliminated. A breakthrough has been achieved in the area of democratic transformations. Free elections, freedom of the press, religious freedoms, representative bodies of power, and a multi-party system have become a reality. Human rights have been recognized as the highest principle. Movement toward a mixed economy has begun, and the equality of all forms of ownership is being established. Within the framework of a land reform, the peasantry has begun to revive, private farming has appeared, and millions of hectares of land are being given to rural and urban people. The economic freedom of the producer has been legalized, and entrepreneurship, the formation of joint stock companies and privatization have begun to gather momentum. In turning the economy toward a market, it is important to remember that this is being done for the sake of human beings. In this difficult time, everything possible must be done for their social protection, and this applies especially to old people and children. We are living in a new world. An end has been put to the Cold War, and the arms race and the insane militarization of the country, which disfigured our economy and the public consciousness and morals, have been halted. The threat of a world war has been removed. All these changes required enormous effort and took place in an acute struggle, with mounting resistance from old, obsolete, and reactionary forces, both the former party-state structures and the economic apparatus, and also from our habits, ideological prejudices, and a leveling and parasitic mentality. The changes, page 392, ran up against our intolerance, low level of political sophistication, and fear of change. For this reason, we lost a great deal of time. The old system collapsed before a new one had time to start working. And the crisis in society became even more exacerbated. The August Putsch brought the general crisis to the breaking point. The most disastrous aspect of this crisis was the disintegration of the state system. Today I am alarmed by our peoples losing their citizenship in a great consequences may prove to be very grave for everyone. I am leaving my post with a feeling of anxiety, but also with hope and with faith in you, in your wisdom and strength of spirit. We are the heirs to a great civilization, and its rebirth into a new, up-to-date, and fitting life now depends on each and every one of us. I want to thank from the bottom of my heart those who during these years stood with me for a right and good cause. Certainly some mistakes could have been avoided, and many things could have been done better. But I am sure that sooner or later our common efforts will bear fruit and our peoples will live in a prosperous and democratic society. I wish all of you the very best.